Chapter 1. The Privacy System. Guiyang City. Tianning Corporation. Conference Room. Lin Mo, provide an explanation. A cold voice jolted Lin Mo from his stupor. Having indulged in a late-night outing at the bar, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Explain what? Rubbing his eyes, he noticed that all eyes were upon him. The tense atmosphere prompted an unsettling realization. Why has the company's latest creative concept been adopted by a competitor first? The creative director, Li Feng, glared at Lin Mo with palpable anger. The leak of such a brilliant internal concept could only signify the presence of a mole, and since the concept originated from Lin Mo, he became the prime suspect. Li Feng, do you have done for brains? That concept is mine. Would I sell it to another company? Lin Mo, filled with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Li Feng, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. This department head had consistently suppressed him, and now all his pent-up frustrations erupted. The other colleagues remained silent, wary of becoming collateral damage in this unfolding drama. Still defiant despite being caught red-handed, but I have already procured evidence. Li Feng sneered, brandishing a USB drive. He turned to face their female superior at the head of the conference table, saying, President Shun, this may involve employee privacy. I defer to your judgment. The woman, clad in a sleek black business suit, had her long hair elegantly pinned up, and her exquisite features bore an icy veneer, exuding an air of haughty aloofness. Shun Qingyue, the young and formidable wife of the president, had seized control of the company during her husband's 2-year illness. Under her leadership, the company had achieved remarkable success. This is a matter of great consequence. It must be made public. While Shun Qingyue respected Lin Mo's privacy, she prioritized the company's interests above all. Once granted permission, Li Feng promptly inserted the USB drive to project the evidence. The image soon appeared before all present. Tang Lu, the creative director of Xin Yuan Company. Li Feng pointed at the young, fashionable woman on the screen, stating gravely. The girl was seen entwined with Lin Mo's arm as they entered a themed hotel, captured from a surreptitious angle. Whispers rippled through the employees, while Shun Qingyue furrowed her brow as a member of the creative department. Engaging in private meetings with the competitor's creative director, this is irrefutable evidence. Do you still wish to argue? Li Feng regarded Lin Mo coldly, as if pronouncing his sentence. As the two largest planning firms in the city, they were rivals at odds that, in ancient times, such actions would be deemed treasonous. That is my ex-girlfriend, and the footage is from 6 months ago. What are your intentions? Lin Mo seethed with rage, recognizing this as a clear frame-up. President Shun, I have finished my statement. Li Feng disregarded Lin Mo's fury, transferring the authority to impose punishment to Shun Qingyue. Lin Mo was young and talented. It would not be long before he posed a threat to Li Feng's position as creative director. This scapegoat was a perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Lin Mo, your proximity to the competitor raises suspicion that cannot be easily dismissed. Shun Qingyue frowned, contemplating a decisive action to serve as a warning to others. Better to risk wrongful punishment than to neglect the need for vigilance. Lin Mo, naturally indignant, was about to voice his protest when he suddenly noticed a virtual panel materializing before him as he glanced towards Li Feng. This is not an illusion. It had manifested itself last night at the bar. Whether it was rolling dice or playing cards, hints appeared effortlessly leading to victory. Lin Mo, initially convinced he had indulged too much, suddenly regained clarity and recognized something was amiss. Is this a system? As a contemporary young adult, Lin Mo was no stranger to the legendary concept of system. Thus, he attempted to manipulate the panel before him. Namely Feng, age 35, trust level 8, personal privacy secretly supported by the general manager of Xin Yuan Company, acting as an informant. Current intent to leak company ideas, placing the blame on Lin Mo. From furious to ecstatically delighted, Lin Mo's emotions shifted in an instant. In simple terms, this privacy system allowed one to view the past lives of any individual, akin to a lengthy cinematic experience. In secluded corners, darkness often lurked, harboring unknown secrets and unspeakable histories, all without a refuge to hide. The trust level represented the relationship between the individual and Lin Mo. The higher the trust, the stronger the bond. Most remarkably, everything Lin Mo observed could be preserved in vivid imagery. Lin Mo swiftly gathered Li Feng's sordid history. The anger he had felt moments before transformed into a pleasurable thrill. Lin Mo, are you out of your mind? Li Feng, who had just witnessed Lin Mo's rage, now saw him grinning foolishly, mistakenly believing he could not bear the emotional weight of the situation, his mood soaring to unprecedented heights. The outcome was nothing short of perfect. Some female colleagues sighed in regret. Lin Mo, young and handsome, with a charming wit, had garnered quite the female attention in his 2 years at the company. Even Li Feng's overt hostility towards him stemmed from this very reason. Even his young and beautiful wife refrained from visiting the office. Lin Mo, do you have anything further to say? Shun Qingwei sat upright, her tone indifferent. Although the video was not irrefutable evidence, it left Lin Mo unable to exonerate himself. Legal accountability remained an option, along with termination. However, Lin Mo remained unflustered, surveying the room until his gaze settled on Li Feng. Of course, I have something to say, for I too possess some videos. The moment he uttered this, the entire conference room erupted. Could there be a twist in the tale? Li Feng felt a surge of panic, inexplicably sensing an ominous turn of events. Go ahead. Shun Qingwei, not one to favor Li Feng, promptly approved Lin Mo's proposition. She too was curious to see what trickery was afoot. Without hesitation, Lin Mo connected the imagery from the system to his phone. The first video features Li Feng's homework, please be patient, as the entire video, including the prelude, lasts merely 3 minutes. Lin Mo decisively projected the imagery onto the screen. The visuals quickly became clear, revealing an intimate moment between the couple, shockingly displayed for all to witness. Several female colleagues instinctively covered their eyes, and even Shun Qingyue's expression turned slightly uncomfortable. Lin Mo, you are courting death. Li Feng slammed his fist on the table, his eyes wide with rage. Yet, he knew deep down that in a physical confrontation, he would not stand a chance against Lin Mo's youthful vigor. Don't be hasty, this is merely the appetizer. Lin Mo relished the moment, intent on not letting Li Feng off easily. As a man, the privacy of this quick gunner must be exposed. Li Feng intended to destroy the video, but was intercepted by Shun Qingwei, who called for security. This second video is even more explosive. Lin Mo declared as he stepped to the large screen to commence his explanation. In the footage, a corpulent elderly woman takes center stage, while Li Feng is seen laboring diligently. Everyone knows this woman, right? Lin Mo grinned. Li Feng, however, felt his mind go blank and slumped helplessly to the ground. Chapter 2. General Manager Shun, you wouldn't want your secrets to be revealed, would you? What is this? Wang Fun, the general manager of Xin Yuan Company. The conference room erupted in chaos. As competitors, the leadership of the rival company was well known to all present. The elderly woman in the video, whom Li Feng was desperately flattering, was indeed the general manager of Xin Yuan Company. This incident detonated like a bombshell. Almost everyone in attendance felt their heads spinning. Li Feng was consumed with shame and a deeper fear of the company's repercussions. Such a leak of commercial secrets could lead to financial ruin that he might even face imprisonment. General Manager Shun, I was just momentarily confused, but I did not divulge any company secrets. Li Feng scrambled to his feet, attempting to defend himself. If Lin Mo could seek a hotel room with Tang Lu, then he too could find an older woman. For the sake of beauty or wealth, the essence remains unchanged. All you have left is a stubborn mouth. Lin Mo scoffed, producing the most critical evidence. General Manager Shun, private life is an individual's confidentiality and cannot serve as evidence of leaked corporate secrets. This is Li Feng's unspeakable secret. He then played another video. This time, it was not a shameful encounter, but rather a conversation between Li Feng and Wang Fun, the general manager of Xin Yuan Company. It became evident that Li Feng was a mole sent by the competitor. After witnessing the final evidence, Li Feng ceased his struggle. The proof was insurmountable, leaving him no room for defense. Li Feng's actions constitute commercial crime. The company will proceed according to legal protocols. This meeting is adjourned, Shun Qingyue announced coldly, rising from her seat. All employees breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Mo had swiftly identified the traitor. Otherwise, the atmosphere of anxiety would have persisted indefinitely. Lin Mo, come to my office. Suddenly, Shen Qingwei called out to Lin Mo. The videos appeared too peculiar. as if they had been premeditatedly recorded. Thus, a deeper investigation was warranted. In the president's office, Lin Mo sat calmly on the sofa, though his gaze was keenly assessing Shen Qingyue. A virtual panel materialized before him. Name Shen Qingyue, age 28, trust level 53, personal privacy, misappropriation of company funds for financial circulation, current intent, fear of secret exposure. Probing Lin Mo's stance for possible alliance. After a cursory glance, Lin Mo found himself slightly taken aback. The seemingly high-ranking female superior held a reasonably decent level of trust in him. However, it was merely decent. Lin Mo had previously noted that the trust levels of ordinary colleagues hovered around 50, neither here nor there. It signifies neutrality. Among the multitude, none should take themselves too seriously. How did you manage to capture those videos of Li Feng? Shen Qingyue, perched on her office chair, crossing her legs, fixed Lin Mo with an almost scrutinizing gaze. The videos not only unearthed Li Feng's transgressions, but also captured the intimate moments of his married life, which was utterly astonishing that a normal person would certainly lack such means. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must act without wrongdoing. Lin Mo crossed his arms, smiling as he spoke. He was aware of Shen Qingyue's concerns. This woman was not to be underestimated. If you cannot provide a clear explanation, the suspicion of being an insider cannot be dispelled. Shen Qingyue, slightly displeased with Lin Mo's nonchalance, immediately asserted her authority as a superior. Lin Mo paused, then raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. What do you mean, General Manager Shen? Li Feng's culpability was indisputable. Could it be that Shen Qingyue suspected him of orchestrating a charade with Li Feng? Who knows how many insiders there are? Shen Qingyue interlaced her fingers and stated matter-of-factly. In the 2 years since Lin Mo joined the company, his capabilities were undeniable. The leaked ideas originated from him. Young, handsome, and astute, he was indeed a rare talent. Therefore, Shen Qingyue sought to admonish Lin Mo while simultaneously drawing him closer. To fabricate a charge is to find a pretext. Lin Mo chuckled, somewhat emboldened. Were it not for Shen Qingyue's leverage over him, he would certainly have declared his allegiance immediately. Shen Qingyue was taken aback with Lin Mo's intellect. It was improbable he was oblivious to her intentions. Thus, she scoffed, if a blemish were to stain your record, even if you were wronged, other companies would likely hesitate to employ you. The youthful arrogance would easily yield to a gentle intimidation. Are you implying that I might be dismissed? However, to my knowledge, the president's wife lacks the authority in such matters. Lin Mo fixed his gaze upon Shen Qingyue, his words laden with meaning. Shen Qingyue felt momentarily unsettled by Lin Mo's intense stare. Indeed, she merely acted on behalf of her husband, possessing no real power to interfere in company affairs. What if I were to mention it to the president? Do not forget that I am his confidant. Shen Qingyue feigned composure. Regardless, Lin Mo was merely a subordinate. How could he stand firm against the president's wife? Is that so? Given the president's frail condition, can he truly share the same bed? Lin Mo toyed with his fingers while regarding Shen Qingyue. The privacy system had long cataloged every detail of this woman's past. In recent months, it was said that the president, having crossed into his 50s, had been gravely ill, rendering him incapable of such intimacy. Have you been investigating me? Shen Qingyue reprimanded coldly. Such personal matters were absolutely beyond the reach of outsiders. The only explanation was that Lin Mo had conducted a clandestine inquiry. Coupled with the peculiar videos from earlier, her suspicions were only solidified. General Manager Shen, surely you would not want your secrets to be exposed? Lin Mo approached Shen Qingyue from behind, leaning in to whisper. Given the circumstances, it was time to lay all cards on the table. What are you insinuating? Shen Qingyue stammered, feeling the force of Lin Mo's presence. Shen Qingyue felt a surge of anxiety. A mere subordinate dared to be so audacious. He must have uncovered something significant. If the amount involved is in the tens of millions, how many years behind bars would one face for embezzlement? Lin Mo gently placed his hand on her shoulder, a smile gracing his lips. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, stirring her senses. Shen Qingyue's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, she had been discovered. To see such a stunningly beautiful woman like you, General Manager Shen, imprisoned would weigh heavily on my conscience, Lin Mo remarked, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Ever so slightly, This moment. The power dynamic was entirely in his favor. Shen Qinghua bit her crimson lip, her eyes fluttering shut as she nearly resigned herself to fate. Nevertheless, she could not help but ask, "What exactly do you want?" With the secret in his grasp, it was evident he sought some advantage wealth, beauty, or perhaps a blend of both. The terms were dictated by Lin Mo. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside. "Who is it?" Shen Qinghua jolted awake, a sense of relief washing over her. Lin Mo cursed under his breath and quickly gestured for her to dismiss the visitor. "General Manager Shen, Mr. Wang from Tianhong Group is waiting for you in the reception room," came the voice of the secretary from beyond the door. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo realized that his opportunity had slipped away. He leaned in closer and whispered, "My dear General Manager Shen, I shall return during the afternoon break." Chapter 3. Is this request excessive? Lin Mo, in the prime of his life, is not like Li Feng. Faced with a superior of such exceptional caliber as Shen Qinghua, how could he remain indifferent? The male colleagues in the company share a unanimous opinion on this matter. Moreover, Lin Mo has endured this woman's incessant meddling for the past 2 years. Most importantly, possessing such a significant secret, if he does not take action, Shen Qinghua will never be at ease. "Lin Mo, how about I appoint you as the creative director? You need not concern yourself with other matters," Shen Qinghua said, her body trembling slightly as she attempted to win Lin Mo over. After all, this young man possesses remarkable talent, and by securing his allegiance, she would achieve 2 goals at once. Once the funds are replenished and the vacancy filled, everything would return to normal. It seems that President Shun underestimated her own allure. Can one truly have both fish and bear's paw? Lin Mo smiled brilliantly yet did not acquiesce to Shen Qinghui's proposal. Once he broke through this barrier in their relationship, it would be recorded by the system. At that point, he would gain an additional means of self-preservation. He desired both promotion and salary increase, as well as beauty. Shen Qinghua fell silent, her mind in disarray. Ding. Shen Qinghua's trust in you has decreased to 20. Lin Mo was taken aback. Such a significant decline in trust was quite alarming. According to his observations, trust must reach 70 to prevent any further decline, and then there would be a chance for a system lottery. As for the rewards, it would depend on luck. Coughing lightly, he remarked, "I should head to work." To avoid complicating matters, Lin Mo decided to let Shen Qinghua be for the time being. Although he held her secret, this woman was fiercely independent. If she were to retaliate, it could be disastrous. The crime of misappropriating funds does not carry a severe penalty. Forcing Shen Qinghua into such actions could potentially ruin her life. Thus, Lin Mo maintained a strong stance, yet whether she would comply remained in her hands. Upon returning to the office, Lin Mo was immediately surrounded by his colleagues. The remarkable comeback in the conference room had been nothing short of spectacular. "Lin Mo, how did you manage to capture those videos? Even the homework was recorded. You would make a great detective." Lin Mo merely smiled, offering no explanation. After finally managing to disperse his colleagues, he received a call from his mother, Ning Jing. "Rest assured, I will arrive on time." After hanging up, he couldn't help but shake his head. Having only been in the workforce for 2 years, his parents were already pressuring him to marry. This evening, his mother had arranged a blind date. Reluctantly, Lin Mo agreed. Even if it were merely a formality, at least he would have an explanation. Throughout the morning, Lin Mo found it difficult to focus on work, his mind consumed by the system. He discovered that only when the test subjects were within his line of sight could he access their information. Thus, his colleagues became his targets for testing. The vast majority harbored no significant conflicts of interest, and their minor indiscretions, including peculiar quirks, were trivial. After all, no one is perfect, and Lin Mo was no exception. Finally, the lunch break arrived. Lin Mo ordered takeout, hurriedly finishing his meal before seeking out Shen Qinghua. Such matters necessitate prompt and decisive action. Once this woman has adequately prepared herself psychologically, it will become increasingly challenging to achieve one's objectives. Shen Qinghua did not deliberately evade the situation. She merely awaited Lin Mo's arrival with a semblance of calm. Yet, this tranquility did not convey a sense of resignation. Lin Mo, sensing this anomaly, quickly accessed the system. Name, Shen Qinghua, trust level, 20, current intention, concealed cameras in the office, attempting to capture evidence of Lin Mo's alleged transgressions. Upon reading this, Lin Mo was drenched in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his cautious nature had prevailed. Otherwise, he might have naively believed that possessing leverage over Shen Qinghua would grant him unrestrained freedom potentially leading him to regret his actions by the following day. Though astonished internally, he maintained an outward facade of nonchalance. President Shun has been waiting for me quite early. It seems she is thoroughly prepared, he mused. He closed the door behind him with a deliberate motion and approached Shun Qinghua with measured steps. She appeared composed, yet subtle nuances in her demeanor revealed an almost imperceptible tension. Engaging in entrapment, she too was taking a gamble. Let me reiterate, with your capabilities, I can promote you to creative director. Any other discussions are off the table, understood? Shun Qinghua stated coolly, avoiding eye contact with Lin Mo. Mutual destruction was the least desirable outcome. A peaceful resolution would be preferable. Very well, thank you for the promotion, leader, Lin Mo readily replied. Then turned and plopped down onto the sofa. The salary of a creative director, excluding bonuses, was a guaranteed 20,000, double his current earnings. Compared to fleeting physical pleasures, this represented a tangible benefit. Shun Qinghua's lips parted slightly in astonishment as she gazed at Lin Mo. This man, who had been so predatory earlier in the morning, now seemed transformed. The disparity was disconcerting for her. You actually agreed? Shun Qinghua inquired, her concern evident. Why would I refuse? Lin Mo shrugged innocently, blinking his eyes. Shun Qinghua found herself momentarily speechless, her plans thrown into disarray. She even began to question her own allure. Could it be that Sister Qinghua felt somewhat disappointed? Lin Mo chuckled, his gaze once again playfully sweeping over the mature and alluring woman. Women often oscillate between insecurity and confidence, even those as formidable as Shun Qinghua. She dared not meet Lin Mo's eyes, fearing he might retract his agreement. In that case, I have another request, Lin Mo said, rubbing his hands together with a grin. Indeed, such a drastic change in attitude would raise suspicions. Upon hearing Lin Mo had further demands, Shun Qinghua felt a sense of relief rather than dismay. Speak, she replied. Leaning back in her office chair, her tone indifferent, Lin Mo rose from the sofa and approached Shun Qinghua, reaching out to pull her gently to her feet. Sister Qinghua, could you grant me a hug? He asked with an innocuous smile. More egregious acts would be impossible under the watchful eyes of hidden cameras. Thus, he resolved to play the role of a virtuous gentleman for the time being. What? Shun Qinghua doubted her own hearing, watching Lin Mo with caution. Was a mere embrace such an unreasonable request? After 2 years at the company, experiencing the warmth of her beautiful superior's embrace seemed rather trivial. Lin Mo stood still, adorned with a radiant and warm smile. Unable to resort to excessive measures, he sought to restore a measure of trust instead. Inducing a psychological disparity in Shun Qinghua would constitute a partial success. What initially appeared to be a despicable tactic of coercion would gradually morph into an odd charm. Was this truly all? Shun Qinghua remained skeptical, her gaze scrutinizing. Lin Mo spread his arms wide, smiling silently, aware that she held a secret in Lin Mo's hands. Leaving her little choice, and recognizing that an embrace was inconsequential, she stepped forward and gently wrapped her arms around his youthful form. Lin Mo, a lifelong sports enthusiast with a penchant for basketball, running, and swimming, had cultivated a robust physique. This embrace caused Shun Qinghua's cheeks to flush slightly, the warmth of his chest drawing her in. However, being accustomed to the tempest of life, she quickly released her hold. Very well, I hope you uphold your promise. Shun Qinghua resumed her posture with arms crossed, her expression icy. Yet, for reasons unknown, there lingered a subtle, indescribable sense of loss. Lin Mo readily agreed, turning decisively to leave. Suddenly, he paused at the door, turning back with a smile. I have a small request. Chapter 4. A misguided blind date. Shun Qinghua's face suddenly revealed a look of confusion, tinged with displeasure. The audacity of such a person can be quite irksome. Sister Qinghua, you should smile more often. It would greatly enhance your beauty, Lin Mo remarked before vanishing from her sight. In the vast office, Shun Qinghua found herself alone, feeling utterly disoriented. She had initially believed that this time she would succumb to Lin Mo's advances. However, the unfolding events took an unexpected turn. The emptiness within her heart prompted her to indulge in frivolous thoughts. Curse brat, you've narrowly escaped this time, Shun Qinghua thought bitterly, casting a glance at the potted plant in the corner. There, concealed, lay a hidden camera. If Lin Mo were to misbehave, it would undoubtedly become the greatest regret of his life. Notification: Shun Qinghua's level of trust in you has increased to 55. Just as Lin Mo returned to his post, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this tactic would yield such remarkable results. Shun Qinghua, from her despair, inexplicably regained a measure of trust in him, even surpassing her previous level of confidence. Although he had not gained anything substantial, the existence of this privacy system filled Lin Mo with optimism regarding his future prospects. Promotions, salary increases, and marrying a beautiful heiress all seemed within reach. After work that afternoon, Lin Mo followed the message from his mother and made his way alone to the city center, preparing to meet a girl he had never met before for a blind date. This marked the fifth such experience for him this year. Lin Mo found himself perplexed by his parents' mindset. During his school years, they vehemently opposed early romantic relationships, yet upon graduation, they fervently urged him to marry. At 6 o'clock in the city center, upon arriving on a shared bicycle, Lin Mo encountered a large crowd gathered ahead, engaged in animated discussion. Curiosity piqued. He approached the scene. There, an elderly man with graying hair lay on the ground, wailing in distress, surrounded by a circle of onlookers who refrained from coming any closer, let alone offering assistance. Lin Mo shook his head. Such incidents had become all too commonplace, unconcerned by the negative portrayals in the news. He stepped forward to help the old man to his feet. "It was you who collided with me." The elderly man grasped Lin Mo's clothing, beginning to twist the narrative. Lin Mo felt speechless. What had become of this world? Even performing a good deed came with a price. No wonder humanity seemed to be dwindling. He was tempted to exclaim, "Old man, you've got some nerve." As more onlookers joined the fray, they began to point fingers. Perhaps Lin Mo's audacity to intervene made many feel embarrassed, and they, in turn, rallied to support the old man's unfounded accusations. Before long, the elderly man's two sons arrived on the scene. "Did you hit our father? He is in poor health, unless you compensate him 50,000. This matter will not be over." Without inquiring about the circumstances, they immediately directed their ire at Lin Mo. They showed no concern for their father's condition. Their sole aim was to extort money from him. Lin Mo scanned the two men with an expression devoid of emotion. Li He, age 44, with a trust level of 0, and his brother, Li Jiang, aged 48, also with a trust level of 0, both refused to care for their father. Their current intention is to extort money from Lin Mo. "Your own father is being exploited. You truly are beasts," Lin Mo coldly declared, promptly contacting the authorities. The two brothers were taken aback by Lin Mo's decision to report them, causing a moment of panic. While they pretended to defend their father, their true motive was a veiled act of extortion. Shortly thereafter, several police officers arrived. Without hesitation, Lin Mo presented video evidence from the system to clear his name, along with proof of the brothers' scheme to exploit their father by staging an accident with a passerby. In the bewildered gaze of the onlookers, Lin Mo remained unharmed while the brothers were escorted away by the police. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Mo recalled that he was there for a blind date. As a mere tool in this arrangement, he was to meet directly at the designated restaurant and table 202 on the second floor. Checking his mother's message on his phone, he soon found the meeting place in the adjacent restaurant. The second-floor window seat offered splendid natural light, with the setting sun casting a beautiful glow. At that moment, a young woman was already seated, awaiting his arrival. Lin Mo was momentarily entranced by her exquisite beauty. With flowing black hair, rosy lips, and striking features, she wore a simple white t-shirt paired with a light-colored long skirt, her cheeks aglow with the sunset's reflection, appearing almost unreal in her beauty. It was astonishing to encounter such a stunning girl. Having seen numerous celebrities in this bustling metropolis, Lin Mo felt that they paled in comparison to her. He marveled at the extraordinary connections his mother must have to introduce someone so captivating for a blind date. "Hello, I am Lin Mo, here for our blind date," he approached, speaking candidly. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her delicate, porcelain-like calves. The girl seemed momentarily taken aback, not immediately grasping the situation. She had come to enjoy a meal with her friend, who was now running late. Lin Mo's sudden introduction made her realize a mix-up had occurred. Nevertheless, she had witnessed the earlier commotion outside. "Hello, please take a seat." Curiosity piqued, she nodded earnestly. With a smile, Lin Mo sat down across from her, yet an unsettling feeling lingered, prompting him to check the system panel. Name, Jiang Wanli, age, 18, trust level, 51. Personal privacy. She has always fantasized about her ideal partner arriving on a colorful cloud. Current intention, to discover more about Lin Mo, the kind stranger who had just assisted the elderly. Upon reading this, Lin Mo was utterly astonished. The restaurant begins from the basement level, with the second floor actually being the first. I inadvertently walked to the wrong table. Moreover, the incident outside where I assisted an elderly person and was wrongfully accused was fortuitously witnessed by this girl. I cannot discern whether this is merely a coincidence, Given your age, you must still be in university, am I correct? Lin Mo did not expose Jiang Wanli but rather teased her with a smile, suggesting one should always prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Jiang Wanli responded with a gentle smile, finding nothing amiss. Lin Mo, youthful and handsome, left a favorable first impression. Otherwise, she would not have engaged in such frivolity. It is true that post-graduation, one must confront the pressure of parental matchmaking. Lin Mo nodded in agreement with the notion of foresight. Furthermore, Jiang Wanli grew increasingly enchanting, exuding an almost dreamlike perfection. Consequently, he effortlessly uncovered the girl's interests and hobbies through the system. In an effort to resonate with her preferences, Lin Mo learned what she enjoyed eating, the books she favored, and which recent films captured her attention. This report contributed to an unexpectedly high regard in her eyes. The two exchanged laughter as if they were old friends. Ding. Jiang Wanli's trust in you has increased to 53. Lin Mo felt a surge of joy. It was indeed effective. Surpassing the 50 threshold signified a deepening relationship. With time still on their side, he proposed, "Shall we catch a movie?" After dining, Lin Mo sensed the moment was ripe for an invitation. Jiang Wanli, somewhat unique, preferred adrenaline-pumping action films over the typical romantic dramas favored by most girls. Perhaps she harbored a fascination for heroism. As for the matchmaker, he would have to apologize to his mother later. With the upcoming May Day holiday, which film should they watch? Jiang Wanli did not decline but instead inquired intentionally. Their interactions throughout dinner, coupled with the earlier act of kindness, had cultivated a rather favorable impression of Lin Mo in her mind. He was witty and articulate, and most importantly, he had an uncanny ability to hit the nail on the head, a rare quality indeed. Perhaps this was what it meant to have a kindred spirit. "Let us choose the one who dares," Lin Mo replied with a radiant smile, feeling entirely in control. Who would have imagined that a charming young woman would relish tales of individual heroism and combat? "All right, but let us not stay out too late," Jiang Wanli replied, her smile illuminating her face as her eyes curved like crescent moons. She felt a sense of regret for not having met Lin Mo sooner, and this mutual understanding was simply delightful. To that end, she even canceled her upcoming shopping plans with her best friend. Wanda Plaza. Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli, meeting for the first time, found themselves here, with the film set to begin in just a few minutes. They occupied their time at the mall, playing claw machines. Suddenly, a voice of surprise broke through the air. "Jiang Wanli, what a coincidence!" Lin Mo turned to see a handsome, sunlit young man approaching them, his physique robust, with a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. At first glance, he resembled a protagonist from a romantic drama. However, upon noticing Lin Mo beside Jiang Wanli, the boy appeared somewhat taken aback. "Senior Hanyu, hello?" Jiang Wanli greeted politely upon recognizing the newcomer. This individual is a senior in his 4th year, serving as the president of the student council, and can be regarded as a prominent figure within the school. However, Jiang Wanli shines even brighter at the institution. Nonetheless, Hanyu is acclaimed as the one most likely to win the affection of the most beautiful campus belle. Who might this be? Hanyu smiled faintly as he gazed at Lin Mo. Chapter 5. Why are you so jealous? Hanyu's gaze towards Lin Mo was imbued with an unmistakable air of vigilance and scrutiny. He had never heard of Jiang Wanli having male friends, let alone one with whom she seemed to share a certain intimacy. "Lin Mo, my friend," Jiang Wanli introduced succinctly, aware that the circumstances of their meeting were somewhat theatrical and not easily explained. If word got out at school that she had been on a blind date, it would undoubtedly make headlines. "Would you care to join for a late-night snack?" Hanyu felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, yet he maintained a warm smile. He sought to probe the nature of Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli's relationship, for he believed that true friendship between the sexes was a rarity. Lin Mo swiftly discerned Hanyu's affections for Jiang Wanli and promptly accessed the system panel. Name: Hanyu. Age: 22 years. Trust level: 0. Dark history: involved with several university professors. Contracted a venereal disease. Family business connected to organized crime. Current intent: eager to ascertain the relationship between Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli. Upon reviewing the basic information, Lin Mo took a step back, his expression one of disdain. He then resolutely declined. "I'm sorry, but our movie is about to start." At these words, Hanyu's displeasure flickered in his eyes. As a man, he understood that feeling all too well. Was it a case of love being snatched away? No, it was merely a matter of seizing the opportunity first. Whether in anger or annoyance, Lin Mo paid no heed to Hanyu and turned towards the cinema. Jiang Wanli sensed the shift in atmosphere and, after a symbolic wave, promptly followed Lin Mo. "Damn it." Hanyu exclaimed, watching the two depart. Despite his refined demeanor and handsome appearance, his affluent background had afforded him a life of privilege, and he had faced no shortage of admirers. Yet, it was Jiang Wanli, a freshman this year, who had presented him with his first true setback. He had once believed that her ethereal beauty and lofty standards made her immune to suitors, but encountering her on a date with another man was a bitter surprise. The feeling was utterly dreadful, akin to a child witnessing their most coveted limited edition toy being snatched away by another. Lin Mo, is it? Be cautious when you go out. After all, accidents can happen at any moment. Hanyu gritted his teeth, silently cursing. In the movie hall, Lin Mo skillfully exchanged for the movie tickets and purchased some snacks according to Jiang Wanli's preferences. He resolved to avoid dealings with Hanyu, wary of being tainted by his distasteful reputation. With no one nearby, Lin Mo broached the subject. He had no desire to let anyone become his rival for such a beautiful girl. Why are you so jealous? We've only just met. Jiang Wanli laughed, her amusement evident as she misinterpreted Lin Mo's demeanor. Although she held a favorable impression of him, they were still strangers to one another, and feelings of affection were far from being established. Nevertheless, Lin Mo's childlike behavior was endearing, and Jiang Wanli admired his capacity for love and hate. Having studied some medical arts in traditional Chinese medicine, I can discern certain symptoms through facial features and body language. It is evident that Hanyu is afflicted with a malady akin to that which is posted on telephone poles, Lin Mo remarked with a hint of embarrassment. His medical knowledge was merely fabricated, yet the system does not lie. Jiang Wanli was taken aback, not anticipating Lin Mo's seriousness. She nodded in agreement, saying, "All right. I am not well acquainted with Senior Hanyu, having only crossed paths a few times." Despite Hanyu's appearance resembling that of a character from a comic, possessing both physique and charm, Jiang Wanli felt no particular attraction. She had encountered numerous such young talents before. What she yearned for was an intriguing soul. Upon hearing Jiang Wanli's acquiescence, Lin Mo's face lit up with joy. This is what one might call emotional value. By the way, I just heard that fellow refer to you as Wanli Jr. Aren't you Ma Tingting? Lin Mo asked, feigning ignorance, nearly forgetting this detail. He was supposed to be on a blind date with Ma Tingting. Jiang Wanli almost laughed to the point of tears at Lin Mo's inquiry. She then recounted the events that had transpired. Lin Mo had been aware from the outset, but now pretended to be awakening from a dream. Such matters truly test one's acting skills. The movie is starting. Let us go? Jiang Wanli felt as though she had deceived Lin Mo and offered him an apologetic blink with her large eyes. Of course, Lin Mo could not be angry. He merely felt fortunate. As for Ma Tingting, he cared little. Given it was the May Day holiday, the cinema was particularly crowded, and this mainstream film was undoubtedly a hot favorite. Lin Mo guided Jiang Wanli to their seats. For some reason, he sensed the girl's nervousness. Are you a bit anxious? He asked with a smile, casually placing the popcorn down. That's because I have never been on a date with a boy before. Jiang Wanli admitted, cradling a large soda cup and taking a sip, her voice slightly hesitant. Being in such a confined space with a boy in a cinema felt rather intimate. Indeed, it could be considered a date. Lin Mo smiled softly, realizing he had encountered a treasure of a girl. Do you often take girls to the movies? Jiang Wanli pouted, gripping the straw and casting a sidelong glance at Lin Mo. Given his ease, it was evident he had engaged in such activities before. What she thought would merely be an experience of blind dating had unexpectedly transformed into something more. But someone as beautiful as you. This is my first time, Lin Mo candidly admitted, complimenting Jiang Wanli in the process. This was not mere flattery, it was a heartfelt observation. To be fair, Lin Mo's own looks were quite distinguished, and his previous girlfriends had also been strikingly beautiful. However, Jiang Wanli's beauty was of a surreal quality. No matter how many times one looked, it was always breathtaking. Were it not for the confidence bestowed upon him by the system, he could never have remained so composed in the presence of such a stunning girl. In the presence of Jiang Wanli's exquisite beauty, it is all too easy to feel a sense of inferiority. With a silver tongue, Jiang Wanli turned her head, a blush appearing on her delicate face. Despite her striking looks and remarkable poise, few possess the courage to confess their feelings to her, and even fewer can engage in light-hearted banter in her company. Thus, when Lin Mo offered such direct compliments, Jiang Wanli found them quite delightful and admired his candor. The film soon commenced, and the two of them effortlessly settled into the experience. Although the narrative did not revolve around romance, Lin Mo noticed the girl beside him was engrossed in the storyline, and he too focused his attention on the unfolding tale. As the movie concluded, the clock struck 10. The male protagonist, Rescuing the female lead from the clutches of her captors appeared utterly heroic. Jiang Wanli remained immersed in the film's afterglow, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. Alas, such dramatic scenes are but illusions in reality, a mere halo of fiction. Lin Mo interjected with a smile, reminding her that in real life, reckless bravery might lead to both being outmatched by the kidnappers. Jiang Wanli pouted slightly, reluctant to shatter the enchanting fantasy. As they contemplated a late-night snack, Lin Mo suggested a superb barbecue place, asking if she would do him the honor of joining him. Upon exiting the cinema, he realized he was reluctant to part ways with Jiang Wanli and thus extended the invitation once more. After a moment of thought, Jiang Wanli acquiesced. Due to her family's beliefs that barbecue constituted junk food, she had rarely indulged in it throughout her life. This opportunity presented a chance for her to relish such delights. Lin Mo grinned and quickly hailed a taxi. Having lived in the city for several years, he was well acquainted with its culinary treasures. Within a matter of minutes, they arrived at a riverside location. The evening breeze was refreshing and delightful. "Is there barbecue here?" Jiang Wanli inquired, glancing around with curiosity. This place seemed more suited for couples taking leisurely strolls. "Here lies the finest barbecue in the city, trust me," Lin Mo replied with a mysterious smile, leading the way. Jiang Wanli followed, both intrigued and skeptical. As they strolled along the riverside, the ambient lights stretched their shadows gracefully. Lin Mo intentionally slowed his pace, savoring the moment they shared. Unfortunately, the serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a sudden scream. Someone is being robbed. Chapter 6. What is Pop Rocks? At the riverbank ahead, a sudden commotion erupted. The crowd stirred, and Lin Mo immediately sensed the tension. Although the public order in Guining City was generally commendable, sporadic criminal activities did occur. A tall, slender man was sprinting towards them, clutching a bag tightly. It was evident that he was in the midst of a robbery, yet the bystanders merely stood by, some even surreptitiously filming the scene. This reaction was, unfortunately, quite typical. The essence of acting bravely is to prioritize one's own safety, otherwise, one risks losing sight of what truly matters. After all, if the assailant were armed, the consequences could be dire. As the man drew nearer, Lin Mo's heart raced. He harbored a troublesome inclination to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, a trait his mother had often admonished him about. She emphasized the importance of assessing one's capabilities and prioritizing safety. Being the sole child, any misfortune could devastate his parents. Thus, instinctively, Lin Mo took a step back. However, he was suddenly struck by the fierce gaze of a girl beside him, filled with righteous indignation and fervent anticipation. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mo swiftly scanned the man with the system. Fortunately, the assailant bore no weapon. Seizing the moment as the man passed, Lin Mo tripped him with a sudden kick, sending him sprawling dramatically. Ensuring the area was secure, Lin Mo rushed forward and pinned the man to the ground. An avid fitness enthusiast, he easily overpowered the dazed robber, who was too disoriented to resist. With someone taking charge, the onlookers, previously mere spectators, began to join in. Their indifference was not a lack of justice in their hearts, but rather a protective instinct. Jiang Wan's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she observed Lin Mo's prowess. Decisively calling the authorities, the owner of the bag, a heavily made-up woman clad in revealing attire and towering high heels, arrived at the scene after a considerable delay. "How dare you steal from me?" she exclaimed, cigarette in mouth, as she raised her foot to stomp on the man. The robber cried out in agony as the sharp heel pierced his skin. Lin Mo winced. The wrathful woman was a terrifying sight. Yet, she showed no mercy, delivering blow after blow until blood began to seep from the man. "Enough," Lin Mo interjected, hastily stepping in to halt her. While robbery was indeed a criminal act, the man, having suffered a brutal beating, was seething with rage. Suddenly liberated from his constraints, his gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity. The woman, taken aback by his sudden change, raised her foot but had yet to bring it down when he seized her. With a powerful tug, he threw her to the ground. He then lunged forward, delivering several sharp slaps. The crisp sound of the slaps resonated, almost melodious in its clarity. Although the onlookers disapproved of Lin Mo's actions, they nonetheless felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With his anger momentarily appeased, the man expressed his gratitude towards Lin Mo. While robbery is a grave misstep, one must still acknowledge the existence of human rights. Lin Mo shook his head and once again restrained the man, who seemed surprisingly compliant. "You all witnessed this, didn't you? They're in cahoots. Call the police." The woman, with her swollen and bruised cheek, erupted into a hysterical roar. She wished to call the police. Yet her phone lay buried within her bag. Madwoman, she thought, the authorities are already on their way. Jiang Wanli raised her phone, indicating that she had alerted them at the very first opportunity. The woman's actions were so appalling that even Jiang could no longer tolerate them. Bystanders pointed and whispered among themselves, for the woman's vengeful behavior lacked humanity and discernment, leaving no one to sympathize with her plight. "Return my bag, you accomplice." The woman, somewhat infuriated and embarrassed, approached Lin Mo and reached out to reclaim her bag. Although Lin Mo had assisted in subduing the assailant, his earlier actions felt to her like complicity in the crime. An accomplice? Lin Mo smiled coldly. After all, this was a robber. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Whose life is not precious? Who bears the obligation to risk their own safety for a stranger? Amongst the multitude of passers-by, why has no one taken the initiative to act? This woman, lacking the virtue of gratitude, not only fails to discern right from wrong, but also incites a chorus of jeers from the crowd. If you do not release him, will I be subjected to such treatment? The woman gritted her teeth, occasionally touching her swollen face. Such is human nature, ungrateful and adept at holding grudges. Deservedly so. Jiang Wanli stood beside Lin Mo, her petite hands placed firmly on her hips. In her eyes, this was all a consequence of the woman's own actions. Jiang Wanli's words garnered much agreement from those around. "Hand over the bag to me." The woman, feeling humiliated, simply wanted to reclaim her belongings and leave swiftly. "How am I to know that this bag truly belongs to you?" Lin Mo lifted the bag, a profound smile gracing his lips. Before the privacy system, he had just discerned everything. This woman's past was far more detestable than that of the robber. "If it does not belong to me, does it belong to you?" The woman, in a fit of exasperation, bellowed, revealed the contents within. Lin Mo, steadfastly holding the bag, remained unmoved. "The phone," he replied, "can only be unlocked by my fingerprint." The woman, growing increasingly impatient, retorted, "What else?" Lin Mo continued to press for answers. There was nothing left. The woman's expression suddenly became peculiar. "This does not prove anything. I could easily place a phone inside." Lin Mo deliberately shook his head, unwilling to let the matter rest. The woman's face flushed with anger, her body trembling. "Is this box of popping candy yours? There is also jelly. And half a box of Durex. Furthermore." Lin Mo opened the bag, feigning a look of surprise. As soon as the words escaped his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The young man almost immediately grasped the situation. Only Jiang Wanli, with a bewildered expression, approached Lin Mo and whispered, "What is popping candy?" "Do not inquire, my dear child." Lin Mo replied, momentarily taken aback, but he merely smiled and deftly sidestepped the topic. Jiang Wanli was as innocent as a blank canvas, unprepared to absorb such knowledge. Before long, the police arrived. Officer Chun. Upon seeing the man leading the group, Lin Mo could not help but feel a tinge of surprise. "Lin Mo, once again you find yourself in the role of a valiant hero." The middle-aged officer, who was none other than Chun Guorong, the captain of the municipal criminal police team, burst into laughter. Lin Mo had previously acted heroically, establishing a rapport with him. Despite his youth, Lin Mo's audacity in confronting criminals earned him Chun Guorong's high regard. Moreover, there were unexpected rewards. Lin Mo pointed toward the woman and handed the bag to Chun Guorong. According to the records in the system, the woman was not only involved in illicit activities, but was also part of a gang specializing in scams. The prolonged use of violent methods had drastically altered her temperament. Lin Mo had unearthed some incriminating video evidence from the past and anonymously forwarded it to Chun Guorong. Once the police took over, they swiftly apprehended the individuals involved. Parting ways with Chun Guorong, Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli proceeded to a late-night snack stall by the river. The two engaged in lively conversation, as if there were endless topics to discuss. The entire riverside was lined with stalls, among which one was particularly bustling with business. Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli came to a halt at this very stall. "Oh, Lin Mo, have you found a new girlfriend?" The proprietress, upon seeing Lin Mo with Jiang Wanli, greeted them with a cheerful remark. Chapter 7. The appearance of the mother-in-law. The proprietress simply found Jiang Wanli to be youthful, strikingly beautiful, and possessing an exceptional aura, which prompted her spontaneous remarks. However, she was unaware that her words thrust Lin Mo into an awkward predicament. "Do you have many girlfriends?" Jiang Wanli inquired, her charming smile lighting up her face as she tilted her head to gaze at Lin Mo. For reasons unknown, a hint of displeasure stirred within her. Was it not an insult to imply that a romantic playboy still needed to resort to blind dates? "And Jiang, what do you mean by many?" "Please do not say such things," Lin Mo stammered, his eyes twitching slightly as he flustered in his attempts to clarify. Indeed, he had brought several girls here for late-night snacks during his university years, yet the only one who could truly be deemed a girlfriend was Tang Lu, with whom he had amicably parted ways a few months prior. Haha, you know how my mouth is. Don't take it to heart. Come, have a seat. I'll help you grill first, and Zhang waved her hand, realizing her blunder. Observing Lin Mo's frantic explanations, Jiang Wanli found it amusing. Soon, they settled at a spot by the river. You looked quite dashing when you subdued that robber earlier, Jiang Wanli remarked. The gentle river breeze tousled her lustrous black hair as she suddenly beamed, her bright eyes fixated on Lin Mo. She delighted in tales of innocent heroes, captivated by their fantastical hues. Yet, she was acutely aware that movies are artistic embellishments, while reality necessitates vigilance. If the assailant had a knife, I likely wouldn't have intervened. My mother is my only child, Lin Mo replied, raising his hands in a gesture of honesty. Indeed, safety comes first, Jiang Wanli nodded in understanding. She cherished her dreams, but remained grounded in reality. Aunt Zhang, true to her word, promptly grilled their food. Despite being a late-night stall, the ingredients were remarkably fresh, and the secret recipe rendered the flavors unparalleled. Throughout his university years, Lin Mo frequented this place, drawn by its irreplaceable taste. The two indulged heartily, devouring a considerable feast. Ah, I am so full, Jiang Wanli said cutely, patting her little belly, vowing she had never tasted barbecue this delectable. Before university, she had scarcely had the opportunity to enjoy such fried delicacies, and the night market adjacent to the university town offered only mediocre fare. Ding! Jiang Wanli's trust level towards you has increased to 56. The system's notification caused Lin Mo's lips to curl into a smile. Let us go? I'll take you home, he said after settling the bill, his tone warm. Jiang Wanli, with a contented expression, nodded vigorously. By the way, I still don't know where you live, Lin Mo suddenly asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Although the system had recorded every detail of Jiang Wanli's past, the sheer volume of information necessitated time for sifting and selection. Moreover, discovering it directly would seem rather peculiar. Just take me to Guining University, Jiang Wanli replied after a moment's consideration, a hint of guilt coloring her words. Originally, she had planned to meet her close friend, yet fatefully ended up on a blind date. Furthermore, since it was Friday, a holiday, she was supposed to return home. But she had fabricated a story about visiting a classmate. Returning home so late would be difficult to explain. Lin Mo did not ponder much, for it is a common notion for university students to reside on campus. He hailed a taxi by the roadside, intending to escort the young woman back to her school, Guining University. At the entrance, she waved goodbye. See you. After disembarking, Jiang Wanli gestured to Lin Mo. He smiled and waved back, urging her to hurry inside. As he watched her retreating figure, a sense of reluctance enveloped his heart. Suddenly, an alert chimed. His phone screen illuminated with a new message. I had a wonderful day, sent by Jiang Wanli, accompanied by an adorable cat emoji. The two shared a delightful rapport, naturally leading them to add each other as friends for future correspondence. Me too, Lin Mo replied. Good night then. Good night. Lin Mo set his phone down, unable to suppress the smile spreading across his face. He then took a taxi back to his rented apartment. The following day, which was supposed to be a restful Saturday, he was abruptly awakened by a phone call from Shen Qinghua. Initially, Lin Mo felt irked, suspecting it was merely an act of vengeance from her. However, upon learning that he was assigned a highly significant client exclusively, his spirits soared. Shen Qinghua was intentionally fostering a connection, providing him with an opportunity for advancement. After preparing himself, Lin Mo ventured to the city center to meet the client deemed most important by Shen Qinghua. In a charming CAF, within a private room, he introduced himself. Hello, I am Lin Mo, the creative director of Tianhing Company. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes, not solely due to his inaugural role as a creative director or the singular client meeting, but because the enchanting woman before him felt like a dream. She was a regal beauty, her countenance radiant as spring, with elegantly arched eyebrows reminiscent of distant mountains. Beneath an exquisitely tailored half-length dress, her fair and delicate legs were a sight to behold. Her graceful figure exuded an intoxicating charm. If one were to encapsulate the essence of this captivating woman in a single phrase, it would undoubtedly be a beauty of unparalleled grace. Hello. You may call me Song Shi, she smiled gently, gesturing for Lin Mo to take a seat. Despite his youth, Lin Mo held the esteemed title of creative director at Tianhin Company, suggesting there lay extraordinary qualities within him. He felt a tinge of reserve as he settled into the chair opposite her. She summoned a server to bring Lin Mo a cup of coffee. Once he regained his composure, he cautiously utilized the system to scan her details. Name: Songshi, age 36 years, trust level 50, identity chairman of Xiyu Jewelry, major shareholder of Xingyue Securities, CEO of Chuangxiang Technology, personal privacy, experiences a dispassionate marriage, holds a strong aversion to commercial unions, current intent to collaborate with Tianhin Company in launching a new product. Upon reviewing Songshi's basic information, Lin Mo was left astounded. He had initially believed Shen Qinghua was the epitome of affluence, only to discover that this woman was the true magnate. Those companies were renowned throughout Guining City, with she either being a CEO or a shareholder chairman. Each of her identities represented a realm unattainable for ordinary individuals. The only regret is that this woman is already married. Moreover, were it not for the information provided by the system, Lin Mo might have believed that she was merely 26 years old. However, compared to a woman of that age, she exudes a certain mature charm, akin to a fine aged wine, becoming increasingly fragrant and enchanting with the passage of time. Let us begin. She set her coffee aside and delved into the subject at hand. Tianhin Company is a renowned planning firm with a diverse array of services, encompassing advertising, marketing, and strategic directives. Lin Mo nodded, his focus sharpening. Securing this major client and fostering a long-term partnership would undoubtedly lead to future promotions and salary increases. Thanks to the assistance of the system, Lin Mo was acutely aware of Songshi's needs and, understanding her philosophy towards the product, was able to offer well-timed suggestions. Ultimately, this meeting left Songshi with a newfound admiration for Lin Mo. Despite his youth, his wealth of experience made it impossible for her to find any fault. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Songshi gracefully rose, extending her fair hand. Lin Mo, observing this, smiled and reciprocated the handshake. The soft touch left him somewhat entranced. Nonetheless, in order to maintain a favorable impression, he remained gentlemanly and kept it brief. Even after leaving the CAF and parting ways, Lin Mo found himself unable to extricate his thoughts from the captivating allure of Songshi. Just then, the phone rang. "Let's grab a drink tonight." On the other end, his close friend Zhang Yang spoke succinctly. "Are there any girls?" Lin Mo instinctively inquired. Chapter 8. Zhang Wanli's twin sister. When did we ever establish a gathering for the monks' table? Zhang Yang confidently proclaimed. From their student days to post-graduation, there had never been a drinking session without the presence of women. Lin Mo, after acknowledging the call, hung up. Ever since encountering Zhang Wanli, his zeal for flirting had noticeably waned. Perhaps the saying, "once you've seen the ocean, mere water holds little allure," encapsulates his sentiment. Nonetheless, he had concluded, through repeated experiences, that drinking without female company rendered the occasion rather dull. After finalizing a business negotiation with Songshi, Lin Mo dialed a call to report to Shen Qinghua. Ascending the corporate ladder necessitated the favor of this paramount figure, the president's wife. In the afternoon, Lin Mo received a call from his mother, questioning his absence from a matchmaking event. Reluctantly, he explained that he had encountered a more suitable girl. Eventually, he managed to allay his mother's concerns. By evening, he hailed a cab to attend the drinking gathering. Ding! Suddenly, Lin Mo's phone buzzed with a message. It was from Zhang Wanli. "Oh my gosh, I'm so furious." Lin Mo, a bit puzzled, quickly replied, "What happened?" Since their introduction the previous day, their conversation had been incessant, covering an array of topics. They even shared stories of childhood mishaps, unreservedly revealing intimate details. "My sister ran away from home just because my mother scolded her a bit," Zhang Wanli responded promptly, accompanied by an exasperated emoji. "You have a sister?" Lin Mo expressed his surprise. With Zhang Wanli's ethereal beauty, it was reasonable to assume her sister would not be lacking in charm either. He wondered whether her striking features were inherited from their father or mother. "Yes, we are twins," Zhang Wanli replied with a pouting emoji. Despite being of the same age, she never had a rebellious phase, while her sister behaved like an eternally immature child. Lin Mo chuckled, finding the notion of twin sisters rather amusing. "Don't worry, she's not a child anymore. She is probably just looking for an excuse to have some fun," he comforted her, unsure how to continue the conversation. In this age of information, running away from home seemed almost laughable. As Lin Mo conversed with Zhang Wanli, he soon arrived at his destination. Exiting the cab, he approached a bustling restaurant. Following Zhang Yang's instructions, he located the private room. 3 minutes late? As per usual, 3 shots as a penalty. Upon seeing Lin Mo, a burly man promptly slid a glass of liquor toward him. This amiable figure, with an endearing demeanor, was Zhang Yang, his childhood companion, closer than a blood brother. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Another handsome man said, carefully placing half a bottle of liquor on the table. Su Wenjun, equally a longtime comrade, had been by his side for over a decade. Inside the private room, it was just the 3 of them. Where are the ladies? Lin Mo asked, eyeing the liquor before him with a smirk. Next round, we'll see them at the bar, Su Wenjun signaled, indicating his readiness. Over the years, he had nearly reached a remarkable milestone in his escapades. Lin Mo took a seat, his curiosity piqued as he accessed the privacy system. Name, Zhang Yang. Age, 25, trust level, 90, personal privacy. His ex-girlfriend has found herself a wealthy heir, and he is determined to prove himself. Name, Su Wenjun. Age, 24, trust level, 90, personal privacy, in pursuit of numerous conquests, yet remains entangled with his first love, enduring a cycle of breakups and reconciliations. Upon witnessing such a high trust level, Lin Mo felt a flicker of emotion. Even brothers may not share such a bond. Trust level exceeding 70 allows for a lottery draw. The system's prompt appeared abruptly. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He was well aware that surpassing a trust level of 70 would stabilize things and permit a lottery draw. With a trust level of 90, it was hardly a concern. Draw without hesitation, Lin Mo opted for the lottery. Congratulations, you have obtained C-level combat skills. Almost instantaneously, he sensed a transformation within his limbs and body. Every cell seemed to exult in jubilation. In mere moments, Lin Mo felt himself grow stronger. Techniques he had never practiced before etched themselves into his mind, igniting an impulse to engage in combat. In this lawful society, losing a fight leads to a hospital visit, while winning incurs monetary compensation. In light of this, Lin Mo prioritized self-preservation, preferring to avoid the hospital at all costs. Continue drawing. With another opportunity at hand, Lin Mo did not waver. Congratulations. You have obtained C-level medical skills. Simultaneously, a plethora of remedies flooded his mind. Transitioning from a mere novice to someone capable of alleviating ailments was an adjustment, yet a welcome one. Thanks to the system's guidance, Lin Mo grasped the distinctions among skill levels. In simple terms, C-level represents an amateur elite. Ordinary individuals are classified as D, with C ranking beneath professional standards, serving as the ceiling for amateurs. The same applies to combat skills at C-level. One could easily handle a few petty thugs without difficulty. Advancing further leads to B-level, indicating professional capability, and then to A-level, representing the pinnacle of global standards. One can only elevate their rank by drawing the same skill in future lotteries. Let us celebrate. With 2 new skills acquired, Lin Mo's spirits soared. However, this gesture was met with disdain from Zhang Yang and Su Wenjun. The 3 drinks were a delayed punishment rather than a celebratory toast. As longtime friends, their meal was filled with merriment. They did not depart for their next destination until 9:30 in the evening. Venus Bar, the most renowned bar in Guiyang City. Without exception, its extravagant size and luxurious decor, situated in the bustling heart of the city, often hosts performances by popular celebrities. Who is footing the bill? Lin Mo inquired quietly at the entrance, feeling somewhat daunted by the opulence. Even the staff exuded an air of sophistication, indicating that this establishment was beyond the reach of ordinary patrons. Rest assured, Zhang Yang has labored tirelessly over the years and has finally inherited the family business. Now, calling him Director Zhang is well within reason, Su Wenjun jested. The familial backgrounds of the 3 individuals reveal that only Zhang Yang's parents are engaged in business. Over the years, they have thrived, amassing a considerable fortune, while Lin Mo and Su Wenjun still endure the hardships of their jobs. Zhang Yang has already taken over the family enterprise, seamlessly inheriting his parents' legacy. Good heavens! Lin Mo exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Once I stabilize my situation, you all must assist me. Zhang Yang, shedding his previous nonchalance, responded earnestly, true friends ought to support one another and earn wealth together. Let us not entertain that notion. Lin Mo countered with a shake of his head. What is that saying? Never engage in business with friends. Su Wenjun nodded in agreement, affirming, the principles of friendship often stand in stark contrast to the pursuit of profit. To preserve this camaraderie, it is prudent for each of us to pursue our own paths. Very well, may we all lead vibrant lives. Zhang Yang replied with a carefree smile, not pressing the matter further. The reason the trio harmonizes so well lies in their shared values and aligned thoughts, which is of utmost significance. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. A group of individuals strode in, with a fashionable young man at the forefront, surrounded by admirers like stars encircling the moon. The spectacle was rather extravagant. Observing this, the staff at the entrance immediately greeted them with warm smiles. "Who is that?" Su Wenjun asked casually. "You don't recognize the young heir?" Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow. His tone tinged with complexity. Chapter 9. Jiang Yuan Prince? Is my Qing dynasty not already perished? Lin Mo jested with a smile. What era are we in to still speak of princes? Xin Ming, the only son of the illustrious CEO of Brilliant Entertainment, whose stars dominate half of the entertainment industry. Zhang Yang, having engaged with wealthy individuals through business, understood this realm even better than Lin Mo. Brilliant Entertainment is not only the most renowned entertainment company in Guining City, but also ranks among the top in the nation. Half of the popular celebrities belong to this company. As the young master of Brilliant Entertainment, referring to him as a prince is hardly an exaggeration. Lin Mo chuckled softly. The entertainment industry is a vast melting pot where no one can remain untainted. Zhang Yang and the others also wore grins akin to that of beasts, choosing to remain silent. They then entered the bar, which resembled a luxurious exhibition hall rather than a typical bar, in the vibrant atmosphere filled with youthful beauties. The combination of alcohol and allure constituted the essence of its high expenditure. Your date isn't one of the staff here, is she? Lin Mo remarked, somewhat taken aback by the presence of several attractive young women at their reserved table. Engaging the services of hired companions had always struck him as rather tasteless. In Lin Mo's view, the satisfaction of connecting with women stemmed solely from genuine attraction, not from financial coercion to feigned smiles. Don't be absurd. They are all students from prestigious universities. Su Wenjun retorted defiantly. Like Lin Mo, he relished the process of wooing women and looked down upon those who paid for companionship. That's more like it. Lin Mo nodded, smiling as he approached. The young women were indeed charming, yet he instinctively compared them to Jiang Wan, which dampened his enthusiasm. Once you've seen the ocean, mere water pales in comparison. Apart from the mystical peaks, clouds are but shadows. Your friends are quite handsome. A young woman in a strapless dress winked at Su Wenjun, giggling playfully. To be fair, the trio of Lin Mo could be considered handsome. They possessed both physique and looks. Coupled with Su Wenjun's prowess in attracting women, each social gathering introduced a variety of high-quality companions. Indeed, Su Wenjun declared, effortlessly opening a beer with a single hand. Let's drink. Cheers. Using alcohol as an icebreaker was the simplest approach. Under the influence of spirits, they quickly grew closer. And as long as mutual consent existed, there was nothing amiss. Time passed, each moment ticking away. Guess what I just saw? Su Wenjun exclaimed, returning from the restroom. His face alight with excitement. Did you see a ghost? Zhang Yang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance his way. In a bar, what else could excite them besides beautiful women? Look, Su Wenjun, uninterested in elaborating, pointed towards the central circular bar. There, under the kaleidoscope of lights, sat a captivating young girl. The girl sat sideways, revealing half of her exquisite cheek, her elongated figure and alluring curves accentuated by the seductive denim shorts that showcased her long legs. As white and flawless as sheep's fat jade, rendering her a veritable work of art. A mere glance was enough to captivate Lin Mo and his companions, their gazes riveted. In this bar, teeming with beautiful women, this girl, while undeniably sensual, possessed an ethereal aura that seemed out of place, exuding a solitary, majestic beauty. Indeed, she was a vision of grace and charm. Zhang Yang smacked his lips in approval, aligning with Su Wenjun's taste. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Yet he felt an inkling of familiarity with the girl. After all, only her profile was visible, and the flickering lights obscured her features. But wait. Shying away from an approach was not in your nature. Zhang Yang cast a skeptical glance at Su Wenjun. Given this fellow's notorious flirtatious demeanor, he would typically engage with any beauty he encountered. Hey, she told me to get lost. Su Wenjun chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The moment he laid eyes on her, he had made an attempt to strike up a conversation, only to be met with a singular, dismissive retort. She was indeed aloof, exceedingly so. Lin Mo and Zhang Yang exchanged incredulous looks. It was hard to fathom. Su Wenjun was the quintessential handsome man, known for his witty icebreakers, and in a bar setting, even a celebrity would hardly respond with such disdain. It was only natural for someone of her stunning caliber to maintain a certain level of detachment. Zhang Yang quickly sought to ease the situation, abandoning his own intention to approach her. In the past, among the trio, the one who first set his sights on a girl would make the move, and if unsuccessful, the other two would follow suit. Lin Mo, however, remained silent, instead retrieving information about the girl. In the realm of privacy systems, no detail could remain concealed. Name, Jiang Yuan. Age, 18 years. Trust level 0. Personal privacy. Ran away from home after an argument with her mother. Current state, distressed, cursing anyone who attempts to engage. Lin Mo's expression turned slightly peculiar. It was as if fate had conspired to bring Jiang Yuan to this very spot. Earlier that afternoon, Jiang Wanli had confided in him, lamenting about her twin sister's departure from home. Little did he expect to encounter her here. No wonder her profile felt familiar. The resemblance between the two sisters was striking. Lin Mo took out his phone and snapped a picture of Jiang Yuan, sending it to Jiang Wanli, not for any other reason than to assure her of her sister's safety. Indeed, Jiang Wanli quickly replied, her concern for her sister's well-being evident, requesting Lin Mo to keep an eye on her. Naturally, Lin Mo felt obliged to help, as long as he regarded Jiang Yuan as a potential future sister-in-law. He bore the responsibility to look out for her. It was worrisome for a beautiful girl to venture alone into a bar. Lin Mo, why don't you give it a try? Su Wenjun, noticing Lin Mo taking a picture of Jiang Yuan, urged with a smile. He couldn't bear to be the only one facing rejection. Lin Mo chuckled, uncertain of how to respond. Was it appropriate to pursue a future sister-in-law? Just then, the young master Xinming also spotted the solitary Jiang Yuan, and Zhang Yang and the others witnessed the scene unfold. Damn, they exclaimed in unison. In their view, the reason why such high-quality women are discerning is not because they are selecting handsome men, but rather waiting for wealthy suitors. With Xinming's status and identity, even female celebrities can be easily toyed with. Now, they could only watch helplessly. Hello, could you? However, Xinming's pretense of refined elegance was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Yuan, who exclaimed, "Get lost." The same single word, indifferent to the recipient. She was in a foul mood after a quarrel with her mother, which led her to the bar alone. Moreover, Jiang Yuan had never drunk alcohol before. She merely ordered a cocktail, hoping to summon the courage to try something new. To any man who approached her, she coldly dismissed them with the same command. Xinming's expression instantly darkened. Even Zhang Yang and Su Wenjun exchanged glances, recognizing that this girl truly possessed a distinct personality. Could it be that she was employing a strategy of feigned indifference towards this young heir, seeking to stand out and showcase her uniqueness? Just then, Zhang Yang noticed that Lin Mo, who had been by his side, had disappeared. Chapter 10. The Scholar Hero Saves the Beauty? You seem to be in a bad mood. Rejected by Jiang Yuan, Xinming was unable to maintain his composure and could not express his anger. In this affluent city, Jiang Yuan was the first woman to directly refuse him. Much like the domineering protagonists in television dramas, this only served to pique his interest further. What does it matter to you? Jiang Yuan did not even glance at Xinming, instead focusing on her cocktail. A hint of bitterness crossed her delicate face. You foolish girl, do you know who Shen Gongzi is? One of his lackeys hurriedly stepped forward to salvage Xinming's dignity. As the heir of a prominent entertainment empire, numerous starlets flocked to him. Yet despite Jiang Yuan's captivating beauty, her temper was quite unpleasant. I'm not interested. Jiang Yuan remained aloof, as she was merely drowning her sorrows in alcohol. These lecherous men were hardly worth her attention. Xinming's smile gradually faded. A woman who so blatantly disregarded him was infuriating. As the saying goes, if you do not accept the toast, you must endure a penalty drink. He resolved to forcibly take Jiang Yuan away. Xinming rarely resorted to such measures, not due to inability, but rather because he seldom found the need. Wealth and connections afforded him the freedom to act as he pleased. This girl has had too much to drink. Let's arrange for her to rest. Xinming gestured to his subordinate, intending to use force. Afterwards, a mere monetary settlement would suffice to smooth things over. What do you intend to do? Jiang Yuan finally sensed something amiss and immediately rebuked him. What was presented as an invitation to rest was, in reality, akin to abduction. Despite her assertive demeanor, she was merely a delicate girl, and encountering such a situation for the first time left her somewhat bewildered. At that moment, a figure suddenly blocked Jiang Yuan's path. It was Lin Mo. He felt compelled to intervene for the sake of his future sister-in-law, even if the other party was the so-called heir of a prestigious entertainment empire. My girlfriend has had too much to drink, so there's no need for your assistance. Lin Mo simply smiled as he positioned himself before Xinming. fully aware that it would be unwise to confront such a powerful second-generation heir. His immediate priority was to ensure Jiang Yuan's safety. Learning to be a hero saving the beauty, is it? Shen Ming scoffed, showing no respect for Lin Mo. The two men clearly did not recognize each other. And Jiang Yuan looked utterly confused, assuming Lin Mo was merely an actor hired by Shen Ming. In any case, leaving with anyone out of the public was a perilous endeavor. Lin Mo understood Jiang Yuan's skepticism, so he produced his phone to show their chat history. With the connection to Jiang Wanli, the situation became much simpler. Upon seeing her sister's social media account and today's chat records, Jiang Yuan finally believed that Lin Mo had come to her aid. Did you hear that? My boyfriend has arrived. Jiang Yuan moved closer to Lin Mo, linking her arm with his. She could see that although Shen Ming behaved tyrannically, he still required a fade of justification. With her boyfriend present, it would be far too brazen for Shen Ming to forcibly take her away. Do you think I am a fool? Shen Ming's expression darkened as he spoke each word with deliberate emphasis. He was not blind, so it was obvious that Lin Mo and Jiang Yuan were not acquainted. At least not in a romantic sense. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, taken aback that this wealthy heir was not easily fooled. If a conflict truly arose, it would be difficult to resolve. Jiang Yuan, on the other hand, was surprised by Shen Ming's tenacity. In a fit of anger, she stood on her tiptoes and placed a kiss on Lin Mo's cheek. The entire gesture was somewhat awkward, yet it seemed to convey everything. With their intimate arm linking and a kiss, even if they were not a couple, it would certainly dissuade Shen Ming. You. Shen Ming trembled with rage. Jiang Yuan's impulsive act made him appear utterly powerless. She would rather kiss a stranger than accept his invitation. At that moment, the thread of reason in his mind snapped entirely. Lin Mo also did not anticipate Jiang Yuan's boldness. However, this kiss imbued him with newfound courage. No matter who opposed him today, he would protect this young lady. Shen Ming raised his hand and quickly clapped, summoning a dozen of his subordinates in no time. The Venus Bar had shares belonging to the Shen family. If it came to blows, the security here would undoubtedly assist Shen Ming. Sensing the escalating tension, Zhang Yang and Su Wenjun hurried to Lin Mo's side. They had never shied away from a fight since childhood. Distracted by her displeasure, Jiang Yuan failed to recognize that Su Wenjun was one of the boys who had previously approached her. Realizing that a brawl might ensue, Lin Mo's first instinct was to gather Shen Ming's dark history as leverage. Therefore, he pulled up the information on his opponent. Name, Shen Ming. Age, 25. Trust level, 0. Personal privacy. Has a penchant for younger stepmothers. Dark history. Substance abuse. Maiming employees. Drugging female celebrities. Current intention, under the influence. He seeks to punish Lin Mo and abduct Jiang Yuan. After perusing Shen Ming's dark history, Lin Mo felt a surge of confidence. Regardless of whether he could topple this wealthy heir, at the very least, he could ensure that Shen Ming would pay a hefty price. As both parties stood on the brink of confrontation, the bar's security quickly intervened. Given the high-profile clientele, safety concerns were paramount. Any disturbances would tarnish the bar's reputation. Please refrain from causing a ruckus here. The bar manager strode forward. However, upon seeing Shen Ming, his demeanor changed instantly. Ah, it is young Master Shen. The Venus Bar was significantly invested in the entertainment industry, and Shen Ming's presence made it feel as if he were in his own domain. The security personnel, who had initially aimed to quell the situation, now aligned themselves with Shen Ming. It was Lin Mo who was disrupting the order. Shen Ming lit a cigarette and began to twist the narrative. He had set his sights on the girl first, only for Lin Mo to intrude, thus violating the unspoken rules of the nightlife. His posture indicated that he was not going to back down easily. The manager assessed Lin Mo, noticing he was flanked by only 2 or 3 companions, clearly at a disadvantage. Thus, he sagely remarked, Venus must ensure the safety of every guest. If there are grievances, please resolve them elsewhere. The essence of these words was to suggest that Shen Ming should seek another venue to exert his bullying. After all, a brawl in this establishment would inflict a profoundly detrimental impact on the bar's reputation. Your eloquence is truly remarkable. Sensing the underlying irresponsibility in the manager's words, Lin Mo could not help but feel a surge of unbridled anger. Seizing the moment, he extracted the manager's information. Name, Sun Biao. Age, 33. Trust level, 0. Criminal history. Drugging female employees. Repeatedly taking advantage of intoxicated women. Providing illicit services to select clients. Current intent. Seeking to curry favor with Shen Ming. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo revealed a smirk. The more one hides in darkness, the deeper the shadows grow. Lin Mo did not subscribe to the foolish notion of a gentleman avenges a decade later. He believed in settling scores promptly. He anonymously sent the incriminating video of Sun Biao to Chen Guorong. With concrete evidence in hand, the police would swiftly apprehend him. By that time, Sun Biao would likely be utterly bewildered upon his arrest. Let us depart. Lin Mo disregarded Shen Ming and the others, turning instead to Zhang Yang and his companion. This remark was directed towards Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan nodded her small head, yet before she could speak, Shen Ming's voice interjected. You shall not go anywhere tonight. Chapter 11. Do you think this is a movie? As those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the venue instantly grew tense. Zhang Yang and his companions were utterly unprepared for Shen Ming's overwhelming assertiveness. Lin Mo's heroic act of saving the damsel had infuriated this notorious scion of wealth. While he had never shied away from a fight, offending the heir of the illustrious Huiguang Entertainment in Gue City would undoubtedly complicate their lives ahead. Not only would they face professional and personal setbacks, but they would also be subjected to various forms of retaliation. In short, this was undeniably a dark hour. Do you think this is a movie? Lin Mo shot a cold glance at Shen Ming before taking Jiang Yuan's hand and turning to leave. Perhaps reality was far more ruthless, but armed with his privacy system, he refused to sit idly by. Unless Shen Ming could utterly annihilate him, his counterattack would surely make this fool regret his actions for a lifetime. Zhang Yang and Su Wenjun followed suit, hastily departing as well. Young Master Shen, the surveillance in the parking lot can be disabled at any time, Sun Biao chimed in with a mischievous grin. Though they operated outside the law, they understood the importance of leaving no incriminating evidence. Openly causing injury or disability could lead to serious consequences. Just 10 minutes, Shen Ming remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Sun Biao, admiring his cleverness. With that, he and his entourage exited the bar. Those eager to witness the spectacle suppressed their curiosity, refraining from following. In situations like this, it was best to maintain a safe distance. Outside the bar, in the parking lot. Let me drive you home, Lin Mo said, gazing at the alluring yet innocent Jiang Yuan with affectionate eyes. Despite being twin sisters, she and Jiang Wan possessed entirely distinct charms and beauty. At the very least, he could easily tell them apart. Hurry and leave. I fear that man may act recklessly, Jiang Yuan said, glancing anxiously towards the bar, where Shen Ming's fury was palpable. She felt a twinge of guilt for causing Lin Mo to offend such a character. In a society governed by law, there is no need to worry. Lin Mo reassured her with a smile, unconvinced that Shen Ming would act foolishly in public. His only concern was the potential for retaliation afterward, which he did not take to heart. What era are we in? To still dare to inflict harm maliciously? One must have a few screws loose. Suddenly, Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. In his line of sight, a group of 10 or more ruffians approached with hostile expressions. These individuals had come alongside Shen Ming. They truly are lawless, Su Wenjun remarked, his demeanor grave. The splendid mood of the evening had been entirely ruined by Shen Ming. Step aside and call the police immediately, Lin Mo instructed, pulling Jiang Yuan behind him with a serious expression. Sometimes, trouble knocks at your door, and the more you wish to evade it, the more passive you become. They were no strangers to brawling against overwhelming odds. These petty thugs, drained by indulgence, would resort to numbers in an actual fight. They might not fare well. Jiang Yuan, however, was decisive. Unlike scenes from films where the heroine weeps and hesitates, she swiftly pulled out her phone to call the authorities. Kid, in Gue City, I could easily arrange for you to have a leg broken with just a few coins. Shen Ming slowly approached from the back door. A sinister smile plastered across his face. Over the years, few dared to offend him. The events of this evening involving Lin Mo and Jiang Yuan were the greatest humiliation he had ever faced. Lin Mo remained silent, fully aware of the dark underbelly of society. Wealth and power indeed made one formidable. However, he would not remain passive. A reward of 100,000 yuan would be given to anyone who could break this brat's leg. Shen Ming took a drag from his cigarette and exhaled a ring of smoke. Inflicting harm on others was a commonplace affair for him. After all, his family was wealthy. And if worse came to worst, his subordinates would take the fall. Even if he were imprisoned for a few years, he would emerge with a handsome reward. Far easier than making a living through honest work. Given Shen Ming's family background, such matters could usually be settled privately, reduced to merely negotiating the amount of compensation. Upon hearing Shen Ming's words, his gang of underlings buzzed with eager anticipation. The usual protocol dictated that he would take the lead. Zhang Yang stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Among the three, he was the strongest. In previous brawls, he had always led the charge. I've been training a bit recently. Let me handle this. Lin Mo shook his head, halting Zhang Yang. The system's reward of C-grade combat skills had enhanced his practical capabilities significantly. Even before the fight began, he felt as if he were in his element, almost overcome by a violent impulse. Su Wenjun remained silent, gripping a set of keys tightly, allowing the sharp end to protrude between his fingers. One punch would surely cause a gruesome injury. I've already called the police. You all need to stop. Jiang Yuan shouted, brandishing her phone. Lin Mo and his companions would undoubtedly suffer greatly against a dozen opponents. In 10 minutes, the surveillance here would be disabled, and they could settle their scores. Shinming discarded his cigarette and issued a command. The surveillance would indeed be turned off in 10 minutes, and then it would be a free-for-all. Right and wrong would be irrelevant. Shinming mentioned the absence of monitoring to encourage his underlings to act recklessly, ensuring Lin Mo would be incapacitated. A dozen thugs shouted as they charged forward. They had often engaged in such acts of overwhelming the few with sheer numbers under Shinming's command. Lin Mo clenched the keys tightly, allowing the metal end to peek through his fingers. If they intended to incapacitate him, it would be a contest of ruthlessness. Rather than suffer defeat and end up in the hospital, Lin Mo preferred to win, even at a cost. With a swift motion, Lin Mo surged forward, the key slicing through the chest of a blonde thug. Blood instantly soaked through his t-shirt. This ferocity sent a wave of fear through those thugs who were accustomed only to easy victories. Typically, they relied on their numbers, taking advantage of opponents who would not fight back, leading them to a misguided sense of invincibility. Faced with a formidable adversary, however, they were left utterly bewildered. Observing that his fierce demeanor had intimidated the crowd, Lin Mo shifted to using his fists and feet, quickly toppling two more slender youths. His true target was Shinming at the back of the throng. Stop him. Shinming's eyelids twitched, his composure faltering. Lin Mo's eyes glowed with fury, akin to a raging beast. In recent years, those who have been tormented by him can only perceive weakness and compromise. Only a few with true grit ultimately yield in the face of power. A madman like Lin Mo is virtually unheard of. Fearing the metallic key in Lin Mo's possession, his underlings dared not approach recklessly. Shinming was utterly flustered, instinctively swinging his fist to strike Lin Mo, only to have the latter effortlessly evade the blow. With a resounding thud, Lin Mo did not utilize the key but instead delivered a powerful knee strike to Shinming's abdomen. The force was so intense that this privileged heir doubled over like a shrimp. Having indulged in alcohol earlier, Shinming's eyes widened in shock as his insides churned, and he immediately knelt on the ground, retching violently. This experience of being struck was a first in his life. Beyond the physical agony, an unprecedented sense of humiliation rendered Shinming completely irrational. Whoever dares to harm me, I will offer 1 million. He bellowed, in a state of frenzy. Chapter 12. Take me home. A generous reward will surely summon brave souls. Upon hearing Shinming's offer of 1 million, the younger brothers went into a frenzy. Years of laborious work, devoid of indulgence, may not yield such an immense sum. Yet now, it seemed that all one needed to do was to decisively incapacitate Lin Mo. Almost simultaneously, a dozen individuals charged toward Lin Mo. Zhang Yang and Su Wenjun swiftly pursued, determined not to let their comrades suffer. Lin Mo understood that if he did not act resolutely, he would be mercilessly devoured. Grasping a key, he lunged fiercely at the approaching youth. The sickening sound of metal piercing flesh sent shivers down the spine. The individual immediately let out a heart-rending scream of agony. Zhang Yang and Su Wenjun showed no mercy either. Armed with their keys and fierce determination, they managed to subdue the throng, leaving them wailing in despair. Ultimately, it was the bar's security that rushed in to halt the chaos. As Jiang Yuan reported the incident to the police, Lin Mo and his companions had no choice but to exit the scene prematurely. After all, entering the police station would likely result in charges of gang fighting. Meanwhile, Shinming's group, fully aware of their culpability, chose to avoid legal repercussions. Outside the bar, at a certain intersection, Lin Mo released Jiang Yuan's wrist and glanced at Zhang Yang and Su Wenjun. Throughout their lives, they had engaged in numerous brawls, yet few had escalated to such severity. Generally, after the emotional release of a skirmish, matters would settle. However, this time, having crossed paths with the so-called princeling Shinming, their future days would likely be fraught with challenges, living under the constant threat of retaliation. Superficial injuries, Zhang Yang grinned, dismissively waving his hand. Those ruffians, drained by indulgence, were nothing but a disorganized mob. Su Wenjun shook his head, indicating that he had only absorbed a few punches during the melee, and the situation was not dire. I suggest we head to the hospital, Jiang Yuan insisted, her brow furrowed. The earlier chaos had left uncertainty about any internal injuries they might have sustained. There's no need. A bit of ointment at home will suffice, Zhang Yang replied, examining himself and shaking his head. Going to the hospital now would only increase the likelihood of being apprehended. Then we shall return home. If anything arises, just call. By the way, you, lovely lady, are in my charge to be escorted home, Su Wenjun said, hailing a taxi and climbing in with Zhang Yang. As for Jiang Yuan, she was entrusted to Lin Mo, who could see that this beautiful girl only placed her trust in him. Where do you live? Let me take you home, Lin Mo gently suggested. Noticing Jiang Yuan standing obediently beside him, the conflict of the evening had stemmed from this very girl. Yet, he bore no regrets. Ultimately, it was Shun Ming's arrogance that had provoked the situation. Furthermore, if Lin Mo treated Jiang Wanli as a life goal, then Jiang Yuan would be his future sister-in-law. As a man, he could not shy away from such circumstances. I don't want to go home, Jiang Yuan replied, her big eyes blinking innocently as she tugged at Lin Mo's shirt. After a quarrel with her mother, she had run away from home. Returning this evening would be far too humiliating. On a late evening, where could a young girl go if she doesn't return home? The thought of encountering Shen Ming again was simply unbearable. Lin Mo expressed his helplessness, having promised Jiang Wanli to take good care of her sister. He felt compelled to uphold his word. Take me to your house, Jiang Yuan suddenly suggested. Previously, Lin Mo had revealed their chat records, indicating a strong bond with her sister. Seizing this opportunity, it was imperative to safeguard her sister's interests. My home has only one bed, Lin Mo replied tersely. Had it been another beautiful girl, you might have readily agreed. However, this was Jiang Wanli's younger sister. Succumbing to base desires would be disastrous. I can sleep on the sofa, Jiang Yuan said with a sweet smile. Let me book a hotel room for you. Lin Mo remained unyielding, scanning the surroundings where numerous hotels were available. No, if you refuse, I will tell my sister that you are bullying me, Jiang Yuan declared, hands on her hips, exuding confidence. The more he resisted, the more her curiosity piqued. Did he perhaps harbor other women in his home? I truly have no way to deal with you. Fine. But I must call home first to assure them of my safety. Lin Mo, understanding Jiang Yuan's thoughts through the system, reluctantly acquiesced. This little girl was determined to test him, but she was destined for disappointment. The system could predict her predictions. All right. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Yuan took out her phone to call her sister. During a cold war with her mother, reporting her safety would defeat the purpose of running away. Sister, I'm staying at a classmate's house tonight, so I want to be coming back. Jiang Yuan held the phone, softly adding, I think I ran into one of your friends at the bar tonight, but he has already left. The person she referred to was, of course, Lin Mo. To prevent her sister from discovering her whereabouts, she needed to distance herself from Lin Mo. Okay, got it. Just like mom, always nagging. After a few more back-and-forth exchanges, Jiang Yuan finally hung up. She then looked at Lin Mo with wide eyes. Let us go? Lin Mo shook his head helplessly, feeling somewhat swindled. After glancing at the flashing police cars near the bar, he turned and hailed a taxi to leave. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yuan chattered incessantly. Surprisingly, Lin Mo found her incessant prattling not at all tormenting. It seemed the world had a peculiar affection for those who were aesthetically pleasing. Upon arrival, Lin Mo found a small shop to purchase some toiletries. Given her demeanor, it was evident that she intended to spend the night at his place. You live here? It's so shabby. Upon entering the rented apartment, Jiang Yuan immediately began to critique. A simple one-bedroom unit, lacking even a separate kitchen, was hard for her to reconcile with her own affluent background. It's not that bad, Lin Mo replied, astonished by her perspective. The apartment was clean and tidy. It bore no resemblance to the dilapidation Jiang Yuan described. Moreover, he indeed harbored aspirations of purchasing a home. However, having just graduated, his finances were rather constrained. Coupled with the exorbitant property prices in this first-tier city, he had no choice but to delay his plans. I shall proceed to freshen up now, he announced. Jiang Yuan, fearing that Lin Mo might dismiss her, hurriedly retrieved her toothbrush and towel from the plastic bag and made her way to the bathroom. Observing this, Lin Mo shook his head and chuckled, thinking, this girl truly considers herself my sister-in-law. Ouch. Lin Mo plopped down onto the sofa, only to grimace in discomfort. Initially, he had felt little pain, but now he was acutely aware of several sore spots on his body. In the chaos, he had endured quite a few blows. Reluctantly, He resolved to purchase some anti-inflammatory medication online, awaiting the delivery from the courier. The delivery service was remarkably swift, arriving at his doorstep within a mere 10 minutes. Lin Mo removed his shirt, revealing his well-toned physique. He glanced down and was astonished to see that his abdominal and chest muscles were far more pronounced than during his university days. Clearly, this enhancement was a gift from the system, an upgrade in combat skills. The cost of heroically rescuing a damsel in distress was no trivial matter. He silently lamented as he poured some medication into his palm and gently massaged the swollen areas. These injuries were inconsequential. The real concern was having offended Shinming. It seemed imperative to promptly deliver the evidence of this wealthy heir's criminal activities to the authorities. At that moment, Jiang Yuan emerged from the bathroom, having completed her shower, and was greeted by the sight of the impeccably sculpted Lin Mo applying medication to himself. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she summoned her courage and approached him. "Allow me to assist you with that," she offered. Chapter 13. How about we sleep together? Ultimately, it was due to his own actions that Lin Mo found himself in conflict with Shinming and his group. As soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Yuan snatched the medicine bottle away. Lin Mo, left with no choice, settled into a state of calmness. The most vulnerable areas during a brawl are often those concealed from view, located behind one's back. Allowing Jiang Yuan to apply the medicine proved to be quite convenient. Feeling the warmth of her delicate, fair hand, Lin Mo retracted his earlier lament. Indeed, rescuing a damsel in distress was worthwhile. "You have a truly remarkable physique," Jiang Yuan remarked as she tended to his wounds. In contrast to those muscular brutes, Lin Mo possessed a robust yet aesthetically pleasing form, firm to the touch yet wonderfully flexible, a veritable ideal of physique. "In terms of physique, you surpass me," Lin Mo complimented, his gaze lingering on her exquisite features, close enough to appreciate her beauty. To be fair, he had been captivated by Jiang Yuan's figure the moment he laid eyes on her in the bar. Under the ambience of the lighting, only her form remained unmasked. "Is that so?" Jiang Yuan replied with a gentle smile, her large eyes curving into crescent shapes. Since learning of Lin Mo's acquaintance with her sister and witnessing his gallant defense in the bar, she had developed an inexplicable sense of trust and security towards this handsome man. Thus, receiving Lin Mo's praise brought her considerable joy. "All done," Jiang Yuan confirmed after thoroughly inspecting the area, ensuring no spot had been overlooked. Under the tender ministrations of the young girl, Lin Mo momentarily forgot the pain. Suddenly, he awkwardly confessed, "I haven't showered yet in Guining City during May." The temperature had already risen significantly. Coupled with the exertion of the fight and the indulgence in alcohol, it was certain that he would reek without a shower. "Never mind, you go wash up. I'll help you with the medicine afterward," Jiang Yuan said sweetly. Lin Mo nodded, retrieving a clean pair of shorts before heading to the bathroom. After completing his shower, he once again enlisted Jiang Yuan's assistance to apply the ointment. After a flurry of activity, it was nearly 1 a.m. "I'll take the sofa," Jiang Yuan yawned softly. Prior to their arrival, she had mentioned her willingness to sleep on the sofa. "You are the guest. How could you sleep on the sofa?" "If you don't mind my humble abode, you may take my bed," Lin Mo insisted, shaking his head as he retrieved a blanket from the wardrobe to offer Jiang Yuan. He then removed the blanket from his bed and tossed it onto the sofa. "Or perhaps we could share the bed? We could sleep on opposite sides," Jiang Yuan proposed, her words quite audacious. She felt slightly embarrassed at the thought of making Lin Mo sleep on the sofa, yet this suggestion was more of a test. "Don't use this to challenge a man. Hurry up and sleep," Lin Mo said, stepping forward to gently pat her on the head. It was clear as day, even without a system, that such remarks were unreliable. All right, good night then," Jiang Yuan chuckled, quickly retreating into her room. She only jested. If Lin Mo had genuinely agreed, it would have put her in an awkward position. Fortunately, this trial had yielded satisfactory results. Notification: Jiang Yuan's trust level towards you has increased to 67. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Mo finally smiled. That little girl was still trying to test him. Exhausted from a prior altercation, Lin Mo quickly succumbed to slumber on the sofa. The following morning, as dawn barely broke, he was roused from his sleep by a clamor. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Jiang Yuan diligently preparing noodles. Although their residence lacked a dedicated kitchen, it was equipped with an induction cooker and other culinary devices. "What are you doing?" Lin Mo inquired, rubbing his eyes instinctively. "I'm making you breakfast," Jiang Yuan replied, her small hands rubbing together in delight. Despite it being her inaugural foray into the culinary realm, She felt confident in her theoretical knowledge gleaned from numerous cooking videos. Lin Mo abruptly sat up, feeling a twinge of unease. "Hurry, enjoy the beef noodles while they're hot," Jiang Yuan exclaimed, after a flurry of activity, presenting a steaming bowl of noodles on the table. Her expression radiated satisfaction with her efforts. "Did you go out to buy beef?" Lin Mo asked, somewhat taken aback. The refrigerator contained merely a pack of dry noodles and a few instant noodle packets, no beef to be found. "Let us make do with the seasoning packet," Jiang Yuan blushed, adorably pointing to the opened instant noodles beside her. The seasoning packet included dried beef bits. "You truly are quite clever," Lin Mo remarked, glancing at the bowl of noodles and beef bits, unsure how to express his thoughts. With his spare time, it would have been better to simply cook the braised beef instant noodles. Jiang Yuan cast a guilty glance aside before bringing her bowl closer, resolutely diving into her meal. However, her first bite was met with an explosive reaction. Ugh, the noodles were excessively salty and impossibly tough to swallow. "Wait for me to freshen up. Let us go out for breakfast," Lin Mo declared, abandoning his chopsticks, having lost faith in the dish. It was evident that this sheltered girl, unaccustomed to domesticity, was not the most reliable choice for culinary endeavors. Jiang Yuan tilted her head, offering an awkward yet polite smile, choosing to make peace with her culinary shortcomings. After refreshing himself, Lin Mo changed into a fresh outfit. As for Jiang Yuan, she had no change of clothes and was compelled to wear yesterday's attire. "This is, in my opinion, the finest breakfast establishment in Guining City," Lin Mo remarked with a smile as they approached a bustling eatery. The venue boasted a diverse menu and exceptional flavors. "Really?" Jiang Yuan asked, tilting her head and glancing at the menu, quickly becoming overwhelmed by the options. At home, her mother prioritized nutrition and health, serving dishes such as eggs, milk, and freshly squeezed carrot juice, often disregarding taste. Subsequently, Lin Mo, guided by the system's suggestions, selected an array of dishes that Jiang Yuan desired, placing a grand order: beef short ribs, shrimp dumplings, pig stomach, fish slice congee, crystal tofu, and sticky rice chicken. Each dish evoked gasps of admiration from Jiang Yuan, starkly contrasting the mundane nature of her mother's nutritious breakfasts. This is delicious," Jiang Yuan exclaimed, relishing her meal without concern for decorum, intermittently emitting sounds of delight. With a gentle chime, the trust level of Jiang Yuan towards you has risen to 68. The notion that culinary delights can captivate the hearts of young women is not merely a whimsical notion. Take your time to savor, for no one is vying for your share. Lin Mo chuckled softly, producing a tissue and offering it to the girl seated before him. To be candid, as a twin sister, Jiang Yuan's beauty and figure are by no means inferior to those of her elder sister. If one were to pinpoint a distinction, it would be the timing of their appearances. After a brief period of acquaintance, Lin Mo was able to discern the subtle differences between the two sisters. The elder sister, Jiang Wanli, exuded grace and elegance, captivating all with her beauty. In contrast, the younger sister, Jiang Yuan, was playful and vivacious, embodying a whimsical charm that set her apart entirely. "Do I have grease on my face?" Jiang Yuan asked, noticing Lin Mo's unwavering gaze upon her, instinctively reaching up to touch her fair, delicate cheeks. Lin Mo shook his head in response, remaining silent. It is undeniable that both sisters possess ethereal beauty. One wonders, however, whether such celestial features are inherited from their mother or father. After satisfying their appetites, Jiang Yuan wiped her plump, glistening lips and then posed a rather startling question. "Lin Mo, are you my sister's boyfriend?" Chapter 14. A day out with Jiang Yuan. Confronted with Jiang Yuan's candid inquiry, Lin Mo found himself momentarily taken aback. It had only been a little over a day since he had met Jiang Wan, and it was evidently premature to label their relationship as that of a boyfriend. "So, do you wish it to be so?" Lin Mo replied with a smile, tossing the question back to her. Pursuing a girl requires not only an understanding of oneself, but also an awareness of those in her circle. I want to tell you," Jiang Yuan mused, a radiant smile illuminating her face. From Lin Mo's gallant rescue at the bar to his subsequent gentlemanly conduct, coupled with a delightful breakfast, she had long since been captivated by him. A young man of such caliber would undoubtedly make an admirable brother-in-law. "Have you had enough to eat? Shall I escort you back?" Lin Mo did not wish to delve deeper into Jiang Yuan's response. This matter was still in its nascent stage, and whether it would flourish depended on the serendipity of their connection. "I'm not going back," Jiang Yuan huffed lightly, asserting that a day of running away from home was hardly sufficient. With Monday approaching and school looming, She thought it wise to delay her reconciliation with her mother for at least another week. It's just a quarrel with my mom. Is it really that serious? Lin Mo shook his head in resignation, noting that her rebellious phase seemed to have arrived quite late. Regardless, it is the weekend. Will you accompany me for some fun? Jiang Yuan gazed at Lin Mo with doe-like eyes, brimming with anticipation. Despite having only met the previous night, she felt an undeniable sense of dependence on him. Lin Mo hesitated, wanting to decline but struggling to find a valid reason. Jiang Yuan, youthful, beautiful, and exceedingly affectionate, was undeniably a delightful torment. However, the prospect of spending a weekend with such a remarkable young woman seemed too enticing to refuse. All right, but only until noon. I have plans with your sister in the afternoon. Lin Mo acquiesced, aware that he had arranged to meet Jiang Wan later, partially due to the little girl's antics. She was already aware of Jiang Yuan's escapades at the bar the night before. That's enough. I want to intrude on your afternoon together, Jiang Yuan chuckled. Her joy reminiscent of a child who has just received a cherished toy. To her, Lin Mo was already envisioning him as her future brother-in-law. Lin Mo smiled gently, pleased that the young girl was so supportive of him. With Jiang Yuan's encouragement, he felt bolstered in his confidence. Where shall we go for our outing? He inquired. His spirits buoyed as he surrendered the reins of decision-making to her. Isn't there a newly opened amusement park nearby? Let us go there. Jiang Yuan suggested eagerly after a moment of contemplation, her excitement palpable. She relished indulging in leisure and embraced new experiences. Starlight Amusement Park? Lin Mo asked, recalling the numerous posts he had seen circulating on social media. The park, boasting an investment of over 100 billion, certainly warranted a visit. Yes. Jiang Yuan nodded enthusiastically. Shortly thereafter, they hailed a taxi and made their way to Starlight Amusement Park. Despite having only opened a few days prior, the park was teeming with visitors. Lin Mo found little interest in the attractions that required long queues. Imagine, for just a few minutes of joy, one must endure a half-hour wait, erasing all semblance of good humor. Yet, the spirited Jiang Yuan is relentless, eager to experience everything the amusement park has to offer. And so, she finds herself queuing before the bungee jump. It was agreed that due to his acrophobia, Lin Mo would not accompany her on this venture. He candidly reveals his fear of heights, something that has haunted him since childhood, leading him to keep a respectful distance from bungee jumping. Huh, you're afraid of heights? Jiang Yuan chuckles, leaning against Lin Mo's shoulder, her laughter almost uncontrollable. After all, she has witnessed Lin Mo's ferocity and fights firsthand. Lin Mo rolls his eyes. He is not a jack of all trades, so why the fuss? However, this exchange does not go unnoticed by a few onlookers not far away. Boss, isn't that Jiang Wanli? A young man with a buzz cut exclaims, taken aback. Beside him stands the handsome Han Yu, the student council president who had encountered Jiang Wanli previously. It is the weekend, and Han Yu has gathered a few girls for a day of fun at the amusement park. Who is that guy? Another boy with a square face, noticing Han Yu's displeasure, joins in with indignation. Jiang Wanli, renowned as the most beautiful girl at Gwining University, has countless admirers. To many, the one most likely to win her affection is none other than Han Yu himself. Yet, this scene strikes them like a thunderbolt. Han Yu's expression darkens as he remains oblivious to the fact that Jiang Wanli has a twin sister. Find out about that guy. I want to see what makes him so special, Han Yu commands tersely before turning to leave, followed reluctantly by the scantily clad girls. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, this little drama unfolds behind him. While Jiang Yuan takes her turn at bungee jumping, he seizes the moment to edit the criminal videos he collected the night before, sending them anonymously to the police. These videos contain evidence of Shen Ming's crimes. If the police take action, results should follow swiftly. Dealing with this young aristocrat, the safest course of action is to see him imprisoned. This is exhilarating. Too bad you can't join, Jiang Yuan exclaims. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she rushes back to Lin Mo. The bungee jump offers a tandem option, and she wishes to leap alongside him. As long as you're happy, Lin Mo replies, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. Though he has spent more time with Jiang Yuan than with her sister Jiang Wanli, he has always held a preconceived notion of the elder sister. His feelings for the younger sister lean more towards indulgence. At that moment, an adorable, quirky ringtone interrupts. My sister is calling. Jiang Yuan pouts as she retrieves her phone. It dawns on Lin Mo that having not returned home overnight, her family must be worried. Got it, she replies, but soon hangs up in impatience. Without Lin Mo needing to say a word, she realizes she must return home by afternoon. Otherwise, her mother might resort to drastic measures to reveal why the flowers bloom so brightly. Let us continue. Jiang Yuan extended her hand to link arms with Lin Mo, guiding him deeper into the amusement park. The entire Starlight Amusement Park boasted nearly 100 attractions of varying sizes, while the primary allure lay in companionship. Certain rides piqued Lin Mo's interest, such as the bumper cars. A man remains a boy at heart, and no man can resist the allure of a sleek vehicle, even if it is merely a bumper car. Reveling in the excitement alongside Jiang Yuan, time flew by swiftly. "I'm hungry," she said, her cheeks flushed, as she lifted her fair chin and blinked her large, expressive eyes. It was evident that she had grown quite fatigued throughout the morning. Gazing into the depths of her clear, bright eyes, Lin Mo nodded with a smile. Seeking out delicious food was his forte, utilizing Jiang Yuan's preferred tastes along with his own experience. He discovered a restaurant where they could indulge in a hearty meal before finally hailing a taxi to take her home. This time, he finally learned where the twin sisters resided. "Do you live here?" Upon exiting the taxi, Lin Mo found himself astonished as he gazed upon the opulent standalone villa before him. Chapter 15. Would you like to visit my home? Occasionally, I reside in other places. Jiang Yuan explained earnestly, unaware of Lin Mo's astonishment. In Guining City, her family owns numerous properties. This 10-mile flower city is merely one of them. Acquired after the sisters entered university due to its proximity to the campus. Lin Mo's mouth fell agape, astonished by the family's affluence. Since meeting Jiang Wanli, Lin Mo had primarily focused on the girl's interests, seeking common ground, without delving deeply into her familial background. The allure of love derives from the unknown. Once everything is laid bare, the mystique of an individual dissipates entirely. Naturally, a person's past resembles a lengthy film spanning many years, one that Lin Mo currently lacks the time to thoroughly examine. Given that it is termed a privacy system, the display prioritizes confidentiality. Thus, upon learning of Jiang Wanli's privileged upbringing, Lin Mo suddenly felt a twinge of pressure. The world of the affluent is not one that one can casually penetrate. "Would you like to visit my home?" Jiang Yuan inquired with a cheerful smile. "Perhaps another time," Lin Mo replied, shaking his head, unprepared for such a visit. After all, he regarded Jiang Wanli as his pursuit. If all went well, he would inevitably meet her parents someday. "Then, goodbye," Jiang Yuan exclaimed, giving Lin Mo a warm embrace before turning and jogging away. As he watched the girl's departing figure and glanced once more at the villa in 10-mile Flower City, Lin Mo's thoughts became tumultuous. The pressure suddenly escalated. Even though he had become a creative director with an annual salary exceeding $200,000, purchasing a home in 10-mile Flower City would require a lifetime of frugality and hard work. Fortunately, with the privacy system at his disposal, Lin Mo believed he had the opportunity to earn even more. In the afternoon, on the pedestrian street, Lin Mo encountered Jiang Wanli once again. The girl was adorned in a floral dress, her sleek black hair cascading gracefully, and a charming dimple appeared on her fair cheek, her captivating eyes sparkling with a mesmerizing allure. "To express my gratitude for your care towards my sister yesterday, I would like to treat you to a meal today," Jiang Wanli said, her smile radiating joy at seeing Lin Mo again. Lin Mo chose to conceal the events from the previous night at the bar, fearing it might worry Jiang Wanli. However, Jiang Yuan had recorded the entire incident and sent it to her sister, particularly the alarming segment in the parking lot. "Then I must treat you to an extravagant meal," Lin Mo replied with a grin. "By the way, you weren't hurt, were you?" Jiang Wanli suddenly recalled the brawl captured in the video, her brow furrowing as she approached Lin Mo, her clear eyes scanning him from head to toe. In such chaotic circumstances, no one could guarantee their safety. "A minor bruise. It's nothing serious," Lin Mo reassured her, shaking his head, reluctant to elaborate further in front of Jiang Wanli. The altercation had been unexpected and not his intention, yet he felt no regret. Jiang Wanli gazed intently at Lin Mo, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. From courageously subduing a robber to heroically rescuing a damsel in distress at a bar, Lin Mo's actions have significantly enhanced the girl's affection for him. "Let's find a place to sit for a while. Dinner is still quite a ways off," Jiang Wanli said, a gentle smile gracing her lips after a moment of contemplation. Although she claimed it was to treat Lin Mo to a meal as a token of gratitude, the timing, just past 2 o'clock, clearly indicated it was a date for the two of them. Despite their brief acquaintance and the absence of any deep feelings, an undeniable attraction blossomed between them, progressing towards something beautiful. "I bet you're craving a glass of iced juice right now," Lin Mo said with a mysterious smile as they passed a beverage shop. "How did you know?" Jiang Wanli exclaimed, taken aback. Initially, she believed they merely shared a rapport. But she was astonished to discover that Lin Mo could even intuit her innermost feelings. Could this truly be a gift bestowed by fate? Because I want to drink it. Lin Mo laughed heartily, not offering further explanation. Jiang Wanli paused, then playfully punched Lin Mo's arm, realizing her momentary hope for a deeper connection had been a mere coincidence. Lin Mo gently grasped her little fist, seriously stating, "Judging by your complexion, you probably shouldn't have any eyes for the next few days." The system contained a comprehensive record of Jiang Wanli's details, akin to an all-encompassing dossier, allowing Lin Mo to selectively access the information he desired. That very morning, the girl had started her menstrual cycle. Jiang Wanli felt her cheeks flush, unable to meet Lin Mo's gaze. Having grown up, this was the first time a boy had held her wrist, and discussing such a personal matter was typically a source of embarrassment. Yet, Lin Mo was remarkably at ease, transitioning from holding her wrist to naturally intertwining their fingers. The warm juice offered a unique flavor as he led her forward, hand in hand. The emotions between individuals are not dictated by the length of their acquaintance. If that were the case, wouldn't the girls known since childhood have the deepest feelings? Being with Jiang Wanli made Lin Mo feel incredibly comfortable. Her every smile and frown brought him a refreshing sense of joy. As he held her wrist, Jiang Wanli felt her heart race, her lips pursed slightly, overwhelmed by the flutter of new emotions. At such a tender age, she had yet to experience the essence of love and felt dizzy from the sensations. Beep, Jiang Wanli's trust level in you has increased to 68. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then filled with delight. His actions, from saving his sister-in-law at the bar to their recent hand-holding, had undoubtedly bolstered the girl's trust in him significantly. At the beverage shop, Jiang Wanli, cradling her warm drink and gazing intently at Lin Mo, remarked, "You seem quite skilled at winning over girls." Although lacking experience herself, she was not oblivious. Lin Mo projected an image of someone with considerable experience, a trait often associated with untrustworthy individuals. "I do not subscribe to the notion of chasing after girls. I believe true love stems from mutual attraction," Lin Mo replied, setting down his drink with a smile. "Without that mutual attraction, what's the difference between this and playing a game?" In reality, many couples merely endure their relationships. Such unions often involve one party making significant sacrifices, yet the ultimate outcome is rarely satisfactory. For love must be a mutual endeavor. "So, how did you part ways with your ex-girlfriend?" Jiang Wanli inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Mo exuded a sense of maturity and stability, coupled with a delightful sense of humor. A gentleman like him should not be easily discarded, one would think. There are various reasons for breakups, ranging from the loss of novelty to mutual separations, and some even stem from financial constraints. Lin Mo shrugged, responding candidly, "This society, after all, is grounded in reality. Love without sustenance is akin to a pile of loose sand." He possessed a profound understanding of this truth. "Then why did you choose to be together in the first place?" Jiang Wanli listened intently, her curiosity piqued. She approached the topic not as a means to unearth Lin Mo's past, but purely out of a desire for knowledge. It was instinct, a feeling that drew us together. Lin Mo struggled to articulate, relying on his own interpretation. At least during the initial stages of their acquaintance, a powerful impulse had existed. For instance, he felt a similar spark towards Jiang Wanli at present. Jiang Wanli lowered her head to sip her warm beverage, her bright eyes gazing at Lin Mo as she sweetly asked, "What do you feel for me?" Chapter 16. Isn't Andy a bit too young? Though only 2 days had passed since their acquaintance, Jiang Wanli never measured relationships by the passage of time. As the ancient adage states, "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." This principle likely applies to love as well. When one encounters the right person, there is no need for years of companionship. Jiang Wanli was eager to understand Lin Mo's feelings. She was captivatingly beautiful, fiercely principled, and boldly passionate, a girl seemingly plucked from the pages of a novel. Lin Mo responded with earnestness. In terms of both appearance and intellect, Jiang Wanli was indeed impeccable. With ethereal beauty and being a top student at Gwining University, coupled with an affluent family background, she embodied the archetype of a heroine. To Lin Mo, meeting Jiang Wanli felt as surreal as acquiring a system. With a playful pout, Jiang Wanli shot Lin Mo a glance tinged with melancholy. She did not regard herself as perfect. Rather, she acknowledged her numerous flaws. For instance, she struggled with social interactions, lacked culinary skills, and harbored various impractical fantasies. "And what do you think of me?" she asked. Lin Mo chuckled, his gaze fixed on her. His affections were unreciprocated and thus meaningless. You possess a strong sense of justice, are quite amusing, and I feel at ease in your company. Jiang Wanli rested her chin on her hands, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Mo. She did not fully comprehend the essence of love, yet she was acutely aware of her own feelings. At least, she felt genuinely happy when she was with Lin Mo. But I suppose I am a bit unappealing in appearance, she remarked. Lin Mo teased back with a smile. His compliments were unrelated to looks. Appearance is a gift from one's parents. We must accept it, and besides, you are rather handsome yourself. Jiang Wanli chuckled, amused by Lin Mo's wit. She favored a soul brimming with humor over mere youthful good looks. Among the boys she knew, there were many more handsome than Lin Mo. To be overly concerned with appearances is shallow. You are beautiful. You have a point, Lin Mo shrugged, not contesting her statement. While such words might lack credibility coming from others, when spoken by Jiang Wanli with her celestial beauty, they carried an air of understated grace. Importantly, she did not come across as pretentious. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Jiang Wanli opened the message and smiled lightly. My mother wishes to meet you. Meeting the parents so soon? Lin Mo's mouth fell agape, feeling as if he were dreaming. Despite the assistance of a privacy system that facilitated smoother interactions with Jiang Wanli, they had only known each other for a mere few days. Meeting the parents was undoubtedly a rapid progression. What are you thinking? It's because you saved my sister at the bar last night. My mother wants to express her gratitude, Jiang Wanli said, her cheeks flushing slightly as she shot Lin Mo a playful glare. Reflecting on it, it was indeed perilous for a girl like Jiang Yuan to venture alone to a bar. Thankfully, Lin Mo had stepped in. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. As a mother, she felt compelled to personally thank Lin Mo, her daughter's benefactor. When will this happen? Lin Mo inquired, his heart fluttering with anticipation. Jiang Wanli and her sister both possess ethereal beauty, which undoubtedly implies that their mother is also a striking beauty. In order to preserve his fantasies, he refrained from delving into the sister's past for answers. Let us have dinner at home tonight, Jiang Wanli suggested with a gentle smile after glancing at her phone. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable urgency in her mother's desire to meet Lin Mo. Is it really that urgent? Lin Mo scratched his head, suddenly feeling a bit anxious. Due to the system, he was well acquainted with Jiang Wanli, yet the girl knew little about him. It's all right. My mom is very easygoing, and it's just a dinner to express gratitude, Jiang Wanli reassured him with a smile. However, Lin Mo's demeanor made her somewhat nervous. You'll have to remind me not to forget to buy a gift, Lin Mo said, rubbing his hands together while contemplating what appropriate gift to bring for their first meeting. It wouldn't do to choose something too inexpensive. Yet something too extravagant was unrealistic given his current financial situation. It doesn't need to be so formal. It's just a casual meal, Jiang Wanli said, shaking her head with a smile, noting that Lin Mo was being overly serious, as if he were meeting her parents. In the afternoon, after Lin Mo casually suggested visiting a haunted house, Jiang Wanli reluctantly agreed. The entire experience was rife with physical contact, which a girl who harbors feelings for someone would not shy away from. Although there were no substantial developments, Lin Mo felt he had gained much from the encounter. Before heading to Jiang Wanli's home, Lin Mo stopped by a mall to buy some gifts. Unsure of what to choose, he opted for conventional choices, cigarettes and liquor for the uncle, skincare products for the aunt. After all, it is said that one cannot go wrong with being courteous. At the entrance of the 10-mile flower district, Jiang Wanli glanced at the time and cheerfully urged, "Let us go. It's about time for dinner." Lin Mo, carrying various bags, felt a tinge of nervousness. It would have been fine if he were merely meeting her parents. However, the key was to express gratitude for the events of the previous night, which felt rather peculiar. As the two entered the community, they navigated their way through until they halted before a standalone villa. Brother Lin Mo, Jiang Yuan, dressed in a pleated skirt, jogged towards them, her face alight with joy despite having seen him just half a day earlier. "Aren't you going to help carry something?" Jiang Wanli chided her mischievous sister. Although Jiang Yuan often complained, she quickly obeyed, taking the items from Lin Mo's hands. The trio then entered the villa. "Dad, Mom, Lin Mo is here," Jiang Wanli announced as she stepped inside. Following closely behind, Lin Mo caught sight of a man and a woman in the living room. The man exuded an air of elegance and composure, his demeanor both refined and imposing, despite the subtle smile on his face. Meanwhile, the woman, a stunning beauty, left Lin Mo momentarily speechless. Regal and graceful, she was none other than Song Shi, the enchanting client he had encountered previously. Lin Mo was taken aback, yet felt it was somewhat expected. The sister's celestial beauty surely stemmed from such genetics. He even found himself pondering the nature of their relationship. Lin Mo, it seems we meet again, she remarked. Song Shi rose and approached Lin Mo. During their previous conversation about work, she had formed a remarkably favorable impression of this young man. Not only did he possess a keen market sensibility, but he also had an uncanny ability to understand people's hearts and discern clients' needs, exhibiting an astuteness that belied his age. After watching the video of Jiang Yuan taken at the bar, Song Shi instantly recognized Lin Mo, which led to this invitation. Your aunt is rather youthful, isn't she? Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly, feeling slightly constrained. Even though he was aware that Song Shi was already 36 years old, anyone who had seen her in person would find it hard to believe that she had 2 daughters in college. Nonetheless, even without deliberately investigating Jiang Wanli's past, he had felt a certain connection upon first encountering Song Shi. This intuition, indeed, proved to be correct. Please, have a seat, Song Shi said with a gentle smile, promptly gesturing for Lin Mo to take a seat. In her professional life, she was meticulous, yet in her personal demeanor, she embodied the warmth of a neighborly elder sister. Hello, uncle, Lin Mo nodded, taking the initiative to greet the middle-aged man. Ha ha, please sit, Jiang Tianhua replied with a smile, patting Lin Mo's shoulder. His words were few, yet they conveyed a welcoming warmth. Mom, do you know Lin Mo? Jiang Wanli, suddenly realizing, asked in astonishment. Chapter 17. The true identity of Song Shi. Long before, Jiang Wanli had sensed her mother's eagerness to meet Lin Mo. It now appeared that they were already acquainted. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened as she gazed at Song Shi, seeking an explanation. Lin Mo is the creative director of Tianheng Company, with whom I have business dealings. Song Shi elucidated with a smile. Although young, Lin Mo's capabilities were undeniable. Furthermore, having come to Jiang Yuan's aid at the bar, it was only natural for her, as a mother, to express her gratitude. Achieving the role of creative director at such a young age promised a bright future. Jiang Tianhua suddenly interjected, offering a bland compliment. As a top-tier magnate, he regarded Lin Mo, a mere employee, as belonging to a different echelon. Nevertheless, it was important to acknowledge the gratitude owed today. Lin Mo offered an awkward smile, sensing an undercurrent of disdain in Jiang Tianhua's tone, and hurriedly went to serve the dishes. Noticing Lin Mo's discomfort, Song Shi quickly admonished her 2 daughters. Jiang Wanli and her sister promptly rose to assist in the kitchen. Song Shi, under the guise of work, engaged Lin Mo in cheerful conversation. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo discreetly glanced at Jiang Tianhua's information. Name, Jiang Tianhua. Age, 41. Trust level, 53. Identity, Chairman of Tianhua Pharmaceuticals. Chairman of Xingdao Real Estate. Chairman of Feitian Technology. Personal privacy, lost masculine vitality due to an accident in youth. Maintains close contact with first love. Has a strained relationship with Song Shi. Having perused Jiang Tianhua's profile, Lin Mo was astounded. He held chairmanships in several prestigious conglomerates. Truly a formidable figure. It was no wonder that there was a hint of condescension in his words when referring to the creative director. A monthly salary of 20,000 was trivial in his presence. Yet, life is seldom perfect. Despite Jiang Tianhua's career success, he harbored unspoken afflictions. An accident in his youth had robbed him of his masculine abilities. It remained a mystery how he had managed fatherhood thereafter. Before long, the sisters returned with an abundant array of dishes. However, these culinary delights, exquisite in aroma and presentation, seemed far beyond the capabilities of a typical household. The world of the affluent is indeed difficult for ordinary people to fathom. Come, let us eat and converse, Song Shi warmly offered, serving Lin Mo a bowl of rice with genuine enthusiasm. Such treatment had not been afforded to her 2 precious daughters. Having previously interacted privately with the trio, Lin Mo's initial tension dissipated, allowing him to engage in conversation with newfound confidence. There was no need to feel subservient in the presence of the wealthy. Thank you sincerely for your assistance at the bar, Song. She shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. The footage of the scuffle in the parking lot, though not particularly clear, still conveyed the striking image of Lin Mo and his companions bravely confronting a multitude. Jiang Yuan had mentioned that this was her first encounter with Lin Mo. In other words, Lin Mo had demonstrated remarkable loyalty and protection towards his sister due to his connection with Jiang Wanli, an admirable bond indeed. In the realm of commercial empires, human sentiment is a rare and precious commodity, often ignited by fleeting impulses. Lin Mo chuckled while scratching his head, acknowledging that such impulses could lead to uncalculated consequences. It was common knowledge that offending the scion of the illustrious Huiguang Entertainment would lead to dire repercussions. Thus, such courage was indeed commendable, was it not? Songshi smiled warmly, bestowing her high praise upon him. She had conducted her research and discovered that the instigator was none other than the son of the Huiguang Entertainment's president. Confronting such a morally bankrupt heir required more than mere bravery. Here, a modest sum of money symbolized a token of parental affection. At that moment, Jiang Tianhua unexpectedly produced a bank card. Although the amount was not disclosed, it was evident to all that it would not be a trifling sum. Lin Mo refrained from reaching for it, merely shaking his head. Perhaps accepting this money would swiftly elevate his circumstances. Yet the recognition earned through his courage would then transform into a transaction. For the sake of long-term considerations, he could not acquiesce. If it were merely for monetary gain, then Uncle Jiang ought to hire him as a bodyguard. Lin Mo offered a slight smile, lightening the awkward atmosphere with a touch of humor. The essence of human sentiment lies in its resistance to quantification. Lin Mo's willingness to go to great lengths for Jiang Yuan was not without selfish motives. To put it plainly, he envisioned the young girl as a potential future sister-in-law. Why seek recompense for the well-being of those around him? Upon hearing these words, even Jiang Tianhua regarded Lin Mo with newfound respect. I must admit, I underestimated you. From this day forward, should you encounter any difficulties in work or life, feel free to seek out Uncle Jiang, he stated with earnestness as he tucked the bank card away. The audacity of a young man to reject the allure of wealth was indeed unimaginable. Lin Mo nodded, his smile growing even more radiant. In comparison to the cold, hard currency, the favor bestowed by Jiang Tianhua was undoubtedly far more valuable. Songshi's gaze towards Lin Mo became increasingly admiring. Understanding his financial situation made his rejection of money all the more astonishing. This young man was impeccable in every regard. The meal concluded amidst laughter and camaraderie. Just then, Jiang Tianhua received a phone call, and his commanding presence seemed to diminish slightly. Wanli, go meet your Uncle Chun, he instructed as he hung up and rose from his seat. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Jiang Wanli's face. Go ahead. Your mother will take good care of Lin Mo, Songshi reassured with a smile, though her expression also betrayed a hint of discontent. Noticing the tension, Lin Mo quickly consulted the system for clarification. Ultimately, he concluded that the Uncle Chen mentioned by Jiang Tianhua was a wealthier, top-tier magnate. The situation appeared to set the stage for an impending business alliance through marriage. Jiang Wanli cast an apologetic glance at Lin Mo before departing alongside Jiang Tianhua. Under her mother's authority, Jiang Yuan voluntarily retreated to her room for reflection. Had it not been for her impulsive decision to leave home, this turmoil would not have ensued. Auntie, allow me to assist you, Lin Mo offered, seeing Songshi begin to clear the table. It would be unbecoming for him to simply sit idle. As a guest, you need only to take a seat. Just as Songshi intended to intervene, Lin Mo had already taken the initiative. Being a first-time visitor, he felt compelled to demonstrate diligence. With a sense of resignation, Songshi joined in the tidying up. It's truly rare to encounter a young person as industrious as you. Observing Lin Mo's swift and adept movements, Songshi could tell he was genuine and not merely putting on a show, and she couldn't help but praise him. Her two precious daughters, in such matters, were entirely untrustworthy. After all, their mother bore the weight of the world's most challenging role, and every sacrifice she made was taken for granted. Thus, they must show some consideration for her. As Lin Mo placed the dishes into the sink, he explained. While he may not have authority in many areas, he certainly did regarding filial piety towards one's mother. Whether it involved daily chores or searching for something, we instinctively call out for our mothers, as if they are unconditionally bound to fulfill such obligations. Songshi stood there, momentarily stunned, her heart stirred. Having grown up in a wealthy family, despite the material advantages, genuine concern for her well-being had been alarmingly scarce. Indeed, Lin Mo was the first in many years to empathize with her role as a mother. Suddenly, Songshi felt as though she had encountered a kindred spirit. Ding. Songshi's trust level towards you has increased to 61. Lin Mo was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to evoke such resonance. After tidying up, Songshi proceeded to cut some fruit. Clearly, she had certain expectations for Lin Mo. How did you come to know Wanli? She asked suddenly, smiling. Chapter 18. Time never fails a beauty, this. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, nearly letting slip an inadvertent truth. He certainly could not confess that he had mistakenly approached the wrong table during a blind date, only to encounter the ever-curious Jiang Wanli. Although the situation was undeniably dramatic, it bordered on the casual. Yet, this was inconsequential. The serendipity of meeting amidst a vast sea of humanity was a matter of fate. Song Shishan, perceptive and understanding, noticed Lin Mo's discomfort and promptly signaled to move past the subject. Throughout one's life, one encounters countless individuals. Regardless of the circumstances of their introduction, it is all preordained. For Song Shi, who held a strong aversion to commercial marriages, she wished for her two daughters to avoid repeating past mistakes. The gentleman whom Jiang Wanli had just met, Mr. Chen, was a well-known figure on the list of the wealthy. As a mother, Song Shi was acutely aware of Jiang Tianhua's thoughts. Rather than allowing her daughter to become a mere pawn in the game of business, it was far preferable to support her relationship with Lin Mo. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiments, Auntie, Lin Mo replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. Encounters are fated, and the considerations that follow are only necessary after the initial meeting. One must commend the pleasure derived from conversing with Song Shi. Her eloquence was relaxed yet poised, and any topic that could not be pursued was promptly set aside. Over time, aside from treating Song Shi as a valuable client, Lin Mo managed to engage in conversations with her as equals, akin to old friends. Annie, you seem to be experiencing discomfort in your cervical spine, am I right? Noticing that Song Shi often unconsciously massaged her neck, Lin Mo seized this golden opportunity to bridge their relationship. Whether in business dealings or in the noble aspirations of a future mother-in-law, it was a mutually beneficial endeavor. Indeed, I do, Song Shi admitted, acknowledging the frequent discomfort in her neck. Such details often went unnoticed by most, further enhancing Lin Mo's favorable impression of her. I have a smattering of medical knowledge. Let me take a look, Auntie, Lin Mo offered, recalling the C-level medical skills bestowed upon him by the system, eager to act swiftly. The Jiang family's affluence was beyond mere privilege. It was a realm of extraordinary wealth. Without alternative means to stand out, Lin Mo would struggle to be competitive. Thus, gaining Song Shi's support was a crucial step. You possess medical skills? Song Shi responded with a gentle smile, a hint of disbelief in her voice. However, she did not decline his offer. Observing, inquiring, and examining, Lin Mo began with the first step, assessing her complexion and overall vitality. Sitting across from Song Shi, he commenced his performance. Though his C-level medical skills could only be deemed excellent among amateurs, they were wholly inadequate for independent practice. Yet, when combined with the system's capabilities, remarkable results were attainable. Seated face to face, they were close enough to hear each other's breaths. Song Shi felt the intensity of Lin Mo's gaze, reciprocating with equal attentiveness. Lin Mo curtailed his wandering thoughts and began his careful examination. At such proximity, he found it challenging to detect a single wrinkle on Song Shi's face. In other words, this woman was not merely well-maintained, she was inherently beautiful. Consequently, it was evident that the stunning beauty of both Jiang Wanli and her sister was undoubtedly inherited from their mother. Indeed, the adage time never fails a beauty proved to be undeniably true. How do you find it? Noticing the fervent gaze from Lin Mo, Song Shi felt somewhat awkward and inquired. Being scrutinized by such a youthful individual could indeed be a tad embarrassing, albeit only slightly. Lin Mo averted his gaze and stated earnestly that cervical spondylosis is primarily a result of one's lifestyle habits. Unless one takes heed, any effort would be futile. So, it is not a serious matter? Song Shi asked with humility. The earlier the stage, the more one must pay attention. Altering detrimental habits such as prolonged sitting and avoiding looking down at mobile phones, Lin Mo continued to elucidate. Song Shi listened attentively, her enchanting eyes fixed on Lin Mo. Cervical spondylosis cannot heal on its own. Therefore, alongside changing one's lifestyle, one can use a warm towel for hot compresses to enhance blood circulation, or even consider massage therapy. He expounded, effortlessly articulating seemingly professional advice grounded in C-level medical theory. When I have some free time, I could assist Auntie with a neck massage. I have learned a technique, Lin Mo said, his throat bobbing unexpectedly. Song Shi, with graceful composure, nodded approvingly, not taking it to heart. Such intent is sufficient, she thought. I shall not disturb Auntie any longer. I will take my leave now. Lin Mo glanced at the time. It was getting late. With Jiang Tianhua and Jiang Wanli absent, even Jiang Yuan had retreated to her room for contemplation. The vast living room felt somewhat inconvenient for their interaction. Allow me to escort you, Song Shi said, elegantly rising from the sofa, a charming smile gracing her lips. The more she observed Lin Mo, the more she found herself fond of him. Aside from his inability to fulfill Jiang Tianhua's criteria for a commercial marriage, he was, in every other aspect, the epitome of an ideal son-in-law. In the underground garage, Lin Mo gazed at the array of luxury cars, his heart once again overwhelmed. Each of these vehicles commenced at several million. The ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to possess such wealth, whether by birth or through later endeavors. Songshi produced a red key and approached a sleek Ferrari. "Get in," she beckoned. "We have several cars at home. I usually choose based on my mood." Lin Mo initially assumed Songshi was merely escorting him out. But to his surprise, she intended to drive him. Having never experienced the allure of a luxury car, he did not decline. The two entered the vehicle and drove straight out of the district. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Mo felt a surge of exhilaration. He discreetly cast a glance at Songshi, completely captivated. The combination of her mature beauty and the Ferrari's dazzling allure created an indescribable aesthetic. "Where do you reside?" Songshi asked with a smile while driving, naturally intending to return Lin Mo home. Just to the department store in the colorful district will suffice." "I need to purchase a few items," Lin Mo explained somewhat awkwardly. Although his one-bedroom rental was clean and simple, it had garnered a rather disparaging assessment from Jiang Yuan. Given this, he felt it best to disembark early. "That works, and he intends to stock up on some daily necessities as well," Songshi replied with a slight smile. Seemingly understanding Lin Mo's discomfort, it was quite normal for a recent graduate to be unable to afford a home. Colorful district. Department store. After parking the car, Songshiza and Lin Mo entered the shopping mall. Typically, Songshiza managed the household purchases single-handedly. Despite their financial comfort, she had never considered hiring a maid. She was not so delicate. As for Lin Mo's suggestion to buy something, it was merely a pretext. Living alone, he possessed all the necessary daily supplies. Reluctantly, he ended up purchasing some instant noodles and snacks. Songshiza, on the other hand, thoroughly stocked up on essential household items. If one were to only encounter her in a professional context, they would undoubtedly perceive her as a workaholic. Yet her approach to life revealed an entirely different persona. Lin Mo discerned that for Songshiza, shopping served as a means to pass the time, suggesting a rather mundane inner world. At the cash register, the cashier regarded Lin Mo and Songshiza with a professional smile. To be fair, Lin Mo was youthful and handsome, with a tall stature, while Songshiza exuded beauty and elegance. Their combination was indeed a feast for the eyes. "We are currently running a promotion. Would you like assistance in selecting some skincare products for your girlfriend?" The cashier, driven by her professional instinct, proactively began to promote products before the customers completed their transaction. Chapter 19. If we continue, Andy will truly believe it upon uttering those words. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Lin Mo glanced at the cashier, opting for silence. Meanwhile, Songshi's cheeks flushed with a rare, enchanting charm, as she realized that despite considering herself an older woman, she had been mistaken for a young couple. However, both were acutely aware that the cashier's behavior stemmed merely from professional habit. The items placed near the counter yielded the highest profits, and promoting them individually was a surefire way to earn commissions. "No need for that. Let's just tally the total," Lin Mo responded with a smile, recognizing that excessive explanations would only heighten the awkwardness. Given their business collaboration, particularly with the project that afforded Lin Mo a substantial commission, he decided to handle the payment this time. Yet, he refrained from denying the girlfriend label, leaving Songshi with an unspoken sentiment. As the cashier calculated the bill, she cast another glance at Lin Mo and Songshi, seemingly intent on further promoting products. Sensing this, Lin Mo swiftly shifted the topic. "Could I have another box of?" He raised his hand, intending to purchase a pack of cigarettes. However, upon reflection, he deemed it inappropriate to smoke in Songshi's presence and halted mid-sentence. The cashier, misinterpreting his hesitance, turned and retrieved a box of condoms from the shelf. "I meant the cigarettes," Lin Mo said. His face flushed with embarrassment as he realized the cashier was adding to the awkwardness. Songshi, equally flustered, had already diverted her gaze to the distance. "That'll be 315. The cashier said with a professional smile, swiftly counting the items. Throughout the encounter, Lin Mo maintained that as long as he remained composed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Songshi, initially intending to pay, reluctantly conceded. After Lin Mo scanned the payment, he took the items and swiftly exited the store with Songshi. Once they had distanced themselves from the mall, Songshi still felt her heart racing. Being mistaken for Lin Mo's girlfriend was one thing, but the cashier's faux pas had left her at a loss for words. Yet, amidst her otherwise mundane thoughts, a ripple of amusement surfaced. Such playful jests were seldom directed at her. Her otherwise monotonous life seemed to crave a touch of levity. Life required small spices, and the cashier's offhand remarks were not worth dwelling upon. Noticing Songshi's contemplative mood, Lin Mo beamed brightly. The inner world of the affluent often appeared more desolate than that of ordinary individuals. Yet who could articulate such a sentiment? Feeling slightly apologetic, Songshi remarked, "Your mindset is commendable, but surely you must find it irksome to be mistaken for an older woman's boyfriend. A gap of over a decade cannot simply be brushed aside. Lin Mo, having just entered society, should undoubtedly feel some discomfort at being assumed to be the partner of a middle-aged woman. I speak the truth. The auntie likely thinks I am being flippant, but the cashier, not knowing us, provided the most authentic reaction. Clearly, the auntie is youthful and beautiful. One need not be blind to see that," Lin Mo earnestly explained, waving his hands dismissively. If one were to interact with Songshi solely in a professional context, it would be hard for anyone to believe that this woman has a child in college, blessed with innate beauty and enhanced by the care of the affluent. Her extraordinary visage boasts an impressive longevity. However, if I continue, the aunt may genuinely believe it. Song Shiqiao's face flushed, and she hastily interjected to stop Lin Mo. Fortunately, the evening's dim lighting concealed any signs of embarrassment, which was a relief. Everyone yearns for admiration, including the aunt. After all, whether the praise is sincere or not, the recipient is most attuned to the sentiment, is she not? Lin Mo chuckled heartily. Following this brief interlude, the bond between the two grew closer. Previously, Songshi was merely an important business client and the mother of Jiang Wanli. Now, Lin Mo began to regard her, to some extent, as a friend. The aunt cannot contend with you, Songshi replied with a resigned smile, indicating a sense of acquiescence. Indeed, who does not relish genuine accolades? Lin Mo beamed brightly, his keen perception revealing that Songshi was in good spirits. I live just a short distance ahead, a few steps away, so I shall bid you farewell, auntie. Lin Mo placed the daily necessities Songshi had purchased into the passenger seat of his sports car before taking his leave. Very well, goodbye then. Do visit my home more often when you have the time. Songshi waved to Lin Mo as she entered her vehicle. Due to work commitments, they would likely meet several times this week. Moreover, after their interactions, Songshi harbored considerable admiration for the young man. Take, for instance, the earlier awkward moment, which Lin Mo effortlessly defused with just a few words, transforming an uncomfortable atmosphere into one of camaraderie, thereby narrowing the distance between them. Such a masterful handling of the situation and linguistic finesse attested to his exceptional nature. Just as Lin Mo sensed, Songshi felt a kinship with him akin to that of old friends. The night passed in silence. The next day arrived, heralding the Monday that office workers dread the most. Lin Mo uncovered the mole within their midst and secured Songshi as a significant client. Shen Qingwei not only singled him out for commendation but also offered him the position of creative director. Observing Shen Qingyue's sudden favoritism towards Lin Mo, his colleagues felt a mix of envy and bewilderment. After all, just last week, Lin Mo had been regarded as a suspect in the creative leak incident. Not being dismissed was already a grand act of mercy. Following the morning meeting, Lin Mo, congratulations are in order. You must treat us to dinner after work. Several female colleagues gathered around, beaming with congratulations. Lin Mo was amiable in his work relationships, and his promotion to creative director was delightful news for the average employee. I must treat you. Lin Mo nodded with a smile, acknowledging that a promotion and salary increase warranted celebration. Naturally, some colleagues harbored resentment, based on tenure. Lin Mo could only be considered a rising star. Suddenly, the colleagues hurried back to their posts, and Lin Mo looked up to see Shen Qingyue, clad in a professional suit, striding in from outside. Her commanding presence rendered it difficult for ordinary employees to meet her gaze. You can drive, correct? Come with me for an outing. Shen Qingyue tossed Lin Mo the car keys after twirling them on her finger. Since promoting Lin Mo to creative director, she had resolved to cultivate a rapport with him. Rather than sever ties with Lin Mo, it was far more prudent to align their interests. Lin Mo took the keys to the Maserati and promptly agreed. Without the need for any system, he could sense Shen Qingyue's allure. Since forcibly obtaining beauty was futile, it was far wiser to first focus on advancing his career. Once his relationship with Shen Qingyue grew sufficiently close, perhaps beauty would naturally follow. Shen Qingyue cast a glance at Lin Mo before turning away and walking off. Lin Mo then rose to follow her. Having been at the company for 2 years, he had yet to witness Shen Qingyue take an employee out alone. Observing Lin Mo receive Shen Qingyue's favoritism, many employees whispered among themselves, their eyes reflecting envy. Even the simplest of minds could discern what it meant to be close to Shen Qingyue at Tianheng Company. This young man's future appeared exceedingly bright. In the company parking lot, Lin Mo found himself in the driver's seat of the Maserati for the first time, feeling somewhat surreal, having seen many luxury cars. This was his inaugural experience driving one. "Where are we headed, General Manager?" he inquired, turning his head to glance at Shen Qingwei, who was fastening her seatbelt in the passenger seat, curiosity evident in his voice. Chapter 20. "No, take me home meeting a significant client. There was a luncheon gathering." Shen Qingwei straightened her posture and explained calmly. She possessed the confidence to handle any client. Bringing along Lin Mo served not only to win him over, but also provided the advantage of having a driver after the drinks. Lin Mo acknowledged her with a simple "oh," and upon inquiring about the destination, he set off directly. Although Shen Qingwei was already attempting to forge a closer connection, their relationship remained somewhat distant. Opting for minimal conversation seemed a prudent choice. At this moment, Lin Mo found sheer delight in driving. He had obtained his driver's license during the summer after graduating high school, yet it wasn't until 2 years into his career that he acquired a vehicle. Finally getting to drive an extravagant car worth millions, he couldn't contain his excitement. His driving skills were commendable. After parking, Shen Qingwei offered a lukewarm compliment. Lin Mo smiled, feeling somewhat flattered. Practice makes perfect, yet he had hardly touched the steering wheel since obtaining his license. "Accompany me to meet Mr. Wang from Tianhong Group." Aiming to secure this collaboration, Shen Qingwei said, casting a serious glance at Lin Mo. Since landing the prestigious client Song she harbored no doubts about his professional capabilities. "Understood," Lin Mo replied, raising an eyebrow in agreement. He had heard of Mr. Wang from Tianhong Group. Could it be that Shen Qingwei was unable to manage this? Negotiating a partnership at a hotel? Lin Mo was taken aback to realize their location was indeed a hotel. Mr. Wang's invitation for Shen Qingwei to meet here seemed rather dubious. "Thus, you are not merely a driver but also a bodyguard," Shen Qingwei remarked with a captivating smile. As this served as a test for Lin Mo, after discovering the embezzlement of tens of millions from the company, she could no longer regard Lin Mo as an ordinary employee. A protector of the fair lady, perhaps? Lin Mo grinned, suddenly filled with vigor. It was apparent that Shen Qingwei had adopted the most effective approach to address the revelation of her secret. "Let us proceed." Shen Qingwei adjusted her attire and strode toward the hotel. Lin Mo pocketed the car keys and followed suit. Burton Hotel. Room 8808. "Miss Shen, the boss is inside." The guard at the door recognized Shen Qingwei and gestured for her to enter. Shen Qingwei nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. "And this is?" The guard halted Lin Mo's entry, understanding the boss's intentions. "He is my personal secretary," Shen Qingwei replied coldly. Regardless of the venue, this meeting was strictly for business collaboration. Engaging in any indiscreet conduct would render further discussions unnecessary. The guard hesitated. "Never mind, let them both in." A deep voice resonated from within the room. Lin Mo and Shen Qingwei entered together. The presidential suite was spacious, and a portly, balding middle-aged man sat by the window, preparing tea. "Miss Shen, please have a seat." The man raised his head, a smile that did not reach his eyes as he spoke. He had arranged to meet Shen Qingwei alone, but to his surprise, she had brought along a young and handsome gentleman. As one reaches middle age, the sole source of confidence often stems from wealth. Comparing oneself to a youthful figure like Lin Mo in terms of looks and charm would be an exercise in futility. Shen Qingwei cast a glance at Lin Mo before taking a seat opposite the man. As Lin Mo served as the secretary, he held no privilege to sit down. Seizing this opportunity, he pulled up information on the middle-aged man. Name: Wang Hong. Age: 55. Trust level: 0. Personal privacy: maintains over 100 mistresses. Current intent: seeks to coerce Shen Qingwei through financial means. Upon reading this, Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How could over 100 women endure the company of such a greasy old man? In the realm of the affluent, such dynamics are indeed taken for granted. Men are captivated by beauty, while women are enamored with wealth. Each party seeks their own desires, devoid of notions of right or wrong. Wang Hong, having already amassed hundreds of mistresses, is unexpectedly unwavering in his obsession with Shen Qingwei. "Miss Shen, have you made your decision?" Wang Hong gazed at Shen Qingwei with a smile, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he had her firmly in his grasp. "I am afraid, Mr. Wang, that I cannot comply with your terms," Shen Qingwei replied, shaking her head in resolute refusal. Wang Hong had offered to assist her with several million in capital turnover, contingent upon her becoming his mistress. In response, Shen Qingwei did not require a moment's contemplation. The financial predicament she faced did not equate to her being cornered. So what could possibly bring Miss Shen to this juncture? Wang Hong chuckled with a hint of intrigue. If Shen Qingwei were to refuse, what purpose would there be in making such an appointment? Thus, it was merely a woman's contradictory rhetoric. Gradually unveiling the veil of female hypocrisy had always been Wang Hong's greatest amusement. We could consider an alternative method of collaboration. If you, Mr. Wang, were to invest, I could transfer a portion of the company's equity, Shen Qingyue explained earnestly. Her misappropriation of funds was not for personal gain. It was a calculated risk for the future of the entire company. After all, what could equity possibly compare to the allure of mission? Wang Hong shook his head. Unfazed, the allure of Shen Qingyue had remained unchanged from the very beginning, rooted in her unwavering stubbornness. Coupled with her exquisite beauty, it ignited an irresistible urge to conquer. The hundreds of mistresses he had could not provide him with such a challenge, for the vast majority of women who surrendered to him did so merely for monetary gain. After all, as he reached middle age, with a figure that had become rather corpulent and slick, what could possibly justify his possession of so many women? There was little left to discuss. Shen Qingyue rose to her feet, decisively choosing to take her leave. Her intention in bringing Lin Mo was to demonstrate that her misappropriation of funds was for the advancement of the company. With her objective achieved, there was no longer a reason to linger. Let us not take things too seriously. I've arranged lunch for you, ensuring that you will secure numerous partnerships. Wang Hong interjected with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. Since Shen Qingyue was unwilling to yield, he would have to pursue her through alternative means. He possessed considerable patience in his quest to win her over. Shen Qingyue stood her ground, maintaining a polite smile. This gathering is indeed her primary objective. Given the temporary financial shortfall that cannot be resolved swiftly, establishing multiple collaborations serves as a viable alternative. Wang Hong's connections are indisputable, and it is precisely this aspect that has drawn Shen Qingyue to engage with this lecherous old man. Since there is still ample time, Shen Qingyue opted to reserve a room nearby to rest. Sharing the same space with Wang Hong felt somewhat awkward. President Shen, if my judgment is accurate, Wang Hong intends to intoxicate you at noon, Lin Mo suddenly remarked, observing Shen Qingyue reclining on the sofa, rejuvenating herself. This was not mere speculation, but rather information gleaned from the system. Therefore, your bodyguard is indeed proving useful, isn't he? Shen Qingyue murmured softly, her eyes half closed. Lin Mo had previously leveraged the issue of misappropriated funds to coerce her, striking a chord within her heart. It is the one who ties the knot that must untie it. Shen Qingyue wished to ascertain whether Lin Mo was worthy of her trust. I will ensure President Shen's safe return to the company, Lin Mo smiled, fully aware of the woman's thoughts. However, he was also curious about what outrageous actions Wang Hong might undertake after getting Shen Qingyue drunk. No, take me home. Shen Qingyue opened her eyes, exuding an enchanting allure. Chapter 21. The Pretentious Drunkenness of Shen Qingyue Noon. Burton Hotel. Banquet Hall. Wang Hong had arranged this gathering with several business associates, ostensibly to introduce Shen Qingyue for potential collaboration, but in truth, he sought to win over the aloof woman. Accustomed to success in his pursuits with women, Wang Hong was unprepared for the setback he faced with Shen Qingyue. Unwilling to accept defeat, he devised a plan to intoxicate her during the meal. Once under the influence, she would be less likely to resist, as she was no naive girl prone to tears and police calls. Wang Hong intended to offer her some business collaboration as a means to smooth over the situation. The world of adults is simultaneously simple and complex. Shen Qingyue, wary of the unfolding circumstances, brought Lin Mo along as her secretary, a prudent choice for a business discussion. Miss Shen, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Li, the president of Chuangling Trading, and Mr. Zhao. Wang Hong took the initiative to make introductions. The gathering was small, yet the attendees were significant figures. Aside from Lin Mo, the table was filled with executives. Miss Shen certainly knows how to make an impression, bringing a secretary to a banquet, remarked the round-faced Mr. Li with a playful tone. Wang Hong's intentions were already evident. Upon seeing the alluring Shen Qingyue, their desires were piqued. Since we can't drive after drinking, we must have a designated driver, Shen Qingyue replied with a smile, fully aware of the veiled insinuations. However, given her current need for their cooperation, she chose to swallow her indignation. Let's just rest here if we drink too much. The owner of Burton Hotel is a friend of mine, the square-faced Mr. Zhao declared, ready to call the hotel's proprietor, but Wang Hong swiftly intervened. Exposing such blatant needs would only raise Shen Qingyue's suspicions. Lin Mo, seated beside Shen Qingyue, felt a growing disdain for these affluent individuals. Through the privacy system, he had glimpsed the sordid histories of nearly everyone present. None of these business people were without blemish. Come, let us raise a toast. Wang Hong proclaimed cheerfully, lifting his glass. Shen Qingyue's acceptance of the invitation signaled that there was room for negotiation. Besides Lin Mo, who remained as a mere driver, everyone else at the table raised their glasses. Shen Qingyue recognized that in order to navigate her company through its difficulties, she needed to partake in this toast. As the afternoon unfolded, Shen Qingyue found herself not only responding to each executive's toasts but also deftly introducing discussions of potential collaborations. It would be counterproductive to finish the drinks without securing any business deals. Lin Mo, having eaten his fill, observed from the sidelines. It must be said, Shen Qingyue's capacity for alcohol was remarkable. Consuming high-proof liquor, she handled glass after glass with grace. Lin Mo prided himself on his own tolerance, yet in quiet comparison, realized that had he been in her place, he would likely have succumbed to inebriation by now. The meal stretched on for a full 2 hours. The very men who had aimed to intoxicate Shen Qingyue for their advantage found themselves thoroughly inebriated. They could scarcely fathom that a group of seasoned men had failed to win over one stunning woman. Accompanying his sister home, Shen Qingyue rose unsteadily, casting a bewitching glance at Lin Mo. The intoxicating aroma of alcohol mingled with a subtle hint of perfume momentarily disoriented him. This was the first time he had witnessed such a captivating demeanor from Shen Qingyue. With Lin Mo's assistance, he finally managed to help the alluring enchantress into the car. "Where do you reside, Miss Shen?" Although Lin Mo could easily find Shen Qingyue's address in the system, he refrained from doing so. Shen Qingyue remained silent, leaning against Lin Mo's shoulder, drifting into a deep slumber. A delicate fragrance wafted into his senses, igniting a smoldering desire within him. The stunningly attractive female superior nestled against him like a tranquil spring, a sight that would render any ordinary man restless. Yet, Lin Mo maintained his composure, cautiously examining the system. To his astonishment, he discovered that, despite her apparent inebriation, Shen Qingyue retained a semblance of consciousness. In other words, she was feigning intoxication, likely testing whether Lin Mo would take advantage of the situation. "I shall procure some hangover remedy for you." Aware of Shen Qingyue's intentions, Lin Mo resolved to impress her. If he could navigate this challenge successfully, his future in the company would be smooth sailing. Subsequently, he purchased some oral hangover relief and patiently encouraged Shen Qingyue to drink it. Although she was testing him, the alcohol consumed at noon had been genuine, and a typical person would have long lost consciousness. Truth be told, Lin Mo held a degree of admiration for this woman. She had thwarted Wang Hong and his associates' nefarious plans while securing a business deal at the table. "I am unaware of your residence, so I can only assist you in booking a room for rest." Lin Mo took out his phone and casually searched for a nearby hotel, reserving a room. Upon hearing that Lin Mo intended to take her to a hotel, the feigning Shen Qingyue was taken aback. She had initially planned to wake up, but suddenly reconsidered. The last time Lin Mo had seized her weakness, he had an opportunity for both wealth and romance, but inexplicably halted his advance. Consequently, Shen Qingyue sought to ascertain whether this man could indeed remain steadfast. However, she overlooked one crucial detail: she was currently in a state of slumber. To carry her to the room, Lin Mo lifted her from the car and effortlessly transported her to the 10th floor. The entire process inevitably involved physical contact. While Shen Qingyue feigned ignorance, Lin Mo was internally lamenting. Holding such a mature and alluring figure in his arms without any reaction was a challenge for any young man. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, being cradled by Lin Mo caused Shen Qingyue's body to radiate a slight warmth. As she found herself placed on the bed, Shen Qingyue's heart raced with apprehension. Should Lin Mo harbor ulterior motives, she would have to awaken immediately. Thus far, her performance in this test had been impeccable. "Miss Shen, please rest well. The water is on the bedside table. I shall take my leave now." Lin Mo gazed at the woman on the bed, unable to suppress a gulp. At this moment, Shen Qingyue lay languidly upon her bed, her raven tresses cascading around her. The effects of the wine imbued her cheeks with a seductive flush, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Lin Mo, apprehensive that lingering any longer would lead him to transgress, felt an overwhelming heat. "I'm so warm." Shen Qingyue seemed to sense his burning gaze, and under the influence of alcohol, she sought to further test Lin Mo's boundaries. Should this endeavor prove successful, he would become her invaluable ally in the future. As she spoke, Shen Qingyue began to twist and tug at her clothing. Once the veil of modesty was lifted, she would unveil Lin Mo's true nature. Cursing silently to himself, Lin Mo recognized that, had it not been for the constant reminders from the system, he might have succumbed to temptation. Alas, one must commit fully to the role. Lin Mo understood that if he presented himself as too virtuous, He would raise suspicions regarding his sexual orientation or question his masculinity altogether. Thus, he took the opportunity to assist Shen Qingyue in unbuttoning her outer garment, leaving her adorned only in a white bra, accentuating her voluptuous curves and proving irresistibly enticing. Subsequently, he adjusted the air conditioning to a cooler setting. Just before departing, Lin Mo deliberately murmured near Shen Qingyue, "What a sensual woman. If I don't leave now, I might truly err." With that, he exited the room. A few steps from the door, he heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Shen Qingyue's trust in you has increased to 66. Chapter 22. Resilience. Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment, then a smile crept onto his lips. Having withstood the test, he gained the trust of his alluring superior. This time, it was a triumph. From holding leverage over Shen Qingyue to foregoing the temptation of immediate gain. And now this latest trial, each step had intertwined perfectly, leading her to place complete faith in him. What had once appeared as coercion now transformed into a means of promotion and salary increase. After all, seeking personal gain is an inherent human trait. In the room, Shen Qingyue slightly opened her eyes. She glanced at her seductive pose, her rosy lips pouting. I can endure this. Nevertheless, should Lin Mo truly make a move, she would promptly awaken to intervene. Fortunately, everything concluded in the best possible manner. At the North train station, Lin Mo arrived driving Shen Qingyue's Maserati. He had received a call from his mother the previous day, informing him that his cousin, who was in her senior year of college, would be coming to Guining City to seek employment and asked him to host her. Since Shen Qingyue had no immediate use for the car, he decided to lend it for this occasion. At 4:30, a throng of passengers surged from the exit. Among the crowd, a striking young figure suddenly caught Lin Mo's attention. The girl, donned in sunglasses, was tall and slender, dragging a pink suitcase, resembling a quietly departing starlet. Ning Xiaoyan, over here. Lin Mo instantly recognized her. It was indeed his cousin, Ning Yin. She was the daughter of his aunt and had always shared a close bond with him throughout their upbringing. Upon spotting Lin Mo, Ning Yin sprinted towards him. Brother, long time no see. And by the way, when did I ever become small? To Lin Mo, she would forever be the child who never grew up. Hence, he had affectionately referred to her as Ning Xiaoyan, a habit he had maintained over the years. Lin Mo cast a peculiar glance at Ning Yin as he snatched the suitcase from her hands. Did you miss me? Ning Yin playfully looped her arm through his, her face alight with joy. Their bond had been strong since they were toddlers, allowing for open conversation about anything. Lin Mo was accustomed to such intimacy. Although he noted that Ning Yin was no longer the little girl trailing behind him, she had indeed grown up, as she herself had pointed out. This realization stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. You're not my girlfriend, so why ask such things? Lin Mo replied, slightly annoyed as he came back to reality. Besides, you should be more mindful of your image. Then, do you have a girlfriend? Ning Yin inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, devoid of any subtlety. During this transitional period of her internship, she planned to stay at Lin Mo's home. If her cousin found himself in a relationship, she would be left without a place to stay. Not at the moment. Lin Mo shot her a sidelong glance, fully aware of her thoughts. However, he noted that his one-bedroom apartment lacked the space to accommodate her. Fortunately, his promotion to creative director, with a monthly income of 20,000, provided him the assurance to seek a larger residence. Of course, he would still be renting. That's wonderful. Ning Yin beamed, her alabaster chin raised high, radiating joy. What's the matter? Do you hope for your brother to live a life of solitude? Lin Mo remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. The mention of a girlfriend conjured the enchanting figure of Jiang Wanli in his mind. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he felt an overwhelming impulse to commit to her for a lifetime. With looks like yours, you will undoubtedly find a beautiful and virtuous sister-in-law. There's no rush. Ning Yin teased, sticking out her tongue to reassure him. She was well aware of their aunt's persistent pressure regarding Lin Mo's marriage. Wow, brother. Have you acquired a luxury car? Upon seeing the Maserati, Ning Yin immediately released Lin Mo's arm and circled the vehicle in disbelief. Having graduated only 2 years prior, it seemed implausible for him to afford such an extravagant car unless he had a wealthy partner. It's the company S. I borrowed it just to pick you up. Lin Mo intended to appear impressive, but ultimately decided against it. Had it not been for today's fortunate circumstance, he would likely have arrived on an electric scooter. You are the best, Ning Yin exclaimed as she eagerly hopped into the passenger seat, her excitement palpable. For a university student on the brink of entering society, experiencing a luxury car was a remarkable adventure. While she had encountered rich second-generation heirs who pursued her in fancy cars, she had always declined their advances. Lin Mo placed her luggage in the trunk, then called his mother to update her before they departed from the station. Throughout the journey, Ning Yin animatedly chatted with Lin Mo about numerous topics. Their camaraderie had cultivated endless discussions, ranging from school gossip to the trivialities of daily life. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at their accommodation. Lin Mo sent a message to Shen Qingwei, informing her that he would be driving and that she could call him if needed. Just one room. Upon entering the rental apartment, Ning Yin realized the discrepancy. She had expected that with her cousin driving a Maserati, it would be customary for him to reside in a lavish abode. Now, with a clear mind, she understood the challenges faced by working individuals striving to purchase property in a bustling metropolis. We can manage for a few nights. And soon I'll look for a 2-bedroom apartment, Lin Mo explained as he arranged the luggage. Renting a spacious place was still feasible. Ning Yin was not surprised by the temporary arrangement. It was a trivial matter for them, having grown up together. Her primary concern was the heat. And upon noticing the air conditioning, she felt reassured. Don't worry, you can take the bed, and I'll sleep on the sofa, Lin Mo promptly clarified, concerned that his younger sister might misinterpret his intentions. Sharing a bed had been acceptable in their childhood, but they were now adults. And he understood the propriety of maintaining boundaries. Are you rejecting me? Ning Yin pouted, adopting a pitiful expression. Lin Mo's demeanor suggested disdain. What? He thought, bewildered by her reaction. This girl always speaks as if she were my girlfriend. He resigned himself to the sofa, recalling some unpleasant past experiences. The lively young girl was already full of energy, and when asleep, she resembled a hyperactive child. To avoid any awkwardness, he felt it prudent to take the sofa. Excuses. Mere excuses. Ning Yin feigned tears with an innocent expression. In her heart, she believed that her bond with Lin Mo was unwavering, and that there was no room for unfounded suspicions. Enough of the chatter, you must be hungry. Let me take you out for a meal. Lin Mo glanced at the time. It was indeed mealtime. Seizing the opportunity while Shen Qingwei was still not in need of the car, he decided to take Ning Yin for a spin in the Maserati Quattroport. I want shrimp dumplings, beef short ribs, sticky rice chicken, and fish slice congee. Ning Yin linked her arm with Lin Mo's, eagerly listing her cravings as if reciting a cherished inventory. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, suddenly struck by a thought. Although he had seen Ning Yin for a while now, the system had yet to reward him. Could it be that he held less than 70 of her trust? Thus, he proactively accessed the virtual panel. Name, Ning Yin, age, 22, trust level, 90, personal privacy, avoiding the advances of wealthy heirs. She came to a new city seeking employment, current intention, to indulge Lin Mo with a lavish feast. Trust level exceeds 70, lottery can be initiated. The system's notification arrived belatedly. Lin Mo realized that he needed to check this himself before the reward mechanism could be triggered. Well then, let us proceed with the lottery. Chapter 23, Level C Massage Technique. Congratulations on obtaining Level C Massage Technique. System reward, completion notification. Lin Mo gasped in astonishment. What on earth was this massage technique? However, after absorbing the information, he found himself adapting. For instance, techniques for massaging the cervical and lumbar vertebrae proved to be quite practical. On another note, Ning Yin's trust in him had reached an impressive 90, which stirred Lin Mo's emotions. After so many years of close companionship with this girl, it was evident that her trust was genuine. Subsequently, Lin Mo drove Ning Yin out for a lavish meal, considering that this young lady would be staying for a while. He also visited the supermarket to stock up on various daily necessities. As it was getting late, discussions about renting a place would have to wait until the weekend. During this time, Shen Qingwei responded to Lin Mo's message, expressing gratitude for his previous attentiveness, and informed him that he could continue using the car for now, as she would drive it to work the following day. In the rental house, Ning Yin emerged from the bathroom after her shower, her long black hair still damp, and mischievously grinned at Lin Mo. After spending half a day together, she had noticed that whenever her cousin chatted on his phone, the corners of his mouth would involuntarily lift. If his conversation partner wasn't a girl he admired, such a smile would be unlikely. Thus, Ning Yin concluded that her cousin was indeed in love, albeit at an early stage. Little did she know that Lin Mo was quite open about it, readily admitting his feelings. Whether he could win over Jiang Wanli would depend on the whims of fate, for such matters of destiny could not be forced. Do you have a picture? I can help you take a look. Ning Yin stepped closer, squeezing beside Lin Mo, her bright eyes frequently darting toward the screen. A girl's first instinct when assessing another girl was to consider her appearance. If she wasn't visually appealing, everything else would hold little significance. After some contemplation, Lin Mo decided to pull out a photo of Jiang Wanli. Wow, she's like a fairy. Ning Yin initially intended to offer her insights, but upon seeing Jiang Wanli's ethereal beauty, she was utterly stunned. Realizing this, she quickly used an image recognition app to ensure her cousin wasn't deceiving her with an internet image. In this age of advanced AI, it was possible for composite photos to look so exquisite. Unfortunately, she found no trace online to validate its authenticity. What? Do you think your brother would use fake photos to trick you? Lin Mo quipped, lightly tapping Ning Yin on the head. He wasn't perpetually single, nor would he resort to such vanity. Yet, she was indeed stunning. Ning Yin tilted her head in wonder, marveling. As a university student on the brink of graduation, she prided herself on having encountered numerous beautiful women. Including herself, none could compare to Jiang Wanli, though her cousin was handsome, witty, and exceptional in many regards. Ning Yin believed it would be quite a challenge for him to win the heart of the girl in the photograph. Shallow, Lin Mo muttered, feeling a twinge of insecurity. In truth, if it weren't for the privacy system he had acquired, he wouldn't have felt particularly confident. Especially since Jiang Wanli was not only beautiful but also came from a background as privileged as that of a protagonist from a novel. Indeed, one might ponder the unexpected connections that could arise. Ning Yin, with an air of calm analysis, remarked on the enigmatic nature of love. You are the one akin to a turtle, Lin Mo retorted, rising to head towards the bathroom. After your arduous journey, you ought to retire early, he suggested. Noticing a blanket draped over the sofa, a remnant from Jiang Yuan's overnight stay. No, it's too early to sleep. I shall await your bedtime stories in the bedroom. Ning Yin replied, playfully drying her hair with a towel. Throughout her childhood, she had heard no fewer than 20 bedtime tales from Lin Mo. And although she was no longer a child, those cherished memories remained etched in her heart. Lin Mo grinned and turned towards the bathroom, realizing that he must first soothe this little one to slumber before he could free himself. After his shower, he entered the room to find Ning Yin applying a facial mask, seemingly engrossed in the ritual that many women delight in. Brother, after lugging my suitcase to catch the train, my legs are so sore. Would you kindly massage them? She cooed as she lay down, asserting her will. Though Lin Mo initially intended to decline, he recalled the sea-level massage skill he had just acquired and thought it prudent to test its efficacy. Such legs. What a pity not to be cycling, he teased, knowing her to be a pampered only child. Hee, if you do well, I might just reward you with extra time. Ning Yin jested, reclining on the bed. Without further ado, Lin Mo began to knead her legs gently. After a few minutes, he realized she had already succumbed to sleep. Silently, he attempted to rise and leave when she, half awake, grasped his hand. Brother, don't go. I still wish to hear a story with a sigh. Lin Mo leaned back against the headboard and recounted those well-worn tales, treating her as if she were still a child. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Lin Mo awoke in a daze, drenched in sweat. A glance at the air conditioning unit revealed no issues, and it dawned on him that it was Ning Yin beside him, radiating warmth like a furnace. He rubbed his head, recalling the events of the previous night. His storytelling had lulled her to sleep, and he had, in turn, fallen into a deep slumber himself. Casting a glance at the peacefully sleeping girl, he couldn't help but scoff at his good fortune in being too tired to endure any discomfort. Lin Mo, what are you staring at? Ning Yin stirred, slowly opening her eyes and noticing his gaze upon her. How could I know if I'm not looking at you? He replied, lightly pushing her away with a hint of exasperation. Humph, you're just looking, she retorted playfully. Ning Yin has never been the obedient type. The more she is expected to conform, the stronger her rebellious spirit becomes. Chapter 24. Aunt, we meet again. I must freshen up before heading to work. I have left the spare key on the table for you. With a subtle cough, Lin Mo departed the room. As for the matter of finding a place to rent, that would have to wait until the weekend. Ning Yin lay on her bed, still savoring the flustered expression Lin Mo had worn. Teasing Lin Mo had always been her source of amusement since childhood. With Lin Mo gone to work, Ning Yin found herself alone in the house. When she noticed the steaming bowl of noodles on the table, she realized that Lin Mo truly cared for her the most. Should I consider submitting a resume to Tianheng Company? Ning Yin pondered as she enjoyed her noodles. At Tianheng Company, Lin Mo made a beeline for Shun Qingyue's office. Ever diligent, Shun Qingyue had arrived at the office early. Upon knocking and receiving permission to enter, Lin Mo found her engrossed in her work. President Shin, here are the car keys, and I brought you breakfast, Lin Mo said, stepping forward to place the keys and the meal on her desk. How thoughtful, Shen Qingwei remarked, looking up from her tasks. The subtle tests during yesterday's dinner had concluded perfectly. However, Shen Qingwei couldn't help but wonder why Lin Mo, who appeared so principled, or perhaps lacked the courage to act on his desires, had dared to threaten her in the past. After much contemplation, Shen Qingwei arrived at the same conclusion. It was all about securing a promotion and a raise. Ultimately, the increase in trustworthiness spoke volumes. By the way, our major client, Songshi, will be visiting today. Please make sure to set aside time to host him properly, Shen Qingwei added with a charming smile. Songshi was a client that Lin Mo had secured, showcasing his personal capabilities. If the intention was merely to draw Lin Mo into secrets, there would have been no need for such elaborate maneuvers. Rest assured, Lin Mo replied with a radiant smile, looking forward to meeting Songshi. Go ahead and get back to work, Shen Qingwei waved him off, returning to her duties. 20 minutes later, she remembered the breakfast sitting nearby. Typically, Shen Qingwei viewed breakfast merely as a means of filling her stomach. With this mindset, she opened the breakfast box, only to be dazzled by the array of dishes before her. Xiaomai, radish cake, black bean spare ribs, steamed beef, water chestnut powder, and peanut glutinous rice flour. Shen Qingwei was utterly astonished by the variety of the breakfast. For a long time, her only requirement for breakfast had been to stave off hunger, opting for either buns or plain congee. In stark contrast, this feast was a world apart. It turned out that breakfast could be so sumptuous. This little rascal, she thought. As she picked up a piece of radish cake and savored it, a look of delight spreading across her face. Meanwhile, a notification chimed. Ding. Shen Qingwei's trust level towards you has increased to 67. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought that a lavish breakfast could enhance trust? Moreover, since becoming the creative director, he had discovered that the higher the position, the easier the work became. Now, all he needed to do was to foster collective brainstorming. Not only is the salary substantial, but the workload is also light. All of this can be attributed to the benefits bestowed by the system. Otherwise, with Li Feng's malicious slander, his job would undoubtedly be at risk. Throughout the morning, Lin Mo engaged in light-hearted conversations with Jiang Wanli via his phone. During this time, he also inquired about Ning Yan's job search, clearly indicating that the young lady was not in a hurry. At noon, Shen Qingwei invited Lin Mo to lunch under the pretext of a meeting with the significant client, Songshi. In reality, this was a continued effort to curry favor with Lin Mo, until the void of several million in funds was filled. Even with utmost trust in Lin Mo, one could not afford to be complacent. At 2:30 in the afternoon, a luxury car glided into the parking lot of Tianjin Company. The car door swung open, revealing a delicate foot clad in white high heels. Soon after, Songshi, dressed in a knee-length skirt, gracefully alighted from the vehicle. The security guard at the entrance was momentarily taken aback, captivated by her stunning beauty, which overshadowed even the opulence of the luxury vehicle. Shen Qingwei and Lin Mo had arrived early to await her presence. The arrival of President Song graces our company. Shen Qingwei stepped forward with a warm smile. Given the company's current struggles, it was imperative not to neglect a super client like Songshi. Please, no need for formality. I am a bit older than you, so feel free to call me Sister Shi if you wish, Songshi said, removing her sunglasses, signaling Shen Qingwei to forego the official demeanor, as she preferred a more relaxed atmosphere. Despite being significantly older than Shen Qingwei, she felt comfortable enough to be addressed as a sister. Very well, Sister Shi. Let us discuss matters inside, Shen Qingwei gestured invitingly. The customary treatment for esteemed guests remained essential. However, Songshi did not proceed inside immediately. Instead, she turned to Lin Mo with a radiant smile. Auntie, it's wonderful to see you again. Lin Mo, having access to a privacy system, was aware of Songshi's true sentiments. Treating her merely as a client would lack warmth. Thus, he resolved to cultivate their relationship gradually, balancing work and personal interactions. The influence of this prospective mother-in-law would be crucial in his potential union with Jiang Wanli. Let us go. Auntie is eager to hear your thoughts, Songshi beamed. Finally, making her way towards the company building, Shen Qingwei stood in disbelief, clearly puzzled by the unfolding dynamics. How had Lin Mo and Songshi become so familiar? Their dialogue suggested a connection far beyond a mere business relationship. Yet, Shen Qingwei recognized this as a positive development. Noticing the questioning glance from Shen Qingwei, Lin Mo merely shrugged, offering no further explanation. Upon entering the company, the trio immediately captured the attention of everyone present. First, Shen Qingwei, having supplanted the president's position, commanded absolute authority. The presence of a superior inevitably drew notice. Secondly, Songshi's beauty seemed almost ethereal, rendering even the typically stunning female executives pale in comparison. Lastly, there was Lin Mo, who appeared to bask in the favor of two exquisite women. However, any observant individual could discern that Lin Mo was indeed in favor. The three individuals convened in the reception hall, engaging in conversation for a full 2 hours. By the conclusion of their discussion, they had resolutely decided to pursue a long-term collaboration. Henceforth, all future projects would be entrusted to Lin Mo for handover to me. Just before their departure, Song Shiyu made a startling statement. Chapter 25 today, Auntie is home alone. Of course, there's no issue. Shen Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, but promptly acquiesced. Song Shi held a distinguished status, with several large enterprises backing her. A long-term collaboration with her would undoubtedly secure the company's profits. Furthermore, Song Shi's explicit request for Lin Mo to oversee the subsequent follow-ups indicated her particular fondness for the young man. Shen Qingyue refrained from speculating about their relationship. The only certainty was that this boded well for the company. I'll accompany Annie for a bit, Lin Mo offered as he noticed Song Shi preparing to leave. Setting aside the complexities involving Jiang Wanli, securing such a significant client as Song Shi would translate into a substantial future commission. The company had explicit regulations stating that commissions were drawn from finalized project amounts. Moreover, through the privacy system, Lin Mo discerned that Song Shi was indeed inclined to assist him. In other words, this potential future mother-in-law was in his corner. It's almost time to finish work. How about joining me for dinner at home? Song Shi suggested with a smile, donning her sunglasses. Lin Mo initially intended to decline, considering his cousin was still at home. However, upon witnessing Shen Qingyue's astonished expression, he found himself instinctively agreeing. Despite his current prominence, he had no real support within the company, and Shen Qingyue could dismiss him at any moment. Thus, having a relationship with Song Shi served as a form of security. Regardless of whether it was a matter of leveraging one's connections or something else entirely, it was clear that Song Shi was now Lin Mo's benefactor. Even before the official end of the workday, Shen Qingyue graciously permitted Lin Mo to leave. Such social nuances were well within her realm of understanding. In the parking lot, Auntie is a bit tired. You drive, Song Shi remarked, handing the car keys to Lin Mo. Her fatigue was merely an excuse. She had noticed Lin Mo's south eagerness to drive the luxury car and was being considerate. Lin Mo accepted the keys eagerly. Although his interactions with Song Shi had been limited, he strongly suspected she, too, possessed an understanding of systems, as her grasp of daily conversations and various details was impeccably managed. It must be said that spending time with Song Shi was exceedingly comfortable and relaxing. Your driving skills are quite impressive, far surpassing Auntie's, Song Shi complimented cheerfully during the drive. She noticed Lin Mo's slight nervousness while driving the luxury vehicle. Yet he maintained a steady hand, appearing calm and composed. In contrast, she, as a female driver, felt somewhat lacking. You're too kind, Auntie. You're likely just preoccupied with work while driving, Lin Mo replied with a smile. By the way, Wanli and Yuan are at school today, right? Lin Mo suddenly realized the implications. It was Tuesday, and the two little princesses were indeed attending class. This meant that only Song Shi and Jiang Tianhua were at home. Did these two elders have something to discuss? Today, Auntie is home alone. Can you cook? Song Shi leaned back in her seat, gently brushing her long, dark hair. Lin Mo's suspicions were confirmed. She indeed had matters to convey. As a victim of a commercial marriage, Song Shi has grown weary of and even detests this business model. As a mother, she does not wish her daughter to become a pawn in such unions. Lin Mo possesses commendable qualities, and given that her daughter Jiang Wanli seems to share this sentiment, Song Shi has remarkably chosen to offer her support. Is it more important for the two to find joy together or to amass wealth? For Song Shi, the answer is undoubtedly joy. After all, the family's finances are sufficient to ensure that her two daughters can live carefree lives for generations to come. My culinary skills are decent. I learned for a while from my mother, but since starting work, I rarely cook, Lin Mo reflected, responding candidly. Despite having only a few noodles at home, it was purely out of convenience. By any systematic evaluation, his cooking would at least qualify as a C grade. Compared to many young individuals who have never even touched a pot or pan, Lin Mo is confident he surpasses 99 of them. Auntie's cooking is always criticized by the two girls. Could you teach her some recipes? Song Shi turned her head, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Mo. To her, it is a rarity for young people to possess culinary skills. Moreover, she dislikes hiring a maid, resulting in her daughters often rejecting the daily meals. While breakfast may be justified with nutritional value, lunch and dinner require her maternal authority to compel the two girls to eat. Then let us head directly to the market, Lin Mo suggested, seizing this excellent opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Song-shi. With the support of such a formidable mother-in-law, his future endeavors would undoubtedly become smoother. They then drove to the Eastgate Market. Upon arrival, Lin Mo first consulted the system to ascertain Song-shi's preferred dishes, then procured ingredients for his specialty meals according to his skill level. After a flurry of purchases, he found himself laden with bags. Have I bought too much? Lin Mo pondered, somewhat bewildered by the heap in his hands. With Jiang Wanli and her sister absent, it would only be the two of them for dinner. And this amount could easily suffice for a feast of a dozen dishes. Not to worry, any leftovers can go into the refrigerator. Nothing will go to waste. Song-shi assured him with a smile. Despite her wealth, she is never one to squander food. At the residence, devoid of the two young girls, tranquility reigned. In the living room, Song-shi gestured for Lin Mo to sit and rest. Although the presence of her daughters often brought her frustration, their absence at school made her yearn for them. Indeed, the sole light in Song-shi's monotonous life in high society is her daughters, Jiang Wanli and her sister. Andy seems a bit contradictory, Lin Mo teased with a smile. Even without the system's insights, he could sense Song-shi's longing for her children. Let us have some fruit, Song-shi suggested with a smile, bringing over a selection. The reason she holds Lin Mo in such high regard is that he possesses a keen understanding of human emotions and conducts himself with remarkable propriety, perhaps even resonating on the same wavelength. As they enjoyed the fruit, their conversation flowed effortlessly across various topics. Despite the generational gap in their relatively recent acquaintance, both felt as though they were long-lost friends. Relaxed and unreserved in their dialogue. Feeling hungry? I will go prepare dinner, Song-shi remarked. Glancing at the time, Song-shi instinctively spoke up in a tone befitting a host. Upon finishing her words, she let out a soft chuckle. Her culinary skills were hardly noteworthy. Haha, let us learn from one another and grow together, Lin Mo remarked with a radiant smile, raising his fist in a mock-serious manner. This elicited another round of playful laughter from Song-shi. At that moment, Lin Mo received a message from his cousin Ningyan, informing him that she would be attending a dinner at a friend's house that evening and would return late. After reminding her to stay safe, he devoted his attention to the kitchen. In the kitchen, the two of them divided their tasks clearly and began to bustle about. Lin Mo took the role of the head chef, while Song-shi assisted diligently. How can you slice the potato strips so finely? Song-shi exclaimed in surprise as she washed the vegetables. She watched as a plump potato was transformed into even slices and then swiftly cut into uniformly thin strips by Lin Mo's skilled hands. The entire process was as fluid as flowing water. If Song-shi possessed such talent, her daughters would undoubtedly be amazed, earning her their admiration. Thus, she was eager to learn. All right, let us start with teaching Annie how to cut potato strips, Lin Mo said, stepping aside with a smile to indicate that Song-shi should demonstrate. Chapter 26, Teaching Song-shi to Cook. Can I really do it? Song-shi asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Though she had been toiling with pots and pans for over a decade, she had come to realize that perhaps she was not cut out for it. Practice makes perfect. No one is born a master chef, Lin Mo reassured her. He attributed his culinary skills to his mother's frequent guidance and his relentless practice. If not for the exhaustion from work, he would undoubtedly take the reins himself. Given his discerning palate, then I shall give it a try, Song-shi replied, gripping the chef's knife with a hint of trepidation. While she had experience with potatoes, it was merely in chopping them into chunks. She made a haphazard cut at the base to stabilize the vegetable. Lin Mo patiently elucidated each step, providing Song-shi with a clear understanding of her task. Indeed, with a flat base, the potatoes ceased to roll around aimlessly. The next step involved slicing it into uniformly thick pieces, and Lin Mo was there to encourage her. With a nod of determination, Song-shi began to slice. Unfortunately, after a couple of attempts, the results were uneven and even resulted in a half slice. Keep your body steady, arms taut, and let the knife move up and down in a straight line. Try again, Lin Mo suggested, observing her novice attempts with a mix of empathy and amusement. Yet, he remained patient, as if teaching such a beautiful girl was a pleasure in itself. To avoid any semblance of impropriety, he circled to the other side, gently guiding her hand to maintain the knife's angle during her cuts. With the combination of theoretical advice and live corrections, Song-shi soon achieved commendable results. I think I'm getting the hang of it, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with the joy of a child receiving a reward. despite her years of kitchen endeavors. They had mostly been futile efforts. Lin Mo's succinct guidance felt akin to enlightenment. Arrange the potato slices neatly. Remember, this technique is called the push-pull method, he instructed, concerned for her safety. In a moment of urgency, he instinctively assisted her. Such minor physical contact was inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Under his meticulous guidance, a whole potato quickly transformed into delicate shreds. Though not exceedingly fine, the results were certainly presentable. Wonderful, Songshi exclaimed, placing the knife down and giving Lin Mo a thumbs up. A few minutes of instruction had proven more beneficial than years of muddling through. She then took out her phone to capture the moment. The sense of achievement she felt was truly rare. Having dined at numerous upscale restaurants, the thought of sharing her own culinary creations on social media had once seemed unimaginable. Life, she realized, needed meaning. Those artfully plated dishes offered little worth documenting. Now, let the auntie stir-fry the shredded potatoes, Lin Mo said with a smile as he watched her finish taking pictures. You've only sliced the ingredients. There's still a long way to go before it becomes a dish. I just stir-fry randomly, Songshi replied, waving her hand dismissively. It mattered not if the ingredients were cut poorly. What would be truly wasteful was preparing an unsavory meal. So, the dishes I had when I visited your home were all made by a chef, right? Lin Mo jestingly remarked. The last dish wasn't particularly breathtaking. Yet the presentation was exquisite, embodying a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor, clearly crafted by a highly skilled chef. At the very least, it's something that Songshi would never be able to achieve. Last time, it was a gesture of gratitude. If Annie were to cook, it would be akin to biting the hand that feeds. Songshi, unfazed, burst into laughter, her demeanor blossoming with joy. Given her culinary skills, it was unlikely that a warm and delightful dining experience would ensue. Dining at an external restaurant would lack the sincerity she wished to convey. Reluctantly, she would have to invite a chef to helm the kitchen. The more they discussed it, the more Lin Mo's curiosity about Auntie's culinary prowess grew. He laughed heartily, expressing interest in tasting something that might be utterly unpalatable. It was hard to fathom what kinds of meals Jiang Wan and her sister had consumed since childhood. Stop teasing Auntie and teach me how to stir-fry shredded potatoes, Songshi said, casting a playful glance at Lin Mo. Her fair and exquisite visage tinged with a faint blush. Throughout her life, whether in academics, business, or appearance, Songshi had always been regarded as an exceptional individual. The only area where she truly faltered was in the kitchen. If I managed to teach Annie, I would undoubtedly feel a sense of accomplishment. Lin Mo nodded enthusiastically. The potential for growth seemed boundless. The prospect of simply shredding a potato brought joy to Songshi, and one could only imagine her exuberance upon mastering a few signature dishes. Let us begin, she declared earnestly, looking at Lin Mo with an expression of earnest desire that was impossible to refuse. Auntie, let's explore the art of cooking together. No need for formality, Lin Mo said with a smile. His culinary skills were merely those of an amateur, dwarfed by professional standards. Nevertheless, he felt confident in teaching Songshi. Before stir-frying, one must rinse the shredded potatoes in clean water to remove excess starch. This prevents sticking and ensures a crisp texture. Sensing Songshi's attentiveness, Lin Mo meticulously outlined each step. Fortunately, Songshi was not entirely inexperienced. She quickly grew adept at the basics. Before long, a visually appealing plate of shredded potatoes was ready. Give it a try, Lin Mo encouraged, eagerly awaiting her taste of their labor. With a hint of trepidation, Songshi retrieved chopsticks and lifted a portion of the potatoes to her rosy lips. After a few delicate chews, her brows unfurled in satisfaction. Not bad, she declared, turning her gaze expectantly to Lin Mo. Her own approval was insufficient. She needed validation from her mentor. Lin Mo, realizing this, took the chopsticks and sampled a piece himself. This quintessential home-cooked dish was notoriously difficult to ruin, but achieving a delectable outcome required skill. Concerned about his judgment, he took another bite. Finally, he was relieved to conclude his assessment. It deserves an 8 out of 10. He considered his score, assigning 1 point for encouragement and another for social niceties. In essence, it had passed the test. Songshi hesitated momentarily before a radiant smile of happiness blossomed across her face. The chopsticks she had just used felt somewhat peculiar when Lin Mo picked them up. The system notification chimed, indicating that Songshi's trust level had risen to 63, filling Lin Mo with a sense of accomplishment. The trust levels among the three women had surpassed 60, a promising sign. Even if Jiang Tianhua were to oppose, Lin Mo would hold the upper hand in terms of appearances. Subsequently, Lin Mo proceeded to teach a few traditional dishes, such as spicy chicken and braised eggplant. Engrossed in the culinary endeavor, she ultimately prepared an entire banquet's worth of dishes. Auntie, have I perhaps made too much? Lin Mo questioned, gazing at the copious array of food, feeling somewhat daunted by the task at hand. Then you should eat more, Songshi replied with an apologetic smile. Having suddenly learned numerous home-cooked recipes and momentarily lost control of her culinary enthusiasm, there was no alternative. The dishes they had prepared had to be consumed by themselves. The two continued until they were nearly unable to move, even postponing the task of cleaning the dishes. Auntie, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Lin Mo suddenly inquired while seated on the couch, engrossed in the television. Chapter 27. The best and in the world do not presume that Lin Mo possesses a privacy system, even without one. It is evident that Songshi's invitation is not without purpose. If her sole intent were to learn culinary skills, given Songshi's resources, she could easily engage a chef of any caliber, rendering Lin Mo's guidance unnecessary. Thus, it is clear that this woman has something significant to convey from the very beginning. This becomes apparent with the absence of Jiang Wanli and her sister, as well as Jiang Tianhua at home. Nothing escapes your discernment. Perhaps what Anne is about to say may come as a surprise. I ask for your understanding. Songshi smiled gently, offering no denial. Although it might be premature to discuss certain matters, her ability to assess individuals has always been impeccable. Setting aside financial considerations, Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli are indeed quite compatible. Is it about Wanli? Lin Mo ventured to inquire. Indeed, it is evident that you both harbor mutual affection. Do not be too quick to dismiss it. Speak honestly with Aunt. Do you have feelings for Wanli? She stated directly. As a mother, she is acutely aware of her daughter's emotional shifts. Since meeting Lin Mo, the frequency of Jiang Wanli's smiles has noticeably increased. Those smiles are genuine, something she has rarely exhibited throughout her life. At an age ripe for budding romance, such feelings are entirely natural. I do like her. Lin Mo did not shy away. Instead, he earnestly nodded. Despite the dramatic circumstances of their acquaintance and the brevity of their interactions, affection is affection, independent of external factors. She felt a sense of satisfaction at Lin Mo's decisiveness. To love boldly is indeed a commendable trait. Should one feel inferior due to a girl's affluent background, it would only garner her disdain. First and foremost, let me make my position clear, irrespective of who it may be, as long as Wanli loves him. I will not act as a stumbling block. Our family does not lack for wealth. What truly matters is that the future son-in-law can bring joy to my daughter. She smiled gently, her gaze towards Lin Mo softening. To reside in a wealthy family and seek carefree happiness is, in itself, a luxury. Despite She's grand home, luxurious vehicles, and several thriving enterprises, her years have not been filled with joy. Indeed, her life has often felt stagnant. Occasionally, she might venture out with friends to shop or sip tea, yet their conversations tend to revolve around trivial topics such as jewelry and ornaments. Were it not for her two daughters, she would struggle to find meaning in life. As a victim of a commercial marriage, she hopes her daughters do not repeat her mistakes. Whether or not the future son-in-law is affluent is inconsequential. What is truly precious is the ability to bring genuine happiness to her daughter. I wholeheartedly endorse Aunt's perspective. In the journey of life, happiness should take precedence. While material possessions such as cars and houses serve merely to facilitate joy, Lin Mo interjected earnestly, whether it be through promotions or acquiring property, the essence remains the same, to enhance one's existence. If one drives a luxury car and resides in a grand estate yet remains unhappy, then the pursuit of wealth is rendered meaningless. What, then, do you believe is the path to true happiness? She inquired curiously, as she has long sought the answer to this question. Whether through fitness or travel, it seems elusive to attain authentic joy. The rules of a wealthy family can be akin to shackles, binding one in an invisible grip. From the moment she became a pawn in her marriage to Jiang Tianhua, she ceased to live for herself. In my humble opinion, happiness should stem from the fulfillment of the spirit and the joy of the mind, a gift that naturally arises during interactions. Lin Mo contemplated for a moment before responding according to his understanding. The reason for one's unhappiness is often a lack of satisfaction. The impoverished yearn for wealth, while the affluent seek spiritual contentment. In essence, does encountering the right person truly bestow mutual joy? She inquired, somewhat perplexed. She found herself ensnared in a predicament, unable to extricate herself. Unless she relinquished her family and career to wholeheartedly pursue her desires, Perhaps only then could she find happiness. Contentment breeds joy. One must learn to discover happiness. The moment the aunt learned to slice potatoes was a moment of joy, and that joy was infectious, extending to me. And in the future, it would also radiate to Wanli and the others during cooking. Lin Mo comforted with a smile. It was evident that Song Shi's heart was rather barren. It was somewhat heart-wrenching to think of a woman who regarded supermarket visits as a source of pleasure. Even her culinary endeavors were solely for the sake of her daughter's satisfaction. Dedicating oneself entirely makes it exceedingly difficult to attain joy. It seems to make sense. Song Shi appeared to have an epiphany. Indeed, her culinary skills, stagnant for over a decade, had only found genuine joy through the humble potato. Such an inconspicuous episode had awakened her significantly. The aunt should allocate more time and energy for herself. Lin Mo continued to enlighten. The primary reason for Song Shi's unhappiness was largely due to living for others. A marriage of convenience, aimed at familial interests. After becoming a mother, she devoted herself to caring for her daughters without complaint. Failing to regard herself as the protagonist of her own life makes it exceedingly challenging to find joy. She felt utterly constrained. Song Shi shook her head, displaying a hint of helplessness. Various aspects of life were ensnaring her. The operations of several large corporations and the futures of her two daughters weighed heavily on her, and she dared not be careless. She needed to learn to alleviate her burdens, much like cooking. Mastering the technique might yield better results than years of aimless pondering. Lin Mo recognized that Song Shi excelled in her professional endeavors and as a mother. However, no matter how busy one is, one must carve out personal time. Otherwise, what is the purpose of all this busyness? Perhaps. Song Shi gazed at Lin Mo with admiration, finding it hard to fathom that she could learn so many truths from a young person newly entering society. It seemed that entrusting her daughter to him was a wise choice. Afterward, Lin Mo assisted in tidying the dining table and, noticing the time, decided to take his leave. This time, he declined Song Shi's offer to drive him home, for otherwise, it would be awkward to return in the future. Then pick a car. It's inconvenient without one, Song Shi said, pointing to the luxury cars in the underground parking lot with a generous smile. Regardless of future business collaborations or allowing my daughter to travel with Lin Mo, relying solely on taxis would undoubtedly be inconvenient. This action also signifies her acknowledgement of Lin Mo. Such a lavish gift is indeed precious. One does not receive benefits without merit. Lin Mo quickly shook his head, insisting that such a gesture was unwarranted. Here, each luxury vehicle starts at $1 million. The thought of incurring damages on such an expensive asset is beyond his means. What? Will my daughter be taking the bus with you in the future? Song Shi gazed at Lin Mo with a gentle smile, offering him no chance to decline. After all, these cars merely occupying space here would be a waste. Gifting one to Lin Mo would be of little consequence. Lin Mo fell into silence, abruptly pulled back from his delightful daydream into the stark reality. Indeed, any luxury car here is something an ordinary person could never aspire to in a lifetime of labor. This vast economic disparity loomed before him. Do not overthink it. You are still young. Auntie will assist you in making money. Be obedient and choose one to drive for now. You can return it once you acquire your own vehicle. Song Shi quickly reassured him. Noticing her words seemed to have affected Lin Mo. You must be the best aunt in the world, Lin Mo said. A look of heartfelt gratitude illuminating his face as he spoke almost involuntarily. Chapter 28. What is your relationship with Song Shi? As emotion surged, Lin Mo was profoundly moved. Were it not for the disparity in their statuses, he would have instinctively embraced Song Shi. Given the gravity of the conversation, any further reluctance would seem insincere. To be able to drive a luxury car at such a young age, even if it belonged to another, is undeniably impressive. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo selected a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. For many young men, the commanding presence of this vehicle is unmatched. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, Lin Mo settled into the driver's seat, hesitating to start the engine. Although Song Shi suggested it was merely a loan, the implication was clear. It was as good as a gift. A luxury vehicle worth millions. Casually given away, this opulence from a wealthy family starkly illuminated the gulf between their worlds. Additionally, during his last encounter at the bar, Jiang Tianhua had offered Lin Mo a sum of money as a reward for standing up for Jiang Yuan, which he had declined at the time. Drive safely. And when you have time, continue to teach Annie how to cook. Song Shi waved at Lin Mo with a smile. Jiang Tianhua had chosen a match for his daughter, and she had selected Lin Mo. This was a contest between spouses, with no room for negotiation. Rest assured, Andy, I will teach you 100 dishes. Lin Mo vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. This arrangement not only promised to enliven Song Shi's otherwise monotonous life, but also garnered the enthusiastic support of her beautiful mother-in-law, a win-win situation. It must be said, spending time with Song Shi was indeed a delight. Goodbye, Auntie. After waving farewell, Lin Mo drove out of the underground garage. His excitement gradually subsided only after a few minutes. It was then he remembered his cousin, Ning Yen, was waiting outside and promptly called her. Brother, are you coming to pick me up? Ning Yan's voice on the other end was sweet and slightly slurred. Have you been drinking? Lin Mo inquired, frowning. Ning Yan had numerous classmates in Guining City, and he had initially thought they were merely gathering for a meal, unaware that alcohol would be involved. Ning Yan's capacity for drinking was mediocre at best, and she tended to become petulant when inebriated, a scenario he wished to avoid. Just a little, Ning Yan whined playfully. Lin Mo recognized that arguing was futile at this point, so he requested her location and set off. As Song Shi had indicated, having a car was indeed a convenience. In the city center at a quaint bar, Lin Mo parked and walked inside. As expected, he spotted Ning Yan at one of the tables. Surrounded by 7 or 8 young men and women, perhaps due to the alcohol, they all appeared rather animated. Let us go home. Lin Mo approached Ning Yan, his tone tinged with exasperation. This girl, both inexperienced in cooking and fond of drinking, was indeed a handful. My boyfriend is here, so I'll be leaving now. Ning Yan declared as she stood and linked her arm through Lin Mo's. It was evident that this was a deliberate act. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the young men shifted dramatically. They had spent the entire evening vying for her attention, only to discover that she already had a boyfriend. The sensation was akin to being made a fool of. Ning Yan, when did you get a boyfriend? Questioned one of the young women with golden hair. They had been close friends for many years, and it was only natural that they would inform each other of such significant developments immediately. Lin Mo, being well acquainted with Ning Yan, recognized her ploy to use him as a shield. Understanding the situation, he played along. A quick scan with his system revealed that the group of young men harbored ulterior motives, aside from one genuinely interested in pursuing Ning Yan. The others were merely seeking to take advantage of the situation after having imbibed too much. Such drinking gatherings were indeed perilous. After speaking, he took Ning Yan's hand and departed from the bar. To his surprise, the others followed suit. Although Lin Mo sensed their displeasure, he had no intention of resorting to violence. In this peaceful society, individuals like Shen Ming, the morally corrupt second-generation rich, were ultimately in the minority. Farewell. Ning Yan linked her arm with Lin Mo's, her demeanor light and airy. She waved goodbye to her friends, radiating happiness. Lin Mo paid no mind to the young crowd, placing Ning Yan in the passenger seat before swiftly driving away. Was that a G-class? The group exchanged glances. So, Ning Yan has found herself a tall, rich, and handsome boyfriend? The revelation shattered the confidence of the young man, and even her friends felt a pang of emotional distress. Brother, why did you change cars again? Ning Yan remarked, noticing the interior was distinctly different from the previous Maserati. Could it be that her brother was indeed an invisible tycoon? If it's borrowed, do you want me to take you to buy some hangover remedies? Lin Mo cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yan, feeling exasperated. In his view, young women should steer clear of alcohol. I'm not drunk, just a bit lightheaded, Ning Yan replied, flashing a sweet smile and tilting her head as she gazed intently at Lin Mo, who was driving. Do I have flowers on my face? Feeling her unusual scrutiny, Lin Mo retorted. This girl loved to tease him by adopting the role of a girlfriend. When they were younger, it was somewhat forgivable. But now that she had graduated from university, she should know better. Brother, you're so handsome. Ning Yan lazily leaned back in her seat, admiring the chiseled contours of Lin Mo's profile, unable to contain her admiration. Perhaps the alcohol had softened her tone considerably. Enough chatter. Wait here while I go buy some hangover remedies, Lin Mo instructed, disregarding her praise as he stopped the car in front of a pharmacy. After purchasing the necessary items and returning to the car, he discovered that she had fallen deeply asleep. Had he not intervened, the consequences of her being led away by other young men would have been dire. Upon arriving home, Lin Mo gently placed Ning Yan on the bed and turned on the air conditioning, opting to sleep on the sofa himself. Given her restless nature while sleeping and the potential for awkward situations after drinking, it was wiser to exercise caution. The following day, Lin Mo awakened at his usual time. After freshening up, he noticed that Ning Yan was still in a deep slumber. He prepared a bowl of noodles and left it on the table before heading to work. Driving the G-Class, he felt an immediate shift in his aura. Even the security guard at the entrance stood a bit straighter. Lin Mo? The guard was taken aback to see Lin Mo behind the wheel as the window rolled down. He clearly remembered the license plates of the company leaders. And this extravagant vehicle, a G-Class, evidently did not belong to the firm. Don't look at me like that. It's someone else's car. Lin Mo chuckled as he offered the guard a cigarette before driving into the parking lot. It was precisely the time for work. And many colleagues were still in the parking area. As they witnessed Lin Mo driving such a luxury car, puzzled glances were exchanged among them. Although this fellow had recently caught Shen Qingyue's attention, it seemed unlikely that he would achieve such rapid success. Lin Mo, disinterested in explaining, carried the steaming breakfast directly to Shen Qingyue's office. His intention was merely to foster trust by providing warmth to his beautiful superior. After knocking and receiving permission, as soon as Lin Mo stepped inside, Shen Qingyue, with a beaming smile, inquired, "What is your relationship with that Songshi?" Chapter 29, Brother. Have you yet won over that campus belle? What does it matter? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. His relationship with Song-shi was too intricate to be distilled into mere words. She was a client with whom he collaborated, potentially his future mother-in-law, and perhaps even a friend. It was both complicated and straightforward. Don't play coy, just be honest, Shen Qingyue urged, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. As a woman, a penchant for gossip was inherent. In her eyes, Song-shi was not merely a wealthy woman of exceptional quality. Her personality and demeanor were impeccable in every aspect. Such a paragon of womanhood could never engage in any improper relationship with Lin Mo. However, the truth was that Song-shi held a profound admiration for Lin Mo, a sentiment that far surpassed the usual appreciation one might have for a client. This aspect confounded Shen Qingyue, leaving her at a loss for words. Ultimately, she concluded there was little worth gossiping about. Lin Mo shook his head, placing the breakfast on the table. He could not immediately define his relationship with Song-shi, and would have to defer such discussions for another time. Realizing that she could not extract any clarity from him, Shen Qingyue dismissed Lin Mo with a hint of disdain. She then eagerly opened the breakfast bag, and as expected, it revealed a lavish and varied spread. This rascal truly knows how to win hearts, she mused. In the Dongyao district, within a lavish villa, a well-dressed man entered the living room, carrying some documents. The materials not only contained textual information, but also photographs from daily life. Among them was a striking image of Jiang Yuan, her charming smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, refreshing and delightful. Unbelievable, Shen Ming muttered, puffing on his cigar as he scanned the documents, his expression darkening. Jiang Tianhua was a household name, ranking among the nation's wealthiest. In terms of assets, Jiang Tianhua's fortune eclipsed that of the illustrious Hui Guang Entertainment. Who could have anticipated that his daughter would venture alone into a bar? The very notion was absurd. What about that kid? Shen Ming flicked the ash from his cigar, his mind still troubled. Having navigated the social scene for years, earning the moniker Prince, it was clear he was accustomed to a life of splendor. He had never faced humiliation, not even when someone dared to strike him in a bar he partially owned. Yet, Lin Mo had brazenly taken the girl he was interested in right before his eyes, and even caused him to vomit in the process. This was a profound disgrace. Such a grievance demanded retribution. Unable to take vengeance on Jiang Tianhua's daughter, Shen Ming redirected his ire towards Lin Mo, viewing him as a convenient target for his frustrations. That kid, Lin Mo, was an employee of Tianhin Company and, to his knowledge, had no prior acquaintance with Jiang Yuan. The suit-clad man produced another document, revealing Lin Mo's pertinent information. Upon investigation, it became evident that Lin Mo had no intersection with the daughter of the business magnate. I knew they were strangers. Shen Ming sneered, crushing the cigar in his hand. At the bar, Lin Mo had clearly intended to play the hero, while Jiang Yuan remained utterly perplexed. In other words, he need not fear Jiang Tianhua's wrath while exacting revenge on Lin Mo. Brother, it has been quite a while since I last indulged in the company of a celebrity. The one who has recently garnered fame for her role in historical dramas seems quite appealing. Shall we arrange something for tonight? Just at that moment, a young and handsome man approached from outside. It was none other than Han Yu, the president of the student council at the same school as Jiang Wanli. Little brother, have you yet to win over that campus belle? Upon seeing Han Yu, Shen Ming smiled and patted the sofa beside him. They were cousins, perfectly in sync when it came to their pursuits of women. The roguishly charming cousin, however, was also ensnared by matters of the heart. Enough of that. I, Han Yu, have wooed countless women, yet this time I have met my Waterloo. Mentioning Jiang Wanli dampened Han Yu's spirits. With his striking looks, athletic build, and affluent background, He could charm even the most sought-after actresses. Yet, it was only Jiang Wanli who made him truly understand the sting of defeat. Had it been merely that, he would not have felt so disheartened. One could argue that a girl of such celestial beauty is inherently difficult to pursue, making it a challenge worth embracing. However, he had once chanced upon Jiang Wanli on a secret date with Lin Mo, and that sense of defeat was utterly disheartening. Take it easy. I shall take you out to unwind this evening. Shen Ming set aside the documents in his hand and draped an arm around Han Yue's shoulder. Eventually, Lin Mo's pent-up frustrations would need an outlet, but it must not interfere with their usual revelries. Lin Mo? Han Yue caught sight of a photograph among the documents and was momentarily taken aback. He had a vivid impression of the Lin Mo depicted in the photo. Do you know him? Shen Ming raised an eyebrow, pondering the implications. Should Lin Mo be a friend of Han Yue's, it might complicate matters. This scoundrel has thwarted my endeavors, Han Yue snarled, seizing the photograph with gritted teeth. While it was uncertain whether he could win over Jiang Wanli, he firmly believed that without Lin Mo's interference, circumstances would not have unfolded as they had. Whether out of embarrassment or fury, it was only fitting to attribute the blame to Lin Mo. Now, this is becoming interesting. Shen Ming grinned widely, marveling at the serendipity of the situation. To his surprise, the two cousins found themselves united against a common adversary. Wanli? No, Zhang Yuan. Han Yue was oblivious to the grievances between his cousin and Lin Mo. But upon seeing Zhang Yuan's profile, he nearly mistook her for Jiang Wanli. The striking beauty in the photograph bore a remarkable resemblance to Jiang Wanli, though her aura was distinct. A closer inspection revealed the differences. Han Yue suddenly recalled that day at the amusement park, when he had seemingly encountered Zhang Yuan rather than the object of his obsession, Jiang Wanli. So, I still have a chance. Twin sisters. It appears that both cousins share an uncanny taste. Upon realizing this, Shen Ming burst into laughter. Little did he know, the girl his cousin had been pining after, Jiang Wanli, was indeed the sister of Jiang Yuan. These two enchanting sisters were simply unparalleled. Brother, what do you intend to do about Lin Mo? Han Yue, pondering how to confront Lin Mo, found the prospect much simpler now that his cousin was involved. Whether it is Jiang Wanli or Jiang Yuan, the hindrance between them is Lin Mo. Only by eliminating him can matters proceed smoothly. To vanquish a man, one merely needs to sever his source of income. A little intervention at his company, perhaps instigating a minor lapse in duty, and once he loses his job, trust me, he will soon be overwhelmed by the harshness of reality. Shen Ming does not intend to resolve the issue through violence. Rather, he seeks to strip Lin Mo of his dignity completely. In this society, a man without money is as pitiful as a venomous snake stripped of its poison. It is precisely the naivete of failing to perceive the brutal truths of life that leads one to engage in foolish acts of heroism in bars. Laughable, indeed. Finding a new job should not be arduous, right? Han Yue furrowed his brow and inquired. Even if one covertly sabotages Lin Mo's current employment, contemporary university students can easily secure another position. The aim is to leave him with a Chapter 30. You are quite adorable. As dusk fell and the workday concluded, Lin Mo drove away from the company in his ostentatious G-Class, exuding a nonchalant charm. Even Shen Qingwei was taken aback by this spectacle, her immediate thought being whether Lin Mo had found himself an affluent patroness, specifically the wealthy Song Shi. Oblivious to the envy and admiration of his colleagues, Lin Mo made his way to the local market, purchasing an abundance of seafood, eager to showcase his culinary skills to his cousin. Brother, you've secretly struck it rich, haven't you? Ning Yan exclaimed upon seeing Lin Mo return with several bags of seafood, her first reaction being that her brother had quietly found a lucrative venture. For the average citizen, seafood represents a feast, a luxury not to be squandered on anyone but his dearest sister. Lin Mo handed the seafood over to Ning Yan with a playful grin, declaring, one must never shortchange my most beloved sister. In a bustling metropolis, as long as one is unburdened by mortgage or car payments, a monthly income of 20,000 can indeed afford a life of leisure. I relish hearing that. Ning Yan replied, her spirits lifted as she danced about with the seafood. It must be said that the essence of seafood lies in its freshness, requiring little embellishment and preparation. Soon enough, a lavish spread was set before them. Have you had any luck with your job search? Lin Mo casually inquired as they began their meal. Although still in the internship phase, the pursuit of employment had become a pressing matter. Does your company still have openings? Ning Yan asked, placing a large shrimp into Lin Mo's bowl with a hint of flattery. Tianhing Company is renowned in Guining City, facing only a singular competitor in its field. With her qualifications, she would undoubtedly be suited for several positions, provided her brother could facilitate an introduction. You could always submit your resume on your own. I can't assist you further, Lin Mo replied, fully aware of her intentions. Unfortunately, despite his seemingly favorable position, he held little authority within the company. The role of creative director was contested by many, and only once he firmly established himself could he consider nepotism. I have no desire to be a beneficiary of connections. I wish to secure a position based solely on merit, Ning Yan retorted, fiercely biting into the shrimp she had retrieved. Given Tianheng's regular recruitment efforts, her professional background and education made her prospects promising. Just wait a little longer, brother, and I'm certain you'll be thriving. Noticing her dismissive expression, Lin Mo chuckled. The system he possessed instilled confidence in his rapid ascent. What appeared to be a mere privacy system was, in fact, a network-building mechanism. From Xinqingwei to Songxi, establishing a robust network would inevitably lead to financial success. Don't let me ascend to leadership while you remain a mere employee, Ning Yan teased. Your mouth is far too full of seafood, Lin Mo quipped, placing a crab into her bowl with feigned irritation. Aha! Ning Yan exclaimed, her victorious smile brightening the room. Thus, life continued in an orderly fashion. And before they knew it, Friday had arrived. Today marks the beginning of Jiang Wanli's holiday. After a week of fervent conversations on her phone, she finally has the opportunity to meet in person for a date. Lin Mo, of course, took the time to groom and dress himself impeccably. At the entrance of Guining University, a throng of energetic students filled the air with youthful exuberance, eagerly welcoming the advent of the weekend. Lin Mo stood by the roadside, awaiting the appearance of the figure he longed to see most. Before long, the crowd began to stir. Lin Mo glanced over and, as anticipated, spotted a youthful and radiant girl approaching, laughing and chatting with a few friends. Despite the presence of many other beautiful young women, Jiang Wanli remained the most captivating presence among them. She was, without fail, the focal point of attention. The earlier commotion was indeed sparked by her arrival. In a recent poll conducted by curious onlookers, Jiang Wanli was crowned the most beautiful campus belle in the 60-year history of Guining University, receiving unanimous votes in her favor. Every weekend, one might wonder how many boys in the school have fantasized about taking Jiang Wanli out for a meal or a movie. Yet, thus far, no one has even taken the first step. My friend has arrived. Goodbye, Jiang Wanli said. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she bid farewell to her friends upon seeing Lin Mo. After all, they were not yet in a relationship, and she felt a tinge of shyness. This is for you, Lin Mo said as he stepped forward, presenting her with a charming doll. He opted for a plush toy instead of flowers. Firstly, because their relationship had not yet reached that level. And secondly, because he felt that girls can be bashful in public settings. A doll seemed far more appropriate. Wow, it's so adorable, Jiang Wanli exclaimed, hugging the doll tightly, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, clearly enamored by the gift. She appreciated the subtlety of this gesture, feeling no pressure, as everything was perfectly balanced. You are quite adorable yourself, Lin Mo replied with a radiant smile, showering her with compliments. Today, Jiang Wanli donned a fresh and innocent campus style. Her tall stature coupled with her enchanting aura made her resemble a heroine straight out of a manga. Her beauty exuded an unparalleled purity, a fact evidenced by the myriad of infatuated gazes from the surrounding boys. Stop it, Jiang Wanli playfully shielded her face with the doll, her voice barely above a whisper. The sight left the crowd in stunned silence, particularly the boys, who glared at Lin Mo with unbridled animosity. If looks could kill, Lin Mo would have been mercilessly slain at that moment. Who was this fellow, daring enough to secure a date with their goddess? Aware of the hostile glances directed his way, Lin Mo could only smile wryly. This only served to highlight Jiang Wanli's extraordinary popularity within the school. However, it also filled him with a sense of pride. As a man, it was a badge of honor. Thus, Lin Mo walked with his head held high, appearing even more exasperating to those around him. Let us go. Today I'll treat you to something special, Lin Mo said, wearing a mysterious smile, teasing her with the unknown. During their conversation, he mentioned delicious food but withheld any details about their dinner plans. Let me guess, is it rabbit? No. That's too cute. It can't be wild animals, right? That would be illegal, Jiang Wanli replied, her face brimming with anticipation. And she found herself speaking more than she realized. Do you find this car familiar? Lin Mo inquired with a smile as he approached the imposing vehicle. It seemed entirely reasonable for him to arrive in the car belonging to Jiang Wanli to pick her up. A bit, Jiang Wanli replied, her uncertainty evident. The young lady had little interest in automobiles. having yet to obtain her driver's license. Once inside, Lin Mo appreciated Jiang Wanli's innocence and chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, he gallantly opened the passenger door for her. Holding her doll, Jiang Wanli obediently settled into the seat. Lin Mo soon joined her, and amidst a sea of envious glances, he drove away. Jiang Wanli's family background was a mystery even to her classmates. Thus, the sight of her being whisked away in a luxury car was bound to spark a flurry of rumors. However, the young woman herself remained unfazed. In the crowd, Han Yu's expression turned icy as he watched the car disappear into the distance. Observing his favorite girl laughing and chatting with another man felt like daggers piercing his heart. Constricting his breath, "Did you remember the license plate?" Han Yu murmured suddenly. Beside him were a few of his associates, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Find an opportunity to hide what I previously gave you in the car, understood?" Han Yu scoffed, his demeanor suddenly taking on a wild edge. Chapter 31. A warm embrace in the heart of Guiyang City. Within an elegantly serene alley, Lin Mo naturally held Jiang Wanli's delicate hand as they strolled leisurely. Every moment spent in the company of this young lady was a delightful experience. "Are there any delicious treats around here?" Jiang Wanli inquired, casting her gaze around. Her fair complexion tinted with a hint of blush. Upon disembarking, Lin Mo had instinctively taken her hand, and though it was not their first encounter, it still sent a thrill through his heart. "Good wine is not afraid of deep alleys. Trust me," Lin Mo remarked with a smile as they continued their walk. Eventually, they paused in front of a shop adorned with antique decor. "Fugu cuisine?" Jiang Wanli exclaimed in surprise, her rosy lips parting in astonishment. Her impression of fugu was that this peculiar delicacy could transform into a charming ball when provoked, yet it also harbored deadly toxins. "Fear not. The fugu has been expertly prepared and is completely safe," Lin Mo reassured her, sensing her apprehension. Jiang Wanli had a penchant for novel culinary experiences, and it was likely that her heart brimmed with anticipation at this moment. Having made a reservation in advance, the attendant ushered them into a tranquil private room, where the antique style evoked a sense of time travel to an ancient era. "How can this be considered ancient in style?" Jiang Wanli curiously asked, observing Lin Mo as he calmly perused the menu. She was unfamiliar with the concept, assuming such delicacies were a modern invention. There are numerous historical anecdotes about fugu consumption, including the famous tale of Su Dompa, who risked his life for a taste, Lin Mo explained with a smile. The culinary culture of Great China is deeply rooted in history. It seems rather unworthy to risk one's life for gastronomic pleasure, Jiang Wanli countered, shaking her head in disapproval. Food is meant to enhance one's mood. If it poses a threat to life, it becomes a misplacement of priorities. "Well, if I could spend my last moments with you, I wouldn't fear death at all," Lin Mo quipped mischievously. "Goodness, you ravenous speaker." Jiang Wanli shot him a disapproving glance, still yearning for life. "It's merely a meal, not a tragic farewell. I know Su Shi was a glutton, but surely the ancients lacked the means to prepare fugu in such diverse ways." Taking the menu, she couldn't help but marvel at the countless methods of preparing fugu. Ultimately, they ordered fried fugu, salted fugu skin, fugu noodle soup, and even sashimi. It is said that the most delectable part of the fugu is its liver. Let us add a creamy steamed fugu liver dish as well. As the waiter confirmed their order, Lin Mo decided to add one more dish. After a brief wait, the staff began serving their meals. Encouraged by Lin Mo, Jiang Wanli embarked on this culinary adventure. After tasting the first bite, her worries dissipated. The fugu was succulent and rich, a true delicacy worthy of its acclaim. "You've definitely brought other girls here before, haven't you?" Jiang Wanli suddenly blinked her large eyes, smiling mischievously at Lin Mo. His familiarity with the place suggested he was a regular patron, and a group of men would hardly fit in such a setting. Thus, only one conclusion could be drawn. "Are you feeling jealous?" Lin Mo gazed steadily at Jiang Wanli without denying the truth. He had indeed visited this place with his ex-girlfriend. Who was feeling jealous? Jiang Wanli, avoiding Lin Mo's gaze, continued to indulge in her meal. They spent a leisurely hour and a half dining, and by the time they left the restaurant, darkness had already descended outside. Next came a shopping spree for various delectable snacks. Tired from their excursion, they decided to catch a movie. After consuming so many treats, Jiang Wanli found herself unable to eat any supper. Lin Mo, assuming the role of a driver, safely escorted Jiang Wanli back to Shirley Huadu. At the entrance of the community, the girl stood still, the streetlight casting a long shadow behind her. Lin Mo merely smiled, remaining silent. "You should head back." Jiang Wanli finally spoke after a lengthy pause. If their eye contact continued, She felt she would inevitably succumb. "Give me a hug," Lin Mo said, opening his arms with a cheeky grin. They had held hands several times, and there had been physical contact in their daily interactions. So an embrace seemed like a natural progression. "Hug you?" "Not a chance," Jiang Wanli mumbled softly, yet she did not shy away from Lin Mo's embrace. His strong hug made her cheeks flush with warmth, so much so that even in the night, they felt as though they could bleed from embarrassment. "Good night," Jiang Wanli said, her face still flushed as she turned and jogged away, leaving a charming silhouette behind. "Good night, see you tomorrow," Lin Mo waved, his smile growing more radiant. Everything had proceeded remarkably smoothly. Upon returning home, Ning Yin learned that her cousin had gone on a date and eagerly pressed him for details. Her curiosity was so intense that it seemed she was more invested in the unfolding events than the parties involved. This conversation soon lulled her to sleep. The following day, on the much-anticipated weekend, Lin Mo took Ning Yin to look for an apartment, intending to rent a two-bedroom place. Sharing a bed was quite improper, and should their mother and aunt find out, it would surely result in severe repercussions. Driving a luxury car to rent an apartment felt rather peculiar. As Ning Yin stepped out of the vehicle, she quietly complained. Lin Mo chuckled but chose to ignore her, as the luxury car was not even his. They arrived at a real estate agency where they could select a property according to their needs. "Hello, what kind of apartment are you looking for?" Upon seeing Lin Mo and Ning Yin alight from the Mercedes, the agent greeted them with a bright smile. Despite being merely an agent, this place not only dealt with rentals but also had many second-hand properties. Selling just one could yield a substantial commission. "We're interested in renting a two-bedroom apartment. Anywhere in the colorful district will suffice," Lin Mo succinctly stated. Upon realizing they were not looking to purchase but to rent, the agent's enthusiasm waned significantly. Yet she promptly recommended a few rental options. Renting was quite convenient nowadays, with images and even videos available for some properties. "This one lacks adequate lighting. This one is too noisy due to the night market outside. And this one seems to be a dilapidated building." Lin Mo remained silent while Ning Yin boldly pointed out the flaws. The agent shot her an impatient glance. "Do you have any quieter communities? A three-bedroom would also be acceptable." Lin Mo quickly inquired with a smile. Was he not aware of what Ning Yin was pondering? This girl merely wished to share a bed with him, not to rent an apartment. Realizing that Lin Mo held the decision-making power, the agent once again donned a cheerful demeanor. After a meticulous selection, she presented several properties with pleasant surroundings. "I shall contemplate further," Lin Mo declared, weighing his options and contemplating a different location. A monthly rent exceeding 4,000 was simply exorbitant. "Brother, this is too expensive. We should forego renting," Ning Yin whispered once they exited the agency's office, clearly sharing the sentiment that the rent was indeed steep. A one-bedroom apartment was quite satisfactory. There was no necessity to relocate. That cannot be the case. For the sake of long-term considerations, we must proceed with renting, albeit with a focus on cost-effectiveness. Lin Mo exhaled, acknowledging that a salary of 20,000 was still but a drop in the bucket in this first-tier city. However, the rent of over 4,000 was akin to a mortgage payment, rendering it decidedly imprudent. Is it not still possible to reside here? Moreover, moving is quite a hassle. Ning Yin gently clasped Lin Mo's arm, earnestly persuading him. Besides, apart from the solitary bed, this one-bedroom apartment is clean and simple. What shall I do in the summer if I wish to sleep in the nude? Lin Mo retorted with a hint of annoyance. Chapter 32. It seems that my mother holds quite an affection for you. The principle of propriety between men and women is not lost on Ning Yin. Lin Mo's reminders and hints have consistently gone unnoticed by this young lady, who instead seems to become increasingly bold. Continuing down this path is not a viable solution. Thus, he decided to take a more assertive approach. "Just sleep already. I've seen every part of you." Ning Yin scoffed, unfazed. Their childhood shared baths were hardly a matter of concern. The more Lin Mo sought to create distance through such intimate actions, the more outrageous her responses became. "You win," he sighed, surrendering entirely. If the girl was unperturbed, what reason did he have to be anxious? "Rest assured, once I start working, I'll help you with the rent." Seeing Lin Mo relent, Ning Yin confidently patted him on the shoulder, making a grand promise. Lin Mo's eyes twitched slightly, left momentarily speechless. It appeared he needed to expedite the process of finding his cousin a boyfriend. At noon, after treating Ning Yin to a hot pot meal, he left her behind. The afternoon was reserved for his private moments with Jiang Wanli. This young lady, usually quite clingy, surprisingly took it upon herself to encourage him about his date, even offering to strategize his approach. In the flower district, Lin Mo drove there, and having a car indeed made travel much more convenient, which was the primary reason she had urged him to choose one. Before long, the meticulously dressed Jiang Wanli appeared, clad in a light floral dress. She could not conceal her alluring curves, with her long, fair legs resembling delicate jade, captivating all who beheld her. "Have you been waiting long?" Jiang Wanli greeted Lin Mo with a radiant smile, the gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of her joy, refreshing to the soul. "Well, I've only been waiting for 8 minutes and 24 seconds. Lin Mo feigned a glance at his watch, speaking with mock seriousness. Jiang Wanli laughed, but her amusement was cut short as her mother emerged from the house. "Lin Mo, come over for dinner tonight and see if my cooking has improved," Shi, dressed casually, smiled warmly at him. Compared to her poised demeanor at work, she now exuded a gentle, nurturing aura, embodying the quintessential big sister next door. "All right," Lin Mo instinctively agreed. Cultivating a good relationship with she would undoubtedly ease his future endeavors. "I wish you both a delightful time," she remarked. Noting Lin Mo's chivalrous act of opening the car door for her daughter, a smile of satisfaction gracing her face. The process of personally selecting a son-in-law seemed to bring her a sense of accomplishment. "Goodbye, Auntie," Lin Mo waved as he entered the car and soon drove away. "My mother seems to like you quite a bit," Jiang Wanli observed through the rearview mirror, noting her mother watching them depart with an approving gaze. She had noticed this since Lin Mo's first visit to their home. Despite Shi's usual elegance and approachability, the number of young men who caught her eye was scant, given her high standards stemming from her privileged background. "Is that so?" Lin Mo feigned ignorance, incredulity evident in his response. From business collaborations to rescuing Jiang Yuan in a bar, and then personally mentoring him in culinary arts, Shi regarded Lin Mo as a friend. More importantly, she was also considering him as a potential son-in-law, naturally favoring him. "Not only my mother, but even my sister often mentions you," Jiang Wanli, without much thought, replied with a smile. The family's fondness for Lin Mo is certainly not unwelcome news. "Yuan, that little girl, is quite amusing." Lin Mo nodded, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face at the thought of Jiang Yuan's clinginess. The three of them, mother and daughter, were all delightful to be around. Even now, he felt as though he were ensconced in a dream. "What plans do we have for today?" Jiang Wanli turned her little head, looking at Lin Mo with eager anticipation. Each date began with their meeting, with future plans considered afterwards. To put it bluntly, it lacked a detailed itinerary, but in reality, the most beautiful moments were simply spent in the company of those they cherished, rendering any specific activity secondary. "I'll take you to play some outdoor combat games." Lin Mo grinned mischievously. "Huh." Jiang Wanli's face flushed red, clearly misunderstanding. She had yet to experience her first kiss, let alone anything involving outdoor combat. "It's a real-life CS, a shooting game in the wild," Lin Mo quickly clarified. Knowing the girl was shy, Jiang Wanli loved adrenaline-pumping films. She would surely enjoy such a game. "Really? But I don't know how to play." Jiang Wanli's expression brightened, as this was an experience she had never encountered before. Growing up under her mother's protection, the most thrilling thing she had ever done was ride a roller coaster. "No worries, I can teach you," Lin Mo assured her, patting his chest. Whether in real life or online, shooting games had always been his forte. As a man, he inherently had a fascination with firearms. "Then let us get going." Jiang Wanli waved her little fist, her excitement palpable. Nashan District, Yanshan. Originally a desolate area, a large outdoor shooting game base had been established. The entire mountain served as the activity range. Being the weekend, it was already bustling with people. Almost every combat mode available in online games could be found here: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. After purchasing their tickets, Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli entered the game base. Regardless of the mode, the first step was to change into game gear. Even rubber bullets could leave bruises, so helmets were a necessity. Lin Mo went to the changing room and emerged in a stylish army green camouflage outfit. Before long, Jiang Wanli also appeared, fully equipped. "You look amazing." Upon seeing her, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with admiration. With her ethereal beauty, coupled with her stunning physique and poise, the camouflage outfit added a touch of gallantry that made her even more alluring. At first glance, she seemed to possess an elegance that surpassed even that of game characters. "You look handsome too." Jiang Wanli's south eyes turned into crescent moons at his compliment. She could hardly wait for the upcoming live-action game. "Let us go practice shooting at the training ground first." Lin Mo gently took the girl's small hand and walked ahead, just like in a genuine shooting game. Novices must undergo basic training in a beginner camp. After all, if they cannot even fire a shot, where lies the enjoyment? In the training ground. Many novice players were shooting at empty targets. The area was also populated with numerous dummies. After Jiang Wanli missed several shots, Lin Mo recognized that his opportunity to shine had arrived. Aiming requires a precise alignment of 3 points. Lin Mo softly wrapped his arms around the girl from behind and patiently began his explanation. Jiang Wanli's delicate face flushed with color, even through the gear. She could feel Lin Mo's warmth. Moreover, with numerous strangers around, she felt both nervous and exhilarated. Under Lin Mo's meticulous guidance, Jiang Wanli quickly grasped the technique of aiming and shooting. Excellent. She was ready for the battlefield. Lin Mo smiled slightly and gave her a thumbs up. Before the girl could respond, he continued, "We will play in duo mode shortly. Our opponents will be another couple." Chapter 33. The kind gesture was duly noted by the ant. What does it mean to be a couple? Jiang Wanli shot Lin Mo a glance, quietly voicing her discontent. This fellow was intentionally playing with words. Although they both harbored feelings for each other, they had yet to confirm their relationship. There was no need to dwell on such trivialities. Lin Mo chuckled and took the initiative to adjust Jiang Wanli's attire. With bullets flying everywhere, it would be a tragedy if that exquisite face were to be marred. In the battle zone, after a random match, Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli were escorted by the staff to a small map. Their opponents were already prepared, unfamiliar with each other and equipped with helmets and gear. They could only vaguely discern that their adversaries were a male-female duo. The game rules were straightforward. Eliminate the opposing team to secure victory. Do not leave my line of sight. As the game commenced, Lin Mo communicated with Jiang Wanli via the intercom. The real-life experience of the game was not inferior to that of computer simulations. "I see them," Jiang Wanli exclaimed, raising her gun and unleashing a flurry of shots. Depending on the area struck, different amounts of health would be deducted, and losing all 100 health would result in elimination, making the experience quite realistic. Unfortunately, real people were not static targets. She failed to hit anyone. "Conserve your ammunition," Lin Mo softly advised. Each player had only 60 rounds. Once exhausted, they would have to resort to hand-to-hand combat. "This is called firepower suppression," Jiang Wanli exclaimed with excitement. "This is how they shoot in the movies." At that moment, their opponents also began to fire wildly. Clearly, one of the couple was also a novice. What followed was a chaotic exchange of shots. Jiang Wanli was hit twice, fortunately only in the shoulder and thigh, leaving her health intact. Conversely, she managed to strike one of the opposing players, who yelped in surprise. Seeing Jiang Wanli so engaged, Lin Mo decided to relinquish all his ammunition to her. After a series of erratic shots, it seemed both sides had exhausted their bullets. "Brother, shall we engage in hand-to-hand combat?" the male opponent proposed. Hiding and dodging would only prolong the inevitable. Lin Mo was more than willing to oblige, especially with Jiang Wanli by his side. This was a matter of victory and a man's dignity. "Go, go!" Jiang Wanli cheered, her small fists shaking with eagerness. As they prepared for close combat, the opponents boldly stepped forward. At such a moment, attempting a sneak attack would be rather shameful. The gear possessed sensors. Striking the corresponding areas would yield the same effect as being hit by a bullet. There was no suspense in the outcome. Utilizing his C-grade combat skills, Lin Mo emerged victorious in the duel, much to Jiang Wanli's admiration. They immersed themselves in this real-life shooting game for nearly half a day. Only after 5 o'clock did they drive home. Having promised Song Shi to join for dinner, Lin Mo decided to visit the market and purchase an ample supply of vegetables. As for Ning Yan, he could only order takeout for her. 10 miles of blossoms. "Why are you still out shopping for groceries?" Song Shi remarked with a hint of exasperation upon seeing Lin Mo with his numerous bags. Inviting Lin Mo over for a meal meant he was a guest. It was rather unconventional for a guest to bring their own ingredients. "After all, I happened to pass by the market." Lin Mo scratched his head, reluctant to admit he had deliberately gone shopping. Arriving empty-handed for a meal would be contrary to traditional etiquette. Jiang Wanli stifled her laughter, choosing not to expose him. To procure these vegetables, Lin Mo had driven quite a distance. This was not merely a casual pass by the market. "No worries, if we don't finish. We can always store it in the fridge," Lin Mo quickly reassured. Song Shi shook her head, accepting the groceries from Lin Mo's hands, ready to head to the kitchen. She had secretly practiced the home-cooked dishes she learned last time numerous times, and aimed to surprise Lin Mo this time. "Auntie, do you need my assistance?" Lin Mo followed, eager to lend a hand. "No, you just focus on tasting the results," Song Shi replied, casting a slightly guilty glance at her daughter. With Lin Mo's culinary skills as a benchmark, her sense of accomplishment would surely vanish. All right then, I shall await the finished meal. Lin Mo nodded with a smile and retreated to the living room. Jiang Wanli turned on the television, searching for a movie to watch. Just then, the fashionable Jiang Yuan returned home. Lin Mo, brother. Upon spotting Lin Mo, she hurried over, linking her arm with his under the watchful gaze of her sister, Jiang Wanli. In an affectionate manner, to Jiang Yuan, Lin Mo was akin to a lifesaver, and given their prior rapport and trust, this display of physical affection felt entirely natural. Yuan, it's been a while. Lin Mo sat on the sofa, looking at the young girl leaning against him with a fond expression. He cherished her dependence on him. Where have you been off to? Jiang Wanli remarked irritably, noting her sister's habitual absence during holidays. You're not my mother, so why should you care? Jiang Yuan retorted, dismissing her older sister's authority. Jiang Wanli, equally annoyed, quickly engaged in a sibling quarrel. Caught in the middle, Lin Mo felt quite uneasy. What are you two bickering about now? Songshi emerged from the kitchen with a plate of food, promptly intervening. As their mother, her presence was enough to silence the two girls. Indeed, upon witnessing their mother's wrath, the sisters fell silent. Lin Mo, come here for a moment. Songshi donned a gentle expression, smiling softly at him. Clearly, she had encountered a challenge while cooking. Lin Mo, finding himself in the midst of the sisters' dispute, hastily rose to escape the tension. Indeed, overwhelmed by the sheer number of dishes she had attempted, Songshi needed Lin Mo's assistance to rectify her mistakes. Half an hour later, a lavish spread was laid before the sisters. Wow, Mom, when did you become a master chef? Jiang Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. The dining table, previously graced with only a handful of ordinary dishes, now boasted a delightful array. Could it possibly be Lin Mo's doing? Jiang Wanli cast a skeptical glance at Lin Mo. Her mother was impeccable in every aspect, save for her culinary skills. The only plausible explanation was that Lin Mo had lent a hand in the kitchen. I merely helped wash some vegetables. It was Auntie who handled the cooking, Lin Mo declared, shaking his head, unwilling to take credit. Songshi was a benefactor in his professional life, and perhaps she would become a significant figure in his personal journey as well. In such moments, it was essential to ensure her happiness. Songshi was taken aback by Lin Mo's selflessness in attributing all the praise to her. She felt a surge of emotion. Yet the thought of basking in the admiration of the two young ladies made her acquiesce to this behavior. At worst, she could always make it up to Lin Mo later. Quickly wash your hands and let's eat. Songshi gently tapped the dining table, signaling that the meal could commence. The two sisters exchanged a glance and hurried to wash their hands. Annie took note of this kindness. Once her daughters had stepped away, Songshi leaned closer to Lin Mo, quietly expressing her gratitude. Chapter 34, Jiang Wanli's first kiss. It was entirely my fault for purchasing too many ingredients. Otherwise, Auntie wouldn't have been so flustered. Lin Mo chuckled and waved his hand, willingly taking on some responsibility. Under normal circumstances, Songshi would have simply prepared her signature dishes with ease. However, due to the surplus of ingredients, mistakes inevitably occurred amidst the rush. Auntie has truly grown fonder of you. Songshi beamed, gently patting Lin Mo's cheek. Despite rectifying her blunder and assisting in preparing an entire feast, he neither sought to claim credit nor deflected blame in a manner that was beyond reproach. Such language was nothing short of art. Interacting with Lin Mo, Songshi felt an unparalleled sense of ease. Ding, Songshi's trust in you has risen to 64. Hee, Auntie's words leave me quite flattered, Lin Mo said, scratching his head in a charmingly naive manner. This was not a deliberate attempt to enhance trust. Rather, it was the natural joy he bestowed upon her during their interactions. All right, let us eat, Songshi said with a gentle smile. Subsequently, she took the initiative to serve rice for her guest, a privilege that left both sisters envious. It was evident to even the most oblivious observer that their mother held a particular affection for Lin Mo. Mom, how did your cooking suddenly improve? Jiang Yuan inquired curiously after taking a bite of the braised eggplant. Previously, dinners were merely about satisfying hunger, devoid of any flavor. Jiang Wanli nodded in agreement. Sharing the same question, Mother's culinary skills had visibly enhanced. If it's unpalatable, we can revert to the old ways. Songshi cast a proud glance at the two little girls, her face brimming with satisfaction. She had diligently practiced her cooking to earn such admiring looks. Receiving praise from her daughters was her greatest joy. No. Jiang Wanli quickly waved her hands. Just the reflexive action alone revealed her aversion to the previous meals. Jiang Yuan echoed her sentiments, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. Ha ha! Laughter and cheer filled the dining table. Within this family setting, Lin Mo felt increasingly content. Whether it was the enchanting Jiang Wanli, the adorable and amusing Jiang Yuan, or the mature and elegant Song Shi, each was delightful in their own right. As his cousin was still at home, Lin Mo seized an opportune moment to take his leave after dinner. The next day, Saturday, even before the holiday began, Lin Mo had meticulously arranged a date with Jiang Wanli. During the day, they would indulge in dining and shopping, while the evening would be reserved for a film. This time, they chose a romantic movie, one that was particularly tear-jerking. So many people, Jiang Wanli exclaimed, taken aback by the full house at the cinema. A good reputation ensures lasting appeal. Lin Mo nodded, taking the girl's hand as they located their seats. This film had premiered during the May Day holiday, and after a week of positive buzz, it had become a dark horse. It was no longer an era where box office success could be guaranteed solely by a few popular stars. Quality had become the true king. Lin Mo purchased a couple seat, designed for intimacy. Such behavior, of course, harbors a subtle intention. Once the popcorn and cola were prepared, the film commenced shortly thereafter. The movie featured entirely new actors, whose performances, while not on par with seasoned veterans, were nonetheless commendable. Both the script and the storytelling were executed with remarkable finesse. Even the soundtrack was exceptionally striking. Although Jiang Wanli typically favored adrenaline-pumping action blockbusters, being a young woman at the cusp of romantic awakening, she found herself deeply moved by the poignant love scenes. In her rapt attention, she remained blissfully unaware of Lin Mo, who was quietly admiring her profile. At that moment, the film presented its first touching scene. Jiang Wanli was clearly engrossed, instinctively clasping Lin Mo's hand. Lin Mo maintained a calm demeanor, well-versed in the tropes of romantic films. Several minutes later, Jiang Wanli had unwittingly rested her head on Lin Mo's shoulder. Simultaneously, the on-screen couple shared a passionate kiss. The scene stirred Lin Mo's own feelings. And almost instinctively, he turned to kiss the unsuspecting girl. The fleeting warmth of that kiss was both cool and soft, electrifying their bodies. Jiang Wanli's mind went blank, momentarily devoid of thought. However, she merely offered a token resistance before yielding to Lin Mo's fervent advances. In the midst of her racing heart and oxygen-deprived brain, that kiss felt as eternal as time itself. When Jiang Wanli regained her senses, the credits began to roll on the big screen. Ding! Jiang Wanli's trust in you has increased to 73. With trust exceeding 70, a lottery draw is now available. Lin Mo snapped back to reality, elated. For him, this was a double blessing. Let us draw. Congratulations, you have obtained level B culinary skills. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned before realization dawned upon him. Only by receiving the same reward could one level up. This level B culinary skill indicated that he had previously possessed level C skills. Now, he could once again impress Song Shi. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Jiang Wanli remarked, slightly exasperated at Lin Mo's foolish smile. You stole my first kiss, and now you're acting all smug. How could I not be happy after kissing the most beautiful girl in the world? Lin Mo replied, unabashedly pulling Jiang Wanli into his embrace, brimming with confidence. In comparison to the trivial reward from the system, capturing Jiang Wanli's first kiss was a momentous and unforgettable occasion. From holding hands and embracing to kissing, this signified their official status as a couple. Held tightly by Lin Mo, Jiang Wanli's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Yet she made no attempt to resist. Fortunately, the dim lighting of the cinema concealed her still flushed cheeks from prying eyes. Until the movie concluded and they finished their late-night snacks, Jiang Wanli felt as though she had been living in a dream. 10 miles of flowers. Beneath the veil of night, Jiang Wanli stood there, her graceful figure illuminated by the soft glow of the evening. The gentle breeze caressed her silky black hair, setting it in motion. Though Lin Mo had yet to confess his feelings, their shared kiss had sealed their bond in an unspoken understanding. What plans await us tomorrow? A radiant smile graced Jiang Wanli's lips as she began to anticipate their meeting. With each rendezvous, Lin Mo meticulously orchestrated every detail, allowing her, a young girl, to indulge in the pleasures of dining and strolling without the burden of thought, a truly delightful experience. Of course, everything had been arranged in advance. A secret kept close to his heart. Lin Mo offered a slight smile, choosing to keep her in suspense. When it came to dating Jiang Wanli, the activities and meals were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the joy of their shared world. Jiang Wanli pouted and shot Lin Mo a sidelong glance, pondering what could possibly be so secretive. Suddenly, Lin Mo appeared to have an epiphany. Do you not find Aunt Song Shi's inner world rather monotonous? Chapter 35, Camping with mother and daughters, my mother? Jiang Wanli was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. She had been lost in her own world. Oblivious to Lin Mo's abrupt shift in conversation, particularly regarding Song Shi. Lin Mo nodded in affirmation. Your words seem to resonate with truth. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wanli realized Lin Mo's observation was indeed astute. Although her mother was often preoccupied with her business and the daily lives of her two daughters, she lacked a circle of friends and social engagements. In essence, Song Shi's existence was devoid of anything particularly exhilarating. As a member of a prominent family, Jiang Wanli empathized deeply. Even with material abundance, she too found life rather tedious until Lin Mo entered her sphere. How about we take Auntie and Yuan out for camping tomorrow? Lin Mo proposed with a spark of inspiration. Including Jiang Yuan was meant to inject some liveliness into the outing. His true intention was to alleviate Song Shi's mundane existence. During a prior supermarket visit, Lin Mo had noted how Song Shi had resorted to shopping as a means of entertainment, a testament to the monotony of her inner world. But would her mother agree? Jiang Wanli had no objections. In fact, she was wholly supportive. However, Song Shi was known for her strong opinions, and typically, the daughters had no authority to influence their mother's decisions. I'll persuade her, Lin Mo assured, thumping his chest with confidence. While it might be challenging to invite Song Shi alone, he believed it would be manageable with both daughters present. Lin Mo's underlying motive was to repay Song Shi's kindness. This remarkable aunt might one day become the finest mother-in-law. Whether through business collaborations, the generous gifting of luxury cars, or her unwavering support for him and Jiang Wanli. Song Shi's actions had profoundly moved Lin Mo. He felt compelled to reciprocate in some manner. All right, I'll mention it to her first. You handle convincing our mother, Jiang Wanli said, nodding lightly before waving goodbye and departing. She sensed the intensity of Lin Mo's gaze. Another lingering glance might lead to mischief on his part. Once Jiang Wanli had left, Lin Mo began devising a strategy to persuade Song Shi. If she declined, there would be little he could do. Song Shi's gentle grace typically emerged only in her role as a mother. In her professional life, she exuded the aura of a formidable woman, even causing Shen Qingwei to feel subdued in her presence. Fortunately, after some negotiations via social media, Lin Mo finally secured Song Shi's agreement to join the outing. His success in persuasion was undoubtedly aided by the inherent dullness of her life, a fact Lin Mo had long recognized, enabling him to achieve his goal efficiently. The following day, Sunday, while Lin Mo was uncertain about how to accommodate his cousin Ning Yan, she announced she had a classmate gathering and left before him. With his concerns alleviated, Lin Mo drove to Shirley Huadu. Upon meeting with Song Shi and her daughters, he naturally assumed the role of chauffeur. The two sisters had yet to obtain their driver's licenses, and thus felt somewhat uneasy about Song Shi taking the wheel. To ensure convenience, Lin Mo selected a spacious luxury van from the underground garage, providing ample room for the three women in their camping gear. Early in the morning, after enjoying breakfast, the group set off. As for Jiang Tianhua, he seldom spent days at home throughout the year. Their destination for this camping trip lay in the outskirts west of Guining City. Over the past year, this picturesque area, once an obscure locale, had been transformed into a popular camping paradise thanks to its stunning landscapes. Guining City, renowned for its mountains and waters, had countless scenic spots, each worthy of a 5-star rating. After nearly 2 hours of driving, they finally reached their destination, now charmingly named Flower Sea and Clear Blue. The entire expanse was adorned with a myriad of wildflowers. Even if artificially cultivated, the beauty remained a natural gift from Mother Nature. How breathtaking, exclaimed Jiang Wanli, the first to step out of the vehicle. The undulating green hills stretched endlessly, complemented by emerald lakes surrounded by vibrant blossoms of unknown names. The scene before her seemed almost surreal in its beauty. Look, there are wild cranes. Jiang Yuan turned her attention to the lakeside, where a dozen white cranes leisurely strolled within her line of sight. It was evident that even after human development, the ecological balance had remained intact. Song Shi, too, was left in awe by the enchanting surroundings. Coming from an affluent background, her social life typically revolved around attending banquets or product launches. She had never ventured into the wilderness for camping, nor even visited a park. Thus, at this moment, she felt a profound sense of reflection. She recalled Lin Mo's words, that no matter how busy one becomes, one must carve out time for oneself. Otherwise, the busyness becomes utterly meaningless. Noticing her daughters beginning to take photographs, Song Shi snapped back to reality and, after casting a glance at Lin Mo, began to take pictures herself. There are quite a few people here. Let us move deeper into the area, Lin Mo suggested after surveying their surroundings. With the site having become a trending hotspot, it was perpetually bustling with visitors. To secure a tranquil and comfortable camping experience, it was prudent to seek a less crowded spot. The three women had no objections. This was their first camping experience. After all, as long as Lin Mo was leading, they felt assured. Ultimately, they chose a secluded corner where, despite some presence, the atmosphere was considerably more serene. Lin Mo took the initiative to set up the tent for shade and comfort. If it weren't for the sisters needing to return to school the next day, they might have considered staying overnight. Let us take a break. Lunch is still a while away, Lin Mo said, reclining on the grass, allowing herself to fully relax. The soft wild grass was incomparable to the comfort of artificially cultivated parks. Jiang Wanli and her sister, brimming with energy, headed straight for the lakeside to capture more photographs. Songshi, perhaps still feeling a bit reserved, chose to sit beside Lin Mo. A gentle breeze caressed her face, playfully tousling her silky hair. Lin Mo could not help but steal glances at Songshi, whose gentle and elegant demeanor, coupled with her mature poise, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful against the backdrop of the natural landscape. Sensing Lin Mo's gaze upon her, Songshi attempted to strike up a conversation. By the way, there's a project I would like to discuss with you. Dear aunt, today is meant for relaxation. Let us refrain from discussing work. Lin Mo interjected with a smile, directly interrupting Songshi's words. We earn money to find joy, and the same applies to our outings. If we were to engage in work-related discussions, there would be little reason to drive all this way. Songshi offered an apologetic smile, conveying her understanding. Aunt, shall we go fishing? Lin Mo rose to her feet and rummaged through a tent to retrieve a hiking backpack. The very purpose of this outing was to express her gratitude towards Songshi. Making this prospective mother-in-law happy would mean accomplishing half the goal. I don't know how to, Songshi replied, shaking her head, appearing somewhat flustered. Chapter 36. Encountering an ex-girlfriend while taking wedding photos entrusting Songshi with the operation of a company or the signing of multi-million-dollar contracts posed no challenge. However, asking her to go fishing, even with no knowledge of where to begin, was an entirely different matter. I found myself envious of Andy. This was the bliss of a novice. The less one knows, the greater the joy. Lin Mo did not afford Songshi the opportunity to decline. Quickly retrieving the fishing gear as he spoke, each fish caught promised the simplest of pleasures. As the saying goes, fishing is the quickest path to a sense of achievement. Is it? Songshi remained skeptical, yet chose not to refuse. The two arrived at the lakeside and commenced their fishing endeavor. During this time, Jiang Wanli and her sister paid them a brief visit, but after a fruitless half-hour, they lost interest and departed. Contemporary youth often lack patience. Lin Mo, however, understood that this was merely the baiting phase. The time for rewards had not yet arrived. Indeed, after a mere 10 minutes, fish began to bite, some large, some small, yet all vibrant due to their wild nature. Songshi's competitive spirit ignited, but a string of empty hooks left her frustrated. Annie's spirit began to waver. The process of fishing was what truly mattered. Otherwise, for the sake of a few fish, one could simply visit the market, couldn't they? Lin Mo perceived her inner turmoil and promptly clarified. Given Songshi's financial means, she could easily purchase not just fish but the entirety of Gui Ning's aquatic bounty. Songshi smiled apologetically, experiencing a moment of clarity. Indeed, the novelty of fishing had already yielded joy. From the outset, was she truly motivated by the fish in the water? The answer was evidently no. Thus, with a calm heart, a few minutes later, Songshi successfully reeled in a small green fish. Though it measured only the size of 2 fingers, it brought her genuine joy. That sense of accomplishment was more fulfilling than earning millions. Lin Mo, quick and adept, swiftly removed the little fish. Recognizing the immense value of eliciting a smile from Songshi with this seemingly insignificant catch. Auntie, I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Lin Mo rebaited her hook, grinning as he asked. I truly enjoy spending time with you. Songshi's response was somewhat off-topic, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. If the joy derived solely from fishing, perhaps it wouldn't be so profound. Ultimately, it was Lin Mo's consistent guidance that gradually reshaped some of her thoughts and perspectives. Indeed, only by being willing to try and breaking free from established constraints could one glimpse a new world. I'll prepare lunch, whether or not we have fish to eat. I'll leave that to Andy, Lin Mo announced, rising and stretching. As the sole man, he felt it was his duty to care for the mother and daughter duo. Don't put too much pressure on Auntie. I'll do my best. Songshi smiled softly, feeling as though catching even one fish had been a monumental effort. As for hoping for fish for lunch, she could only pray for divine favor. Then, good luck, Auntie. Lin Mo chuckled and turned to leave. Before he could return to the car for supplies, he noticed a couple nearby by the lake, engaged in taking wedding photos. The scenery here is truly breathtaking, ideal for capturing stunning wedding photos. From a distance, the bride possesses an enchanting figure and an extraordinary grace. However, upon closer inspection, a look of astonishment crossed Lin Mo's face. This was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Tang Lu. Their breakup had occurred merely 6 months prior, and now she was already engaged in wedding photography. Such a disconcerting feeling left Lin Mo momentarily breathless, overwhelmed by a swirl of complex emotions. He decided to peruse the details of the couple. Name, Tang Lu. Age, 24. Trust level, 72. Personal privacy. Abandoned Lin Mo to ascend into high society. Current intent. Seeking to marry her current boyfriend swiftly for societal elevation. Name, Zhou Yu. Age, 27. Trust level, 0. Personal privacy. The only son of the chairman of Xin Yuan Company. Current intent. Pressured to marry early due to Tang Lu's pregnancy. After absorbing the information about the couple, Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words. It was no wonder that Tang Lu, who had graduated alongside him, had surpassed him in her career as a creative director, evidently with the support of influential benefactors. This benefactor was none other than the son of the company's chairman. Such is the reality, devoid of right or wrong. Trust level exceeding 70 allows for a lottery draw. Lin Mo felt a surge of emotions. He was surprised that Tang Lu still held a high trust level in him even after their separation. Why not take a chance? Congratulations on acquiring C-level photography skills. Receiving this skill left Lin Mo in a state of bemused laughter. It was rather trivial, yet it proved useful, as the picturesque surroundings provided an excellent opportunity to photograph Jiang Wanli and her companions later. Lin Mo? At this moment, Tang Lu also noticed him. After all, they had shared a bond, and a mere greeting seemed appropriate. I didn't expect you to be getting married so soon, Tang Lu remarked. Lin Mo offered a slight smile, his tone remaining calm. Their breakup had been amicable. Though he could not genuinely wish her well, there was no need for animosity. And you are? Zhou Yu, clad in a white suit, approached with intent. As they were engaged in wedding photography and on the brink of matrimony, it was only natural for him to inquire about a handsome young man who had caught his fiancée's attention. Her ex-boyfriend, Lin Mo replied, casting a glance at Zhou Yu, his tone indifferent. Had he not met Jiang Wanli, he might have harbored resentment towards this man. Yet now, it appeared that fate had favored him. Oh, so you are the ex-boyfriend who couldn't afford a car or a house. Perhaps irked by Lin Mo's nonchalant demeanor, Zhou Yu's response was laced with hostility. As a wealthy heir, his financial superiority was inherent. He was all too aware of why Tang Lu had ended her relationship with Lin Mo. Thus, he felt compelled to belittle Lin Mo in front of her. Some people just like a good father, Lin Mo retorted with a forced smile. He too wished to be a wealthy heir. Regrettably, his father lacked ambition. Zhou Yu was taken aback. Did Lin Mo already know his true identity? Lin Mo, Haven T, we parted ways amicably? In this society, one cannot advance without financial means. Love alone cannot satiate hunger. I hope you come to understand this truth sooner rather than later. Tang Lu, observing the tension between the two, promptly intervened, her words favoring her current partner, Zhou Yu. She boldly acknowledged her motives tied to money. Had it been during their student days, Tang Lu would undoubtedly have chosen Lin Mo, for he possessed a charming wit, a romantic spirit, and an appreciation for the finer nuances of life. However, upon entering the workforce, the stark reality of life emerged. Whether it be cars, homes, or any luxury items, they all necessitate financial resources. Those within the working class may toil their entire lives, yet still find themselves devoid of extravagant vehicles or lavish residences. Conversely, individuals like Zhou Yu, born into wealth, view supercars as mere toys. This disparity between rich and poor encapsulates the most genuine aspect of our society. I comprehend this fully. I have never placed blame upon you. Lin Mo smiled serenely, relinquishing any lingering feelings. If their separation stemmed from various incompatibilities or regrets, discovering that Tang Lu chose Zhou Yu solely for his wealth would, in fact, bring him a sense of relief. While money may hold immense power, a materialistic woman is certainly not worthy of one's affection. They cherish wealth, not the person. Water flows downward, and individuals aspire to rise. What is wrong with that? Zhou Yu chuckled, devoid of emotion, thinking it quite childish for Lin Mo to harbor resentment towards Tang Lu. Every choice made by adults is a reflection of their own rights. What are you discussing? At that moment, Jiang Wanli approached, seamlessly linking her arm with Lin Mo's. Chapter 37. I am Lin Mo's girlfriend. Upon seeing Lin Mo engaged in conversation with a woman clad in a wedding dress, Jiang Wanli hurried over without hesitation. Despite her affluent background and exceptional qualities, she was still in the throes of youthful infatuation, unable to bear the sight of Lin Mo interacting with another woman. Consequently, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Who is this? Tang Lu inquired sharply upon noticing Jiang Wanli. She failed to recognize the incongruity of her own swift remarriage after their breakup, yet she could not accept that Lin Mo had swiftly found a new love. Moreover, Jiang Wanli's beauty was so striking that she seemed to have stepped out of a painting. A sense of insecurity washed over her, for Jiang Wanli's appearance, demeanor, and style utterly eclipsed her own. Even Zhou Yu, the groom-to-be, was momentarily mesmerized. He had never encountered such a stunning girl before. I am Lin Mo's girlfriend, Jiang Wanli declared with a radiant smile, leaning her head against Lin Mo's chest. Though she could feel a hint of shyness, she resolutely proclaimed her claim. With a woman's intuition, Jiang Wanli sensed that Tang Lu must have shared some history with Lin Mo. Lin Mo smiled gently, although they had never formally declared their feelings. The moment Jiang Wanli openly acknowledged her role as his girlfriend felt euphoric. With this thought, he tenderly embraced her. Congratulations! When is the wedding? Tang Lu, feeling a mix of emotions, feigned a gracious demeanor. Her earlier sentiments about wishing the best for her ex were mere platitudes. There is no rush. Wanli is still in university, Lin Mo quickly clarified, surprised by Tang Lu's question. It felt peculiar to be dating a college student after entering the workforce. Finding a job is challenging for university students nowadays. I can leave you my business card so that you can reach out to me after graduation. Zhou Yu immediately donned a cheerful expression, eager to exchange contact information. He was thoroughly captivated by Jiang Wanli's allure. Any normal man would wish to know such a beautiful girl. Particularly for Zhou Yu, he believed that university students, yet untouched by the harsh realities of life, were the most innocent. Once they faced the mundane concerns of daily living, they would inevitably yield to practicality. The same could be said for Tang Lu. The prospect of winning Jiang Wanli's affection made Zhou Yu disregard any previous minor grievances with Lin Mo. No need. I'm just a freshman, Jiang Wanli politely declined, aware that with her family's background, stepping into the role of a company chairperson after graduation was not far-fetched. Zhou Yu was about to say something more when he noticed Song Shi bustling about excitedly nearby, clearly having landed a significant catch. I'll go prepare dinner. You assist the aunt, Lin Mo said, affectionately caressing Jiang Wanli's cheek before they walked away together. As for Tang Lu, their interaction was merely a brief greeting. And from this point forward, their paths would diverge. Is that President Song? Tang Lu pondered anxiously, only to hear Zhou Yu exclaim in surprise. As the largest competitor of Tianheng Company, Xinyuan Company naturally had its sights set on a super client like Song Shi. However, contrary to their expectations, Song Shi ultimately struck a deal with Lin Mo. Is Mr. Song going to pay a visit? Tang Lu recognized Song Shi immediately and perked up. He was a client she had previously missed out on, and the thought of it always left her with a sense of regret. I think it's best to let it be. They are all in cahoots. Zhou Yu, perceptive as he was, noticed that Jiang Wanli was with Song Shi, clearly indicating a close relationship. Despite Song Shi's youthful appearance being a former client on their list, they were well aware that this woman was merely a goddess of ageless beauty, with a daughter who was already quite grown. In other words, Jiang Wanli and Song Shi were both associated with Lin Mo. Approaching them at this moment would only lead to self-deprecation. All right then. Tang Lu cast a furtive glance at the departing Lin Mo, her expression slightly dimmed. Meanwhile, Lin Mo chose to forget this minor episode, with Jiang Wanli by his side, who would still dwell on an ex-girlfriend. He constructed an earthen oven in the open space and wrapped the marinated chicken in foil, preparing to make beggar's chicken. If one were to indulge in home-cooked meals while out having fun, it would lose its charm. Next, Lin Mo prepared a plethora of signature dishes. After all, he had now reached a professional level in his culinary skills. I must go live. Jiang Yuan dashed over, her excitement palpable upon seeing the oven-baked chicken and other dishes. Although she considered it a casual pastime, her ethereal beauty had garnered her over 100,000 followers on the country's leading short video platform. The fact that she could attract such a following after merely posting a handful of daily updates spoke volumes about her stunning looks. Don't include me in the shots. I don't want to be an internet celebrity. Lin Mo teased with a smile. Jiang Yuan stuck out her tongue and, disregarding his words, began her live stream. Though she occasionally went live, her sessions were infrequent. Thus, within just a couple of minutes, several viewers had already entered her stream. Wow, the goddess is live. Still looking stunning today? Don't film the food. Focus more on her legs. Various male fans flooded the chat, judging by their comments. It was evident that these were admirers of her beauty, the majority being of the infatuated kind. Who is that man? Why does the goddess keep filming him? Could he be her boyfriend? As Jiang Yuan laughed and chatted with Lin Mo, the male viewers in the live stream became increasingly agitated. Even in the digital realm, where they could only fantasize about the goddess, they were reluctant to accept the idea of her having a boyfriend. Otherwise, their top supporter would be the subject of ridicule. Jiang Yuan was nonchalant about her streaming, uninterested in offering explanations. She was relying on this for income, with her family's wealth. She could live comfortably without ever needing to work. Initially, viewers tuned in to see Jiang Yuan. However, as Lin Mo showcased his culinary prowess, effortlessly preparing an array of delectable dishes, the focus of the stream began to shift towards gourmet cuisine. Some viewers even started to learn how to cook themselves. The chat transitioned from praising Jiang Yuan to inquiring about ingredients and cooking steps, transforming the entire nature of the live stream. The online audience swelled, surpassing 1,000 viewers. How could I possibly struggle to find a girlfriend with such a skill? Could someone kindly tag this culinary blogger? Are you all genuinely here to learn how to cook? The atmosphere in the live stream is filled with joy. It's time to eat. Let us conclude the broadcast. Lin Mo turned around and signaled to Jiang Yuan. With thousands of viewers observing their camping meal, it felt no different from watching monkeys at the zoo. A few more minutes of streaming wouldn't hurt. Jiang Yuan hesitated to end the live session, relishing the sense of sharing her life with the audience. Compared to the swarm of admirers in the chat, promoting Lin Mo's culinary prowess felt rather significant today. At that moment, Song Shi and Jiang Wanli returned with several fish. It was evident they had made quite the catch during this time. Lin Mo's earlier jest about eating fish had unexpectedly come to fruition. The three women gathered together, instantly igniting excitement in the live stream. Chapter 38. Where can one find such a young and beautiful mother? Oh my goodness, what divine beauty is this? Upon the appearance of Song Shi and Jiang Wanli, the live broadcast returned to its original nature. They had initially believed that a beauty like Jiang Yuan was a rare encounter in a century. Yet now, the mature elegance of Song Shi and the enchanting charm of Jiang Wanli were equally captivating, leaving everyone with a sense of unreality. My mother and sister have returned. It's time for dinner, friends. I'm preparing to end the broadcast. Jiang Yuan directed the camera towards her delicate face, which, regardless of angle, was flawless. Her skin was smooth and delicate, as if it could be blown away with a gentle breath. Furthermore, her words brought an indescribable shock to thousands. The two beautiful women just seen were, astonishingly, Jiang Yuan's mother and sister. Which one is the mother? This is absurd. How can a mother be so young and beautiful? The sister was also a celestial beauty, though I could not immediately discern which was which. Seeing the live chat devolve into superficial critiques of beauty once more, Jiang Yuan pouted and closed the broadcast. Help me out, I am still live. Song Shi, holding a fish, shot Jiang Yuan a glare. One of the grass fish weighed over 2 pounds. Who would have thought that her mother was so gifted at fishing? Lin Mo stepped forward and offered timely praise. The resources here are abundant, and given that I had previously prepared bait, it is only natural to have a good catch. Let's eat. I am starving, Jiang Wanli said, gazing at Lin Mo with a pleading expression. Then let us commence. Lin Mo replied with a slight smile as he unearthed the clay-covered chicken from the charcoal fire. This was the signature dish and the main course, due to limited conditions. The other dishes were rather modest. To avoid disappointing Song Shi, Lin Mo even freshly prepared the grass fish for grilling. Don't move. I want to post this on social media. Seeing her sister dive in, Jiang Yuan quickly took out her phone to capture the moment. Song Shi sat gracefully beside them, her eyes sparkling with joy. She regretted not having realized the essence of life sooner. One should indulge in relaxation from time to time, rather than letting various pressures surround them, and learn to enjoy life. Given the limited resources, let us get to work. Lin Mo washed his hands and sat down on the grass. The chef eats first. Jiang Wanli disregarded her image and eagerly fed Lin Mo a piece of chicken. He accepted the gesture with pleasure. Subsequently, Lin Mo dismantled the clay chicken, handing a leg to each of the sisters, while keeping the wings for himself and Song Shi. Dividing them evenly, the four of them enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Transitioning from an ordinary office worker to now sharing such moments with this affluent mother and daughter was surreal. Had it not been for the system, Lin Mo believed he would have never experienced such a life. Although the system merely provided information, over time, it left an indelible impression. For instance, the collaboration with Song she would not have materialized without the system discerning her needs and ideas. For instance, had it not been for the knowledge of Jiang Wanli's interests and preferences, it would have been quite challenging to sustain the conversation. Even rescuing Jiang Yuan in the bar was merely the result of a fortunate draw for a C-grade combat technique from the system. In any case, Lin Mo felt a deep sense of gratitude towards this system. Grateful for their encounter, Lin Mo raised his drink, brimming with enthusiasm. Cheers. The three women, mother and daughters, each held a different beverage. This picnic was thoroughly enjoyable. I read online that there is a renowned temple atop the mountain across. Song Shi, glancing at her phone, suddenly spoke. This remark seemed directed towards Lin Mo, as he had devised all the strategies prior to their arrival. The three women only needed to embrace a vacation mindset, without the burden of intellect. Xiangshan Temple, it is said, boasts a history of over 1,000 years. Lin Mo nodded, pleased with his meticulous preparations. When it comes to seeking blessings, he is more indifferent than even the deities themselves. Should he happen to encounter a moment of reverence, he would not deliberately seek peace or health. Mom, you don't actually intend to climb that mountain to the temple, do you? Jiang Wanli asked, somewhat astonished. From this vantage point, the mountain appeared quite lofty. Without a modicum of stamina, ascending would indeed be arduous. Do you underestimate your mother? I do maintain a fitness routine. Song Shi replied, her tone tinged with defiance. Though both daughters were in university, she was still under 40, and to call herself young was hardly an exaggeration. Aside from work-related engagements, her frequent haunts were the gym and the swimming pool. Thus, her physique could rival that of younger women. Auntie, do you wish to make a wish? Lin Mo inquired curiously. Typically, visits to temples involve requests for safety and health, with financial prosperity being the most common plea. Given Song Shi's financial standing, such a request seemed unnecessary. Perhaps a talisman for peace, Song Shi replied with a gentle smile. Her greatest wish was for her precious daughters to grow up healthy and happy. Everything else was trivial. Let us be clear, I have no desire to climb the mountain. Jiang Yuan suddenly raised her hand in surrender. Climbing was a task requiring physical exertion, and after coming out to relax, she certainly did not want to suffer from aches the next day. Jiang Wanli quickly distanced herself from the idea, resolutely deciding to remain in a state of leisure. If Auntie wishes to go, I will accompany you, Lin Mo said with a smile, not wanting to dampen Song Shi's spirits. Ultimately, this outing was intended to alleviate the monotony of Song Shi's inner world. If she did not enjoy herself, it would render the trip a failure. You are indeed dependable, Song Shi replied with a charming smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Seemingly aware of their shortcomings, the two sisters took the initiative to help tidy up. With such beautiful scenery, leaving behind trash would inevitably turn this place into a garbage dump within half a year. Since it was still early, Lin Mo unfurled a sunshade. The four gathered beneath it to play cards and chat, thoroughly at ease. After an hour of rest, Lin Mo finally prepared to accompany Song Shi on the climb. Don't wander off. Take this, he said, handing 2 bottles of pepper spray to the sisters before they set off. This is a scenic area, and safety is assured. However, in this world, unforeseen events can occur. Exercising caution is never a mistake. This is my first encounter with such an item. Jiang Wanli accepted the canister of pepper spray, her face alight with curiosity. Few have seen such a device, as it predominantly exists within the realm of films. A direct spray towards an assailant yields remarkable results, yet one must exercise caution to avoid accidental contact with their own eyes. Noticing Jiang Yuan's eagerness, I quickly intervened. Ideally, this tool should never be put to use. Observing Lin Mo's thoughtful consideration, Song Shi couldn't help but smile in appreciation. The future son-in-law she had personally selected seemed to exceed her expectations. Lin Mo retrieved a hiking backpack from the car and meticulously packed it with bottled water and provisions. Song Shi was taken aback. Lin Mo's attentiveness once again earned her admiration. Auntie, shall we set off? Lin Mo turned to Song Shi, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 39. My aunt is simply stunning. Come back early. I will miss you. Jiang Wanli beamed, her smile radiant as she anticipated an afternoon of freedom and leisure. Jiang Yuan shared her enthusiasm. Free from their mother's constraints, she could resume her live streaming. Song Shi cast a sidelong glance at her 2 daughters, realizing that their expressions did not reflect longing but rather a desire for her prompt departure. Lin Mo approached Jiang Wanli, planting a gentle kiss on her fair cheek. Even a few hours apart deserved a touch of ceremony. Blushing fiercely in front of her sister and mother, Jiang Wanli felt her cheeks grow warm. Shall we be off? Lin Mo laughed heartily, shouldering his backpack as he and Songshi set out. The two sisters stood together in the sunlight, a gentle breeze tousling their dark hair and revealing the rosy hues of their cheeks. Nearby, Jiang Yuan mimicked the kissing gesture, amusing herself and giggling exuberantly. Xiaoshan Temple, a millennia-old edifice, had recently gained fame as a trendy destination, drawing an increasing number of visitors. The once ample steps now seemed somewhat narrow. "And, would you like to take a break?" Lin Mo turned to see Songshi drenched in sweat, her clothes clinging to her, and felt a pang of concern. Though he was still young and accustomed to physical exertion, Songshi, as a businesswoman managing several companies, was commendably resilient. "No need, consider it exercise," she replied, shaking her head and pressing on. They had yet to reach the halfway point, and the thought of her daughters discovering her fatigue was too embarrassing. To her astonishment, Lin Mo exhibited remarkable stamina. Even with a backpack, he moved swiftly. The vitality of youth truly was enviable. As they continued, they encountered numerous tourists. Upon seeing Songshi, many complimented Lin Mo on his fortune to have such a beautiful and graceful girlfriend. This filled Lin Mo with delight, while Songshi, lacking the energy to elaborate and accustomed to previous encounters, simply smiled in response. At last, they reached the halfway point. The view here was breathtaking. Songshi stepped to the most expansive vantage point, breathing heavily as she took in the panorama. Before her lay the entire scenic area, and if one looked closely, they could even spot Jiang Wanli and her sister's location. While Songshi admired the landscape, Lin Mo's gaze was fixed on her. Compared to the scenery, the future mother-in-law was far more captivating. Songshi stood there, her profile flawless, as shards of sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dreamy glow upon her. "Aunt, let me take a photo of you," Lin Mo offered, pulling out his phone and snapping pictures before Songshi could respond. Even with the most basic photography skills, capturing a model of such beauty yielded remarkable results. Songshi possessed an innate sense of the camera, exuding an aura reminiscent of a supermodel. Coupled with her elegant and mature demeanor, she was simply unbeatable. Lin Mo couldn't help himself, snapping dozens of photos in one go. His aunt was simply too beautiful. As he casually scrolled through the images, he discovered that each one was stunning. Regardless of their identities, he offered direct compliments. "Let me take a look." Songshi smiled softly, leaning in to see the results. Women of any age cannot resist the urge to check their appearance in photographs. With such a picturesque backdrop, the aunt resembled a celestial being. Lin Mo was enveloped in a delightful fragrance, and he continued to lavish praise. "The scenery here is breathtaking," Songshi, standing amidst this canvas, truly embodies a dreamlike essence of a fairy descending to the mortal realm. His flattery was smooth and charming. Songshi's cheeks flushed, and she playfully nudged Lin Mo. Although he constantly praised her in a sweet, yet not cloying manner, being an aunt made her feel somewhat embarrassed. That said, when Songshi caught sight of the photograph, she was utterly astonished. She was indeed beautiful, fully aware of her allure. Yet, Lin Mo's photographic skills were undeniably evident. From composition to angle, it was far from a casual snapshot. "Have you studied photography?" Songshi asked, somewhat surprised. "No, it's simply that you are too beautiful. There's a saying that goes, the skill of photography depends on the model's beauty," Lin Mo quickly denied, adding yet more compliments for Songshi. With no retort to offer, Songshi chose silence. After a brief rest, the two continued their ascent. Just as Songshi felt she could no longer endure, they finally reached the summit. An ancient temple complex stood majestically before them. "It looks quite grand," Lin Mo remarked, gazing at the architectural marvels. "If it weren't at the peak, the foot traffic here would likely be overwhelming." The incense offerings were quite abundant. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from her brow, Songshi surveyed her surroundings. The greater the crowd, the more potent the spiritual efficacy. "Let us purchase some incense. My Buddha only guides those with good fortune." Spotting a woman selling incense at the temple entrance, Lin Mo chuckled. They say sincerity brings blessings, yet one still needs to burn incense. And all this incense must be bought. Subsequently, Songshi sought a safety talisman for her daughter. "Aunt, would you like to have your fortune told?" Lin Mo inquired as he noticed a fortune teller ahead, a sudden interest igniting within him. Ever since acquiring the privacy system, he had essentially become a true master of divination. All those hidden dark aspects had nowhere left to hide. "All right," Songshi acquiesced, glancing over to see a man clad in simple attire seated on the ground. As the wind passed, a few leaves fluttered down, exuding an air of ethereal grace. However, as a well-educated modern individual, She held a respectful yet skeptical view towards these metaphysical practices, never placing her hopes in such figures. Even a safety talisman was merely a token for good fortune. Diviner. Lin Mo approached the fortune teller, noticing the sign beside him that read Diviner, which elicited a faint smile. The sign also featured terms like fortune and romantic destiny, yet the glaring green payment code in front of the man was somewhat jarring. What would you like to inquire about? The fortune teller asked, noticing Lin Mo's interest, his tone nonchalant. Particularly, Shi's noble demeanor made her the ideal client for such services. Are you not reputed to be a master of divination? Then pray tell, what shall we calculate? Lin Mo remarked with a playful smile, crossing her arms. To be frank, these fortune tellers are mere charlatans. The young man displayed a rather amusing demeanor. The fortune teller chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Mo's actions were akin to undermining his credibility. Let us delve into matters of fate. Lin Mo suggested with a bright smile, seizing the opportunity to test the fortune teller's abilities in the absence of Jiang Wanli. Shi, standing by, remained silent. Which of you shall take the lead in this calculation? The fortune teller, adept at reading the room, presented a verbal trap. If the two were considered separately, it would imply they were not a couple. Lin Mo pulled Shi close, suddenly inclined to tease the fortune teller. If the fortune teller could devise a linguistic snare, so too could she. Having initially proposed to assess their romantic ties, bringing Shi into the equation was evidently a ploy. Why not ascertain the nature of our relationship? Chapter 40. The sprained ankle of Shi. Upon uttering these words, not only was the fortune teller left speechless, but even Shi found herself in a state of disbelief. Lin Mo had clearly been discussing matters of fate and romance, so how had she become involved? Yet, given the circumstances, Shi felt it prudent to remain silent. The fortune teller, regaining his composure, found himself at a loss for words. Had Lin Mo not brought it up, his initial impression of the pair would have been a sibling romance. Lin Mo, youthful and handsome, and Shi, poised and stunning, made for a captivating sight. However, Lin Mo's teasing smile left the fortune teller uncertain. Ahem, your relationship is quite intricate. Influenced by societal norms, it may prove challenging. Yet fate has undeniably intertwined your paths. In resignation, the fortune teller offered a vague response. It was evident that Lin Mo had come to disrupt the session, prompting the fortune teller to resort to ambiguous language to navigate the situation. Lin Mo, somewhat exasperated, mused that the fortune teller was indeed an artist of words, well articulated. But perhaps refrain from such discourse in the future, it bears no useful insight. Noticing the fortune teller's plight, Lin Mo shook his head and scanned the payment code on his phone. The cost of fortune telling is not fixed. The more accurate the reading, the more willing clients are to pay. The fortune teller, visibly embarrassed, recognized that he had misjudged the situation. Auntie, it is getting late. Shall we descend? After settling the payment, Lin Mo glanced at the time and smiled at the dazed Shi beside him. Clearly, Shi was lost in thought, pondering the fortune teller's words. Indeed, Shi nodded, remembering that her two daughters were still waiting at the foot of the mountain. As the two turned to leave, the fortune teller was left in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. Lin Mo had referred to Shi as auntie. How could someone so youthful and graceful bear such a title? Was there no justice in the world? As the saying goes, it is easy to ascend the mountain, but challenging to descend. Due to the anatomical structure of the knee joints, descending requires constant bending, demanding greater strength. Having expended nearly all her energy climbing, Shi found that her brief rest was insufficient. Soon, she began to wobble unsteadily. Auntie, are you able to continue? Noticing Shi's condition, Lin Mo inquired with concern. This venture into the mountains was indeed a test for someone of her stature. Yet, despite any regrets, they had to descend. Unlike some developed tourist sites, where cable cars facilitate the descent, here, they had only the option of retracing their steps. I am fine, Shi insisted, gritting her teeth and attempting to persevere. She had initiated the trip to the temple and could not afford to show weakness. However, this determination led to misfortune. Suddenly, her footing faltered, her foot twisted awkwardly, and her ankle emitted a sharp crack. In pain, Shi collapsed onto the ground. The typically graceful and composed woman now appeared somewhat disheveled. Her gaze towards Lin Mo was filled with innocence, as if to convey that she had not intended for this to happen and had tried her best. Auntie, please remain still, Lin Mo urged, quickly kneeling beside her to grasp her foot. Such a sprain could vary in severity if soft tissues were damaged. It would present a serious issue. Due to the system's provision of sea-level medical skills, such straightforward emergency treatment posed no challenge. Lin Mo gently held onto Song Shi's delicate foot, resembling jade, caressing it tenderly. By applying pressure at the joints, he assessed the injury. Ultimately, Lin Mo concluded that it was a dislocated ankle. As for any potential soft tissue damage, that could only be determined at the hospital later. "Auntie, look over there. There's Ultraman," Lin Mo suddenly exclaimed dramatically, pointing towards the distance. Song Shi, feeling a wave of guilt, became increasingly distracted by her inner turmoil, and instinctively lost focus upon hearing Lin Mo's words. With swift reflexes, Lin Mo pressed firmly on the ankle, applying force to realign the dislocated joint. By the time Song Shi regained her composure, beads of sweat had already formed on her cheeks due to the pain. The dislocation had been addressed, but swelling would likely ensue, and they would need to monitor for any signs of bone crepitus. Lin Mo gently massaged Song Shi's foot, attempting to alleviate her discomfort. Without professional equipment, this was the best emergency response possible. For a brief moment, Song Shi forgot her pain, astonished by Lin Mo's display of professionalism. This young man possessed medical knowledge. His techniques and terminology were beyond her comprehension. "Auntie cannot walk any further. Allow me to carry you down the mountain," Lin Mo stated as he secured his backpack in front of him and squatted before Song Shi. It was uncertain whether soft tissues had been injured, but what was clear was that continuing to walk would exacerbate her condition and could lead to lasting repercussions. The thought of Song Shi limping in the future was unbearable. "Isn't that a bit much?" Song Shi murmured, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, she was Jiang Wanli's mother. It seemed inappropriate for Lin Mo to carry her. Furthermore, the mountain path was steep, making it arduous to carry someone. "Auntie, you are injured. If you wish to avoid lingering effects, do not be stubborn," Lin Mo interjected before she could respond, swiftly lifting her onto his back. With her lips pressed together, Song Shi had no choice but to lean down. To her surprise, Lin Mo's seemingly slender frame was remarkably sturdy, providing an inexplicable sense of security. As he rose slowly with her on his back, the softness of her form stirred his heart. Thankfully, he was merely carrying her. Had it been a frontal embrace, he would have found it overwhelming. However, the immediate priority was to descend the mountain, and Lin Mo forced himself to dismiss any distractions. Lin Mo had good stamina, and carrying someone posed no significant burden. Yet, the steepness of the path, with its constant undulations, required him to adjust frequently. As Song Shi was unable to exert pressure on her foot, causing her body to slide downward. Every few minutes, Lin Mo had to support her upwards. Over time, his hands inevitably brushed against some softness. Song Shi's cheeks flushed, and she buried her face against Lin Mo's back, remaining silent. A victim of a commercial marriage, she had never experienced true love before being arranged to wed Jiang Tianhua. At this moment, being protected by Lin Mo stirred a fluttering sensation in her heart. "Lin Mo, please set Annie down," she suddenly whispered, her voice barely audible. "Auntie, we are almost at the foot of the mountain." Sensing the delicate form of Song Shi curl up, Lin Mo smiled reassuringly. Though carrying another person was somewhat taxing, to bear such a stunning beauty was, in truth, a delightful experience. Noticing a few business associates approaching, Song Shi leaned closer to Lin Mo's ear and whispered. In the direction of their gaze, several elegant ladies were approaching, engaged in lively conversation. It was evident that, since its development, the fame of Xiangshan Temple had surged anew. "It's nothing to worry about. My aunt is merely injured, not incapable of walking, which is why I'm carrying her," Lin Mo shrugged nonchalantly. Song Shi's sprained ankle rendered her unable to walk, yet it was not a childish insistence that compelled him to carry her. Even if their business partners were to witness this, it wouldn't be a matter of great concern, would it? With no other choice, Song Shi covered her face and pressed it against Lin Mo's back. The typically graceful and composed woman feared that if her associates caught sight of her in such a vulnerable state, she would surely become the subject of ridicule. Such a handsome young man, carrying his girlfriend down the mountain? As the ladies drew near, one of them initiated a conversation with Lin Mo. Chapter 41. Indeed, my girlfriend has sprained her ankle. These elegant women still possess a captivating charm. After all, anyone who partners with Song Shi in business must come from a wealthy background. Wealthy individuals tend to invest in their appearance, often appearing significantly younger than their actual age. However, when compared to Song Shi, these refined ladies fall considerably short. Yes, my girlfriend has indeed sustained an ankle injury. Lin Mo gracefully took over the conversation, unperturbed by the situation. A casual scan with the system revealed that these affluent women were engaging with him for a specific reason. These wealthy wives are particularly fond of robust young men. Meanwhile, Songshi remained tense, using her long hair to obscure her face, fearful of being recognized. Fortunately, the business partners seemed solely interested in Lin Mo's well-built physique and did not take notice of her. Subsequently, Lin Mo firmly declined the request from the women to add him as a friend. What a folly that would be. His future mother-in-law was still on his back. He could not be so reckless. After successfully dismissing the women, Lin Mo finally carried Songshi to the foot of the mountain. "All right, you can walk on your own from here," he said, as they reached the base. Songshi insisted on being let down, feeling embarrassed at the thought of being seen like this, especially by her daughters. "No way. If you strain your muscles, it could worsen your injury and affect your walking posture in the future." Lin Mo resolutely shook his head, outright refusing her request. It was simply unimaginable for a beauty like Songshi to limp. Reluctantly, Songshi acquiesced. At last, they returned to the campsite. "Lin Mo, what happened to my mom?" Upon seeing Lin Mo carrying her mother, Jiang Wanli was startled and rushed forward. Jiang Yuan also set aside her phone to join them quickly. While playful banter between mother and daughter is common, their bond is undeniable. The thought of her mother being bitten by a venomous snake was alarming. "It's nothing serious. Just a sprained ankle," Songshi explained, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just before the hike, she had been boasting to her daughter, and now she faced swift retribution. "Let's pack up and take Mom to the hospital," Lin Mo suggested, noting that time was of the essence. After all, it was Sunday, and the two sisters had school the following day. They could plan for a camping trip another time. Jiang Wanli and her sister readily agreed, knowing that delaying their mother's treatment would be unwise. After a flurry of packing, the quartet set off in their vehicle. Though brief, the day had been a fulfilling and pleasant holiday. Of course, it would have been even more perfect had Songshi not injured her ankle. Upon returning to the city, Lin Mo drove directly to the hospital. After an examination, it was confirmed that Songshi's ankle was not severely injured and would heal with a few days of rest. After safely delivering the three women home, Lin Mo finally returned to his rented apartment. His cousin, Ning Yan, was still out at a class reunion, so he decided not to pick her up since she was awake. Being a personal chauffeur can be quite exhausting. It was not until after 10 that Ning Yan returned, and Lin Mo took a shower to unwind. He resolved to purchase a home rather than rent a larger apartment. As long as he retains the position of creative director, there should be no issues regarding housing. Additionally, with Songshi's long-term business collaboration, Lin Mo can sustain a comfortable lifestyle through his commission. Purchasing a home is no trivial matter, thus careful consideration is essential. The following day, it was once again the Monday that office workers dread the most. Lin Mo, however, felt no dismay. Ever since acquiring the system, he found joy in interacting with diverse groups of people. In accordance with his usual practice, Lin Mo brought a sumptuous breakfast for Shen Qingwei. To thrive in the company, it was imperative to maintain a close relationship with such a pivotal figure. In the president's office, Lin Mo noticed Shen Qingwei furrowing her brow while eating her breakfast and couldn't resist teasing her. "What's wrong? Is someone in debt to you?" It was only Monday, yet his female superior appeared troubled, which was hardly a good omen. The company intended to expand, but the issue of acquiring the land remained unresolved. Shen Qingwei divulged the details to Lin Mo without reservation. It turned out that Tianjin Company required a piece of land to construct an office building as part of their expansion plans. The challenge was not the lack of suitable land, but rather the residents, who were demanding exorbitant prices, clearly aiming to extract as much as they could from Tianjin Company. Given Tianjin Company's modest renown in Guining City, it was evident that such a large enterprise was presumed to have ample funds, which was the crux of the issue. Paying a high price was unfeasible, and negotiations stalled as a result. Hence, Shen Qingwei was experiencing such distress. The board of directors decided that a reward of 500,000 yuan would be given to whoever could secure the land within the budget. Observing Lin Mo's eager disposition, Shen Qingwei decided to take a chance, laying all her cards on the table. If it were possible to resolve the land acquisition using planned funds, the reward of 500,000 yuan would be attainable. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Lin Mo beamed brightly, as though he could already see the 500,000 yuan beckoning him. It was a fortuitous opportunity to purchase a home. This sum could easily cover the down payment. However, acquiring such funds would not be straightforward. Shen Qingwei shook her head, skeptical of Lin Mo's ability to succeed. The obstinate residents were determined to extract a hefty sum from Tianjin Company, creating a vicious cycle. "Just wait for my good news, Sister Qingwei," Lin Mo replied, not making any promises, yet confident that, with his privacy system, this task was far from insurmountable. Without further ado, he proceeded directly to the site of the land. This area was a blend of urban and rural landscapes, one side vibrant, the other dilapidated. Many residents still lived in makeshift shelters. Seizing the opportunity, they were intent on extorting a substantial sum from Tianhe Company. The company's business scope was extensive. Aside from constructing office buildings, they primarily aimed to establish factories to cater to various client needs. Perhaps the allure of the 500,000 yuan reward was too enticing, as a number of Tianhe Company employees were already on site, earnestly attempting to persuade the residents. However, under such profit-driven circumstances, there was little room for compromise. On one hand, they sought to acquire the land at market price to smoothly build their office and factories, while on the other hand, the residents seized the urgency of Tianhe Company's need for land, demanding inflated prices. Upon Lin Mo's arrival at the scene, he observed the two parties embroiled in a heated argument. "How are negotiations progressing?" he inquired. Lin Mo stepped forward and engaged in conversation with a colleague. The latter shook his head, displaying a sense of helplessness. Not only had the price negotiations fallen through, but the two parties had also nearly resorted to physical confrontation. "Is this the planning blueprint for the office building and factory?" Lin Mo took the plans from his colleague's hands and scrutinized them carefully. Regardless of the project, there are typically various proposals. Particularly in light of the rampant price hikes instigated by the residents, Tianhe Company had presented two alternatives, ensuring they did not completely close off their options. Both the eastern and western plots of land were viable. Aware of Lin Mo's recent trust from Xinqingwei, his colleague patiently began to elucidate further. "This is the list of landholders present on both sides, with the most challenging aspect being the group that holds land on both sides." As they spoke, the colleague handed Lin Mo another list. The residents' landholdings varied in size for each individual. If even one person disagreed, completing the transaction would prove exceedingly difficult. "Understood." Lin Mo withdrew his gaze from the list and broke into a smile. "So, who among these individuals is the most resolute in their stance?" Chapter 42. Your cousin's figure is quite impressive. How fortunate for you, Lin Mo had made up his mind to tackle the situation head-on. The most obstinate individuals were undoubtedly those who held multiple parcels of land. Securing their agreement would constitute a significant victory. "Greetings, I am the creative director of Tianhe Company," Lin Mo announced, stepping forward into the crowd with a commanding voice. The title of creative director carried considerable weight, far surpassing that of employees who were merely gambling for a chance at 50,000. Noticing Lin Mo's assertive demeanor, several stubborn landholders quickly gathered around him. They were not concerned about the negotiations. Rather, they welcomed the presence of someone with authority to deliver a decisive verdict. "I need not elaborate on the circumstances. Tianhe Company has set its sights on this land for the purpose of constructing an office building and factory," Lin Mo continued, observing the attentive faces around him. Upon hearing his words, the colleagues from Tianhe Company furrowed their brows. It was clear that Lin Mo was unversed in negotiation tactics and had inadvertently revealed the company's intentions, inadvertently inviting the landholders to raise their demands. Even the landholders were taken aback. Was Lin Mo here to negotiate or to capitulate? In any case, it seemed to be a positive development. However, I must clarify one point. Our company requires only one of the parcels of land. There are no hard requirements for the eastern or western sides. Lin Mo smiled faintly, commencing his performance. These individuals had banded together out of self-interest, appearing united. However, due to the differing sizes and locations of the land they held, true cohesion was unattainable. Once Tianhe Company decided to pursue a specific parcel, the value of the others would plummet. Living in the makeshift housing here was hardly distinguishable from being homeless, especially with factories surrounding the area, rendering it unsuitable for residents. The value of the land was entirely dictated by the company. "You young pup, scheming at such a tender age, don't waste your efforts. We have already reached an agreement. No matter which side you choose to purchase, the price must be to our satisfaction," sneered a rotund man, stepping forward with a derisive laugh. As seasoned veterans of this game, they were not easily swayed by Lin Mo's tactics. If they could be so easily provoked, the board of directors at Tianhe Company would not be experiencing such headaches. Attempting to sow discord was a futile endeavor. Prepare your funds promptly. The longer you delay, the more it will impact your company's profitability. Haha. The crowd, well-versed in the art of mockery, derided Lin Mo's overconfidence. The complexities of the land ownership here were profound. As long as one person objected, all efforts would be in vain. Hence, their confidence was palpable. Did you hear that? If you lack the authority, quickly bring someone else. Everyone's time is valuable. The rotund man patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, flashing a cunning smile. Lin Mo remained silent, instead retrieving information about the man before him. Name, Zhao Donglai, age, 38, trust level, 0, personal privacy. The land belongs to my cousin, who is unaware of the situation. I share an overly friendly relationship with my cousin's wife. Current intention, I wish to embezzle the proceeds from the sale of this land. Upon reading this, Lin Mo could only chuckle. He felt a moment of silent sympathy for Zhao Donglai's cousin. Not only had his home been robbed, but even his land was under scrutiny. Indeed, everyone's time is precious. Individuals like you, who have no stake in either side of the land, should remain silent, shouldn't they? Lin Mo pried the man's hand open, sneering. It would be one thing if he actually owned land. But this fellow was merely seizing the opportunity to usurp his cousin's resources, which was utterly despicable. Zhao Donglai's expression shifted. He was taken aback that Lin Mo had uncovered such details. Who says I have no share? My brother's land is entrusted to me for management. I possess the land certificate. Zhao Donglai brandished the certificate, becoming increasingly aggressive. In this age of law, possession of a certificate suffices. Is that so? Allow me to call your cousin right now and show him some footage. Lin Mo retrieved his phone, feigning a call to an unfamiliar number. Realizing it was his cousin's number, Zhao Donglai instantly panicked. No. He rushed forward, urging Lin Mo in a hushed tone. What do you mean by footage? If it's just a call to my cousin, that wouldn't be a problem. The matter concerning the land is under my cousin's authority. What concerned Zhao Donglai was Lin Mo's mention of footage. Your cousin. Lin Mo leaned closer to Zhao Donglai, speaking in a tone audible only to them. Zhao Donglai, stout as a pig, found himself in quite the predicament, a fine cabbage now trampled by a swine. Watch your words, or I shall accuse you of defamation. Zhao Donglai broke into a cold sweat. Should such a private matter be exposed, he would find it impossible to survive in this area. However, he doubted Lin Mo possessed any substantial evidence. After all, they were in a large courtyard, away from prying eyes. In this world, apart from the two involved, it seemed no third party could possibly know. If you insist on making this public knowledge, I would be more than willing to oblige. Lin Mo retrieved a brief clip from the system, switching it to silent mode to show Zhao Donglai. Just those few glimpses left him utterly dumbfounded. This is too bizarre. There are cameras everywhere. I advise you to tread carefully. Lin Mo knew when to stop, lest he find it difficult to explain the source of the footage. Since Zhao Donglai could rally others together, it indicated his intelligence. Indeed, upon realizing that he held a weakness over him, Zhao Donglai's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man has imparted many profound truths to me. We all face challenges, and I wholeheartedly empathize with the sentiments of Tianhe Company. Hence, I am willing to sell my cousin's land to them at market price. Zhao Donglai's declaration immediately sparked a commotion. He had previously been the most vocal against them. Yet he was the first to switch sides. There was no choice. Lin Mo had unearthed his sordid secrets. If he did not make some concessions, once the truth came to light, he would have no face left to show. Zhao Donglai, after all this commotion, was actually waiting for us here? So, you have reaped all the benefits for yourself, haven't you? The voices of discontent surged like a tidal wave. To them, it seemed evident that Zhao Donglai's sudden shift in attitude was merely the result of being bribed by Lin Mo. All previous talk of unity was nothing but a farce. Moreover, it is common knowledge that the first to be bribed invariably secures the most substantial gains. Listen, everyone, do not let Zhao Donglai lead you astray. I refuse to believe that Tianhe Company can act with such impunity. A man with a square face began to rally the spirits of the crowd. After all, such a lucrative opportunity was not one they would easily relinquish. Lin Mo shook his head, realizing that setting an example had proved ineffective. He would need to dismantle their resolve one by one. Thus, he retrieved the information on the man. Name, Yangqing, age, 43, trust level, 0, personal privacy, deep in gambling debts. Just 10 minutes ago, he stole a wallet at the scene. Current intent, to raise the stakes and maximize his gains. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo wasted no time and declared loudly, everyone present, please check your wallets. Chapter 43. An attempted murder. Determined to confront each issue head-on, Lin Mo ceased to conceal his intentions. Perhaps some matters eluded explanation regarding how he acquired his knowledge. Nevertheless, the adage holds true. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Yang Cheng was rendered speechless. For this was no jest. The man had indeed uncovered something significant. As an experienced gambler, Yang Cheng was also a seasoned pickpocket, relying entirely on theft for his gambling funds. Over the years, he had never been caught. Could it be that Lin Mo had inadvertently witnessed his misdeeds? "My wallet is missing," exclaimed a bespectacled gentleman, stepping forward. What he initially thought was a mere casual remark from Lin Mo turned out to be an alarming reality. His wallet had truly vanished. Observing the scene, Lin Mo approached Yang Qing and whispered, "You know what to do." With the example of Zhao Donglai preceding them, Yang Qing, not being a fool, should understand that it was time to ingratiate himself. Despite his discontent, Yang Cheng, uncertain of how Lin Mo had come by his information, deemed it irrelevant. Thus, he chuckled awkwardly. "I found a wallet over there earlier, and was just lamenting about not being able to locate its owner." With that, he produced the wallet from his person. The embarrassment was trivial. However, if he were charged with theft, especially with the contents exceeding 2,000, the repercussions would be severe. With no other option, Yang Qing opted to defuse the situation, all the while keeping an eye on Lin Mo's expression. "I've come to a realization. One must not be excessively greedy. I am willing to sell my land at market price to Tianhen Company." As he uttered these words, Yang Qing felt his face flush with heat. The bespectacled man, not lacking in discernment, quickly recognized that Lin Mo had facilitated the return of the wallet and promptly declared his own willingness to sell his land at market price as well. With remarkable efficiency, Lin Mo managed to resolve the situation with 3 individuals, including 2 obstinate characters, without resorting to conflict. This level of efficacy left the colleagues at Tianhen Company momentarily astounded. With the initial agreements in place, many began to waver in their resolve. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo capitalized on the momentum, stating, "If we can resolve the land issue today, I can petition the company to purchase the land on both sides." Lin Mo understood the importance of human nature and sought to maintain balance. If he were to acquire only one parcel of land, the owner of the adjacent property would surely feel aggrieved and would likely create obstacles. However, by rephrasing the plan, it transformed into a benefit offered by Tianhen Company. Upon hearing this, the crowd was stirred, particularly those who held land on both sides saw a chance for greater profit. After all, if the situation dragged on and Tianhen Company withdrew, their land would be rendered worthless. Nevertheless, there were also those whose insatiable greed clouded their judgment. Perceiving this as a rare opportunity, one that might never present itself again, Lin Mo, discerning the intentions of the assembly, promptly dialed a phone number to contact Shenqing West, seemingly engaged in discussions regarding potential concessions on pricing. After hanging up the phone, he surveyed the surroundings and declared in a booming voice, "Only today. I can concede another point on the price. Both companies are prepared to purchase simultaneously. If you do not agree, I will not press the matter. The company will simply have to seek another location." Lin Mo shrugged his shoulders and replied with utmost resolve. In any case, if the deal fell through, the most that would be lost was that 500,000 reward. If the company could not secure this plot of land, they would have to forfeit it. Sensing Lin Mo's determination, several eager individuals immediately expressed their agreement. The compensation offered for this expropriation was quite generous, had it not been for greed. Nearly everyone would have profited, especially since the price was raised by an additional point. As more and more people consented to sell, a man with a sharp face could no longer contain himself. "I do not agree. The price is yet to meet my expectations." In times like these, it was easier to manipulate Tianhen Company. After all, as long as there were still plots of land unacquired, it would be impossible to construct the factory and office buildings. Why not play the rogue to make a profit? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and opened the man's profile. Name, Meng Tao, age 51, trust level 0, personal privacy, previously attempted to poison and kill his wife for insurance money, but failed, current intent, to extort Tianhen Company. After reading this man's information, Lin Mo felt utterly dismayed. Within such a short time, he encountered so many scoundrels. Tempting a sister-in-law, petty theft, these could be understood. But attempting murder was simply inhumane. Thanks to the privacy system's alerts, Lin Mo quickly filtered through relevant materials and found videos of Meng Tao purchasing drugs for his nefarious intentions. He did not present the evidence directly. Instead, he sent the video to Chen Guoro. Subsequently, he called Chen Guoro. This final thorn in the side was best left for the police to handle. Meng Tao was oblivious to Lin Mo's true intentions. After he finished the call, he took no action, mistakenly believing that the young man was at a loss for how to proceed, which filled him with pride. Once everyone else agreed, he thought his solitary stance would yield the greatest advantage. After all, as long as his selfish desires were satisfied, others would only be left to envy him. Let us sign the contract first. After about 10 minutes, Lin Mo checked the time and retrieved the land sale contract from a colleague. You have taken my land. You shall not build a factory. Meng Tao, seeing that Lin Mo had completely disregarded him, erupted in fury. What did a young boy, still wet behind the ears, know about composure and experience? Oh, you can discuss your land with your wife later. Lin Mo glanced at Meng Tao, offering no sympathy. After all, he attempted murder. He was no different from a killer. Once Meng Tao was imprisoned, his wife would be much more amenable. What do you mean by that? Meng Tao seethed with rage. In this household, he was the head. His wife would need to possess the audacity to dare question him. Lin Mo was about to say more when he heard the distant wail of police sirens. Soon, a police car came to a halt, and several officers disembarked. Are you Meng Tao? Upon confirming his identity, the officer strode directly to Meng Tao. Officer, may I inquire as to the matter at hand? Meng Tao felt a surge of trepidation as the police approached with an air of urgency. The thought of his failed attempt to murder his wife had long been a thorn in his side. However, that incident had transpired the previous year, and it seemed implausible that the authorities possessed any evidence against him. We suspect you are involved in a case of attempted murder. Please accompany us, the officer declared, producing handcuffs to secure Meng Tao's wrists. With the video serving as damning evidence, he was no longer merely a suspect. Officer, this is a grave injustice. Meng Tao cried out in sheer panic, repeatedly pleading his case. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he was ultimately escorted away in a police vehicle. As Meng Tao was taken by the police, whispers filled the air among the crowd. From Xiaodong to Yangcheng, and now to Meng Tao. A series of bizarre incidents had unfolded, leading everyone to a sudden realization. This was the result of a costly investigation conducted by Tianhe Company. Engaging in a battle against capital would only lead to one's own detriment. Young man, let us formalize our agreement. With this thought, the crowd swiftly gathered around Lin Mo. Chapter 44. Come, let sister embrace you. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their cooperation and support. I assure you that I will procure both parcels of land, ensuring none of you suffer loss. Lin Mo offered a slight smile, exuding an aura of harmlessness. With the deterrent presence of the police, everything proceeded smoothly. It can be said that under the meticulous scrutiny of the privacy system, the vast majority are unable to withstand investigation. Perhaps it is not as grave as murder or arson, but as bargaining chips, it is evidently sufficient. The young man is truly benevolent. Let us hasten to sign the contract. The crowd was utterly devoid of other thoughts, content with selling at a price just 1% above the market rate. Lin Mo stretched lazily, feeling elated. Once he secured the agreement from Meng Tao's wife, this matter would be deemed a complete success. The reward of 500,000 was more than he had ever earned in his lifetime, especially considering he had only graduated 2 years prior. From the outset, Tianhe Company had intended to acquire both parcels of land together, aiming for long-term development and wishing to avoid a second round of requisition. However, ordinary employees were unaware of this strategy. Thus, when Lin Mo revealed this bargaining chip, it instantly quelled public discontent. The collective uproar among the residents aimed to inflate the price, but the paramount goal was to maximize their benefits. Endless price hikes were unfeasible. Achieving the sale of both parcels together was already the best outcome. As a token of appreciation for everyone's support, I will host a lunch. Seeing everyone cooperate to sign the contract, Lin Mo smiled graciously. A meal, accompanied by a few drinks, marked the completion of this endeavor. From the increase in unit price, to the agreement to purchase both parcels, to the celebratory feast, this series of maneuvers left the stubborn residents feeling indebted to Lin Mo, even a bit embarrassed. Before the meal, Lin Mo utilized the information he had just gathered to locate Meng Tao's wife. As expected, upon learning of her husband's heinous intentions to harm her, she felt despondent and immediately agreed to sell the land. She resolved to live the remainder of her life for herself. Everything unfolded seamlessly. At the Shiji restaurant, Lin Mo personally footed the bill for all those involved in signing the contract. He even invited colleagues with whom he had little interaction. Lin Mo operated with decisive efficiency, adeptly navigating human emotions, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere at the banquet. Several once contentious individuals even took the initiative to toast him, embracing him as old friends. The formidable challenge that had plagued the upper management of Tianhe Company was resolved by Lin Mo in just half a day. When news of this success circulated through the company group, everyone was astounded. His remarkable ability to manage affairs once again captured the attention of Shen Qinghua. Undoubtedly, the effectiveness of the privacy system played a crucial role. Without it, Lin Mo would have lacked leverage in negotiations. Tianhe Company. President's office. How did you manage to resolve it? Shen Qingyue inquired, amused yet curious, noticing Lin Mo reeking of alcohol. It is worth noting that such obstinate residents could not be swayed by merely a single meal. Many had previously suggested dining together, only to be met with indifference. After all, in this day and age, who truly needs an additional meal? Thus, Shen Qingyue was exceedingly curious about the sorcery employed by Lin Mo. According to the accounts of the colleagues present, the situation not only progressed smoothly, but by the end of the banquet, the stubborn homeowners were on amicable terms with Lin Mo. All of this seemed utterly exaggerated. The process mattered little. What was truly significant was when the 500,000 would be credited. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin Mo felt elated. His contributions to the company were of little concern to him. His sole motivation lay in that reward of 500,000. If you're anxious, you could transfer it to your account right now, Shen Qingyue remarked with a hint of annoyance. Now acting as the proxy president. With her husband holding shares in the company, she had the authority to decide on this modest bonus. Thank you, beautiful leader, Lin Mo grinned, his smile radiant. Shen Qingyue understood the youthful yearning for such a sum and promptly arranged for the finance department to process the transfer. As evening fell and the workday came to a close, Shen Qingyue arrived at the parking lot, ready to drive home. Suddenly, Lin Mo sprang forth from the side, holding a bouquet of flowers. Happy birthday, Qingyue, he exclaimed cheerfully as he presented the blossoms. Having seen Shen Qingyue frowning that morning, he initially thought she was troubled, not realizing that aside from the land issue, today was also her birthday. Yet, it seemed no one remembered the birthday of this beautiful superior. To ascend the corporate ladder, fostering a good relationship with Shen Qingyue was essential. Thus, this small surprise was conceived. Shen Qingyue felt a flicker of emotion, even a sense of nostalgia. It had been at least a decade since she had celebrated her birthday, let alone received flowers. Despite her striking beauty and alluring demeanor, her commanding personality rendered her a workaholic in the eyes of others, proud, aloof, and seemingly inaccessible. Consequently, she lacked some fundamental social connections. However, deep down, Shen Qingyue was still a woman, with a tender heart. Thank you, she said, accepting the flowers, her gaze softening. For the long-term investment of the company, she had diverted several million, a secret known only to Lin Mo. Nevertheless, Lin Mo did not expose her nor exhibited greed. His ascension to the position of creative director was a testament to his corresponding talents. I took the liberty of making a reservation. If you would grace me with your presence, I would be honored to celebrate this birthday with you. Qingyue, Lin Mo said with a warm smile. Who would have thought that the esteemed female superior would celebrate her birthday in solitude? Shen Qingyue, touched by Lin Mo's smile, found herself at a loss for any reason to decline. She nodded with a smile. I'll drive. You must still be recovering from your drink, she said, ushering Lin Mo into the passenger seat before taking the driver's position herself. Leaning back in the seat, Lin Mo reveled in the service of a beautiful driver. You're eager for that 500,000. It's not just to celebrate my birthday, is it? Shen Qingyue teased during the drive. Lin Mo shrugged, offering no explanation. After 2 years of work, while he hadn't earned much, he was certainly not destitute enough to be unable to afford a meal. In the city center, they arrived at a high-end restaurant, within a private dining room. How did you know today is my birthday? Shen Qingyue remained immersed in her emotions. Such attention to detail is what women cherish most. Is this information akin to state secrets, difficult to uncover? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. Each employee at Tianhe Company, from the janitor to the board members, possesses basic information that can be readily accessed. Therefore, it is not that no one is aware of Shen Qingyue's birthday, rather, it is that no one cares to remember it. Lin Mo even pondered that these wealthy individuals seem to lack true happiness. Does it truly hold value? From Shen Qingyue to Songshi, they are undeniably stunning, blessed with ample wealth, yet why do their lives appear so monotonous? If Lin Mo had such wealth, he would have long indulged in a life of revelry and joy. Shen Qingyue's eyes glistened slightly as she turned to Lin Mo, opening her arms wide. Come, let me give you a hug. Chapter 45. I wish to wake up with Sister Qingyue for breakfast. Lin Mo's meticulous attention to detail profoundly touched Shen Qingyue. She shed her aloof facade and began to reveal her warmth. The last time they embraced was in the office, when Lin Mo had seized upon a compromising situation involving Shen Qingyue's embezzlement of several million. Although it was an inexplicable request, Shen Qingyue remembered it vividly. Therefore, she viewed this as a reward for Lin Mo. Before Lin Mo could respond, Shen Qingyue had already enveloped him in her arms. One must admit, Shenqing Yue's initiative in offering an embrace was a significant delight, both physically and emotionally. Should others from the company witness such a scene, an icy beauty embracing a young man, they would surely be left astounded. This moment resembled a scene from a science fiction film. Perhaps it was the first time Lin Mo felt Shenqing Yue's enthusiasm that prompted him to reciprocate her embrace fervently. Gradually, both found themselves becoming enraptured. It was only when the breath of the young man brushed against her that Shenqing Yue awakened from her reverie and quickly released her arms. Just now, she had been overwhelmed with emotion, unable to restrain herself. For so many years, you were the first to remember my birthday. Noticing Lin Mo's lingering expression, Shenqing Yue playfully shot him a glance. Am I also the first to receive a hug from Sister Qingyue? Lin Mo chuckled. The evolution of his relationship with Shenqing Yue had begun with the system's intervention. From discovering her financial misconduct to now being in the same boat. Merely over a week had passed. What do you think? Shenqing Yue smiled radiantly, rendering the flowers pale in comparison. Undeniably, Lin Mo was a rather charming individual, young, handsome, humorous. And coupled with the prior drunken flirtation, he captivated Shenqing Yue greatly. Of course, she was only a few years his senior. Let us eat. Lin Mo called for the waiter to serve the dishes. The meal was sumptuous, tailored to Shenqing Yue's tastes. Thus, as she savored the delicacies, her fondness for Lin Mo surged once more. Midway through, the staff wheeled in a birthday cake. Shenqing Yue, who rarely celebrated her birthday, simply closed her eyes to make a wish, completing the ritual. After the staff departed, Lin Mo serenaded her with a rendition of Happy Birthday. With this series of gestures, they transcended the boundaries of hierarchy, resembling friends instead. Are you still able to drink? Let us share a drink, sister. Observing that Lin Mo still had traces of intoxication from midday, Shenqing Yue smiled gently. Her capacity for alcohol had remained unmatched over the years. Of course, Lin Mo noted Shenqing Yue's pleasant demeanor and naturally did not decline. As they continued to toast, the spirits began to rise. And the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly intimate. They conversed freely, as if they were long-lost friends. Sister Qingyue, could you share with me the story between you and the CEO? Noticing the blush blooming on Shenqing Yue's cheeks, Lin Mo shifted the conversation. With his privacy system, he was well aware of her relationship with the CEO. Yet, it was only when the individual herself recounted the tale that it would signify trust. For this was indeed Shenqing Yue's true secret. Why on earth would I listen to this? Shenqing Yue furrowed her brow, taken aback. Fortunately, she was moved by Lin Mo today, feeling somewhat sentimental. Thus, she surprisingly recounted the tale. It turned out that Shenqing Yue was merely the nominal wife of the president. The president, having surpassed 50 and afflicted with a grave illness, was living with his daughter after the untimely demise of his first wife. Initially believing he would never remarry, fate led him to the enchanting Shenqing Yue. At an age of discernment, the president ardently pursued Shenqing Yue. However, neither luxury cars nor opulent mansions could sway her heart. Throughout this endeavor, the president garnered nothing, while his daughter found a remarkable rapport with Shenqing Yue. Then, a more dramatic turn of events unfolded. The president was diagnosed with cancer. Though not in the terminal stage, the hospital informed him he had at most 2 or 3 years left to live. In desperation, he entrusted his daughter to Shenqing Yue. They entered into a formal arrangement, yet their relationship lacked genuine marital substance. The president had already established a will, designating that upon his death, all his assets would be bequeathed to Shenqing Yue and his daughter. This was the journey that led Shenqing Yue to become the president's wife. Lin Mo felt elated. This mirrored the story he had discovered within the system. This also implied that the aloof female superior had ceased to treat him as an outsider. Where has the president's daughter gone? Lin Mo inquired curiously. This daughter was pivotal to the narrative. If it were solely for monetary gain, Shenqing Yue need not have waited until later to agree to the arrangement. Studying abroad, Shenqing Yue replied softly after taking a sip of wine. Though she is referred to as a daughter, she is nearly 20, not much younger than me. So, Sister Qingyue and the president were merely playing a part? Does that mean he has never truly been intimate with you? Lin Mo boldly asked, emboldened by the effects of alcohol. Though Shenqing Yue might not possess the ethereal beauty of Songshi, she was undeniably a rare gem, making the president's actions seem utterly wasteful. You brat. Such a question is exceedingly impolite. Shenqing Yue shot Lin Mo a fierce glare. There was no decorum in such inquiries, even if they were a faux couple. This was hardly elegant. All right, let me rephrase, Lin Mo grinned, leaning closer to Shenqing Yue with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I wish to wake up with Sister Qingyue and share breakfast. Would that be acceptable? This approach seemed far more courteous. Thus, the persona you exhibited in the office was your true self, was it not? Shen Qingwei rolled her eyes dramatically, suddenly recalling the moment Lin Mo had coerced her. His brazen audacity was undeniably genuine. Yet, she could not fathom why, during that night when she feigned intoxication, he had managed to restrain himself in a hotel room with just the two of them. The more she pondered, the greater her intrigue towards Lin Mo became. I knew Sister Qingwei couldn't drive after drinking, so I reserved a room here in advance. Consider it a comfort, Lin Mo noted, recognizing Shen Qingwei's unprecedented lack of rejection. Understanding that the matter was settled. You little rascal. Shen Qingwei cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mo, her demeanor rich with allure. The atmosphere had been sufficiently charged, leaving her devoid of any plausible reason to refuse. Even if this carefully orchestrated progression was a scheme devised by Lin Mo, she found herself utterly defenseless. Women are often swayed by their emotions, and Lin Mo's behavior resembled that of a maestro of sentiment. Everything unfolded seamlessly. Let us proceed. As she spoke, Shen Qingwei rose gracefully, her high heels clicking against the floor. She was no bashful college girl, with nothing to conceal. Lin Mo hastily followed, contemplating that he might not return home tonight, having already placed a call to his cousin Ning Yan. In the hotel room, he posed the question once more. If given the chance to start anew, would you choose your sister or the creative director? Shen Qingwei discerned the flames of desire flickering in Lin Mo's eyes, and she responded with a playful laugh. It was Lin Mo's decisive choice of the creative director previously that had once caused her to question her own allure. Rather than answering immediately, Lin Mo stepped closer and effortlessly lifted the delicate Shen Qingwei into his arms. With the moment at hand, there was little left to inquire. I shall reveal the answer through my actions shortly. With that, he playfully tossed Shen Qingwei onto the bed, a grin spreading across his face. Chapter 46. Framed and entrapped in the hotel room, the atmosphere was tranquil. Sister Qingwei, please rest for a moment. I shall step out for a smoke, Lin Mo remarked, casting a glance at Shen Qingwei beside him before rising to light a cigarette. Though he was not a seasoned smoker, he indulged occasionally. Shen Qingwei reclined languidly on the bed, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo, her cheeks flushed with a subtle hue, and her eyes shimmering with an enchanting allure. A sensation of surrender quietly blossomed within him. Do I have flowers on my face? Lin Mo teased, taking a drag from his cigarette with a smile. Shen Qingwei's intense gaze felt almost searing. Such a proud and ethereal woman surely would not yield so easily. With a soft smile, Shen Qingwei mouthed 3 words to Lin Mo. He paused, momentarily bewildered, before realizing the implication. Those 3 words unmistakably conveyed, I want more. The instant he comprehended her meaning was electrifying. To be treated in such a manner by the esteemed beauty of Tianhen Company was undoubtedly a moment of great significance. Lin Mo, naturally, could not refuse such an audacious request. He extinguished his cigarette in a few swift motions, invigorated. One leader will be absent from Tianhen Company tomorrow, he declared earnestly. What do you mean? Shen Qingwei inquired. Because Sister Qingwei has requested a day off to rest. Lin Mo grinned, his actions speaking volumes. The spacious room resonated with the melody of their shared moment. The following day, as the first light of dawn filtered through the window, Lin Mo awoke from the warmth of soft, fragrant embraces. He gazed at the still sleeping Shen Qingwei, a smile gracing his lips. How long had this woman been neglected? Her assertiveness from the previous night was quite startling. He had taken the liberty of requesting a day off for her, given her current state. It was clear she would not rise any time soon. After freshening up, Lin Mo quietly departed the room. Though it was a weekday, he could comfortably excuse his absence under the pretext of accompanying a client. She had sprained her ankle, though it had not affected any ligaments. She still needed to visit the hospital for a checkup. Zhang Wanli and her sister had gone to school, leaving the responsibility of the chauffeur to Lin Mo. In the villa at the Flower District, I can walk by myself. Songshi protested, her cheeks tinged with red as Lin Mo insisted on carrying her. Today is just a checkup. I am not incapacitated. Generally, a sprain worsens in the 2nd or 3rd day. One must not be careless. Lin Mo, drawing from his acquired medical knowledge, earnestly explained, this is scientifically substantiated. Immediately after an injury, there is a state of stress, and after resting for a day or 2, the swelling could potentially worsen. It's uncertain. You always have a counter for everything. Songshi turned her head, unable to meet Lin Mo's gaze. Ever since he had carried her down the mountain that day, she had developed a fear of such physical contact. She dreaded the thought of becoming enmeshed in her emotions or spiraling into unproductive musings. Lin Mo carried Song Shi gently out of the house and placed her tenderly in the passenger seat before driving to the hospital for a follow-up examination. To eliminate any potential hazards or residual effects, Lin Mo specifically requested a comprehensive checkup at the hospital, undergoing a series of imaging tests. After approximately 2 hours of assessments, a notification chimed. Song Shi's trust in you has increased to 68. From carrying her down the mountain to the hospital visit. Lin Mo's meticulous care deeply moved Song Shi, further strengthening their bond. As they exited the hospital, Song Shi naturally declined Lin Mo's offer to carry her, feeling that the crowded environment could lead to an embarrassing encounter with acquaintances. Just as they approached the parking lot to retrieve their vehicle, a group of police officers suddenly surrounded them. This is the Dongao District Police Station. We received a report stating that there are prohibited items concealed in your vehicle. Please cooperate with our inspection. Upon hearing this, both Lin Mo and Song Shi were taken aback. The notion that their car contained illegal substances was nothing short of absurd. Song Shi's immediate reaction was to assume the police had mistaken their vehicle for another, while Lin Mo felt a sinking feeling in his stomach, sensing an ominous premonition. Since acquiring the privacy system, he had grown increasingly aware of the darker facets of human nature. Perhaps this was a case of deliberate framing. We need to clarify any misunderstandings, officer, Lin Mo said, producing the car keys and offering them to the police. In that moment, he realized that even approaching the vehicle could not dispel suspicion. Rather than living in fear and anxiety, it was better to be forthright from the beginning. We are following protocol. Thank you for your cooperation, one of the officers replied as he accepted the keys and opened the car door to search within. Before long, they unearthed a package of dubious origin. After a brief assessment, they concluded it matched the description provided by the informant. Ladies and gentlemen, please accompany us to the station for further investigation. The discovery of suspected narcotics in the vehicle allowed the officers to legally detain Lin Mo and Song Shi for questioning. This is undoubtedly a frame-up. Song Shi protested, her brow furrowed in concern. Given that the car had remained parked in the underground garage for quite some time, she found it hard to believe that Lin Mo would hide such items within it. Madam, a clear conscience fears no accusation. Let us cooperate with the police. Lin Mo reassured her, understanding that this was a deliberate act against them. The only course of action left was to comply fully. In today's society, it was not so simple to fall victim to wrongful accusations. Song Shi composed herself, resigned to the necessity of cooperation. Subsequently, they were escorted away in a police vehicle, while their luxury car was temporarily seized by the authorities. Officer, I wish to know who made the report, Lin Mo inquired as they made their way to the station. This incident was clearly a well-orchestrated scheme. If he could identify the informant, he believed he could exonerate himself easily and unveil the true mastermind behind the plot. The anonymous number remains unidentified for now, one officer explained earnestly. We must respond to any report, regardless of its veracity. What about the hospital surveillance footage? Lin Mo pressed on. He could not ascertain when the bag of white powder was placed in the vehicle, but the hospital surveillance footage would undoubtedly be scrutinized. Furthermore, he had consumed alcohol the previous day while addressing the land issue, and the car had been driven back to the company by a designated driver. It was only early in the morning that he returned to retrieve the vehicle. In other words, during any moment of his absence from sight, there was the potential for someone to frame him. Rest assured, we will conduct a thorough investigation and will not wrongfully accuse any innocent person. Although the police also sensed the peculiarity of this report, their actions were bound by protocol. All surveillance in areas accessed by the large G vehicle must be examined. Those who came into contact with the car, including Lin Mo and Song Shi, would need to undergo testing to determine if there was any history of substance use. Lin Mo, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. With no suspects, the system had no grounds for action. May I make a phone call? Song Shi, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 47. Sister Shi, is this your young lover? When it comes to professional matters, it is best to entrust them to experts. Song Shi was fully aware of the situation unfolding before her. Any attempts at justification would be futile. At this moment, the connections of the affluent came into play. Though it did not involve challenging the law, it was imperative to engage a competent legal team to resolve the issue. Hence, Song Shi promptly sought to contact the relevant personnel. Of course, everything you say will be recorded. The policeman nodded, adhering to the law. The discovery of a packet of white powder indicated a potential line of production or distribution. At this juncture, both Song Shi and Lin Mo were considered suspects. Should they alert their accomplices, it would complicate subsequent investigations. After assuring them of her composure, Song-shi took out her phone and called a lawyer she knew. Being a friend, the lawyer quickly mobilized upon understanding the situation. Rest assured, everything will be fine soon, Song-shi reassured with a smile. In her mind, despite Lin Mo being impeccable in every aspect, he was still young and might feel a bit flustered in the face of trouble. Auntie, I'm not worried at all. As this is merely a setup, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head, though his brows were furrowed. If he had to consider who might orchestrate such a frame-up, there were only a few possibilities. Could it be that his recent promotion and salary increase had obstructed others' ascent? Perhaps it was retaliation from former creative director Li Feng? Or dissatisfaction from someone during yesterday's land acquisition? Naturally, the most likely culprit seemed to be the young heir of Huiguang Entertainment, Shen Ming, whom he had offended at the bar. It suddenly struck Lin Mo that he had sent the incriminating video of Shen Ming to the police. Yet there appeared to be no progress, an indication of the formidable connections this individual possessed. With this thought, Lin Mo sought the police's consent and called Chen Guorong, the head of the criminal police team, who might offer assistance. During the subsequent waiting period, Lin Mo and Song-shi underwent various interrogations as per protocol. Being victims of a frame-up, they had no need to alter their statements. Both maintained a remarkably consistent account, asserting their complete ignorance regarding the presence of contraband in the vehicle. There were no objections to the blood and hair test requested of them. While they waited, the private lawyer that Song-shi had engaged arrived. She was a woman adorned with sunglasses, possessing delicate features and a tall, statuesque figure, clad in a wine-red slip dress, with cascading waves of hair, exuding a vibrant and alluring presence. Upon seeing her, even Lin Mo's attention was captured. What a stunningly captivating woman. At least on par with Shen Qingwei. My dear sister Shi, which suitor have you offended this time? The woman remarked upon encountering Song-shi, her first instinct to tease. As both a lawyer and a friend, she often assisted Song-shi with various disputes. Beyond business-related troubles, there were frequently those unwise suitors who dared pursue her. Despite Song-shi being married for many years to the illustrious Jiang Tianhua, her irresistible charm continued to ensnare numerous middle-aged men. Many who could not possess her sought to ruin her instead, an all-too-familiar scenario. Do not speak nonsense. This matter is too perplexing and lacks clarity. Song-shi remarked with a hint of irritation as she cast a sidelong glance at the woman. They had already entered the police station, and her patience was wearing thin. There was no room for levity. Lin Mo, however, curiously accessed the woman's information panel. Name, Wenwan. Age, 29. Trust level 0. Personal privacy. Bisexual. Fond of Song-shi. Current intention, to assist Song-shi in resolving a dilemma. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. This woman's name, Wenwan, contrasted sharply with her apparent exuberance. Perhaps uninhibited would be a more fitting label. Sister Shi, is this your little lover? Wenwan inquired with curiosity, directing her gaze toward Lin Mo. The discovery of flour in Song-shi's car was already astonishing, but the fact that she was now at the police station with a handsome young man raised further questions. Could it be that this seemingly well-behaved sister was indulging in a rather extravagant lifestyle behind closed doors? Stop saying such things. This is Wan Li's boyfriend. Song-shi interjected, lightly tapping Wenwan before confirming the status of this potential son-in-law. Regardless of whether Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli had officially acknowledged their romantic relationship, Song-shi was keenly aware of the burgeoning trend. To deny it would only wound Lin Mo's pride. Isn't Wanli only 18? But that's all right, after all. You were already married at that age. Too bad about Jiang Tianhua. Wenwan shook her head in lament, seemingly privy to some underlying truths as a close friend. Why didn't you call anyone? A person who was tongue-tied could never win over Wanli, right? Wenwan observed Lin Mo with keen interest, eager to discern what distinguished this young man. One must possess certain qualities to pursue a wealthy heiress. I was merely uncertain whether to address you as aunt or sister, Lin Mo explained with a gentle smile. By age, he could certainly call Wenwan's sister. However, since she referred to Song-shi as a sister, calling her aunt would not be inappropriate either. Of course, it should be sister, Wenwan exclaimed, her excitement akin to that of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. At just 29, being called aunt would certainly age her in appearance. Lin Mo raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, glancing towards Song-shi for assistance. How to address Wenwan was trivial. The paramount concern was Song-shi's feelings. One could not simply refer to her as sister while calling Wenwan aunt, could they? All right, you are here to address serious matters, Song-shi said, pulling Wenwan aside and recounting the events that had transpired. Legal matters must be entrusted to a lawyer. Leave the minor issues to me. After listening to Song Shi's account, when one deemed the situation manageable, it was, after all, a classic case of framing and scapegoating. Once the police conducted a thorough investigation, examining call logs and financial transactions, it would become evident that Song Shi and her companion bore no motive or suspicion. In the end, it would likely culminate in a mere reprimand and a fine. Fortunately, you are astute enough not to have tampered with that matter. When Juan praised upon learning that Lin Mo had handed the car keys to the police, this act of framing is inherently difficult to elucidate should fingerprints be left behind. It would be impossible to cleanse oneself of the stigma, even by jumping into the Yellow River. Lin Mo chuckled resignedly. This was merely a fundamental aspect of exercising caution. At that moment, Officer Chun Guorong, clad in his police uniform, strode in from outside. After receiving Lin Mo's call for assistance, he rushed over without delay. Though the two were not related, Lin Mo's repeated acts of valor had earned him the admiration of Captain Chun Guorong, the head of the criminal police team. Officer Chun, is it really necessary for you, the captain of the criminal police, to personally handle this minor case? A few officers were somewhat taken aback upon seeing Chun Guorong. They were merely from the Dongyao District Police Station, while drug enforcement fell under the jurisdiction of the criminal police, of which Chun Guorong was the captain. With his unexpected arrival, the officers instinctively assumed he was there to take over the case. I am here to find this young man. Chun Guorong smiled, raising his hand to point towards Lin Mo, who stood not far away. Chapter 48. The police now officially detained you, Officer Chun. Upon the appearance of Chun Guorong, Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Setting aside other matters, this officer, who harbors a deep disdain for evil, would undoubtedly prevent any miscarriage of justice. Since acquiring the system, Lin Mo had yet to examine Chun Guorong's profile. He was eager to ascertain whether this man, exuding integrity, matched his preconceived notions. After all, appearances can be deceiving. One may know a person's face, yet remain oblivious to their heart. Thus, Lin Mo accessed the system panel. Name, Chun Guorong. Age, 42. Trust level, 65. Personal privacy. Suspects an insider. Has concealed information about a drug trafficking ring from superiors, intending to apprehend them all. Current intention, assist Lin Mo in resolving troubles. Having perused the information, Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chun Guorong was indeed genuine and thoroughly trustworthy. What enemies have you made recently? Chun Guorong inquired directly. This matter was likely a case of framing and misdirection. To uncover clues, Lin Mo would need to sift through the information independently. Song Shi cast a curious glance at Lin Mo, surprised to discover his acquaintance with someone in law enforcement, particularly one of such high rank. Even Juan regarded Lin Mo with newfound respect. The captain of the municipal criminal police team wielded considerable weight. If I had to name one, I suspect it might be Shinming from Huiguang Entertainment, Lin Mo asserted with conviction after deliberation. Few harbored such deep-seated grievances, and the ability to fabricate evidence of this nature was not a skill possessed by ordinary individuals. Upon reflection, only the heir of Huiguang Entertainment fit the criteria. Shinming? Chun Guorong furrowed his brow, seemingly struck by a thought. Not long ago, they had indeed received an anonymous video documenting Shinming's criminal activities. However, when the police approached the victims, they vehemently denied any wrongdoing. Be it the injured employees or the actresses subjected to coercion, none dared to direct blame at Shinming. Moreover, there appeared to be an unseen force assisting in the suppression of negative repercussions. Ultimately, the case faded into obscurity. If I could confront Shinming directly, I believe I might uncover a breakthrough, Lin Mo suggested, his mind racing with possibilities. Whether or not he was indeed Shinming could be determined by a direct review through the system. Chun Guorong's expression turned troubled. The network of connections supporting Shinming was formidable, and without concrete evidence, he could not summon him at will. Sensing Chun Guorong's hesitation, Lin Mo promptly retrieved a previously stored video from the system and shared it with him. Although the subject was not present, the system could still access prior recordings for further examination. The video depicted Shun Ming bullying individuals within a club. While the offense might not be severe, summoning him for questioning should not pose a challenge. Chun Guorong refrained from inquiring how Lin Mo had obtained the video and immediately dispatched personnel to ensure Shinming was brought to the police station for clarification. In his view, a simple investigation of Shinming's call records, coupled with financial transactions, could unveil vital clues. This endeavor is not aimed at bringing Shinming to justice, but rather to exonerate Lin Mo from the accusations against him. Subsequently, Lin Mo and his companions continued to wait at the police station. Fortunately, the police exhibited commendable efficiency. and it was not long before Shenming was brought in. Here we meet again. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Shenming appeared unsurprised. He seemed more taken aback by his own summons, as the last time he had barely escaped the clutches of the law, thanks to some unseen machinations. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that he would not face any repercussions this time. His actions were bolstered by sufficient resources to safeguard him. Even if he had maimed an employee or manipulated a starlet, he was confident in his ability to distort the truth and compel witnesses to retract their statements. Lin Mo chose to disregard Shenming's provocations and promptly access the relevant information. Name, Shenming. Age, 25. Trust level, 0. Personal privacy. Has a preference for younger stepmothers. Criminal history, substance abuse, maiming employees, drugging female stars. Orchestrating a setup to frame Lin Mo by placing drugs in his vehicle. Current intent, unclear as to why he is under investigation. Yet curious about how Lin Mo will be treated. Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly. It was indeed this man's doing. Given this revelation, matters became more manageable. Thus, he began to sift through past footage in search of evidence. To his astonishment, he discovered that Han Yu was actually Shenming's cousin. Moreover, the individual who had planted the drugs in the vehicle was indeed acting on Han Yu's orders, knowing precisely what to search for and that it pertained to recent events. The entire process unfolded quite smoothly. Observing Lin Mo's silence, Shenming turned to Chen Guorong and stated, "I will not say a word until my lawyer arrives. The more I say, the more mistakes I make. I will leave it to my lawyer to handle." Chen Guorong held no affection for this morally reprehensible scion of wealth and immediately retorted, "You are being accused in connection with a malicious assault case, and the police are formally detaining you. Regardless of the outcome, you will be held for 24 hours. Shenming's displeasure was evident, yet he refrained from retorting. His arrogance did not extend to defying the law, for even his father would find the situation troubling. Lin Mo swiftly gathered evidence, yet he was troubled by how to present it without arousing suspicion. After all, the footage collected by the system provided an omniscient view. Without a plausible explanation, the existence of the system could be exposed, leading to dire consequences. Contemplating the matter, Lin Mo concluded that Shenming's previous misdeeds, maiming employees and drugging stars, would not suffice to incriminate him. Shenming's petty schemes to frame others were unlikely to succeed either. The immediate priority was to clear his own name. Thus, Lin Mo traced Shenming's past communications to pinpoint the approximate timing of the framing incident. As anticipated, it occurred after a night of drinking when he was unjustly implicated while parked at the company. As for the perpetrator, only upon encountering Han Yu would he discern the truth. These were minor details. As long as he could prove his innocence, that would suffice. Lin Mo made a call to the company, informing them that the police wished to review yesterday's surveillance footage, successfully revealing the entire scheme of the mysterious individual who had attempted to frame him. The man, shrouded in sunglasses and a mask, remained unrecognizable. Thus, the truth emerged. "All right. You may leave now," Chen Guorong said, patting Lin Mo on the shoulder, a sigh of relief escaping him. How could such a valiant young man possibly be tainted by such vices? He trusted his judgment implicitly. However, Shenming's expression darkened. He had anticipated that this act of framing would lead to Lin Mo's downfall, subsequently enabling covert pressure on Tianheng Company for his dismissal. The plight of a man stripped of his livelihood would be dire. Yet, events did not unfold as he had envisioned. In a mere half-day, Lin Mo successfully cleared his name, leaving Shenming feeling somewhat disheartened. Furthermore, Chen Guorong's resolute stance ensured that Lin Mo would be detained at the precinct for a night. "Be cautious, you debauched heir, for a 24-hour detention might lead to your untimely demise in the station, and that would be quite the spectacle," he warned. Before departing, Lin Mo approached Shenming, uttering words that were nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 49. Your son-in-law is quite impressive. Shenming gritted his teeth. Yet he found himself powerless against Lin Mo. Initially, he believed that Lin Mo was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any influential connections. However, it has become abundantly clear that this assumption was utterly misguided. Chen Guorong, the captain of the city's criminal police, serves as a formidable ally in the judicial realm. Moreover, Shenming recognized Song Shi, who stood beside Lin Mo regardless of Jiang Tianhua's standing. The wealth possessed by this woman alone was enough to instill trepidation in Huihuang Entertainment. In essence, any attempts by Shenming to exact revenge on Lin Mo would be nothing short of Herculean. By the way, sister, what penalties do drug users face? Lin Mo disregarded Shenming's fury and turned his attention to Wen Wan. As a professional lawyer, She should possess a clear understanding of such matters. While perusing the system earlier, Lin Mo discovered that Shin Ming had recently indulged in those substances. Although the situation wasn't dire, it certainly warranted consequences. For lesser offenses, one could face up to 5 days of detention and a fine of no more than 500 yuan. For more severe infractions, the penalties could escalate to over 10 days of detention and fines below 2,000 yuan. In the case of addiction, one would be sent to a rehabilitation center. Wen Wan, true to her profession, answered without hesitation. Despite not being privy to the animosity between Lin Mo and Shin Ming, her inquiry indicated that Shin Ming was most likely involved with drugs. Officer Chun, please escort this young Master Shin for a drug test. There may be a surprise in store, Lin Mo remarked with a smile directed at Chen Guorong. While it may be challenging to see Shin Ming imprisoned, detaining him legally was certainly feasible, especially for an officer like Chen Guorong, who held a high position and harbored a deep disdain for morally corrupt second-generation wealthy individuals. Rest assured, this is part of our duty, Chen Guorong replied, noting Lin Mo's confidence and readily agreeing. He was more than willing to see Shin Ming detained for an extended period. As for potential retaliation from Hui Huang Entertainment, how could a criminal police officer be intimidated by such threats? Thank you for your assistance today, Officer Chen. I shall treat you to a drink another day. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude with a nod towards Chen Guorong. While he could clear his name independently, it would undoubtedly be a cumbersome process. With Chen Guorong's presence, they could make calls freely without any constraints. This favor was one that Lin Mo felt compelled to repay. Agreed, Chen Guorong responded with a hearty laugh, expressing his admiration for Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Song Shi remained silent, contemplating a donation to Chen Guorong's police station for the procurement of law enforcement equipment. Then we shall take our leave, Lin Mo said, exchanging pleasantries with Chen Guorong before casting a glance at the visibly displeased Shin Ming and departing alongside Song Shi and Wen Wan. This minor incident of framing and entrapment was now behind them. Lin Mo, you may head to work. I will have Aunt Wen take you home, Song Shi said thoughtfully outside the police station. It was a weekday, and Lin Mo had taken time off to accompany her for a follow-up examination. With Wen Wan present, there was no need to trouble Lin Mo further with her transportation. It's Sister Wen. Upon hearing the term aunt, Wen Wan promptly corrected her. Like all women, she refused to yield to age, and she was still quite youthful, merely referring to Song Shi as a sister. Very well, Auntie, if you have any matters to discuss, just give me a call. Lin Mo had no choice but to acquiesce, and he could even discern what Song Shi was contemplating. If he were to escort her back alone, there was a chance that physical contact might ensue. This affluent lady, despite her status, had regrettably little experience in such matters. It would be far more convenient to have Wen Wan see her home. The thought brought a smile to Lin Mo's face. The elegant and captivating Song Shi possessed an inner innocence akin to that of a budding young girl, which was indeed quite amusing. Drive safely, Song Shi reminded as Lin Mo prepared to depart. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye, sister. Lin Mo waved to the two women before driving away. Your son-in-law is quite commendable, Wen Wan remarked, lightly brushing her smooth, long hair with a languid gesture. Although it was their first meeting, Lin Mo's demeanor was anything but ordinary, and receiving such praise from Song Shi spoke volumes. Do not entertain any thoughts about him, Song Shi teased with a smile. Wen Wan, whose name belied her vivacious spirit, was a lawyer who should ideally embody seriousness and composure, yet she exuded warmth and boldness. Should this woman take a liking to Lin Mo, Jiang Wanli might indeed be in jeopardy. Rest assured, for now, my favorite remains Sister Shi, Wen Wan replied with a subtle smile, her gaze fixed intently on Song Shi. Being bisexual, her current admiration was undoubtedly for the stunning Song Shi. However, she had always approached the subject with jest, hesitant to make a genuine confession. All right, take me home. I shall let you sample my culinary skills tonight. The mere thought of the homely dishes Lin Mo had taught her filled Song Shi with a sense of pride. In the afternoon, upon returning to the office after lunch, Lin Mo encountered a beaming Shin Qingwei. Sister Qingwei, you seem in good spirits, Lin Mo greeted with a smile. Having expected her to spend the entire day in her hotel room, but she had only taken a brief respite. Shin Qingwei's cheeks flushed, and she shot Lin Mo a glare. This is the office. We cannot engage in flirtation here. Their secrets were to be discussed in private. I heard you assisted the police in retrieving the surveillance footage from the company parking lot. What transpired? Shin Qingyue, shedding her earlier nonchalance, inquired earnestly. As a leader within the company, she was naturally informed of such matters at the earliest opportunity. It was a minor issue that has already been resolved, Lin Mo replied, reluctant to elaborate further. Discussing a matter already settled would only lead Shen Qingwei to unnecessary speculation. It was better to leave it at that. That is a relief. Shen Qingwei, a perceptive woman, recognized when to draw the line. As they conversed, they unknowingly arrived at the office. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Shen Qingwei asked instinctively, casting a glance at Lin Mo. This was the president's office, and typically, no one else was permitted entry unless reporting on work matters. Even with the drastic changes in her relationship with Lin Mo, professional decorum still had to be upheld. I felt the need to redeem myself after my lackluster performance last night. Lin Mo chuckled softly, turning to lock the door behind him. In the confined space of two solitary souls, the atmosphere swiftly grew charged with an unmistakable tension. You little rascal, dear sister, I am utterly spent at the moment. Please spare me, Shen Qingwei said with a look of feigned grievance. Despite having only rested for half a day, her professional demeanor was at play. Continuing down this path would certainly prove too taxing for her. Lin Mo, endowed with the physique of an athlete, was acutely aware that Shen Qingwei's words were not mere excuses. He was not a man devoid of empathy, thus, he relented. With Lin Mo's concession, Shen Qingwei's face brightened with a smile. The ability to master one's desires is, in itself, a testament to one's charm. Seeing you so obedient, dear sister can assist you in other ways, Shen Qingwei said, her lips curving into a playful smirk, instantly adopting a demeanor of sweet compliance. Chapter 50, soon to be the subject of gossip again, Tianjin Corporation. President's office. Lin Mo lit a cigarette, tilting his head back with a look of contentment. Has the shortfall of several million yet to be resolved? He inquired with genuine concern, observing the serious expression on Shen Qingwei's face. This woman's misappropriation of funds was not for selfish reasons. Having taken on the management of the company, she aspired to expand and strengthen it. Over the past 2 years, her efforts had indeed yielded immediate results. Under Shen Qingwei's leadership, the company had achieved remarkable success. Soon, thanks to you, Shen Qingwei replied lazily, gazing tenderly at Lin Mo. If it had not been for Lin Mo successfully securing Songshi as a major client, the financial issues would not have been so easily resolved. Lin Mo not only facilitated the signing of a substantial contract with Songshi but also ensured ongoing cooperation indefinitely. It is worth noting that the enterprises under Songshi's name would greatly benefit from their planning company. It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as they keep Songshi satisfied, the company would not have to worry about profits for years to come. Thanks to me? Lin Mo chuckled, momentarily oblivious to the reference to Songshi, mistakenly interpreting it as a veiled threat regarding the secret he held. In that moment of folly, Lin Mo had been consumed by desire to dominate the beautiful and imposing superior, without much consideration. However, Shen Qingwei had not easily succumbed. When it comes to gratitude, there is no need for that. What are you implying? I mean your success in securing Songshi as a major client, Shen Qingwei retorted, pinching him playfully while casting a fierce glance. Ouch. Lin Mo winced, quickly pleading for mercy. Shen Qingwei furrowed her brow slightly, lost in thought. Even now, she had yet to comprehend how Lin Mo came to know Songshi and why they had become so intimately acquainted. There seemed to be an inexplicable charm about this young man. Dingling. At that moment, Lin Mo's phone rang. It was his close friend, Zhang Yang. I'm at work. Lin Mo gestured for silence towards Shen Qingwei before answering. Are you going to the high school reunion this weekend? Zhang Yang asked bluntly. He had sent a message in their high school group that morning, but Lin Mo had missed it due to being at the police station. What is the scoop? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, curious. It's customary to attend such gatherings, I assent it. Many of our high school classmates still keep in touch. Xiao Xiao's now with Wang Lu, and I'm afraid it might be uncomfortable for you. Zhang Yang hesitated before elaborating. Xiao Xiao is Lin Mo's first love, while Wang Lu was the wealthiest second-generation heir in their high school. Back then, Wang Lu had a physical altercation with Lin Mo over Xiao Xiao. Fortunately, youthful love was pure, untainted by money. Thus, Lin Mo ultimately won her heart. However, after parting ways amicably due to attending universities in different cities, Xiao Xiao is now with Wang Lu, which Zhang Yang found difficult to bear. He suggested that perhaps Lin Mo should skip the reunion. I feel no discomfort whatsoever. He lost to me back then, and now he is merely picking up the scraps I left behind. It is he who should feel uneasy, Lin Mo scoffed, dismissing the matter with a laugh. The separation from Xiao Xiao was largely due to the realization of her materialistic nature. Much like Tang Lu, after experiencing the harsh realities of society, she became infatuated with wealth. Thus, Lin Mo felt no regret regarding these two former flames. In the group chat, it was mentioned that everyone was of an age where it was acceptable to bring partners to class reunions. You should find someone who can hold their own, otherwise. I fear Wang Le may become too complacent, Zhang Yang suggested. His first love, Li Qian, was also from high school and was rumored to be attending with her boyfriend. Hence, he felt he couldn't back down. Li Qian has also found herself a small business owner. You should focus on yourself, Lin Mo thought. Recalling their childhood days spent together, encouraging himself to bring a girlfriend was, in essence, a means of motivating his own spirit, regardless of the number of relationships one experiences. The first love remains the most unforgettable. To prove oneself better off than their initial romance, one often engages in various competitions. By the way, I just wanted to inform you that Su Wenjun has recently rekindled his relationship with his first love. Their connection is truly a twisted fate. Zhang Yang concluded before hanging up. Lin Mo smiled faintly, suddenly reminded of the time he accessed Su Wenjun's situation through the system. This guy had pursued countless conquests yet remained attached to his first love. As Lin Mo pondered this, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. As if the world around him had quieted. I should get to work. I don't want to be the subject of gossip again. Shen Qingwei pulled out a tissue to wipe her sweat. In just 2 years at the company, Lin Mo had ascended to the position of creative director, which naturally bred envy among many. With their recent closeness, whispers had already begun to circulate. Let them talk. Their opinions are irrelevant. Lin Mo thought as he closed his eyes, relishing this brief moment of mental respite. If backroom gossip could alter reality, the world would have long descended into chaos. Shen Qingwei remained silent, sharing the same sentiment. After lying there for a while, Lin Mo noticed Shen Qingwei had begun her work, prompting him to straighten his attire and leave. Recalling Zhang Yang's words, he decided to send Jiang Wanli a message, suggesting they attend the class reunion together that weekend. With Jiang Wanli's ethereal beauty and esteemed background, effortlessly overshadowing their classmates would be a mere formality. Naturally, Lin Mo intended to remain understated. If Wang Lu or Xiao Xiao sought to make things awkward for themselves, he would hold no responsibility. Jiang Wanli, currently enveloped in the sweetness of romance, accepted his invitation without a moment's hesitation. Being new to university, she had yet to experience a class reunion and was curious to see what Lin Mo's classmates were like. When one harbors affection for another, there is an inherent desire to know everything about them. Since becoming the creative director, Lin Mo felt his creativity had waned. During work hours, aside from daydreaming, he was almost at risk of becoming idle. This position was, quite frankly, a paradise for slacking off. However, with the advent of the privacy system, creativity itself had diminished in significance. For instance, clients like Song Shi, who possessed their own ideas, would render any exceptional concept obsolete if it did not align with their vision. As evening fell, Lin Mo drove to purchase a substantial quantity of groceries, intending to offer his cousin Ning Yin a modicum of recompense. He had been adrift for several days, scarcely attending to the needs of the young lady. With a windfall of 500,000 yuan, he felt emboldened, a confidence that ignited a desire to acquire property. Ning Yin, clad in her pajamas, was astounded upon seeing Lin Mo bearing an abundance of seafood, although her stay with her cousin had been brief. The aura he exuded was far beyond that of a mere recent university graduate, driving a luxury car worth millions and frequently dining at exquisite restaurants. It was evident that Lin Mo's financial situation was considerably more prosperous than one might assume. Thus, Ning Yin cautiously approached Lin Mo, her voice trembling with apprehension as she whispered, "Brother, have you ventured into illicit activities?" Chapter 51. Annie looks beautiful today, what? Lin Mo gaped in disbelief. Wasn't this merely an attempt to compensate for the absence of companionship? How could it be deemed unlawful? Ning Yin remained skeptical, for Lin Mo hardly resembled a beleaguered office worker. His life seemed far too indulgent. Just tell me whether you want to eat or not. If not, I shall prepare instant noodles for you, Lin Mo retorted, regaining his composure. Eat, 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 Ning Yin chuckled, stepping forward to take the ingredients from Lin Mo's hands. Why not relish life if one has the opportunity? If her cousin maintained such a high standard of living, she would be disinclined to seek employment. With his culinary prowess, the dishes were visually and aromatically enhanced, prompting Ning Yin to exclaim how delicious everything was during their meal. I'm considering buying a house, Lin Mo suddenly announced, taking a bite of shrimp. Despite having saved little over 2 years of work, he had recently received a bonus of 500,000, coupled with a guaranteed salary of over 20,000 as a creative director. Financing a home and its down payment posed no challenge. Furthermore, as long as the orders from the major client, Song Shi, remained steady, Lin Mo could expect substantial commissions that would far exceed his salary. I knew you must be involved in some illicit trade, Ning Yin murmured under her breath. It seemed implausible that someone who had graduated only 2 years ago could afford a home in a first-tier city through conventional employment. Although Lin Mo's parents were employed, their jobs in a small county could only alleviate some mortgage burden. Brother, I am in the ascendant phase of my career. Let us refrain from speaking ill. Lin Mo chided lightly, patting her on the head. After acquiring the system, it appeared that nothing had changed outwardly. Yet subtle transformations had occurred in various aspects of his life. With each minor alteration, a qualitative metamorphosis was gradually taking shape. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for a major client like Song Shi or a stunning beauty like Jiang Wan to have entered Lin Mo's life. The benefits at your company are so appealing. I should apply for a position there, Ning Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She could hardly fathom the changes in Lin Mo and attributed them solely to the generous perks offered by Tianhe Company. Lin Mo shrugged, unwilling to interfere with his sister's choices. After finishing their meal and tidying up, Lin Mo, drenched in sweat, intended to take a shower, only to realize the bathroom was occupied. Although Ning Yin had been staying with him for some time, their relationship was not that of a couple, making cohabitation feel somewhat awkward. The desire to purchase a home was becoming increasingly pressing. However, before making such a significant decision, he felt it necessary to discuss it with his parents. After all, buying a house was a lifelong necessity that should not be taken lightly. Coincidentally, with his mother Ning Jing's birthday approaching in 2 weeks, he planned to return home to discuss it then. 10 o'clock. In the room. Brother, what do you think is the purpose of life? Ning Yin lay on her bed, scrolling through short videos, pondering aloud. To be well-fed and well-watered, I suppose. Lin Mo replied, casting her a sidelong glance as he turned away. Out of sight, out of mind, this girl seemed blissfully unaware of the pressures that life could impose. Otherwise, each day spent laboring would leave little room for leisurely contemplation of life. Nevertheless, Lin Mo has been pondering this matter as well. Largely inspired by Song Shi's life of luxury. Logically speaking, with her beauty, wealth, and 2 adorable daughters, Song Shi should be exceedingly happy. However, the reality is that her inner world is rather dull and unexciting. Thus, one must question the significance of earning money. The answer lies in the notion that it does not require an extravagant sum. Sufficiency is key. All endeavors should not merely serve to enable the boss to drive luxury cars and reside in opulent homes, but rather to ensure that the rewards of one's labor enhance life and foster greater joy. It is precisely this mindset that led Lin Mo, upon acquiring the system, to refrain from setting lofty ambitions for himself. Life is fleeting, spanning merely a few decades. One should live joyfully and authentically. Brother, my legs are so sore. I crave a massage, Ning Yin chuckled, intending to indulge herself. You're just too idle. If you took a job, you wouldn't have so many annoying habits. Lin Mo remarked, although he proceeded to oblige her request. He regarded Ning Yin as a test subject, contemplating trying the same on Song Shi later. Hee, you're the best. Brother, Ning Yin beamed, lying beside Lin Mo, and soon drifting into slumber. Lin Mo glanced at the girl, marveling at the peculiarities of her sleep, pondering what kind of karma he had acquired. The night passed without incident. The following day, Lin Mo arose early, a habit he had cultivated. His first task was to head to work, lest he be thwarted by Ning Yin's occupancy of the bathroom. The day of idleness swiftly concluded, and Lin Mo received an invitation from Song Shi to visit her home. While it was termed a visit, the underlying intention was for her to learn culinary skills from him. The previous dishes he prepared had imbued Song Shi with a profound sense of achievement. It is no exaggeration to say that, despite her frequent signing of million-dollar contracts, the rare moments of fulfillment she experienced were predominantly derived from cooking and fishing, with Lin Mo being the source of that joy. After informing Ning Yin to manage dinner on her own, he drove towards the picturesque Shirley Huadu. Fortunately, Jiang Tianhua, the busy individual he is, often found himself away from home or even from Guining City. Otherwise, Lin Mo's constant presence with Song Shi would surely provoke his envy. Why have you brought groceries again? Song Shi asked, slightly embarrassed upon seeing Lin Mo with bags in hand. Is it proper to bring your own ingredients when dining at someone's home? Lin Mo smiled gently, revealing the little secret behind his actions. Song Shi offered a shy laugh, acknowledging that while the invitation was ostensibly for Lin Mo to dine, her true desire was to learn how to cook. As a senior and a formidable figure in the business world, she found it difficult to admit such a thing. Thankfully, Lin Mo was perceptive, alleviating the awkwardness with his relaxed demeanor. No need to feel embarrassed, Auntie. Learning is a never-ending journey. Observing Song Shi's flustered reaction brought a smile to Lin Mo's face. Typically, she presented an image of elegance and charm, yet in her home attire, she radiated a warm and approachable aura, embodying an indescribable Eastern beauty. Chapter 52. Jiang Wanli's marriage partner. This sentiment arose from my reflections. Lin Mo, with unabashed audacity, continued to extol the virtues of Song Shi. Her beauty transcended mere superficiality. Each glance left one utterly captivated. It was indeed hard to fathom that she was a mother of 2 daughters currently attending university. Enough of your nonsense, let us hasten to the kitchen, Song Shi remarked, casting an exasperated glance at Lin Mo as she took the ingredients and made her way to the kitchen. One must admit, being in Lin Mo's company was remarkably liberating. The jokes that would ordinarily remain unspoken could now flow freely. Lin Mo chuckled, eagerly following her. Today, he was determined to showcase his culinary skills without reservation, hoping to win Song Shi's admiration. Having recently received a reward from the system, Lin Mo's proficiency, which was already commendable, had ascended to a professional level. Previously, he had taught her simple home-cooked dishes, mindful of Song Shi's limited culinary prowess. Even a slight increase in difficulty was beyond her reach. With the foundational knowledge already established, Lin Mo aimed to elevate Song Shi's cooking skills this time. The recipes for today were few, consisting of merely 3 dishes, yet each required multiple steps. Song Shi's lack of culinary ability stemmed from her lack of dedication to learning. Given her acumen in business, she would undoubtedly excel with a little effort. Although the kitchen was spacious, the hands-on instruction inevitably led to moments of physical closeness, which rendered Lin Mo somewhat parched. Fortunately, Song Shi was engrossed in the joy of learning to cook and remained oblivious to Lin Mo's wandering thoughts. After nearly 2 hours of preparation, they finally had the opportunity to relish the fruits of their labor. Perhaps it was the satisfaction of their efforts that made the meal all the more delectable. Their interactions resembled those of old friends, filled with laughter and devoid of any barriers. Auntie, could you share with me the details regarding Wanli? As the conversation drew to a close, Lin Mo took the initiative to inquire. Since Jiang Tianhua had taken Jiang Wanli away, and given Song Shi's vehement opposition to commercial marriages, he understood that Wanli's future was not within his control. Otherwise, Song Shi would not need to offer him such steadfast support. You are already aware? Song Shi furrowed her brow. She was uncertain about how much Lin Mo truly understood. But since he had asked, she felt compelled to respond honestly. I simply believe that given Wanli's family background, her future partner must surely be a distinguished heir from a prominent family. Lin Mo smiled, his words devoid of any self-deprecation. Ever since acquiring the system, revealing any sense of defeat had become nearly impossible for him. While amassing great wealth might depend on fate, Lin Mo was absolutely confident in his capacity to provide a life of comfort. By that standard, you and Wanli seem to have no chance at all, Song Shi teased. The assets of their family surpassed what the outside world could imagine. The legacy of generations in a wealthy family was unfathomable. Not only Jiang Tianhua, but even Song Shi herself held a prominent position on the list of the affluent in Guaning City. Such accumulation of wealth was not merely a result of diligent effort. It required a solid background, extensive connections, and the fortuity of the times. I am genuinely curious about the nature of the betrothed individual destined for Jiang Wanli, Lin Mo inquired with a serious expression, suppressing his mirth. While uncertainty clouded many aspects, he was well aware that Jiang Wanli had a fiancé, a match orchestrated by Jiang Tianhua. Such a union undoubtedly suggested a person of esteemed lineage, hailing from a prominent family. His name is Qinyu, the sole heir of the eminent real estate magnate, Chen Xinchang. Song Shi also tempered her playful demeanor, articulating each word with care. The name Chen Xinchang resonates powerfully. For nearly a decade, it has graced the upper echelons of the national wealth rankings. In terms of sheer wealth, even Jiang Tianhua must look up to him. This year's richest man in the country, Chen Xinchang? Lin Mo was taken aback, for this revelation far exceeded his expectations. He had presumed that the match would involve another family of affluence, not a figure frequently featured on the covers of financial magazines. The weight of being the son of the nation's wealthiest individual is immeasurable, even with the assurance of the system. An invisible pressure began to instill a sense of apprehension about the future within Lin Mo. He took out his phone and conducted a quick search. According to this year's wealth rankings, Chen Xinchang claimed the top position with a staggering personal fortune of 310 billion. Such a sum was truly daunting. So, do you now comprehend the formidable nature of your competition? Song Shi gazed at Lin Mo, attempting to soothe his anxiety. To her surprise, the shadow of worry that had briefly crossed his face vanished almost instantly. Could it be that he did not regard even the nation's most powerful scion with trepidation? With the support of his aunt and Wanli, he felt unperturbed. Lin Mo beamed with a radiant smile, exuding an air of ease. In terms of monetary wealth, even with the system, amassing 300 billion seemed an unattainable dream. Yet, in the realm of reality, with Jiang Wanli's affections and the robust backing of his prospective mother-in-law, it mattered not if Qin Xinchang's son were to appear, even the son of the Jade Emperor would hold no sway. Your aunt appreciates your confidence. But you must not allow Wanli to suffer any indignities, Songshi remarked with a gentle smile, implying that one should strive to meet the standards befitting a marriage to Jiang Wanli. Surpassing the opponent in wealth was no longer a feasible expectation. But for an ordinary person, amassing enough wealth could silence many critics. At the very least, one must surpass Jiang Tianhua's scrutiny. I shall exert my utmost effort. Lin Mo nodded, refraining from making grandiose declarations. Xinyu, being the cherished only son of Qin Xinchang, had declared ever since their first meeting 2 years ago that he would marry no one else but her. Songshi continued, elaborating on the public's predominantly negative perceptions of wealthy heirs. Yet, she was acutely aware of Qinyu's exceptional qualities. Not only had he inherited his father's acumen for business, but he also excelled in various fields, embodying the essence of a perfect young talent. In terms of appearance, education, and family background, he left no room for criticism. Indeed, were it not for her aversion to commercial unions, Songshi would have deemed Qinyu a commendable choice for his son-in-law. However, being entrenched in a prominent family, she wished to spare her daughter from becoming ensnared in that endless vortex. Unilateral declarations of sovereignty bear little significance. Lin Mo chuckled, recognizing that such grandiose rhetoric is ultimately futile. To put it plainly, Qinyu's lofty stance merely reflects his advantageous position, allowing him to voice his opinions from a pedestal. Furthermore, this constitutes a subtle form of emotional manipulation towards Jiang Wanli. However, Qinyu is not the arrogant scion of wealth one might presume. On the contrary, he exemplifies perfection. Observing Lin Mo's slight underestimation, Songshi swiftly interjected. One need not fear a wealthy heir squandering his fortune. Rather, the true concern lies in the heir who is even more industrious than oneself. When equipped with ample resources and connections, even a modest effort can yield exponential results. Qinyu epitomizes this principle. Benefiting from his father's formidable stature, he surpasses 99% of individuals, even without considering his wealth. So, whom does that lady favor? Lin Mo inquired, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Chapter 53. Massaging Songshi emotionally. Songshi evidently supported Lin Mo. Yet, her lingering concerns indicated that her endorsement alone could not determine the ultimate outcome. Ultimately, Qinyu remained Lin Mo's most formidable rival. Of course, the aunt supported him. However, Jiang Tianhua would undoubtedly stand behind Qinyu. Songshi smiled gently, her gaze soft, having already anticipated Lin Mo as her future son-in-law. How could she possibly support Qinyu? As a victim of a commercial marriage, Songshi harbored a profound disdain for such a materialistic entanglement. It was an even match. Especially with Wanli on my side, perhaps Yuan would also be. Lin Mo radiated joy, completely disregarding the notion of the nation's wealthiest heir as a rival. As long as Jiang Wanli unwaveringly chose him, what did it matter if he stood against the world? This was the very reason the aunt supported him, confidence and composure, devoid of any hesitation or confusion about the future. With her chin cradled in her hands, Songshi expressed her approval. Faced with the son of the richest man in the country as a romantic adversary, Lin Mo exhibited not the slightest sign of anxiety. Instead, he maintained an air of tranquility and poise. This alone was invaluable. Love cannot be tainted by any external conditions. The mutual affection between Jiang Wanli and Lin Mo was their greatest advantage, the sole aspect that Songshi valued. As a mother, her only wish was for her daughter to live a life filled with joy and free from worries. Aunt, rest assured, I will never let Wanli down. Lin Mo vowed to the heavens, making a solemn promise. Though it may have seemed somewhat grandiose, his sincerity was unmistakable. Upon witnessing this, Songshi was unable to contain her laughter. Aunt, I have recently learned a massage technique. I notice your shoulders and neck have been bothering you. Would you allow me to give you a massage? Observing Songshi occasionally rubbing her neck, Lin Mo realized it was time to put his plan into action. Songshi was wholeheartedly supporting him, offering unconditional assistance in his endeavors. Such kindness deserved reciprocation, and Lin Mo felt uneasy doing nothing in return. Unfortunately, Songshi lacked for nothing. She had no interest in luxury cars or opulent residences. Isn't this a bit inconvenient? Song-shi replied, momentarily taken aback and slightly embarrassed. She initially thought Lin Mo's offer was mere politeness, not realizing he had genuinely remembered it. Rather than feeling embarrassed, she felt a tinge of gratitude. Don't worry, Aunt, it's free of charge, Lin Mo beamed, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. With a light-hearted and humorous tone, he effortlessly dispelled the awkward atmosphere. After all, massage involves physical contact. Without a positive mindset, it could become quite uncomfortable. Well, then, I suppose I shall trouble you, Song-shi said warmly, no longer declining the offer. Lin Mo, seizing the moment, guided Song-shi to the sofa where they settled. He then moved behind her and began the massage. Lin Mo had always harbored this intention. And coupled with the massage techniques gifted by the system, Song-shi transitioned from initial skepticism to immediate immersion in the experience. The entire process was nothing short of magical. To his surprise, Lin Mo's technique was quite adept. The pressure of his fingertips varied, sometimes gentle, sometimes firm. Song-shi lifted her snowy neck, unable to suppress a soft murmur of pleasure. She even closed her eyes, beginning to relish the exquisite sensation. Lin Mo, witnessing the desired effect, felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, it was merely a sea-level massage technique, inferior even to that of a professional establishment. Yet, considering that Song-shi rarely indulged in such experiences, coupled with her shoulder fatigue from cooking that evening, the outcome was remarkably effective. Andy, you should relax. If your muscles are tense, the results will be less effective. You can lean back on the sofa, Lin Mo suddenly suggested. This was not a casual remark. Anyone suffering from shoulder or cervical spine issues understands that even a slight pressure can be quite painful. Such discomfort leads to overall tension, hindering proper blood circulation. Song-shi complied, gracefully settling into a relaxed position on the sofa, her eyes gently closed. Lin Mo, what prompted you to learn this massage technique? She inquired softly, her eyes still partially shut. It is understandable for a young person to acquire a skill, yet this did not seem like something Lin Mo would typically pursue. Was it possible he had studied it solely to provide massages? My mother suffers from cervical spondylosis, which is why I decided to learn this, Lin Mo replied thoughtfully, using his mother as a shield. Although he had assisted her with massages before, they had been rather haphazard and lacked technique. The current method was a reward from the system. What a dutiful child you are, Song-shi exclaimed with a melodious sigh, praising him. She had noticed Lin Mo's genuine nature when he helped with the dishes last time, and her admiration for him continued to grow. Ding. Song-shi's trust in you has increased to 69. Lin Mo smiled warmly and quickly asked, Auntie, are there any other areas that require attention? Striking while the iron is hot might further enhance my trustworthiness. No need. Your work is demanding enough. Next time, let me give you a massage, Song-shi replied, rising gracefully with a gentle smile. Lin Mo scratched his head, not refusing her offer. Despite his fingers feeling fatigued, he thoroughly enjoyed the entire experience. If he had the opportunity to massage Song-shi, he would willingly dedicate hours each day to this task. By the way, Auntie, I have a gift for you. Lin Mo suddenly recalled, having purchased a present prior to his arrival and left it in the car. He excused himself from the living room briefly and soon returned. A gift? Song-shi expressed her surprise. It was neither a holiday nor her birthday. What could he possibly be gifting her? Moreover, Lin Mo had already brought several gifts during his first visit. This young man, having only been in the workforce for 2 years, was indeed thoughtful. Song-shi, a firm believer in reciprocity, pondered what she could possibly give Lin Mo in return. Lin Mo smiled but remained silent. He then retrieved a rectangular box from a bag. Auntie, this is a massager I bought for you. Chapter 54. Auntie is growing fonder of your massage device? Song-shi was taken aback for a moment before realizing that Lin Mo not only remembered to assist her with her neck massage but also included a massage device. This gesture transcended mere thoughtfulness. It was a profound display of consideration. Entrusting her daughter to him, she felt utterly at ease. The last time he visited her home, she had thoughtlessly purchased skincare products, which were unnecessary for her naturally beautiful aunt. Hence, she had opted for the massage device instead. As Lin Mo spoke, he handed the box to Song-shi. The rectangular box bore an image of the massage device. You always know how to make Annie happy, Song-shi remarked with a playful smile as she accepted the box. As a woman, she too craved sincere compliments. Lin Mo's praise was sweet yet understated, devoid of any artificiality. Auntie, this massage device can relieve neck tension and alleviate discomfort in various areas, promoting blood circulation. Lin Mo briefly explained its functions, aiming to make Song-shi fall in love with the sensation. This would provide him with more opportunities to shine in the future. It is no exaggeration to say that cultivating a good relationship with Song, she would ensure a smooth journey in both life and work henceforth. Auntie is indeed growing fonder of you, Song, she beamed, gently tapping Lin Mo's cheek. It's getting late, Auntie. I should take my leave now. Lin Mo smiled warmly, preparing to depart. Be safe, and come back tomorrow to teach Annie how to cook, Songshi waved cheerfully. Having spent considerable time together, she had developed a certain attachment to Lin Mo. Moreover, whether it was to cater to her feelings or not, Lin Mo's culinary skills had significantly improved since their last encounter, leading Songshi to believe that this was intentional on his part. Such thoughtfulness and attention to detail were truly moving. See you tomorrow, Auntie. Lin Mo waved back before heading to the parking lot to drive away. In the living room, after Lin Mo's departure, Songshi finally unwrapped the rectangular box. This was a token of Lin Mo's heartfelt intentions, deserving of her utmost respect. As a member of a prestigious family, she had received countless extravagant gifts, yet few had captured her attention. Most luxury items lay abandoned, gathering dust. However, she could not treat Lin Mo's gesture with such indifference. As she opened the box, Songshi was momentarily taken aback. The image had been one thing, but seeing the actual device was another experience altogether. The craftsmanship of the massage device was exquisite, and its touch was pleasantly warm. It was evident that this was no inexpensive item. Thankfully, it was not a prank by Lin Mo, as the instruction manual clearly stated that this device could massage the neck and lower back, enhance blood circulation, and alleviate muscle soreness. One could say that this massage device was akin to having a skilled massage therapist at her disposal. Songshi's fondness for Lin Mo grew once more as she contemplated how to express her gratitude in return. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the weekend. During work hours, Lin Mo occupied his days with his job, while his evenings were dedicated to teaching Songshi how to cook. Due to her ankle injury, she had refrained from going out for business negotiations that week, originally intending to take Songshi and her mother on an outing that Saturday. Lin Mo found himself compelled to postpone the excursion to the following day due to a high school reunion. As Zhang Yang had mentioned, attendees were permitted to bring their girlfriends. Jiang Wanli not only readily agreed but was also somewhat exhilarated, having learned in their conversation that Lin Mo's first love would be in attendance. Curiosity piqued. She was eager to see the girl who had been the initial recipient of Lin Mo's affections. The reunion was set for dinner at the Xingyu Grand Hotel in the Dongyao district, renowned as one of the premier seafood establishments in the entire Guining city. Seafood, notoriously expensive, demands considerable manpower and resources to transport fresh catches to inland locations. The choice of venue stemmed from the fact that the well-known wealthy heir, Wang Lu, had generously offered to cover all expenses for the gathering. Such lavishness, even from a privileged individual, invariably attracted admiration. Is the gathering really here? Jiang Wanli asked, a hint of surprise in her voice as she gazed at the Xingyu Grand Hotel. Yes. Why? Lin Mo replied with a slight smile, casting a glance at her. Today, Jiang Wanli wore a light floral dress, with a subtle makeup that accentuated her features, and her hair was tied in a high ponytail. This unpretentious appearance, nonetheless, radiated an extraordinary charm. From her looks to her figure and her poise, everything was simply exquisite. Oh, nothing much. I just used to come here often as a child, she said, turning back to smile, choosing to say no more. Let us go then. Lin Mo stepped forward, taking her delicate hand in his, leading her toward the hotel. Arriving at dinner time, he preferred to avoid being too early, as he found the pretense of rekindling old friendships rather distasteful. Genuine friendships didn't require the guise of a reunion to flourish. For instance, Zhang Yang and Su Wenjun could meet with just a phone call. Upon reaching box 505, Lin Mo gently pushed the door open, and a wave of boisterous chatter enveloped him. Inside the spacious room, men and women were engaged in lively conversations. Although billed as a reunion, it resembled more of a gathering of locals, as many from out of town were unlikely to return solely for this occasion. Thus, merely around 30 individuals attended. Zhang Yang and Su Wenjun were already present. Hey, Lin Mo's here. The crowd erupted into playful cheers upon spotting him. Everyone was well aware that Lin Mo had once with the class beauty, Xiao Xiao, who was now with Wang Lu. Curiosity about the unfolding drama was palpable. Long time no see, everyone. Lin Mo greeted warmly, exuding confidence as he waved to his classmates, not feeling the need for restraint. Meanwhile, he continued to hold the hand of the demure Jiang Wanli. Wow, is this your girlfriend? What stunning beauty. The boys were taken aback upon seeing Jiang Wanli. Such a breathtaking girl was a rare sight, even on television. As they pondered this, their gazes swiftly shifted elsewhere. Then, All eyes were drawn to a man and a woman positioned at the center. The man, dressed in formal attire, exuded an air of nonchalance, while the woman, clad in a denim miniskirt, possessed an alluring figure. They were none other than the affluent heir Wang Lu and the former class beauty, Xiao Xiao. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became peculiar. Chapter 55, bringing Jiang Wanli to the class reunion. Lin Mo, why not introduce her? A moment of silence enveloped the room until Xiao Xiao took the initiative to shatter the awkwardness. As Lin Mo's first love, her silence would seem rather petty. Moreover, their parting had been amicable, devoid of hostility. Most importantly, Lin Mo's girlfriend was astonishingly beautiful, which stirred a hint of insecurity within her. This is Jiang Wanli, my girlfriend, Lin Mo said with a gentle smile, introducing Jiang Wanli briefly. Fortunately, there were others present with their partners, which alleviated any sense of being out of place. Yet, Jiang Wanli's ethereal beauty consistently drew attention, making it difficult for the other males to remain composed. Even Zhang Yang and Su Wenjun looked somewhat astonished. The fact that Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli had not been together long enough for him to introduce her to their friends added to the peculiarity of the situation. Strangely enough, Jiang Wanli bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yuan, whom they had encountered at a bar. And you? Still single? Lin Mo asked with a smile. He had learned about Xiao Zhao's relationship with Wang Lu from Zhang Yang and was eager to hear it directly from her. Yes, I'm currently with Wang Lu. Xiao Xiao replied, quickly linking her arm with Wang Li's. Overwhelmed by Jiang Wanli's celestial beauty, she felt the need to salvage her dignity. In this society, beauty holds little value unless accompanied by a wealthy partner. Wang Lu, once notorious as a wealthy heir, had now inherited his family business and emerged as a promising entrepreneur. Congratulations, Lin Mo remarked nonchalantly. Out of curiosity, he glanced at their profiles. Name Xiao Xiao, age 24, trust level 71, personal privacy, extreme materialism, dark history, successfully intervened in Wang Li's previous relationship as a mistress, current intent, awed by Jiang Wanli's beauty, attempting to reclaim her standing. Name, Wang Lu, age 24, trust level 49, personal privacy, lost considerable money in business. Yet still clinging to his pride, dark history, abandoned his ex-girlfriend for Xiao Xiao, current intent, seeking to undermine Lin Mo with wealth. Trust level above 70. Eligible for a lottery. Lin Mo was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that after all these years, Xiao Xiao still held such a high level of trust in him. Indeed, love during one's student years possesses an undeniable potency. Go ahead and draw, he prompted. Congratulations. You've acquired B-level martial arts. Lin Mo paused momentarily, sensing a profound transformation occurring throughout his being. Every inch of skin, every cell, rejoiced in exhilaration. His entire body felt rejuvenated from within. Although his physique had not changed drastically, a simple clench of his fist revealed a surge of formidable power gathering within him. Techniques he had never known before began to take root in his mind. This was a skill set of professional caliber, capable of competing on the global stage against seasoned experts. Naturally, in a society governed by law, Lin Mo would only employ these skills for self-defense. Please, have a seat. I will arrange for the waiter to bring the dishes. A young woman, sensing the awkward atmosphere, hurriedly urged Lin Mo and his companion to sit down. Hello, sister-in-law. Zhang Yang and Su Wenjun approached with enthusiasm. Upon seeing Jiang Wanli, they spoke in unison. Among peers, distinctions of seniority often blur, and friends' girlfriends are commonly addressed as sister-in-law. Hello, Jiang Wanli replied, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing. Noticing this, Lin Mo quickly made introductions. These two were his closest companions. Had time permitted, he would have introduced them to Jiang Wanli first. With the presence of these brothers, the atmosphere grew considerably more harmonious. Classmates began to engage in light conversations, reminiscing about the past. By the way, Lin Mo, where are you currently employed? After a prolonged silence, Wang Li took the initiative to ask. Class reunions. While ostensibly gatherings for nostalgia, often devolve into arenas of comparison. Most such reunions either reignite old flames or serve as platforms for seeking favors from former classmates. Consequently, Wang Lu, being affluent, comfortably occupied the most prominent position, akin to the sun surrounded by stars. I work as a junior employee at Tianheng Company. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Tianheng Company is quite substantial, with only one competitor in the Guining city planning sector. Given that Lin Mo had secured the role of creative director at Tianheng Company just 2 years post-graduation without relying on family, he had already surpassed the majority of his classmates in achievements. Of course, those like Wang Lu and Zhang Yang, who inherited family businesses, were exceptions. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Can your salary support her? This remark came from Xiao Xiao, who believed that the more attractive a girl, the greater the financial demands. From clothing to cosmetics to designer handbags, each item represents a significant expenditure. I have my own living expenses, Jiang Wanli explained, though innocent. She had never considered relying on Lin Mo for support. Her statement elicited a wave of laughter. Living expenses? For those who had attended university, it was a familiar term. Even those still dependent on their families often received allowances for living expenses. Lin Mo, your girlfriend isn't still a student, is she? Haha. A portly man beside Wang Li laughed heartily, having been Wang Li's loyal sidekick for many years. Yes, she just started her freshman year, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Men often find themselves drawn to 18-year-olds, and Jiang Wanli fit that description perfectly. Upon learning that she was merely a first-year student, the envy in the eyes of the young men intensified. Youthful beauty was a hard thing to contest. University students are pure, idealistic, and untouched by the harsh realities of society, Wang Li remarked with a hint of sarcasm, implying that he held no disdain for Lin Mo's financial situation. During their student days, he had lost the pursuit of Xiao Xiao to Lin Mo, a memory that still lingered. Lin Mo chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. If only these individuals knew that Jiang Wanli might inherit a family business upon her graduation, what expressions would they wear? Pure? Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke, directing her gaze toward Jiang Wanli's small bag. Oh, isn't this the limited edition from this year? The passion that young women have for handbags is a passion that men often fail to comprehend. With just one glance, Xiao Xiao recognized the significance of this particular bag. Upon hearing her words, the other girls present turned their attention. Initially, they were captivated solely by Jiang Wanli's ethereal beauty, hardly noticing her outfit, let alone focusing on the bag. The summer limited edition? I recall it hasn't even been released yet, remarked one stylishly dressed girl in astonishment. Working at a luxury boutique, she was naturally well informed. This bag was indeed a limited edition for this summer, with only 24 pieces released worldwide. Given the market, it would undoubtedly fetch a price in the hundreds of thousands upon its debut. Not released yet. Xiao Xiao seized upon this information and couldn't help but scoff. Chapter 56. A public humiliation. The atmosphere in the private room was peculiar, particularly under the mocking gaze of Xiao Xiao, as many attendees eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Jiang Wanli had donned a yet-to-be-released limited edition handbag, deliberately bringing it to Lin Mo's class reunion. The intention was unmistakable. However, she did not foresee encountering a professional who would swiftly expose her pretensions. What of it? Who has purchased a counterfeit handbag? A girl with short hair beside Su Wenjun stepped forward to alleviate Jiang Wanli's embarrassment. This was Su Wenjun's first love, Tangya, an indelible presence in his romantic history. Despite his numerous conquests, he remained entangled with Tangya, their relationship oscillating between separation and reunion. Thus, Tangya sided with Lin Mo. I admit I have bought counterfeits too, but acquiring a limited edition, especially one not yet released, borders on sheer vanity, remarked another plain-looking girl, disapproving of such behavior. Purchasing counterfeits may stem from financial constraints, but Jiang Wanli's choice of an unreleased limited edition clearly indicated an excessive desire for status. Divergent opinions echoed in the room. The boys unanimously believed that Jiang Wanli, with her beauty, could do no wrong, while the girls deemed her actions hypocritical. Lin Mo, perplexed by their condemnation, observed Jiang Wanli's face, which bore a hint of grievance as she gently grasped his arm. She had hoped for a friendly reunion, one that would rekindle the warmth of old friendships. Yet she found herself the target of scrutiny from the outset. The handbag was not her purchase. She had merely grabbed it from home. As a member of a wealthy family, she would never feign pretentiousness regarding such matters. To Jiang Wanli, a handbag was merely an accessory, devoid of the significance it held for others. Lin Mo took her delicate hand, fully aware, without the need for any system, that his girl was not lying and that her intentions were devoid of vanity. Wanli, you work in a luxury store, correct? Please assist in authenticating this bag to see if it's a scam, he said, removing the handbag from Jiang Wanli and handing it to the girl who had earlier spoken up. If you are indeed a professional, you should have the expertise to appraise it. As Lin Mo insisted, the room fell silent. They believed that if Huang Li possessed a modicum of emotional intelligence, she could easily dismiss the matter. Lin Mo, you're being unfair to her. Counterfeits are simply cheap substitutes. What is there to discern? Wang Li chuckled, his words laced with sarcasm. Huang Li, taken aback by Lin Mo's scrutinizing gaze, had initially intended to defuse the situation but now felt compelled to engage seriously. She took the bag and began her examination. Many assumed that luxury goods relied solely on their prestigious names, driven by advertising and brand power. In reality, the craftsmanship of luxury items is unparalleled by counterfeits. Huang Li was confident in her ability to distinguish authenticity. As she proceeded, all eyes in the room were fixed upon her. Even the waiter serving the dishes was significantly unnerved by the serene atmosphere. After a full 5 minutes, a sheen of sweat appeared on Huang Li's forehead. No matter how she scrutinized it, she could only arrive at one conclusion. This bag is authentic. However, Huang Li was at a loss for how to explain it. The unreleased limited edition is either genuine, which would embarrass her professional competence, or it is simply too fantastical. For Huang Li understood that limited editions are merely a marketing gimmick, not a reliable source of profit from sales. More often than not, brands utilize them for gifting or as presents. Could it be that Jiang Wanli's possession of this bag falls into such a category? Huang Li, it's perfectly fine. You merely need to speak the truth. Xiao Xiao, noticing Huang Li's hesitation, urged her swiftly. If only she could humiliate Jiang Wanli, then this beautiful girl, who made her feel inferior, would be brought low. This bag appears to be genuine. Huang Li found herself unable to deceive her own conscience and could only respond honestly. She simply could not articulate, or rather, could not accept the reality that Jiang Wanli's bag was a gift from a prestigious brand. Upon her revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. How could this be possible? Xiao Xiao abruptly rose to her feet, displaying a hint of discomposure. This response was far from what she had anticipated. How could a scenario that seemed destined for victory possibly experience a reversal? Others, including Zhang Yang and Su Wenjun, found it utterly incredible. Although it defied explanation, the craftsmanship and quality were undeniable, and even the official website confirmed its authenticity, albeit in a pre-launch state. Huang Li awkwardly remarked. Upon hearing this clarification, the classmates were left speechless. Particularly for Xiao Xiao, the sensation of being thoroughly confident yet publicly contradicted left her momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the boy's admiration for Jiang Wanli surged once more. Even when faced with skepticism, she remained composed, feeling rather aggrieved instead. With such a stunning sister-in-law, it was only natural for the brand to extend goodwill, perhaps sending a handbag, with future prospects of becoming a spokesperson. Su Wenjun chuckled, finding satisfaction in the turn of events. Zhang Yang concurred. Although unaware of Jiang Wanli's family circumstances, her extraordinary beauty made her an ideal candidate for a luxury brand ambassador. As the dishes were served, someone promptly suggested they begin dining, sensing the atmosphere was slightly off. While class reunions often carry ulterior motives, there are those who genuinely cherish camaraderie. It would be unfortunate if this minor episode soured the evening for everyone. Yes, indeed, the seafood will cool down. The chubby fellow beside Wang Li chimed in. This meal was Wang Li's treat, a testament to his stature. Regardless of Lin Mo's girlfriend's beauty in this world, wealth holds paramount importance. Today, with Wang Li footing the bill, everyone should feel at ease. Zhang Yang remarked with a hint of sarcasm, implying they should indulge at Wang Li's expense. The seafood here is renowned, and naturally, not inexpensive, with dozens of people feasting. It was likely they could easily rack up a bill of tens of thousands. As classmates, it was essential to enjoy the meal wholeheartedly. Wang Lu appeared oblivious to the underlying meaning of Zhang Yang's words. Instead, he seized the opportunity to showcase his wealth with an air of ownership. Despite having recently incurred significant business losses, his financial foundation remained unshaken, rendering the cost of a lavish meal insignificant. It must be acknowledged that a seafood feast is a rare indulgence for the average person. Consequently, the earlier displeasure was swiftly forgotten in the face of culinary delights. Rather than engage in trivial matters, one would be better served by savoring a majestic lobster. Not long after they began to eat, a server unexpectedly wheeled in a cart laden with an extravagant seafood platter. Upon seeing it, Wang Li couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern, as he was unaware of who had placed the order. Who ordered this? Is it possible to finish such an abundance? The chubby companion, noticing Wang Li's confusion, promptly surveyed the table and inquired. Chapter 57. Su Wenjun encountered trouble. Although Wang Lu is affluent, he does not indulge in excessive extravagance. This opulent seafood platter, upon mere glance, appears exorbitantly priced and is so voluminous that it is impossible to consume entirely. I did not order it. I certainly did not. Everyone exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. The seafood array on the table was already ample. After all, it was Wang Lu who was treating, and they felt no need to be overly courteous. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a complimentary offering from our establishment, the waiter explained with a subtle smile. Complimentary? Upon hearing this, astonishment rippled through the group. The portion of this platter was indeed preposterous. The proprietor must either be excessively wealthy with no outlet for his funds, or perhaps a bit deranged. Or could it be that these were deceased seafood items, preserved as gifts to retain their value? This is a privilege reserved for our most elite VIP clientele, the waiter continued. The Xingyu Grand Hotel has been in operation for over 20 years, attracting countless return guests, including prominent figures from the business world. Some individuals spend millions here annually to host gatherings, a frequent occurrence. Hence, the treatment afforded to top-tier VIPs is undoubtedly substantial. Upon hearing this, many turned their gaze towards Wang Lu. They were aware of his wealth, but it seemed he was even more affluent than they had assumed. Even Xiao Xiao stood a bit taller, her pride swelling with Wang Li's elevated status. However, while Wang Lu feigned calmness, confusion swirled within him. He was indeed a member of the Xingyu Grand Hotel, yet he had only dined there a handful of times, far from the elite VIP status the waiter described. As he pondered how to maintain this facade discreetly, the waiter addressed him once more. "Miss Jiang, please enjoy your meal." The waiter flashed a polite smile at Jiang Wanli before turning to depart. Those simple words once again elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. Everyone was taken aback. They had not expected the esteemed VIP mentioned by the waiter to be Jiang Wanli. "Are you a member here?" Lin Mo inquired with a curious smile. He knew that Jiang Wanli often dined here during her childhood. Logically, the membership should have been registered under Jiang Tianhua or Song Shi's name. Perhaps the realm of the affluent operates differently. "I used to love seafood as a child, so my mother registered a membership in my name. Primarily because her cooking was rather unpalatable," Jiang Wanli explained softly, not missing the chance to critique Song Shi's culinary skills. Lin Mo smiled knowingly, relieved that Song Shi's cooking was gradually improving. It would not be long before she could astonish the two sisters with her culinary prowess. As the two conversed, envious glances were cast in their direction. Not only was Jiang Wanli beautiful, but she also possessed a touch of wealth, making her an enviable figure. At this point, Xiao Xiao's composure shattered completely. This competition had left her utterly defeated. "I have reserved a private room at Blue Bay. We shall go singing soon," Zhang Yang interjected. The class was not devoid of other wealthy heirs. It was not solely Wang Lu. Over the years, his parents had amassed considerable wealth through business ventures, and by the time he took over, his assets would be in the tens of millions. If Wang Lu could host a banquet at the Xingyu Grand Hotel, Zhang Yang could certainly arrange a gathering at KTV. "Zhang Yang, do not overestimate your abilities. The expenses at Blue Bay are rather steep," a girl with a pure appearance suddenly remarked. Li Qian, Zhang Yang's cherished muse, reassured him, "Rest assured, the most important thing is everyone's happiness." Zhang Yang gazed at Li Qian, a flicker of nostalgia dancing in his eyes. The reason he reserved a private room for karaoke was solely because Li Qian adored singing. Back in their school days, she had even clinched the title of the best singer in the entire school. However, upon noticing the middle-aged man beside Li Qian, Zhang Yang's dreams were utterly shattered. It seemed that the path back for beautiful girls was perpetually entwined with the affluent. "I remember Li Qian's singing was exceptionally enchanting." Lin Mo promptly chimed in, offering his praise. As a good friend, he was acutely aware of Zhang Yang's thoughts. Li Qian had brought a wealthy man to the reunion, transforming his beloved muse into something mundane. With hope extinguished, it was perhaps best to part amicably. Lin Mo understood that while Zhang Yang appeared simple-minded, his competitive spirit was unmatched. Out of curiosity, Lin Mo glanced at Li Qian's information. Name, Li Qian, age, 24, trust level 61. Personal privacy, became the mistress of a wealthy man. Current intent, astonished to learn Zhang Yang can afford to spend at Blue Bay. Lin Mo shook his head, lamenting the state of affairs. If she sought a wealthy partner, that would be one thing, but to be involved with a wealthy middle-aged man was still somewhat acceptable. The crux of the matter was that Li Qian was this man's mistress. In this world, all notions of cherished muses were mere illusions. Subsequently, the group indulged in a lavish platter, their spirits elevated by a few drinks. The KTV Zhang Yang booked was naturally met with everyone's approval. Blue Bay, the premier commercial karaoke venue in Eastview District, required a minimum expenditure of several tens of thousands for any private room. For a luxurious room accommodating dozens for a reunion, the cost would easily exceed 100,000 for the night. It can only be said that those without money should certainly avoid such places, as it can lead one to question life's meaning. Most of the classmates were ordinary folks engaged in typical jobs. The opulence of Blue Bay undeniably made many feel like country bumpkins in the city. Even the provocatively dressed waitstaff could render many young men too shy to make eye contact. In this society, without wealth, there is no dignity. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo couldn't help but reflect. After acquiring the system, he refrained from frantically pursuing wealth primarily because the system could not generate direct income. It required the cultivation of connections first. Moreover, it was only after meeting Jiang Wanli and Song Shi that he recognized they were the true treasures of his life. Just imagine, if he were to successfully enter the sanctum of marriage with Jiang Wanli, would he ever lack for money? Inside the private room, the group, previously astonished by the lavishness, transformed into enthusiastic singers. The previously tense atmosphere had finally become much more harmonious. What song would you like to sing? I can help you choose, Lin Mo remarked with a smile as he noticed Jiang Wanli, who was not drinking, quietly enjoying the fruit platter beside him. You can't come to KTV without singing a few songs, otherwise, it would be rather dull. No, I sing poorly, Jiang Wanli shook her head, firmly declining. This was her first encounter with classmates like Lin Mo, and she felt quite restrained. Moreover, during dinner, she had faced doubts about purchasing a fake handbag to satisfy her vanity, which had somewhat dampened her spirits. I will sing for you, Lin Mo said with a mischievous smile, rising to select a song. The quality of the singing mattered little. All that was required was to belt it out with gusto. Besides, Lin Mo considered his singing to be of decent caliber. You suddenly tell me that the name of Calixiang is beautiful, yet at this moment, all I wish is to kiss your stubborn lips. Lin Mo held the microphone, passionately performing while exchanging glances filled with meaning with Jiang Wanli. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Beautiful, beautiful, Jiang Wanli exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically with a radiant smile. However, as Lin Mo returned, he noticed that many had already embraced one another. Rekindled romances were a prominent feature of class reunions. Something's wrong. Su Wenjun is in trouble. Suddenly, someone burst in from outside, shouting. Chapter 58. The CEO of Brilliant Entertainment. Upon the utterance of those words, an immediate silence enveloped the private room. Tanya, her face etched with anxiety, hastily inquired about the unfolding situation. It appeared that a conflict had erupted, resulting in a brutal altercation. The man furrowed his brow. Without hesitation, Lin Mo and Zhang Yang rose in indignation and stormed out of the room. The bond of brotherhood rendered any inquiry into right or wrong unnecessary. Their instinct was to offer assistance at once. The girls remained behind. Observing this, Wang Lu quickly took charge of the scene, deeming it prudent for the women to refrain from involvement in such matters. As Lin Mo and Zhang Yang swiftly emerged into the open, they beheld Su Wenjun, battered and bruised, sprawled upon the ground. A group of 7 or 8 men encircled him. It was important to note that Blue Ocean Bay was the premier nightclub in Dongyao District. The proprietors of such an establishment undoubtedly possessed formidable connections and influence. Only a fool would dare create a disturbance in such a setting unless one were sufficiently powerful, to the point where even the nightclub would hesitate to confront them. Are you all right? Lin Mo approached and pushed aside several men, helping Su Wenjun to his feet. A brother had been wronged, and such a grievance could not go unaddressed. Su Wenjun shook his head, remaining silent. This friend of yours is audacious enough to harass our company's starlet. Consider this a mild lesson, remarked the corpulent middle-aged man, puffing on a cigar and exhaling smoke rings. Even the most affluent individuals often have their actions rooted in some rationale. You're talking nonsense. I merely stumbled upon your scandalous affair with a celebrity, and you reacted in a fit of rage, Su Wenjun retorted, fury boiling within him. Though he was known for his charm, he never descended into vulgarity. Having indulged in some drinks that day, he had been compelled to approach the stunning starlet. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that this glamorous figure was engaged in illicit activities with the middle-aged man in a restroom. It was this very encounter that had ensnared Su Wenjun in a predicament. Lin Mo frowned and fixed his gaze on the corpulent man. His formidable presence suggested he was no ordinary individual. Name, Shun Shanhai, age, 49, trust level 0, personal privacy, maintains numerous mistresses within the entertainment industry, coerces multiple starlets into bed, involved in a dark underworld of operations. Current intent, to teach Su Wenjun a lesson. Upon reviewing this information, Lin Mo was taken aback. Shin Shanhai was indeed the owner of Brilliant Entertainment and also the father of Shin Ming. What a twist of fate. However, Lin Mo would not be cowed into silence merely due to Shin Shanhai's status. You've harmed my friend. How do you intend to rectify this? Lin Mo addressed Shin Shanhai, his tone resolute. An eye for an eye, a debt must be repaid. These are fundamental truths, he asserted. Even Shin Shanhai must bear responsibility for this matter. How to resolve this? Shin Shanhai scoffed, dismissing Lin Mo with a wave of his hand, clearly underestimating him. These young men were oblivious to the harsh realities of life. As the CEO of Brilliant Entertainment, a billionaire mogul, punishing a young man with no backing was a trivial matter. Even if the authorities were involved, it could easily be dismissed as mutual combat. At worst, a monetary settlement would suffice. At this moment, Wang Lu and his male companions rushed over from the private room. Even if they dared not instigate trouble, at the very least, they could lend their presence for support. Xin Shanhai, Wang Lu, due to his business dealings, knew quite a few influential figures. Of course, it was merely a one-sided acquaintance on his part. Xin Shanhai, renowned as the emperor of the entertainment industry, possessed immense clout, and Wang Lu instantly recognized him. Initially intending to stand up for Su Wenjun and showcase his status, upon realizing he was facing such a prominent figure, Wang Lu promptly recoiled. Offending Xin Shanhai would undoubtedly jeopardize his future in the business realm. There was no need for compensation. A direct retaliation would suffice. Zhang Yang, known for his fiery temper, felt an immediate surge of anger upon seeing his good friend injured. He was not concerned about the medical expenses, it was the indignity that he could not swallow. Throughout their lives, they had engaged in countless brawls, yet they had never encountered such humiliation. In response, Lin Mo merely nodded. The B-grade combat skills bestowed by the system stirred within him an urge to channel his rage. Perfectly, this fury provided an outlet for his pent-up aggression. The Blue Bay, already thriving in business, attracted an increasing number of onlookers as the commotion escalated, with some even covertly starting live broadcasts. Youngsters truly seemed oblivious to the gravity of their actions. Xin Shanhai, observing Zhang Yang's inclination to resolve matters with his fists, could not help but scoff. As long as wealth was involved, such henchmen were mere cannon fodder, plentiful in supply. Moreover, having risen from humble beginnings, Xin Shanhai was no stranger to the streets. His hands stained with blood, exuding an unmistakable aura of the underworld. Otherwise, with his stature, he would not stoop to engage with young men like Lin Mo. The air was thick with tension. Having acquired B-grade combat skills, Lin Mo was eager to unleash his potential, feeling a surge of exhilaration alongside his anger. Su Wenjun's injury served as the greatest provocation for him. In that moment, all reason was cast aside. It just so happened that Xin Shanhai's bodyguards, accustomed to bullying, felt emboldened under the protection of their wealthy employer, relishing the opportunity to satiate their violent inclinations. As the adversaries prepared to strike, Lin Mo seized the initiative. Ultimately, it would likely result in a mutual brawl. This grievance had to be avenged for his brother. With a resounding thud, Lin Mo struck fiercely, landing an elbow on the nearest man's face. Blood spurted forth as the man howled and collapsed. At such a juncture, mercy would only be a cruelty towards oneself. Zhang Yang, equally incensed, charged in with the intent to target vital points. These bodyguards, though appearing professional, were merely well-dressed thugs. Caught off guard by Lin Mo and Zhang Yang's sudden ferocity, they were soon left trembling. Within moments, 7 or 8 bodyguards lay defeated. The display of combat prowess exhibited by Lin Mo left even Zhang Yang in awe, having fought alongside each other since childhood. Zhang Yang was well aware of Lin Mo's capabilities, however, from their last encounter at the bar to the current skirmish, Lin Mo's practical skills seemed to have undergone a transformative leap. Fatty, apologize to my brother. Lin Mo approached Xin Shanhai, speaking in a grave tone. If one were to act recklessly merely for the sake of compensation, it would be wholly unnecessary. Having dealt with the bodyguards served to avenge Su Wenjun. To compel Xin Shanhai to apologize was merely to restore dignity for his brother. Xin Shanhai did not anticipate Lin Mo's ferocity in combat. For a moment, he found himself at a loss. However, being a person of immense wealth, valued in the billions, it was inconceivable that he would be easily intimidated. What if I were to refuse? Xin Shanhai gazed steadfastly at Lin Mo, his demeanor resolute. For someone of his stature to apologize in public, how could he possibly maintain his standing thereafter? Even if I were to receive a beating from Lin Mo, I must not lose face. Bang! Without uttering a word, Lin Mo delivered a punch to Xin Shanhai's face. This blow was a retribution for Su Wenjun. As for the consequences, the worst that could happen was a monetary compensation. Such an amount was negligible. Very well, you have the audacity, but the price of this punch is one you cannot bear. Xin Shanhai grimaced in pain. His features contorted as he spoke. This enmity has been firmly established. He took out his phone and swiftly dialed a number. Bring me 100 men at the fastest speed. Chapter 59. Zhang Tianhua steps in Xin Shanhai, with a background as a small-time thug, was no stranger to brawls in his youth. often finding himself behind bars. Despite amassing a fortune worth billions today, he still engaged in behaviors that would baffle other wealthy individuals. This rebellious spirit was ingrained in his very being. After ending a call, Shen Shanhai coldly regarded Lin Mo. "You are quite adept at fighting. Let's see how you fare against 100. Not only was Shen Shanhai the CEO of Huiguang Entertainment, but he also owned numerous entertainment ventures, many of which were tainted with illicit gains. Consequently, he had an army of lackeys at his disposal, capable of summoning a large crowd with ease, especially in nightclubs. Lin Mo, however, acted decisively and pulled out his phone to call the police. He dialed Chingguo, the captain of the municipal criminal police team, whose expertise lay in combating organized crime. No matter how many people Shen Shanhai summoned, it would be futile. Such a lively scene, Lin Mo thought, but before he could complete his call, a group emerged from Blue Ocean Bay. The voices were eerily familiar. Even the wealthiest individuals found little difference in their leisure activities compared to ordinary folks. They drank and sang without a care. Naturally, these prominent figures preferred not to have their enjoyment disrupted, leading to the appearance of the owner of Blue Ocean Bay. However, he was not the focal point of the gathering. At the center of attention stood a refined, middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority despite his friendly smile. Lin Mo was taken aback, realizing that this man was Jiang Tianhua, the father of Jiang Wanli. Such a rare encounter was unexpected. "Ah, Mr. Jiang. I hope I am not intruding upon your enjoyment," Shen Shanhai said, his forced smile betraying his discomfort upon seeing Jiang Tianhua. The earlier tension seemed to evaporate in an instant. In the presence of a true business magnate, Shen Shanhai's status as an entertainment figure felt inconsequential. The trivialities of the entertainment industry were mere self-indulgence. Particularly concerning was the recent incident where Shen Shanhai's son, Shen Ming, nearly harmed Jiang Tianhua's precious daughter. This had rattled Shen Shanhai considerably, prompting him to leverage connections for a private apology to quell the situation. Had anything serious occurred to Jiang Yuan, the consequences could have been dire. "At your age, still mingling with the youth is quite rare," Jiang Tianhua remarked with a knowing smile, observing Shen Shanhai. In midlife, achieving success is about how to enjoy life peacefully. Engaging in conflicts with youngsters, as you do, is rather unbecoming. It's no surprise your son merely drifts through life. Shen Shanhai felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet found himself unable to retort. "Lin Mo is a friend of my daughter. Even if we are not acquainted, could you perhaps overlook this incident for my sake?" Jiang Tianhua gestured toward Lin Mo with a smile, acknowledging that he could not simply turn a blind eye to the situation. Jiang Tianhua's tone was gentle, lacking any hint of aggression. However, to Shen Shanhai, it conveyed a sense of pressure akin to a command. Naturally, Jiang Tianhua deserved his due respect. Shen Shanhai nodded in agreement and instructed someone to bring a cash check. After filling it out for 100,000, he handed it to Lin Mo as compensation for the medical expenses incurred by the young man. Shen Shanhai was taken aback to learn that Lin Mo was acquainted with Jiang Tianhua. His demeanor softened considerably in their conversation, despite having received a punch from Lin Mo. Seeking retribution at such a moment would only undermine Jiang Tianhua's dignity, a matter of significant consequence. A monetary settlement would suffice to put this incident to rest. Lin Mo accepted the cash check, feeling that justice had been served. After all, 100,000 was no trivial amount. "Uncle Jiang, I apologize for the trouble," Lin Mo said with a hint of remorse as he approached Jiang Tianhua. Though he may not fully grasp the intricacies of the business world, it was evident that Jiang Tianhua's few words had swiftly quelled Shen Shanhai's defiance, creating a substantial favor. It was only natural for a young man to be impulsive and passionate, especially since Jiang Yuan had been protected in a similar manner by him. Jiang Tianhua smiled faintly, signaling Lin Mo that there was no need for self-reproach. Although his ideal son-in-law was Qinyu, he recognized Lin Mo's kindness towards Jiang Yuan, thus seeing this as a form of reciprocation. This did not stem from Jiang Tianhua's insatiable pursuit of wealth and status. One could perceive his dominance over Shen Shanhai. The true tycoon of wealth exudes a formidable presence, rendering the so-called emperors of the entertainment industry submissive like mere kittens in comparison. Wealth indeed grants one the power to act freely. "Dad." At that moment, Jiang Wanli came running from a distance. In truth, she had arrived earlier but felt her involvement in the fight would be of no assistance. Now, witnessing Jiang Tianhua resolving troubles for Lin Mo, she realized it was time for her to make an appearance. Jiang Wanli was innocent and cheerful, yet she was not oblivious to the intricacies of social dynamics. Aware of her father's significant social standing, she sought to use his influence as a protective shield for her boyfriend. In an unexpected move, she took Lin Mo's hand. This gesture astonished many, as everyone understood the weight of Jiang Tianhua's daughter, especially her classmates, who suddenly grasped the situation. It was no wonder that even her casual accessories were limited editions, and she could effortlessly have the hotel present luxurious gifts. Observing this, Shen Shanhai exchanged a symbolic greeting with Jiang Tianhua before departing with his entourage. Jiang Tianhua then turned his attention to the pair before him. He was not blind to his daughter's subtle intentions in holding Lin Mo's hand. Unfortunately, matters of romance were trivial in the face of a commercial empire. Certain truths must be confronted. Lin Mo, would you like to meet Wanli's fiancé? Jiang Tianhua resolved to lay his cards on the table. Lin Mo was taken aback. It was clear he was referring to Chunyu. However, to label him as a fiancé felt somewhat excessive. Dad, my boyfriend is Lin Mo. There is no fiancé. Jiang Wanli firmly countered. Jiang Tianhua referred to Chunyu as her fiancé, an act that displayed a lack of respect towards her. From the very beginning, she had not shown the slightest inclination to compromise. It was merely her youth and the fact that she was still in university that made the concept of marriage feel so distant. Thus, when Jiang Tianhua labeled Chunyu as Jiang Wanli's fiancé, it provoked an intense reaction from her, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Meeting him would be beneficial, Lin Mo gently suggested, holding Jiang Wanli's hand tightly with a faint smile. He could sense the formidable pressure emanating from Jiang Tianhua, which seemed to weigh heavily on him. However, having just engaged in a brawl and consumed considerable alcohol, a surge of bravado ignited his competitive spirit. He was eager to discover whether the son of the nation's wealthiest individual truly possessed extraordinary abilities. I will go as well, Jiang Wanli resolutely declared. Standing firmly beside Lin Mo, determined to extinguish Chunyu's hopes. Whether it was Chunyu or Jiang Tianhua, she understood that she was the most significant leverage in this situation. Let us proceed, Jiang Tianhua remarked, casting a penetrating glance at the pair before turning away. Lin Mo, after exchanging a few words with Zhang Yang and the others, swiftly joined Jiang Wanli in pursuit. At this moment, he realized that the time would inevitably come. Since they had arrived earlier than anticipated, as a man, he had only one choice: to forge ahead with unwavering resolve, never to retreat. Chapter 60. The nation's richest man. Shen Xinchang in the East District, at Blue Ocean Bay, Jiang Tianhua led the way, willingly entering a lavish private room. Lin Mo, holding Jiang Wanli's small hand, followed closely behind. Upon entering the room, the scene unfolded before them. The number of attendees was few, yet each possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Lin Mo's attention was immediately captured by the two central figures. The elder man, likely in his 50s, had piercing eyes and an imposing brow, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. The slight graying at his temples only enhanced his vitality, and the overwhelming presence he emanated was almost surreal. Lin Mo had always been skeptical of the concept of an aura in novels, but now he felt its weight firsthand. Perhaps it was because this man frequently graced the covers of financial magazines, or perhaps the title of the nation's wealthiest individual was daunting in its own right. Regardless, Lin Mo instantly recognized the significance of the man before him. Shen Xinchang, a super-rich tycoon with assets exceeding 300 billion. Beside Shen Xinchang stood a young man, elegant and handsome, embodying an innate aristocratic quality that no self-made millionaire could ever replicate. From first impressions alone, he was impeccable. If Lin Mo's assumptions were correct, this was none other than Shen Xinchang's only son, the man Jiang Tianhua had long coveted as a son-in-law, Chunyu. After hearing Chunyu's name from Songshi, Lin Mo was finally face to face with the man himself. Out of respect, he accessed Chunyu's information. Name: Chunyu, age 21, trust level 0, personal privacy, devoted to crafting a perfect persona, highly concerned with public perception. Possesses a near-obsessive attachment to his mother, current intent. Witnessing Jiang Wanli holding Lin Mo's hand, he was furious beyond measure. Lin Mo chuckled softly. It appeared that many of these affluent second-generation individuals shared an attachment to their mothers. The same could be said for Shen Ming, who favored a youthful stepmother. Shen Yu's dependency on his mother was even more pronounced. Overall, Shen Yu had no significant scandals in his past, which was refreshing. However, this was to be expected. As the son of the nation's richest man, he could have anything he desired without resorting to unlawful behavior. Even his attachment to his mother was somewhat understandable. I shall make the introductions. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Tianhua took the initiative to speak. His previously commanding presence had been thoroughly overshadowed by Shen Xinchang. The anticipated business alliance had taken an unexpected turn with Jiang Wanli's arrival alongside a young man, inciting considerable anger from both Qin Xinchang and his son. Had it not been for their cultivated demeanor, they would have lost their temper long ago. You might find him familiar. This is the nation's richest man, Qin Xinchang. You may refer to him as Uncle Qin. Jiang Tianhua was the first to introduce the most prominent figure in the room. I often see Uncle Qin on television and in magazines. It is indeed a stroke of luck to meet him in person today. Lin Mo nodded, engaging in polite conversation. Qin Xinchang remained seated, offering a nonchalant nod in response. Qinyu, Uncle Qin's only son, Jiang Tianhua briefly introduced Qinyu, omitting any mention of the word fiancé. Qinyu possessed a formidable sense of pride, and to broach the subject while Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli were entwined in each other's hands was an ill-advised decision. Greetings. I am Lin Mo, the boyfriend of Wanli, he said with a smile, extending his hand to shake Qinyu's. The father and son, austere and unyielding, attempted to suppress him with their imposing presence, compelling a robust response to assert their dominion. It was an established fact that Jiang Wanli was Lin Mo's girlfriend, and the lineage of the wealthiest individuals held no relevance to him. In a bid to affirm Lin Mo's resolute stance, Jiang Wanli intertwined her arm with his, an action that instantly tightened the atmosphere. Qin Xinchang furrowed his brow, casting an irritable glance at Jiang Tianhua, whose silence only heightened his anxiety. As members of a prominent family, they had clearly breached decorum. Despite an existing betrothal, they permitted their daughter to pursue a romantic relationship. A slap in the face to Qin Xinchang. As a father, he felt compelled to respect his daughter's choices, merely wishing to provide him with a fair opportunity to compete. Jiang Tianhua, filled with urgency, sought to clarify, recognizing that pressing too hard would only yield counterproductive results. Given the circumstances, he decided to leverage the disparity in their social standings to compel Lin Mo to confront reality. As a father, his greatest concession was to refrain from thwarting the young couple's affections. Here is 10 million. Take it and leave my niece Wanli, Qin Xinchang declared, producing a bank card and tossing it onto the table. Throughout the exchange, he had not once engaged Lin Mo in a tone of negotiation. 10 million, an astronomical figure unattainable to many over a lifetime. This was no cinematic production. Lin Mo had no grounds to refuse. While it was indeed unethical to disrupt the young couple, Qin Xinchang perceived their love as merely an impractical fantasy. Wealth could alleviate 99% of troubles, should issues persist. It merely indicated an insufficiency of funds. How fortunate it was to possess wealth. Lin Mo cast a glance at the bank card, feeling a tinge of reflection. To produce 10 million was akin to a common individual pulling out 100 yuan. However, it lacked sufficient allure for Lin Mo. To think he could exchange Jiang Wanli for 10 million was a delusion. I'm sorry, but the bond between Wanli and myself cannot be measured in monetary terms. Lin Mo replied, shaking his head in outright refusal. From the outset, this was not a transaction. Ever since gaining insight into life from Song Shi, Lin Mo had come to believe that as long as one had enough money, excess was merely a string of numbers. Even if Qin Xinchang were to offer him 300 billion in exchange for Jiang Wanli, he would still decline. Perhaps I am being too mundane, Qin Xinchang mused, slightly surprised. However, as a titan in the business realm, he understood human nature. Since Lin Mo was with Jiang Wanli, he had effectively become Jiang Tianhua's son-in-law. Thus, a mere 10 million held little weight in this context. Young man, you possess a remarkably far-sighted perspective. Jiang Wanli had long ago committed to a union with his son. If Lin Mo's nephew were unwilling to withdraw, it would only tarnish the reputations of both families. Qin Xinchang continued, his succinct remarks successfully isolating Lin Mo. Within the confines of the engagement, he holds no stake. The disruption of Qinyu's marriage to Jiang Wan is, in fact, primarily attributable to Lin Mo's initial transgression. Is that so? Then which does Uncle Qin deem more serious, being untrustworthy or abandoning one's commitments? Lin Mo responded with calm assurance. Indeed, the affluent are often eloquent. Yet once wealth loses its influence, this contest becomes devoid of concern. For the most substantial leverage consistently resides with him. The words of parents and the arrangements of matchmakers, even in the case of abandoning one's commitments, must ultimately prioritize filial piety above all. Qin Xinchang was taken aback by Lin Mo's eloquence, deliberately seeking to engage him in a game of linguistic profundity. To extricate Lin Mo from this situation, a reasonable explanation was imperative. After all, young people value their pride. Even in withdrawal, it must be done with grace. Uncle Qin's respect for tradition is admirable, but Lin Mo smiled faintly and continued, however, regarding the matter of parental words. I also have the support of Aunt Songshi. Chapter 61. Alas, I was seen upon hearing those words. Both Qin Xinchang and his son exhibited expressions of astonishment. They never anticipated that Songshi would lend her support to Lin Mo. Consequently, the words of their parents had become a mere jest. With a tie of 1-to-1, it was no wonder Lin Mo exuded such unyielding confidence. Aunt Song, possessing a kind heart, simply wished to avoid causing you harm. Xinyu stepped forward, seemingly skeptical. After all, Songshi was intrinsically part of a business alliance. How could she fail to discern the costs associated with such actions? Thus, he believed that Songshi was merely too benevolent, unwilling to undermine Lin Mo. I must clarify further. Your family's wealth is your affair. But my greatest asset does not stem from Aunt Song's endorsement. Rather, it is. Lin Mo interrupted Xinyu, raising Jiang Wanli's small hand high. This invaluable leverage had always been securely held in his grasp. In that instant, his aura overshadowed Xinyu entirely. As the foremost scion of wealth, Xinyu indeed possessed the capital to look down upon all. Yet, in Lin Mo's eyes, this financial advantage held no decisive power. His most significant support emanated from Jiang Wanli's unwavering affection. As long as the girl steadfastly chose him, not even the wealthiest individual in the country or the galaxy could stand a chance. Chun Yu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Lin Mo's formidable strength and confidence. Indeed, when a person becomes indifferent to wealth, their advantages dissipate entirely. You are mistaken. I never intended to use money to intimidate you. Beyond that, I am confident in my superiority in every aspect, Lin Mo asserted. Being a young man, Qin Yu's competitive spirit was immediately ignited. Jiang Wanli had originally been his intended partner in a business marriage. Now, with Lin Mo seizing her affections, he could not simply concede. Chen Xinchang regarded his son with admiration, well aware that this was not mere bravado. Due to their differing upbringings, Qin Yu had been molded by elite education from a young age. Even without financial discussions, he was one of the few exceptional individuals among his peers. Given a fair competition, and dispelling Jiang Wanli's youthful fantasies about love, Qin Yu could undoubtedly emerge victorious in this contest. Oh, Lin Mo replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Without the system, he might have hesitated to retort. However, given time, he would prove to be a true polymath. Let us compete for Wanli fairly and justly, Qin Yu challenged, attempting to provoke Lin Mo into relinquishing his advantage. His education and mindset were unparalleled by ordinary individuals. After a genuine comparison, he believed Jiang Wanli would recognize who truly excelled. Apologies, but Wanli is the girl I cherish. I will not use her as a bargaining chip. Lin Mo firmly rejected Qin Yu's proposal. Subsequently, he took Jiang Wanli's hand and departed. This was never a contest. The outcome would remain unchanged. Lin Mo had come merely to observe Qin Yu. The latter foolishly believed he could engage Lin Mo in fair competition, a notion as naive as a child's game. Within the room, Chen Xinchang and the others exchanged glances, left in a state of stunned silence. They have dominated the business world, achieving great success and witnessing countless grand spectacles. Yet just moments ago, they were utterly vanquished by Lin Mo's eloquent retort. Give me a little more time, Jiang Tianhua implored, his expression fraught with urgency, yet he refused to concede. This matter pertains to the commercial empire painstakingly built by generations. Suddenly, Lin Mo heard a system notification. Ding. Jiang Wanli's trust in you has risen to 77. Clearly, his earlier forceful declaration had greatly pleased the young lady. With no one around, Jiang Wanli quickly leaned in and, on tiptoe, planted a kiss on Lin Mo's cheek, a reward for his bravery. He had just stood up to the nation's wealthiest individual, a figure who even her father found daunting. Lin Mo not only disregarded the immense financial stakes but also countered with precision, leaving Qin Xinchang and his son speechless. The entire affair was nothing short of spectacular. Lin Mo, now fully in the moment, boldly swept Jiang Wanli off her feet and spun her around. Her ability to converse with Qin Xinchang without faltering was the source of his greatest courage. Everything else was trivial in comparison. Oh no, someone might see us. Jiang Wanli exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she playfully pounded Lin Mo's chest. Despite the nightclub setting, her modesty prevailed. So what? It is only natural for me to embrace my girlfriend. Others can only envy, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. With the earlier momentum, he had cleared the air with Qin Xinchang, and now he felt a sense of relief. Previously, knowing Jiang Wanli's privileged background had weighed heavily on him, creating a sense of trepidation. His deep care for her had made him feel as though he were walking on thin ice. Now, however, they had reaffirmed their bond. Outside their intimate world, everything else paled in significance. Upon returning to the private room, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. After all, Su Wenjun had been injured, and the gathering had essentially concluded. Why hasn't he gone to the hospital? Lin Mo frowned upon seeing Su Wenjun, battered and seated. Before he left, he had instructed Zhang Yang to ensure a swift trip to the hospital. It's merely superficial injuries. Thank you for today. Su Wenjun gradually rose and embraced Lin Mo. A gesture of camaraderie. A few bruises or nothing. The real concern was the indignity suffered today. Consequently, Lin Mo's decisive actions not only avenged Su Wenjun but, with Jiang Tianhua's appearance, transformed them into victors in the social arena. Otherwise, Su Wenjun might have wallowed in misery for the entire year. How dare you, drunkard? Express thanks to me? Lin Mo jested, playfully punching Su Wenjun. Their bond was too profound for such formalities. As the hour grew late, it was time for everyone to return home. Zhang Yang, recognizing the moment, announced loudly that they should prepare to leave. He had organized the outing for karaoke and intended to see it through to the end. Upon hearing this, the group rose. A few couples, rekindling old flames, appeared as though they were parting forever. Wang Lu, accompanied by Xiao Xiao, prepared to depart, and before leaving, he took the initiative to greet Lin Mo. Having observed the earlier exchange between him and Jiang Tianhua, personal grudges are trivial matters. Possessing such connections ensures that Lin Mo is destined for greatness. It is not too late to cultivate relationships now, particularly with Jiang Wanli, who is none other than the cherished daughter of Jiang Tianhua, a fact that even a fool would comprehend. Li Qian, upon witnessing Zhang Yang casually spend over 100,000, approached him before departing to whisper a few secrets. This gold digger is profoundly calculating. Lin Mo cautioned Zhang Yang not to be beguiled by her charms, and then took a taxi to send Su Wenjun to the hospital. Even if the injury is not severe, a scar on the face would be unfortunate. After all, this young man relies on his looks for a living. Zhang Yang, noticing Lin Mo's inconvenience, voluntarily accompanied Su Wenjun to the hospital, leaving only Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli at the scene. Jiang Wanli stretched languidly as the gentle evening breeze tousled her long hair and fluttered her floral dress, creating a breathtaking sight. She turned to Lin Mo, blinking her large eyes, and with a sweet smile, said, "Let us go. Take me home." Chapter 62. Would Anne accompany you for an outing? The following day, Lin Mo awoke early and called to inquire about Su Wenjun's injuries. Fortunately, there were no serious damages, and a few days of rest would suffice for recovery. Since she had promised to take Jiang Wanli and her two daughters camping, she felt compelled to uphold her word. However, upon arriving at Shirley Huadu, Lin Mo noticed that the trio appeared rather disheartened, realizing that the events of the previous night had cast a significant shadow over their spirits. In front of Jiang Tianhua, Lin Mo had openly confronted Chen Xinchang, an act that, on the surface, seemed to disregard Chen Xinchang's dignity, but, more gravely, implicated Jiang Tianhua's business interests. A cursory glance at the system revealed that last night's argument between Jiang Tianhua and Song Shi had escalated, with both sides firmly entrenched in their positions, leaving no room for reconciliation. Given that Song Shi and Jiang Tianhua lacked any substantial emotional foundation, their conflict was devoid of consideration for each other's feelings. Consequently, the two daughters were left too frightened to speak. With the weather splendid, Lin Mo suggested, feigning ignorance of the underlying tension, that they camp outdoors. Although Jiang Wanli's sisters had school the next day, their university schedule was light, allowing ample time for them to return after camping. The primary motivation behind this plan was to circumvent any further disputes upon their return home. All right, Song Shi readily agreed, preferring to avoid confrontation with Jiang Tianhua. The sisters voiced no objections either, as they had never witnessed such a fierce quarrel between their parents before. Song Shi's support further diminished Jiang Tianhua's credibility in front of Chen Xinchang, and when he attempted to use parental authority to admonish Lin Mo, he was ironically rebuffed. The essence of their outing was joy. Discussions of work or unpleasant matters were strictly prohibited. Lin Mo smiled subtly, preemptively setting the tone for the day. As long as Jiang Wanli and her sisters supported her, she was indifferent to the turmoil on Jiang Tianhua's side. It was crucial to remember that this household was not a dictatorship ruled by Jiang Tianhua. The Song family, to which Song Shi belonged, was also a powerful conglomerate. Their economic influence provided Song Shi with the confidence to withstand Jiang Tianhua's whims. In agreement, Song Shi nodded. They returned to the same location as last time, with Lin Mo driving a spacious business vehicle to accommodate their equipment and supplies. "This place is truly enchanting," Jiang Wanli exclaimed upon arriving at the scenic area. Even though it was not her first visit, The breathtaking beauty continued to captivate her. The previous outing had been abruptly cut short due to Song Shi's ankle injury, leaving Jiang Wanli without the opportunity to capture a few photographs with Lin Mo. With practiced ease, Lin Mo began to set up camp, ensuring the tent was ready for their overnight stay. Following the usual procedures, Song Shi, having learned to fish on their last trip, eagerly invited Lin Mo to join her by the water. Meanwhile, the sisters busied themselves taking countless pictures, their ethereal beauty rendering the picturesque landscape merely a backdrop. As mealtime approached, Lin Mo eagerly prepared to showcase her culinary skills. The marinated barbecue and roasted chicken, perfectly suited for camping, accompanied by fruits and chilled beverages stored in the car fridge, made for a truly sumptuous meal. Satiated and refreshed, the four of them engaged in a game of cards, relishing the leisurely moments devoid of any pressure. The unpleasantness of yesterday was entirely cast aside. For Song Shi, this was the simple joy derived from an ordinary life. Yet Jiang Tianhua's insistence on a commercial marriage had soured familial relationships. The more she pondered on this, the more incensed she became. However, Lin Mo had declared that today's happiness took precedence, prompting her to refrain from dwelling too much on grievances. "Can you swim?" Lin Mo inquired as she felt the heat of the sun bearing down upon her. A vast expanse of crystal-clear lake lay ahead. It would indeed be a pity not to take a dip. Although it was a tourist area, it retained its natural essence, with several individuals already enjoying the water. The lake's source flowed from a distant canyon, providing genuine mountain spring water, incomparable to that of any public swimming pool. "I can't," Jiang Wanli replied, exchanging a glance with her sister, a hint of helplessness evident. Throughout their lives, they had only ever played in swimming pools and had never dared to venture into deeper waters. Lin Mo considered offering to teach them to swim, but felt it inappropriate in such a public setting, ultimately deciding against it. "How about I accompany you for a swim?" Song Shi suddenly suggested with a charming smile. Although she had never swum in a natural lake, she was indeed a proficient swimmer, having access to a large pool at home where she swam regularly during the summer. Sensing Lin Mo's desire to swim without a companion, Song Shi stepped forward, her consideration heightened by the sweltering weather. "Sure," Lin Mo replied, momentarily taken aback, then beamed with delight. Song Shi suddenly recalled that they had embarked on this camping trip without any intention of swimming, thus only bringing a change of clothes and no swimwear. Not to worry, with so many people around, wearing swimsuits might actually be inconvenient. Lin Mo reassured her with a smile, recognizing this oversight. Song Shi nodded, acknowledging the validity of this reasoning. She was quite aware of her own physique. Having previously encountered unwanted attention at the gym, she had since established a private fitness space to avoid such disturbances. The prospect of donning a revealing swimsuit in front of others felt rather embarrassing. "Let us go swimming then, and you two stay put," Lin Mo said with a smile. Noticing Jiang Wanli and Jiang Yuan hiding under the shade of a tree, it was clear that the sisters were also eager to join. Unfortunately, it was too perilous for those who couldn't swim to venture into a natural lake. Lin Mo, unwilling to take risks, decided to postpone teaching them until another opportunity arose. "Go ahead, Mom's safety is in your hands," Jiang Wanli said with a grin. From her perspective, Song Shi had merely learned to swim in a pool, which could be deemed only adequate. Should any danger arise in the lake, it would be Lin Mo they relied upon. The sense of security Lin Mo provided was unparalleled. Lin Mo chuckled mischievously, stepping forward under Jiang Yuan's astonished gaze, and planted a swift kiss on Jiang Wanli's delicate face before darting away. The girl's cheeks flushed with warmth, leaving her in a state of embarrassed fury. Her eyes wide in disbelief. The unmistakable scent of youthful romance lingered in the air. Once Lin Mo had distanced himself, Jiang Yuan spoke in a teasing tone. "Do not entertain any notions about your sister's husband, do you hear?" Jiang Wanli, her face still aglow, threatened with a clenched fist. Chapter 63, however. The aunt's figure is truly extraordinary. Although the two sisters possess differing personalities and styles, they share numerous similarities in their preferences since childhood. Thus, it comes as no surprise to Jiang Wanli that Jiang Yuan has developed feelings for Lin Mo, especially considering that their first encounter resembled a classic hero-saving beauty scenario. From a different perspective, Jiang Wanli finds it entirely reasonable. "Are you scared?" Jiang Yuan lay on the hammock, her long, fair legs swaying gently. "Go away," Jiang Wanli retorted, bringing that topic to a close. Meanwhile, Lin Mo led Song Shi away to a more secluded area, with the sun blazing overhead. It was essential to find a spot to escape its rays, Otherwise, the contrast between the scorching heat above and the chilly water below could easily lead to a cold. Moreover, Lin Mo harbored a slight ulterior motive. In a less populated area, he would not attract curious onlookers. Fortunately, most campers did not intend to swim, allowing him to quickly discover an unoccupied corner. The lake's water was crystal clear, resembling a precious gem. Just gazing at the pristine quality of the water ignited an impulse to leap in. As a man, Lin Mo need not worry about modesty. With a few swift movements, he shed his clothing, leaving only his square-cut underwear. His robust physique was on full display, both strong and aesthetically pleasing. Songshi stole a glance at Lin Mo, only to realize how remarkably perfect his figure was. His muscles exuded strength without the exaggerated bulk of a bullfrog, embodying a harmonious blend of power and grace. In her eyes, it was commendable that he maintained such a physique while working. Perseverance and discipline were indispensable qualities. Songshi placed her phone beside Lin Mo's clothes, slipped off her shoes, and prepared to enter the water. "Andy, I'll go in first to see if there are any sharks," Lin Mo declared with a hearty laugh as he jumped into the lake. The purpose of such an outing was to unwind, and taking things too seriously would render it meaningless. Songshi couldn't help but chuckle at his remark. After all, they were in the wilderness, far from the ocean. Where could sharks possibly come from? The water was refreshingly cold. As Songshi, drenched in sweat, entered the lake, she felt an immediate sense of relief and washed her face with the cool water. Drops cascaded down her fair cheeks, resembling a lily emerging from the water, breathtakingly beautiful and inadvertently overshadowing the surrounding scenery. Perhaps it was Songshi's extraordinary grace that captivated Lin Mo, as if he were admiring a work of art. Songshi was momentarily taken aback, noticing his gaze. "I didn't mean to. My eyes simply did what they wanted," Lin Mo replied innocently. Such reactions were beyond his control, purely instinctual. This unadulterated appreciation was devoid of any ulterior motives. "You're talking nonsense," Songshi said with playful exasperation. In truth, she relished the playful banter with Lin Mo, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease. Living in a wealthy family, she often found herself burdened by seriousness. Her days were consumed by work and social obligations, leaving her in a constant state of tension. It is precisely for this reason that every time Lin Mo suggests an outing, Songshi feels an overwhelming anticipation, one that even surpasses that of her two daughters. "Hee. If you don't believe me, Auntie, just look at those men over there stealing glances," Lin Mo whispered as she gracefully swam closer. Appreciating beautiful things is, after all, an innate human instinct. Songshi, still clad in a knee-length skirt, would undoubtedly attract a considerable amount of attention were she to don a provocative bikini, potentially leaving many men utterly speechless. "Always teasing Annie like this. I should have accompanied you to swim," Songshi murmured with playful sarcasm. Despite her words, however, she felt a sense of joy within. As she humorously dubbed herself an old aunt, it was a source of pride that even these young men were captivated by her presence. This, too, is a manifestation of beauty. Every woman desires to remain forever youthful and beautiful, and Songshi is no exception. "But Auntie, your figure is truly remarkable," Lin Mo sincerely complimented. In every aspect, it was evident that fate had favored Songshi. Songshi, disinterested in engaging in an argument with Lin Mo, remained silent, though she found herself curious about Lin Mo's physique. "How did you achieve such a form?" Songshi inquired. Her own figure was naturally gifted, and any efforts at the gym were merely for maintenance. In contrast, developing a man's abdominal muscles requires considerable training. Without a doubt, she believed Lin Mo's physique to be more commendable, for the greatest challenge in this world is self-discipline. Perhaps from playing basketball and such, Lin Mo coughed discreetly, feeling a twinge of guilt, as her physique was a gift from the system, entirely unearned. Although her regular exercise kept her in decent shape, it certainly did not attain such perfection. The system's bestowed B-grade combat skills had significantly enhanced her physical attributes, both in strength and speed, to an almost exaggerated extent. "May I touch it, Annie?" Songshi slowly approached, almost as if compelled by some unseen force. As a woman, she harbored a natural curiosity about a man's 8-pack abs. However, unlike other affluent ladies who indulge in relationships with younger men, she had always maintained her integrity, never crossing any boundaries. Yet her curiosity lingered. "Just a touch. I fear you might become addicted," Lin Mo responded earnestly. Perhaps years of repression had left Songshi's heart in a state of monotony. The more one is restrained, the greater the desire for release. Lin Mo was undoubtedly the one who could alleviate her psychological burdens. What is there to be addicted to? Songshi retorted softly. As she spoke, she gradually reached out, her fingers brushing against Lin Mo's abdominal muscles. They felt warm and resilient, a satisfying sensation. Almost instinctively, she touched them a few more times, finding it hard to fathom the amount of sweat required to achieve such a physique. Auntie, that's enough. Lin Mo chuckled at Songshi, who resembled a child with a new toy. Despite claiming she wouldn't become addicted, her actions contradicted her words, causing Songshi's cheeks to flush as she quickly turned away. This child's mindset is something she herself cannot quite articulate. Having entered into a business marriage at such a tender age, she has, in truth, never experienced a normal romantic relationship, leaving a significant void deep within her heart. Auntie, I have made up my mind. Lin Mo suddenly stepped forward and earnestly whispered in Songshi's ear, I not only wish to bring joy to Wanli, but also to ensure your happiness each and every day. Chapter 64. As long as you are happy with Wanli, Auntie will be happy to Lin Mo. Jiang Wanli represents love. The union of their hearts is a natural occurrence. In contrast, Songshi offers unwavering support to Lin Mo, both professionally and personally. This profound connection ignites within Lin Mo a desire to reciprocate Songshi's kindness. Whether it be through camping excursions or soothing massages, his genuine wish is for her happiness. Now, with the system revealing the void within Songshi's heart, he cannot feign ignorance. As long as you are happy with Wanli, Auntie will be happy, she smiles warmly. Unaware of Lin Mo's deeper intentions, simply perceiving his innate goodness, Auntie must also find her own joy, rather than deriving it solely from those around her. Just leave it to me, Lin Mo states, opting for action over explanation. With the system at his disposal, he can discern what Songshi lacks. This convenience makes his task considerably easier. All right, she replies, though somewhat puzzled, yet trusting Lin Mo's judgment. Indeed, she had not ventured out for camping in many years, and it was Lin Mo who had swiftly facilitated this experience for her. While many would hesitate to joke with her in both life and work, Lin Mo dared to do so. She cannot deny that she is gradually reclaiming the joy she had missed. After some time spent in the water, they finally returned to the shore. Fortunately, they had brought extra clothes, and each retreated to their respective tents to change, avoiding the chill. As they relaxed, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the evening glow across the lake, creating a shimmering spectacle. How beautiful the sunset is, Lin Mo. Can you take pictures? Jiang Wanli's desire to capture the moment resurfaced, pulling Lin Mo along. I know a little, he replied with a smile. Last time, he had only managed to help Songshi with her photos, but this time, he intended to astonish Jiang Wanli. With the mountains and waters illuminated by the sunset, the scenery transformed into a breathtaking panorama. Lin Mo diligently captured candid and posed shots of the girls, each photograph resembling a work of art. In the twilight, the need for filters was rendered unnecessary. Wow, how do you take such amazing pictures? Jiang Wanli exclaimed, rushing over to inspect the photos, utterly astonished. This isn't merely photography. It's like a professional shoot. Lin Mo's skills evoked a dreamlike sensation for her. It's mainly because my girlfriend is stunning, Lin Mo said, wrapping an arm around Jiang Wanli and planting a playful kiss on her cheek. With a model possessing such perfect figure, beauty, and grace, even a novice photographer could hardly fail to capture exquisite shots. Such flattery, Jiang Wanli chuckled, playfully punching Lin Mo. Come, let me take a few of you. Observing Jiang Yuan eagerly awaiting her turn, Lin Mo grinned. As for Songshi, she had long since become accustomed to his photographic prowess, remaining unfazed. Thank you, brother-in-law. Jiang Yuan giggled, her first time addressing Lin Mo as such. The endorsement from the future sister-in-law has granted Lin Mo yet another supporter within this household. While Jiang Tianhua has become an isolated figure, Lin Mo has showcased his utmost prowess, capturing a plethora of stunning photographs for the two sisters. As the sun began its descent, casting its final rays, he quickly proposed, let us take a picture together. Given the rare opportunity for a group photo, the three women naturally complied with enthusiasm. They sat side by side upon the verdant grass, with the resplendent evening glow as their backdrop. There could be no more exquisite tableau than this. Lin Mo adjusted the camera to time-lapse mode, ensuring the angle was perfect before hastily joining the trio. Cheese. Jiang Wanli leaned against Lin Mo's shoulder, her smile enchanting. Jiang Yuan, unabashed, linked her arm through his. Meanwhile, Songshi sat gracefully beside them, her face adorned with a captivating smile. Click. The sound of the shutter echoed, capturing the moment and preserving the beauty. If I were to share this photograph on social media, I would likely become a public enemy by tomorrow, Lin Mo mused, marveling at the result. The sunset was breathtaking. The evening glow magnificent. Yet, the most dazzling sight was the trio of beauties surrounding him. Jiang Yuan exuded youthful charm and vivacity. Jiang Wanli radiated pure allure, filled with affection, while Song Shi embodied elegance and mature beauty. Surrounded by such enchanting women, any man who happened to witness the scene would surely be consumed with envy. I must be the first to post. Jiang Wanli hastily uploaded the photo to her social media, contemplating the perfect caption. Jiang Yuan secretly recorded a video, sharing it on a short video platform. Song Shi quietly savored the rare tranquility and comfort of the moment. It seemed that being with Lin Mo brought immense joy to the daughters, and that alone was sufficient. As Lin Mo contemplated whether to boast about this on his own feed, he discovered that Jiang Wanli had already updated her status. Beneath the photo of the four of them, she had simply captioned, "Me, him, little sister, mom." This straightforward description filled Lin Mo with warmth. Since the girls were so openly sharing their relationship, he felt no reason to conceal his feelings. Although he had a penchant for flirtation, his heart remained steadfastly loyal. Thus, he posted a status of his own, echoing Jiang Wanli's simplicity. It was easy to invite despite the insistence on refraining from discussing work matters. Song Shi nonetheless devised a series of business ventures for Lin Mo. Competing with Chunyu and amassing wealth is undeniably essential. For someone of humble origins, earning several million serves as a testament to one's capabilities, and there is no need to aspire for more. With her wealth and extensive connections, Song Shi's assistance would enable Lin Mo to swiftly generate profits through straightforward operations. As Lin Mo marveled at what he deemed the finest mother-in-law in the world, a nearby tent unexpectedly illuminated, indicating that someone within had lit a lamp. The tent, being thin and translucent, allowed Lin Mo's silhouette to be distinctly visible, resembling a scene from a shadow play. Before long, the young couple beneath the shadow began to fervently kiss, their excitement palpable. Chapter 65. The audacity of today's youth. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched slightly, and he was rendered speechless. From their vantage point, the glow of the lanterns resembled the translucent effects of a shadow play. The silhouettes within the tent were laid bare for all to see. However, this was not entirely alarming. The tent provided a semblance of privacy. The pivotal matter lay in whether the individuals inside could steer the course of events. At least Lin Mo understood the temperament of the youth. Even so, it was hardly earth-shattering. What truly troubled him was the presence of Song Shi beside him. Restless, Lin Mo longed to glance around but dared not do so, thus he remained silent. Song Shi maintained her composure. Initially, she did not perceive the gravity of the situation. At her age, she was no longer a timid young girl. Moreover, to extricate herself now would seem overly conspicuous. The sole hope was that the events would not escalate any further. Yet, it was evident that Song Shi lacked experience, having never tasted the sweetness of romance. She was wholly unprepared for this. Lin Mo silently prayed that Jiang Wan and her sister would not return at this moment. Otherwise, their gathering would become exceedingly awkward. Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness enveloping them. Lin Mo could not only hear his own breathing but also sense Song Shi's. In such moments, one must not focus too intently. It was essential to divert his attention. Song Shi appeared lost in thought, her curiosity clearly piqued. Everything about this situation was new to her. Lin Mo bit his lip, refraining from turning to look at Song Shi. The tension in the atmosphere rendered any direct gaze awkward for both parties. Occasionally, he would speculate about Song Shi's expression at that moment, but he was certain it was one of exquisite beauty. Auntie, the moonlight is truly enchanting tonight. Lin Mo cleared his throat, attempting to shatter the impasse. Without uttering a word, he felt stifled. This sensation was utterly tormenting. Indeed, Song Shi replied, followed by another silence. The moonlight was undeniably beautiful, yet it felt irrelevant amidst their predicament. After a brief exchange, tranquility descended once more. They exchanged glances, offering each other an awkward smile. The atmosphere felt akin to childhood moments spent watching television, where time seemed to freeze in the presence of a parent, creating an unbearable tension. In such instances, both limbs and thoughts felt as though they were suspended in ice. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the stillness. The male occupant within the tent erupted in expletives. In the next breath, he exclaimed in shock, "Why the hell didn't you say so earlier?" Clearly, a companion had notified them of the tent's transparency. Almost instantaneously, the lights were extinguished in a flurry. Alongside this, the disgruntled voices of girls could be heard. Ultimately, all returned to calm. Lin Mo, observing the scene, let out a sigh of relief. Songshi regained her bearings, perplexed as to why she had momentarily lost her composure. Is this truly what lies within my heart? Alas, today's youth are indeed audacious. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, attempting to feign ease with a jest. Rather than awkwardly broaching the subject, it would be more prudent to brush it aside with humor. How can you call others young? Songshi laughed softly, reminding Lin Mo that he had only graduated 2 years prior. As expected, after exchanging a few casual remarks, the atmosphere felt significantly lighter. However, completely erasing the earlier awkwardness seemed rather unrealistic. Thus, silence enveloped the gathering once more. Lin Mo felt his heart racing slightly. Songshi touched her cheek, still warm to the touch. Mother, look. These fireflies are just as beautiful as they are described online, Jiang Wanli exclaimed. Having captured a dozen fireflies in a transparent plastic container, her excitement palpable. As a child of privilege living in a bustling metropolis, she had little opportunity to witness fireflies in the wild. Many young people today mistakenly believe that fireflies are mere figments of cinematic imagination. They are truly beautiful. Songshi agreed with a bright smile. Fireflies themselves may lack inherent meaning, but the joy they evoke is where their true value resides. Jiang Yuan, too, had gathered a jar of fireflies, her small face radiating happiness. Such pure, primal joy is often unattainable in the confines of a large city. Camping is not merely about sleeping outdoors for a night. One must indulge in the experience to the fullest. Thus, Lin Mo arranged for a barbecue as the evenings were passed. By the time they had feasted, it was already past 10 o'clock. The day's oppressive heat had long been replaced by the refreshing evening breeze. The lights of the surrounding tents had dimmed significantly. It's getting late. Let us retire early, Songshi asserted with a motherly tone, reminding everyone that the two young girls had school the next day. After a day of revelry, it was indeed time to rest. Good night, Mom. Jiang Wanli and Jiang Yuan obediently echoed, wishing Songshi a good night. Good night, Aunt. Lin Mo added with a smile. Good night, brother-in-law. Jiang Yuan stuck out her tongue playfully before darting into her tent. The four of them occupied four closely knit tents. Good night, everyone. Songshi stood, elegantly stretching her limbs. Thus far, it had been a splendid day, and the resentment from her quarrel with Jiang Tianhua had dissipated entirely. She resolved to simply disregard Jiang Tianhua's opinions in the future. True life must be crafted by one's own hands. With this mindset, Songshi made her way toward her tent. Lin Mo cast a glance at Jiang Wanli, noticing that she too was covertly observing him. Their eyes met, igniting a hint of romantic tension. Ultimately, the girl averted her gaze, unable to maintain the intensity of the moment. Seeing that Songshi and Jiang Yuan had returned to their respective tents, Lin Mo boldly followed Jiang Wanli into her tent. Hey, what are you doing? Came the girl's shy voice under the gentle moonlight. Lin Mo stepped closer, enveloping Jiang Wanli in his embrace. The bashful girl feigned a symbolic struggle against his hold. The two have long since become a couple. Perhaps their acquaintance has not spanned a considerable duration, yet their intimate gestures have gradually increased. If a man does not exhibit a certain fondness for a woman, it surely indicates a lack of affection towards her. The night is quite chilly, while my embrace holds a warmth of 37 degrees. Lin Mo spoke earnestly, and then promptly lifted the girl into his arms. Chapter 66, A Heart to Hold. Free from the burden of arranged matches, though their relationship currently resides in the innocent realm of affection, every meaningful bond necessitates a gradual unfolding. Without continuous breakthroughs in their daily interactions, their companionship would be rendered meaningless. Ouch! Jiang Wanli exclaimed, encircling Lin Mo's neck, her voice lowered in urgency. Within the confines of the cramped tent, standing upright was simply unfeasible. Consequently, Lin Mo feigned a loss of balance, cradling the girl and allowing himself to fall backward, intentionally cushioning her fall. Jiang Wanli playfully struck him a few times in mock indignation, though her efforts lacked any real force. Meanwhile, on the other side, Songshi lay down, but found herself unable to succumb to slumber immediately. The tents were so closely pitched that any noise was impossible to ignore. It was only natural for the youth to share a certain intimacy. However, Songshi, having entered a marriage of convenience devoid of emotional foundation, lamented the absence of genuine mutual affection, a regrettable reality. The memory of the tent's illuminated interior caused her to drift into contemplation. Perhaps that scene had ignited Lin Mo's eagerness. Yet, judging by their conversation, they had not truly crossed any boundaries. This only served to enhance Songshi's admiration for Lin Mo. The ability to maintain one's principles is indeed a rare quality. Perhaps still unprepared psychologically, Jiang Wanli had yet to fully let go, and Lin Mo, respecting her pace, understood that their journey from mere acquaintances to a defined relationship had not spanned a significant duration. A night passed in silence. The following day, upon awakening, Lin Mo discovered that Jiang Wanli was already up. Having been unable to engage in any intimate activities, he had endured a rather restless night. Exiting the tent, he found She preparing breakfast. Since she had taken up culinary lessons with Lin Mo, her cooking had not only improved in taste, but also diversified in selection. "Good morning." She smiled over her shoulder, continuing her busy work. "Good morning, Auntie," Lin Mo replied, approaching to evaluate her culinary skills. Given their outdoor circumstances, he refrained from expecting too much. Before long, Jiang Yuan also rose. After a simple breakfast, they needed to escort the two women to school. Once they had quickly eaten and gathered their gear, the group set off in their vehicle, marking the end of a delightful weekend. Laughter and chatter filled the air on their return journey. "Lin Mo, next week is Wanli's uncle's birthday. Would you like to join us to meet the elders?" Shi, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly inquired. When they ventured out for leisure, work discussions were set aside, allowing for a brief respite from reality. Yet upon returning to everyday life, all matters required attention. Resolving the issues surrounding the Song family would undoubtedly weaken Jiang Tianhua's position. However, navigating this obstacle would not be without its challenges. Shi had been compelled into a marriage of convenience by her family, reaping the benefits of such arrangements. And the older generation's mindset was notoriously difficult to alter. Fortunately, in recent years, the Song family had solidified its commercial empire, rendering such unions no longer essential, a glimmer of hope. "Of course, no problem at all," Lin Mo replied, steering the vehicle while readily consenting to the invitation. If only Jiang Wanli could receive more support from her family, her future would be devoid of numerous worries. Otherwise, even if the girl steadfastly stands by her side, the routine visits to relatives would become rather inconvenient. Just as those who marry hope to receive the blessings of all, no one desires to be at odds with others. "My grandparents would undoubtedly adore you," Jiang Wanli softly remarked. Since she became more understanding, the commercial sector of the Song family had already taken shape, rendering her grandparents, who had begun to enjoy life early, exceptionally reasonable. In Jiang Wanli's memory, her young grandparents were particularly fond of her and her sister. Lin Mo, being articulate and sociable, would surely gain their approval. "By the way, there is something I wish to discuss with you," Lin Mo grinned, revealing that he hadn't yet mentioned to Jiang Wanli that his mother's birthday was this weekend. Initially, he thought that since their relationship was still fresh, it might be a bit hasty to introduce her to his family, especially with Jiang Tianhua putting up considerable resistance, indicating that the timing was not yet right. However, Shi's earlier words had emboldened Lin Mo to extend an invitation. "What is it?" Jiang Wanli, intrigued by Lin Mo's mysterious demeanor, looked at him curiously. "My mother's birthday is this Saturday, and I would like to bring you home to make her happy, if that's all right." Lin Mo smiled and stated honestly. His mother, known for her fervent desire for him to marry, would surely be overjoyed to meet his beautiful future daughter-in-law. Previously, when he shared a picture, his mother, Ningjing, jokingly commented that it looked like AI-generated art. It was understandable. The enchanting beauty of the three women in their family seemed almost surreal. Lin Mo chose not to explain this to his mother, but instead aimed to surprise her. Once he brought Jiang Wanli home, the pressure of marriage proposals would dissipate. "That sounds wonderful," Jiang Wanli replied. Her cheeks flushed, yet she felt a tinge of shyness about meeting his mother and younger sister. As a university student, the sudden prospect of meeting her boyfriend's family felt somewhat dreamlike. "We should bring a gift for Annie to celebrate her birthday," Shi interjected with a smile. Although she had yet to meet Lin Mo's parents, her fondness for him suggested that they, too, would be reasonable individuals. However, since the time for such introductions had not yet arrived, Shi decided to send a gift to bridge the relationship for now. "Auntie, there is no need for any grand gestures," Lin Mo chuckled, deeming it unnecessary to make a fuss. "We can wait until the time is right for both families to meet." As for Jiang Tianhua, he had not even contemplated how their future interactions would unfold. "One should never fault those who are courteous," Shi remarked with a gentle smile. Subsequently, Lin Mo escorted Shi home and then took the sisters back to school, as it was Monday and he needed to head to work. However, on his way to the office, he inadvertently spotted Jiang Tianhua entering a large shopping mall, closely accompanied by a woman. Out of curiosity, Lin Mo discreetly followed them. Chapter 67. Jiang Tianhua's first love for a wealthy and successful individual like Jiang Tianhua. The presence of women is hardly surprising. Thus, when Lin Mo observed a stunning beauty by his side, it seemed entirely natural. Billionaire magnates attract admirers in droves. However, Lin Mo had already delved into Jiang Tianhua's private affairs. This man had suffered an accident in his youth, resulting in the loss of his masculine prowess. Consequently, women had become a luxury for him. Fueled by curiosity, Lin Mo discreetly followed the pair, casually perusing their information. Name, Jiang Tianhua. Age, 41. Trust level, 49. Personal privacy. Lost his virility due to an accident in youth. Current intent, to date his first love. Qin Nan. Name, Qin Nan. Age, 37. Trust level, 0. Personal privacy. Deeply in love with Jiang Tianhua, but unable to endure a life devoid of intimacy. Current intent, seeking a youthful paramour, but hesitating to take action upon reviewing their details. Lin Mo was taken aback. Jiang Tianhua's early loss of virility was indeed tragic. Wealth and status could not grant him the most primal pleasures. Perhaps this is what it means when God opens a door but closes a window. Reflecting on the notion of exchanging hundreds of billions in assets for a lifetime devoid of intimacy, Lin Mo suddenly grasped the limitations of wealth. Ultimately, he would never engage in such a trade. Jiang Tianhua's first love appeared somewhat more conventional. Maintaining a clandestine connection with him for many years, enduring such a lifestyle, was somewhat comprehensible. Platonic relationships are often mere fabrications. However, it must be noted that Qin Nan was indeed a striking beauty. Not only was she mature and graceful, but her charisma was also remarkable. Most importantly, after years of a monotonous existence, she was the type to ignite at the slightest spark, making her, in Lin Mo's eyes, the epitome of a perfect woman. For instance, his once proud and aloof superior, Shen Qingwei, would transform into a whirlwind of passion should there be an attempt to breach their professional boundaries. In comparison, Qin Nan was undoubtedly even more extravagant. Lin Mo indeed relished flirtation but never engaged in endeavors lacking certainty. Rather than provoke Jiang Tianhua by pursuing this woman, risking the loss of Jiang Wanli in the process, he preferred to adopt a more cautious approach, patiently awaiting an opportune moment. Just as Lin Mo was about to depart, Jiang Tianhua received an urgent phone call. The expression on his face revealed the gravity of the situation. After embracing Qin Nan, he hastily exited. As a titan of the business world, he rarely found time for leisure or romance, often departing mid-date to attend to pressing matters. Qin Nan had grown accustomed to such interruptions. Lin Mo evaded Jiang Tianhua and, almost instinctively, followed Qin Nan. The woman, already unable to tolerate a life devoid of intimacy, felt her frustrations intensifying. Yet, after indulging in a life of luxury for so long, even extravagant shopping sprees left her feeling empty. How much longer could she endure such a life? Lin Mo followed Qin Nan into a clothing store, which offered both men's and women's apparel. Although it was a luxury establishment, he was willing to splurge in order to attract her attention. Upon entering, Qin Nan quickly noticed Lin Mo, young, handsome, and brimming with vitality. However, she merely cast a couple of glances his way. After all, Qin Nan was no ordinary woman. A mere youthful visage would not easily sway her heart, especially as she grappled with her own internal turmoil. Otherwise, given her allure and financial prowess, she could effortlessly find a multitude of admirers. Lin Mo selected a few t-shirts, opting not to use the fitting room. Instead, he changed clothes right there, revealing his well-defined 8-pack abs. Qin Nan caught a glimpse and found herself stealing a few more looks. His robust physique was undeniably a plus, embodying perfection in form. After leaving a favorable impression, Lin Mo refrained from further self-display. He casually purchased 2 outfits, spending several thousand yuan, which left him feeling a bit pained. As he exited the mall, he bumped into Qin Nan once more. "Hello, sister. It seems we have crossed paths earlier." Lin Mo greeted her with a slight smile, taking the initiative. Were it not for the system guiding him, he would not have been so forward. It was evident that Qin Nan was in a state of torment and indecision. As Jiang Tianhua's first love, she had traversed the path of budding affection, but as the years passed, her desires became increasingly difficult to suppress. Living in a state of emotional solitude was undeniably challenging. Qin Nan was conflicted, questioning whether her perseverance held any significance. "Hello," she replied politely, smiling as she nodded. Over the years, she had become accustomed to being approached by men, yet encounters with someone as youthful as Lin Mo were rare. "Well, I have learned some medical skills. And based on your appearance, It seems you might have a minor health issue. Would it be all right to discuss? Lin Mo stated earnestly, having prepared his rationale in advance. As the saying goes, desire can be a formidable force. It can only be channeled, not suppressed. After enduring for so many years, it would be a miracle if her body hadn't begun to exhibit issues. Deteriorating complexion and hormonal imbalances may appear trivial, yet they significantly impact one's quality of life. Intrigued, Qin Nan suggested they move to the parking lot, recognizing that this setting was not ideal for such a conversation. Lin Mo felt a spark of anticipation, sensing the catch. Qin Nan drove a pink Bentley, and, instead of opening the door, tentatively inquired, "Can we speak here?" Her indecision stemmed not only from a lack of courage but also from her inherent nature. Women often require legitimate reasons to engage in certain actions. Lin Mo's approach to flirting piqued her interest. Perhaps this young man was a gift from fate. "Then I shall proceed. Sister, please do not take offense," Lin Mo remarked, surveying the nearly empty parking lot, a suitable venue for his earnest nonsense. Qin Nan nodded, her gaze fixated on him. She had encountered many who flattered her beauty, her allure, and even those who brazenly expressed their desire for her. It is quite unprecedented for someone to openly express health issues upon first speaking. Qin Nan found it hard to believe that this young man possessed any medical knowledge. Her sister must have been lacking in that aspect for an extended period, leading to hormonal imbalances, an overabundance of heart fire, and an inclination towards irritability and anger. Am I correct? Lin Mo summoned his courage and directly addressed the matter at hand. Engaging in conversation with a stranger, the fastest way to foster a connection is to shatter any pretense or restraint. Such utter nonsense. Qin Nan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she softly reprimanded him. To have such matters exposed is beyond mere embarrassment. It is a profound discomfort. There's no need to worry, sister. This is a common human experience and a normal need. Let's add each other as friends, and you can feel free to ask me anything in the future. Lin Mo smiled naturally, exerting no pressure on Qin Nan. As long as this woman was willing to accept the friend request, half the battle was won. Women often say one thing while feeling another. Much like many individuals on social media who claim they do not check private messages or accept friend requests, yet could simply disable their private messaging. To put it bluntly, it is a case of wanting to have it both ways. Are you truly a medical student? Qin Nan questioned skeptically, yet inexplicably found herself reaching for her phone. Chapter 68, The Son-in-Law of Song Shi. How intriguing as Qin Nan spoke, she instinctively added Lin Mo as a friend on social media. Becoming acquaintances on such platforms signified the potential for further interactions. A person capable of discerning long-buried secrets upon their first meeting possesses an undeniable allure. I have not only mastered the art of medicine but also acquired various skills that I am eager to showcase to my sister. Lin Mo beamed with a radiant smile, feeling that he had already succeeded halfway. Qin Nan's contradictory words only served to reinforce the reasons behind her steadfastness over the years. That scoundrel Jiang Tianhua truly wasted a precious opportunity. Let us discuss this later. Qin Nan resumed her composed demeanor, speaking coolly. Regardless of her emotional turmoil, she resolved to maintain her elegance. Then, farewell, sister. Lin Mo waved and turned to leave. His vehicle was parked at the far end, and any premature crossing of boundaries might only serve to complicate their relationship. At this moment, it was essential for Qin Nan to let her imagination run wild. Seeing Lin Mo depart so abruptly, Qin Nan bit her crimson lip, her thoughts racing. She promptly clicked on Lin Mo's social media updates. This is Song Shi. Upon discovering the post Lin Mo had shared the previous day, she was taken aback. If anyone had ever left a lingering impression on Qin Nan, it was undoubtedly Song Shi. Due to a business marriage, Jiang Tianhua had wed Song Shi. Even in the absence of affection or a marital life, he had, in effect, taken her beloved away. Thus, when Qin Nan learned of Lin Mo's favorable relationship with Song Shi, her interest in the young man grew exponentially. The caption in Lin Mo's post elucidated the connections among four individuals. The son-in-law of Song Shi, how intriguing. Qin Nan mused with a slight smile gracing her lips as she began to devise her own plans. Meanwhile, Lin Mo drove to the company, heading straight for the president's office. From the inexplicable racing of his heart last night with Song Shi, to spending the night embraced with Jiang Wanli, and then teasing Qin Nan just moments ago, this series of events left him feeling quite uneasy. At this juncture, he desperately needed to consult Shen Qingwei. Upon pushing open the office door, he found several middle-aged men inside. They were the same businessmen who had attempted to intoxicate Shen Qingwei earlier, with Wang Hong leading the group. Having failed in their previous endeavor and losing out on some project investments, they were understandably displeased. Does your company's staff have no manners? You don't even knock before entering. Wang Hong's ire flared upon seeing Lin Mo. During the last gathering, Shen Qingwei had sent Lin Mo to accompany them. Their plan to get her drunk had backfired, primarily due to Lin Mo's intervention. Blaming Shen Qingwei for her impressive alcohol tolerance would only serve to humiliate them further, a group of grown men outmaneuvered by one individual. Consequently, their frustrations were directed at Lin Mo. I did knock. Perhaps you are hard of hearing, Lin Mo retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. I couldn't care less about your status as a CEO. You are not my benefactor, and there is no need to indulge you. Miss Shen, I have serious doubts regarding your company's operational capabilities, Wang Hong said, casting a glance at Shen Qingwei, unable to find a way to retaliate against Lin Mo. The youth of today are markedly different from those of the past. They seem to harbor no respect for their superiors, working solely for the sake of comfort and financial gain. Mr. Wang need not concern himself with our affairs. Shen Qingwei offered a polite smile before casting a sidelong glance at Lin Mo. This fellow was clearly being intentional. However, she had no intention of continuing her collaboration with Wang Hong and his associates. After the previous financial issues, the vacancy had swiftly been filled following the acquisition of the significant client, Songshi. Shen's words conveyed a complete lack of sincerity regarding cooperation. Wang Hong rose, visibly displeased. He had anticipated leveraging the financial difficulties to his advantage with Shen Qingwei, yet he was taken aback by her transformed demeanor. For the sake of Lin Mo, she was overtly showing favoritism. It was you who lacked sincerity, a group of older men conspiring to pressure a vulnerable woman, oblivious to the mockery such a scenario might invoke. Shen Qingwei, equally feisty, slammed her hand down in defiance. Initially, financial constraints had compelled her to make concessions to Wang Hong, but there had never been any implication of physical transactions. With the financial matters now largely resolved, she no longer needed to heed the whims of these older men. Upon hearing her words, Wang Hong and his companions' expressions grew grim. Their previous attempts to coerce Shen Qingwei into drinking had failed to yield results. I hope you do not come to regret this. Wang Hong exchanged glances with his friends before departing the office. Whether Shen Qingwei's financial issues were truly resolved remained uncertain, but her assertiveness left them with no choice but to retreat. Engaging in conflict with a woman was a fool's errand. At their age, still preoccupied with frivolous thoughts, one wonders what their intentions truly were. Lin Mo chuckled, casually closing the door behind him. Shen Qingwei crossed her arms, regarding Lin Mo with an amused expression. While she criticized Wang Hong and his cohorts for their lascivious thoughts, Lin Mo was no exception. Yet, their previous intimate encounter had not led to any substantial follow-up. For one, Shen Qingwei still bore some emotional weight, and for another, she genuinely needed to rest. Lin Mo's physical prowess was indeed remarkable. Don't be too hasty. What if Wang Hong and the others return? Shen Qingwei murmured as Lin Mo lifted her effortlessly. This was Tianjin Company, where clients and employees could appear at any moment. Although they did not burst in unannounced as Lin Mo did, should they be discovered, their standing in the company would be jeopardized. The mere pressure of public opinion could be overwhelming. What is there to fear? The door is securely locked, Lin Mo grinned, tossing her onto the sofa. Others wishing to enter the office must seek Shen Qingwei's permission, even someone as prominent as Wang Hong. All must adhere to Tianjin Company's protocols. In all likelihood, Lin Mo was the only one permitted to enter without knocking. Impudent rascal, be gentle. Shen Qingwei chided playfully, wrapping her arms around Lin Mo's neck. Her words belied her true feelings. Before Lin Mo, her privacy was rendered virtually non-existent. Thus, he paid her no heed. In this moment of splendid scenery and delightful times, who can afford to concern themselves with trivial details? Yet, just as he prepared to proceed with his actions, a sudden knocking resonated from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 69. The President's Daughter, who might that be? Shen Qingwei inquired calmly, shielding herself from Lin Mo's playful antics. Regardless of her demeanor in front of Lin Mo, she invariably maintained the image of a composed, aloof superior. Even as an acting president, none dared to disregard her authority. Sister Qingwei, it's me. A sweet voice chimed from outside the door. Who? Lin Mo, noticing Shen Qingwei adjusting her attire, curiously probed. Whoever addressed Shen Qingwei as sister must have a close relationship with her. The president's daughter, Shen Qingwei replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her words. Given their pretense, she could be considered the girl's stepmother. However, due to the superficiality of their roles and their relatively close ages, the girl felt comfortable calling Shen Qingwei sister. Goodness. Lin Mo quickly rose to his feet, relieved that the encounter was just beginning. Otherwise, he would need to find a place to hide. Shen Qingwei cast a reproachful glance at Lin Mo before moving to open the door. Wait a moment. Under Shen Qingwei's puzzled gaze, Lin Mo hastily stepped forward and, rather roughly, tore the remnants of her torn stockings from her leg, leaving her unable to explain the situation. You little rascal. Shen Qingwei's cheeks flushed crimson as she chided him lightly. Sister, why is the door locked in broad daylight? The fashionably dressed girl at the entrance complained, noticing Shen Qingwei's delay in opening the door. I was discussing work and didn't want to be disturbed, Shen Qingwei replied sheepishly. Seated on the sofa, Lin Mo had already pulled up information about the girl. Name, Jiang Kaiwei, age, 20, trust level 0, personal circumstances, father critically ill. Returned home to accompany him. Current intent, suspicious of the unusual demeanor between Shen Qingwei and Lin Mo. Upon reviewing this, Lin Mo was taken aback. The young lady possessed quite a keen sense of observation. Allow me to introduce, this is Jiang Kaiwei, the president's daughter, and this is our company's creative director, Lin Mo. Shen Qingwei introduced with a smile. Without attributing a title to Lin Mo, the two locking themselves in the office would be hard to justify. Hello. Jiang Kaiwei approached Lin Mo with a cheerful smile. As a young woman who had studied abroad, she was far from the naive girl she might have appeared to be. Given Shen Qingwei's previous demeanor, coupled with the locked office door, anyone would find it hard to believe that the two were merely discussing work. Moreover, it was worth noting that Shen Qingwei typically donned stockings for work, yet now her legs were bare. What did this signify? It indicated a significant change in Shen Qingwei's attire, suggesting intimacy. Hello, Lin Mo replied with a slight smile, surprised by Jiang Kaiwei's astuteness. Since their situation had been discovered, further concealment would be futile. Not to mention, the young lady seemed unconcerned by the implications, a signal Lin Mo adeptly picked up. So, how about joining us for dinner at home tonight? Shen Qingwei, fearing Jiang Kaiwei might misinterpret the situation, quickly attempted to redirect the conversation. It is futile to have Lin Mo act as a stranger among the employees. Therefore, it would be better to cultivate a close relationship and treat him as a confidant. Once the bond is established, it becomes easier to navigate their interactions. Jiang Kaiwei, being youthful, is unlikely to reject such communication. In the absence of a chef, I can certainly take on the culinary duties. Lin Mo discerned Shen Qingwei's intentions and chuckled softly. Dressed in a professional OL outfit, complemented by high heels and black stockings, despite the latter being torn, her allure remained undiminished. Dining at home not only provides the opportunity to savor her presence again, but also allows for an assessment of the president's situation. Why not seize the chance? As evening fell, Lin Mo proceeded to Shen Qingwei's residence after work. Today, he could treat her sister as he pleased. But it was imperative that this young lady remained unaware. Upon seeing Lin Mo truly arrive at her home, Shen Qingwei seized the moment to smile and say, during work hours, I can restrain myself. Yet, once personal freedom begins, there will be no pretense. Unlike those timid young ladies, Shen Qingwei was not one to hesitate. However, what if the young girl began to overthink? Lin Mo smiled knowingly. Jiang Kaiwei had been suspicious since their first encounter. Dispelling such suspicion was no simple task. Therefore, you must not stay overnight, understood? Shen Qingwei shot Lin Mo a sidelong glance, having preemptively set the ground rules. Should this fellow stay the night, it would undoubtedly lead to a tumultuous evening. To be safe, he must be sent away early. After a night of exertion, I fear Sister Qingwei might not be able to cope. Lin Mo grinned, understanding her concern. The intent of visiting was merely to showcase a close relationship, allowing Jiang Kaiwei to refrain from making arbitrary judgments about a person or a situation. Let me make a call, Lin Mo said, offering an apologetic smile to Shen Qingwei as he retrieved his phone. His cousin Ning Yin had established a routine of returning home late. However, his commitment to cooking each day with Song she could not be neglected. The feeling of being alone at home for Song she might be akin to a young wife waiting for her husband to return. Therefore, if Lin Mo failed to accompany her in preparing the meals, it would create a significant emotional void. At Shen Qingwei's residence, or rather, the former home of the president, Lin Mo returned from his call to find Shen Qingwei tying on an apron, which surprised him. Sister, are you really going to cook? He inquired. Inviting guests for dinner is a delightful gesture, but if the food turns out to be inedible, it could become rather awkward. Given that Shen Qingwei typically subsisted on a hasty breakfast, he had little faith in her culinary skills. If you are able, then by all means, sister, take the lead. She replied, her cheeks flushing as she readily relinquished her position. The notion of ordering takeout felt too impersonal, compelling her to persevere. Prepare yourselves for a surprise, Lin Mo said with a hearty laugh, confident that his culinary prowess would astonish the average person. Culinary skills, absent a structured system, are challenging to cultivate in a short span. Don't boast. We are merely waiting to eat, Shen Qingwei replied with a gentle smile, leading Jiang Kuei away. The president's life hangs by a thread, and his sole daughter has been entrusted to her. Although she assumes the role of an elder sister, she must consider the future for her. It must be said that Shen Qingwei bears a significant burden. However, before long, Jiang Kuei curiously ventured into the kitchen. Observing Lin Mo's extraordinary knife skills and the dazzling array of spices, she found herself somewhat entranced. Dinner is almost ready, Lin Mo said, glancing at Jiang Kuei with a smile. Noticing that this young lady had been abroad, subsisting on nothing but fries and burgers, he was determined to treat her to a sumptuous meal upon her return. The confidence in Chinese cuisine is undoubtedly unshakable. Jiang Kuei nodded, her face alight with anticipation. Yet, just as she took a few steps, she suddenly halted. As a true descendant of Huaxia, she held a deep reverence for culinary delights and harbored no doubts. Nevertheless, the scene from the office sparked an array of thoughts in her mind. With a mischievous grin, Jiang Kuei approached Lin Mo and playfully remarked, "You know, I can't shake the feeling that Sister Qingwei has a fondness for you." Chapter 70. What are you doing locking the office door during the day? Jiang Kuei's astonishing remark left Lin Mo somewhat taken aback. Such thoughts need not be articulated so openly. Having spent time abroad, her mindset is evidently more liberated. After all, ordinary employees harbor a certain fear of Sister Qingwei. Jiang Kuei analyzed astutely. Though Shen Qingwei appeared gentle in her presence, she was undeniably the epitome of a cold and aloof superior within the company. For most male employees, harboring any improper intentions was unthinkable, and even making eye contact required considerable courage. In contrast, Lin Mo felt an unrestrained sense of ease around Shen Qingwei, even tinged with a hint of ambiguity. After much contemplation, Jiang Kuei could only conclude that there was something clandestine between the two. Despite Shen Qingwei being her nominal stepmother, she understood that her ailing father, who was well past his prime, was unworthy of such a woman. Thus, from the very beginning, Jiang Kuei regarded Shen Qingwei as an older sister. Once her father passed, this woman would be free, with no one able to interfere in her future. One may indulge in food, but one must not speak recklessly. Lin Mo refrained from giving a direct answer and instead gently tapped Jiang Kuei on the head. He could not ascertain Shen Qingwei's feelings for him, yet it was evident that they shared a relationship that transcended conventional boundaries. It resembled a sense of possession. However, Sister Qingwei's gaze towards you truly seems different. Jiang Kuei tilted her head, her expression earnest. Can a child so young truly decipher such nuances in someone's eyes? Lin Mo quickly admonished. Exposing this matter would yield no benefits. Hiki, what are you doing locking the office door during the day? Jiang Kuei grinned mischievously, leaning closer to Lin Mo and winking at him. She was intensely curious about the boy who had captured Shen Qingwei's affection, given her notoriously discerning nature. Perhaps she was being a tad too inquisitive. Lin Mo shot Jiang Kuei a glance, wondering if the little girl was truly relentless in her pursuit of answers. With a mysterious smile, Jiang Kuei briskly departed. After a flurry of activity, the dishes were finally served. I never imagined you could prepare such a feast. Shen Qingwei gazed at the table laden with food, her astonishment evident. Typically, young individuals fresh out of university would resort to takeout. Even those few who could cook would hardly reach such culinary heights. Yet, Lin Mo's dishes were vibrant and aromatic, a feast for the senses. Hee, they may look appetizing, but who knows how they actually taste? Lin Mo grinned widely, exuding confidence. The culinary skills bestowed by the system do not allow for subpar execution. Subsequently, Shen Qingwei and Jiang Kuei began to eat. One, a proud and stunning beauty, savored each bite delicately, while the other, a youthful and vibrant beauty, devoured her food ravenously. The entire scene presented a striking visual contrast. It was at that moment Lin Mo realized that Jiang Kuei was also remarkably beautiful, her charm captivating. The only downside was her incessant chatter and relentless probing into personal matters, lacking any sense of boundaries. Delicious, Jiang Kuei exclaimed, her head buried in her bowl. Fully engaged in her meal, accustomed to the indulgence of junk food, she felt as though she had entered a paradise. Shen Qingwei occasionally praised the irresistible allure of delicacies. For years, her daily meals adhered to the simplest of principles, merely to satiate her hunger. After satisfying her appetite, the clock had already struck past 7. Lin Mo Catching fleeting glances with Shen Qingwei could discern the fervor and eagerness reflected in each other's eyes. However, the ever-intrusive Jiang Kaiwei proved to be even more bothersome than anticipated. The young girl seemed deliberately intent on uncovering the nature of their relationship. By the way, I need to retrieve something from my friend S house. I'll be back later, so feel free to do as you please. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Kaiwei appeared to finally recognize her unwelcome presence and hastily concocted an excuse to depart. Without creating the right circumstances, one cannot unveil the truth. You must not visit bars or any places where alcohol is served, Shen Qingwei admonished seriously, well aware of Jiang Kaiwei's restlessness at home. Even if she were not a stepmother, she felt compelled to shoulder this responsibility. Understood, Jiang Kaiwei replied with a playful smile, kissing Shen Qingwei before taking her leave. Observing this, Lin Mo swiftly scanned the surroundings with the system. Indeed, the girl's departure was merely a ruse. She would return unexpectedly, seizing the opportunity for a revelation. Why isn't the president home? Lin Mo inquired, unhurriedly voicing his curiosity. Even if they were merely a pretend couple, cohabiting in a single residence was hardly unusual. At the very least, Jiang Kaiwei resided here as well. Knowing my time is limited, I have decided to return to the countryside. It is time to return to one's roots, Shen Qingwei remarked, her mood suddenly turning somber. Despite the absence of emotional ties, the demise of a life still weighed heavily. The president had toiled for most of his life, achieving success, only to be struck down by a sudden illness. Such is the capriciousness of fate. Thus, life is fleeting, and we must seize joy while we can, Lin Mo nodded, striding towards Shen Qingwei with a mischievous grin. Rather than lamenting the unpredictability of existence, it is far better to relish in happiness while time permits. This philosophy was Lin Mo's guiding principle. Shen Qingwei was no naive young girl. She was capable of responding passionately to every situation. Together, she never concealed her thoughts. This was the allure of a mature woman, poised, intelligent, and sensuously free-spirited. Just as Lin Mo was about to take action, Shen Qingwei interjected, "Wait 10 minutes." She glanced towards the entrance, shaking her head. Over the course of their acquaintance, Shen Qingwei had come to understand Jiang Kaiwei's temperament quite well. Her transition from curiosity to the sudden desire to leave was decidedly peculiar. Lin Mo recognized what Shen Qingwei was anticipating and promptly extinguished all the lights in the living room. Instantly, darkness enveloped the room. "Why are you turning off the lights?" Shen Qingwei asked, somewhat exasperated, as she scanned the downstairs area. From this vantage point, she could clearly see the community entrance. Yet, if she focused too intently, she would likely miss whether Jiang Kaiwei had entered through the gate. Lin Mo remained silent, smiling. "Turn the lights back on. I need to change my clothes first." Shen Qingwei checked the time, deciding it would be best to wait until Jiang Kaiwei had departed before proceeding. "Do not remove your makeup. What I desire is avatar." Lin Mo swiftly intervened, recalling a classic line. "You little rascal, is it true that you rely entirely on your attire?" Shen Qingwei retorted with annoyance, pinching Lin Mo lightly. Chapter 71. Qin Nan's figure photo. Sister Qingwei is always beautiful. It is merely a touch of playful charm. Lin Mo chuckled and quickly clarified. Rather than wasting words and explanation, it is far better to demonstrate Shen Qingwei's allure through action. As the saying goes, reading countless books pales in comparison to traversing myriad paths. From beginning to end, Lin Mo has always been a man of action. While Lin Mo was engaged in his endeavors, Jiang Kaiwei stealthily made her return. Her departure had merely been a pretext. In truth, she wished to discern the nature of Lin Mo's relationship with Shen Qingwei, or rather, how far it had progressed. Upon entering the room, Jiang Kaiwei hesitated to turn on the lights. In the enveloping darkness, she failed to notice the anomaly on the balcony. Driven by innate curiosity, she instinctively headed towards Shen Qingwei's room. Bang! In the obscurity, she accidentally collided with the door, producing a noise. Click! Shen Qingwei promptly illuminated the room. "What are you doing?" she inquired, her gaze fixed reproachfully upon the stealthy Jiang Kaiwei, who was pressed against her door. Jiang Kaiwei managed an awkward smile. She could hardly confess that her return was to catch the scene in action. Moreover, Shen Qingwei, while her stepmother in name, was free to associate with whomever she pleased. This was something Jiang Kaiwei understood clearly. Her curiosity was merely piqued. "I have a little matter to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Seeing that today's efforts were in vain, Lin Mo opted to depart. "I'll see you off," Shen Qingwei remarked, casting a sharp glance at Jiang Kaiwei before following Lin Mo out. The journey from the office to home had been interrupted twice by inexplicable occurrences. The feeling was utterly disheartening. Thus, When Lin Mo reached the car and noticed Shen Qingwei lost in thought beside him, he swiftly pulled her into the vehicle. By the time Lin Mo returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. "Brother, I submitted my resume to your company," Ning Yan said, rushing over as she was applying a facial mask upon seeing Lin Mo's return. Regardless of Tianheng Company's prospects, at least this cousin of hers was doing well. Having a familiar face there would be quite advantageous. Lin Mo playfully pinched his cousin's cheek and smiled. Ning Yan's desire to leverage connections inadvertently placed pressure on him. Thus he resolved to adopt a laid-back attitude for the time being. "Brother, I learned a set of massage techniques online today. I'll help you relax shortly." Sensing that Lin Mo was not sufficiently attentive to her endeavor, Ning Yan began to flatter him earnestly. "Oh, the sun has risen in the west." Lin Mo quipped in surprise. His cousin had typically been the epitome of clinginess. Expecting joy from her was akin to reaching for the stars. "How can you malign me when I am so well-behaved?" Ning Yan retorted, peeling off her mask with an innocent demeanor. "I'll take a shower first." Lin Mo shot her a glance before fetching a change of clothes from the balcony and heading to the bathroom. Ding! Just as Lin Mo stepped into the bathroom, he received a message. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Qin Nan. The woman takes the initiative to send a message. To Lin Mo, "This matter seems almost certain. What are you doing?" Qin Nan's text message was accompanied by a delightful emoticon. Although no longer a young girl, maintaining a youthful mindset is the epitome of well-being. "Yes," Lin Mo replied succinctly before setting his phone aside to take a shower. Meanwhile, at the Berman Grand Hotel, in the presidential suite, Qin Nan gently remarked to Jiang Tianhua, who was still absorbed in his work, "I'm going to take a shower." Their relationship was stable, yet not without its imperfections. Jiang Tianhua, a billionaire and a top-tier tycoon, despite his physical shortcomings, was someone Qin Nan would never easily let go of. In the realm of adulthood, the demands extend beyond mere physicality. "Go ahead," Jiang Tianhua replied, not bothering to turn away from his laptop. A vast commercial empire requires constant oversight, and he is the one at the helm. Thus, even during a date with his first love, work remained a priority. However, once Qin Nan stepped into the bathroom, Jiang Tianhua gazed at her enchanting silhouette through the translucent glass and let out a deep sigh. No amount of wealth could alleviate a man's pain. Yet, fate had played such a cruel joke on him. Fortunately, what brought Jiang Tianhua solace was that Qin Nan had remained by his side all these years, unwavering and steadfast. In the bathroom, Qin Nan stared at the chat window, momentarily lost in thought. After years of prudence, aside from her lingering affection for Jiang Tianhua, her primary concern was the potential risks involved. To lose a billionaire over trivial matters would be a grave miscalculation. Therefore, an understanding partner was the ideal scenario. It was evident that Lin Mo had perfectly hit the mark from the very start of their interaction. Qin Nan recognized that Lin Mo was in the prime of his youth, and after a brief moment of self-reflection, she glanced at the mirror in the bathroom. Her exquisite features and captivating aura, complemented by her flowing hair, radiated an irresistible charm. Though time had advanced, it had been gentle with her. A smile graced Qin Nan's lips. The unspoken yet mutual understanding they shared in their communication was simply splendid. Chapter 72. What does it mean to invite my sister out so late? Qin Nan sent a message, accompanied by an expression of a shy little girl. This woman's art of seduction, while seemingly transparent, reveals her expertise. Such behavior not only serves to test Lin Mo's courage, but also allows her to retain the initiative. Indeed, she is a master. Otherwise, Jiang Tianhua would not have remained devoted for so many years. The wisdom of a woman holds far greater value than her appearance. What is my sister up to? Lin Mo promptly seized the opportunity to respond. The swifter the reply, the more effective it is. This would indicate his eagerness to Qin Nan, leaving her no chance to feign indifference. Directness is the most straightforward approach. The mutual probing between them is bold and unrestrained. Firstly, Lin Mo possesses a system, which enabled him to target the easiest option from the outset. Secondly, Qin Nan herself has reached a critical point in her state. "Oh my, the moon is particularly round tonight." Qin Nan sent a playful emoji, attempting to feign ignorance and sidestep the topic. Some tests should be kept brief. If delved deeper, both parties would find themselves in an awkward position. "I know a fantastic barbecue place. Would you like to join me for a late-night snack, sister?" Noticing that it was still early, Lin Mo felt he could further engage with Qin Nan. From her previous message, she inadvertently revealed the name of her hotel. A quick search would unveil its location. This woman's command over details is simply unparalleled. Lin Mo seldom encounters women of such caliber, igniting within him a desire to compete. "Is it now?" Qin Nan expressed surprise. She indeed relished this atmosphere, but needed time to acclimate. Had she truly reached a point of desperation, she would not have endured for so many years before erupting. After all, with her beauty and grace, countless men would be vying for her attention. For the sake of his business empire's interests and reputation, Jiang Tianhua naturally refrains from disclosing Qin Nan's identity. Thus, in the eyes of friends and family, she remains a single beauty. A light meal will suffice, an hour will do. Lin Mo continued to guide the conversation. You aren't a bad person, are you? Qin Nan felt a flutter of excitement, yet she asked with a disingenuous tone. At this hour, even a fool knows how such a meeting would unfold. I will only protect my sister. Lin Mo sent a photo of his bicep, accompanied by a similar expression. Where are you now? Qin Nan inquired. Chatting with Lin Mo rekindled a long-lost passion within her. The years of suppressed frustration seemed to be laid bare before him. This direct approach, with an unspoken understanding between them, was undeniably captivating. 10 minutes later, I will be waiting for you at People's Park behind the Berman Hotel. Let us meet there. Lin Mo decisively laid out his plan. I've never encountered such a way of conversing. Qin Nan felt a bit perplexed, even experiencing a moment of mental paralysis. Lin Mo's manner of speaking was remarkably direct, even impolite. However, she felt no aversion towards it. Some individuals in certain circumstances are serendipitous and elusive, are they not? Lin Mo remarked with an air of profundity. Qin Nan remained silent, stepping out of the bathroom instead. She gazed at Jiang Tianhua, who was still engrossed in his work, her emotions in turmoil. She understood all too well that Jiang Tianhua often feigned late-night work during their interactions, a ruse to avoid awkwardness. After all, the physical flaws he possessed made prolonged isolation between a man and a woman, without the possibility of intimacy, a blow to one's self-esteem. I wish to take a stroll. Is there anything you desire for me to bring? Qin Nan inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. If Jiang Tianhua were to suggest accompanying her, she would have no choice but to relent. I am not hungry. Just be cautious, Jiang Tianhua replied with a warm smile, gently taking Qin Nan's hand. Over the years, he had come to comprehend the nuances of sharing a space with her. In most instances, he acquiesced to her requests. All right. Qin Nan grabbed a bag and exited. Her heart was laden with anxiety, yet simultaneously, an unusual emotion stirred within her. The moment she left the room, she sent Lin Mo an affirmative message. Lin Mo had never entertained the thought that Qin Nan might decline. Thus, within that fleeting minute, after greeting Ning Yin, he drove off. Qin Nan's agreement to meet tonight signified that the endeavor had already succeeded. For the sake of long-term considerations, Lin Mo compelled himself to remain patient. One must exercise moderation, for when the vessel overflows, it may lead to unforeseen consequences. People's Park. This open and free park, despite the late hour, still attracted numerous evening strollers. However, the vast expanses of the park rendered the crowd sparse. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Mo spotted Qin Nan scanning the surroundings. Sister, you are truly punctual, he greeted her with a smile. Although Qin Nan lived nearby, her early arrival hinted at something more. What do you intend to do by inviting your sister out at such a late hour? She asked, her lips curling into an alluring smile, imbued with a hint of arrogance. The gentle moonlight illuminated her profile, accentuating her exquisite features. I intend to. Lin Mo grinned, his words audacious. Qin Nan was taken aback, nearly at a loss for words. When the implications of his statement dawned upon her, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Despite years of restraint, being a woman, she found it difficult to let go of her composure. As the gates to a new world were poised to open, she felt an unsettling apprehension. Lin Mo took her hand, guiding her deeper into the park. The area was adorned with numerous trees, pavilions, and rocks, and under the cloak of night, it became a popular rendezvous for young couples. No longer concerned about being recognized, Lin Mo's confidence surged. Qin Nan, on the other hand, feigned interest in the surrounding scenery, her heart a mix of exhilaration and anxiety as they ventured further in. Everything seemed to unfold too swiftly, leaving her momentarily disoriented. This pace was in stark contrast to her shifting emotions. In Qin Nan's perspective, even if one must engage in such endeavors, it should be approached gradually, step by step. Yet now, Qin Nan finds himself incapable of pondering these trivial constraints. After all these years, is this not what he has longed for? The silver moon hangs high. In the tranquil park, time passes slowly. Chapter 73. Merely discussing work with my female supervisor, the evening breeze gently caressed the air, enveloping the park in a dreamlike twilight. Seated on a stone bench, Qin Nan turned her face away, avoiding Lin Mo's gaze. Even now, She felt somewhat bewildered. The night was serene, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. In any case, the events of the day required considerable time for reflection. On their way back, they encountered a young couple. Exchanging polite nods, each aware that they harbored their own little secrets in the stillness of the night. After all, who would come here at such an hour without ulterior motives? Were they merely feeding mosquitoes in the small grove? As Qin Nen walked, she absently rubbed her wrist. Lost in thought, the silvery moonlight cascaded upon her face, casting an alluring glow. Lin Mo turned to admire her with a smile. Checking the time, Qin Nen said, "I must return now." Lin Mo nodded, making no attempt to retain her. The first step is more significant than 100 that follow. Upon returning home, Lin Mo found Ning Yin already in a deep slumber. It seemed a massage to relieve his fatigue was an unrealistic expectation. The following day, Lin Mo arose early to procure a lavish breakfast. Ever since his relationship with Shun Qinghua deepened, he had taken to visiting her office almost every morning under the pretense of delivering breakfast, engaging in activities that were best left unspoken. In the CEO's office, Shun Qinghua casually remarked while enjoying her meal, "A newcomer is coming in for an interview today. You should oversee the proceedings." Lin Mo leaned against her back, inhaling her fragrant hair, and replied with a smile, "Is it Ning Yin?" Yesterday, his cousin had mentioned submitting her resume, and now Shun Qinghua had specifically requested him to play a role in the interview, clearly indicating that the young girl was leveraging their connection. "Is she your friend?" Shun Qinghua inquired with curiosity, having noticed a line in the resume indicating that Ning Yin wished for Lin Mo to be the interviewer. "More like a cousin." "Of the affectionate sort," Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. It wasn't that he was against Ning Yan's presence. Rather, having a chattering cousin around felt like being under scrutiny. Should their secret be uncovered, and if she inadvertently let slip to the family, it would surely create chaos. Conduct the interview normally. If she possesses the ability, she should be hired, regardless of personal relationships, Shun Qinghua said with a bright smile. This conundrum was evidently left for Lin Mo to resolve. Having reviewed Ning Yan's resume, she found it quite impressive. At the very least, she was qualified to enter the company. Just as Lin Mo was about to respond, a phone call interrupted him. It was from an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. "This is Qinyu. Let us meet," the caller stated directly. "What is there for us to discuss?" Lin Mo replied with a smile, recalling their last encounter where all pertinent matters had been addressed. Qinyu's assertive demeanor was unmistakable. Did he truly believe Lin Mo would relinquish Jiang Wanli? "I believe you'll find this interesting. I've sent you the address," Qinyu said before abruptly terminating the call. The assertiveness of a top-tier wealthy heir was unmistakably evident. Lin Mo originally intended to disregard the call, considering it devoid of significance. However, Qinyu is indeed a unique presence. If he is not dealt with thoroughly, endless troubles will arise in the future. Since the other party wishes to meet and converse, he shall oblige. "You handle the interview. I'll step out for a moment." Lin Mo rose, smiling as he returned the task of interviewing Ning Yin to Shun Qinghua. Given the current state of their relationship, it was a foregone conclusion that his cousin would secure a position in the company. Shun Qinghua shot him a glance before continuing her breakfast. Following the location Qinyu sent, Lin Mo drove directly to the destination. Engaging with the nation's most formidable second-generation rich heir invigorated his spirit. In the city center, within a high-end CAF, Lin Mo found Qinyu alone in a private panoramic booth. This wealthy heir, it seemed, had dispensed with any ostentatious display and arrived unaccompanied. "I knew you would come." Qinyu gestured for Lin Mo to take a seat. Regardless of defeat, one must retain their composure. This meeting was intended not merely to undermine Lin Mo financially, but to exert pressure on multiple fronts. "I merely came to offer a bit of consolation to you, the so-called loser, to prevent any future annoyance," Lin Mo replied bluntly, taking a seat without hesitation and offering no courtesy to Qinyu. It was a rather obnoxious act to cling desperately to the possibility of negotiating, fully aware that he could never relinquish Jiang Wanli. "Allow me to show you a video." Qinyu produced his phone, locating a recording and placing it before Lin Mo. Lin Mo furrowed his brows as he opened the video, quickly taken aback. It depicted the moment he entered the car with Shun Qinghua the previous night. Although the footage was not crystal clear, it was evident that a man and a woman alone in a vehicle for an hour was suggestive of intimacy. Lin Mo was astonished that Qinyu had employed professionals to clandestinely capture him. "What is this?" "We were merely discussing work in the car," Lin Mo stated after viewing the video multiple times, maintaining a calm demeanor. It merely captured their entry into the vehicle, with at most some intimate gestures. But the true details were not recorded. With a luxury car worth millions, such privacy could still be safeguarded. Is that so? Then I shall send it to Wanli and see how she reacts. Chen Yu replied with a radiant smile, reclaiming his phone. With this video, he could easily turn the tables on Lin Mo. Lin Mo's success in pursuing Jiang Wanli was predicated on seizing the opportunity of her budding affection. At her youthful and innocent age, she was easily swept away by the tides of love. Once Jiang Wanli discovered Lin Mo's indiscretions, the perfect image she had of him would shatter in an instant. At that juncture, Chen Yu, leveraging his own advantages, would effortlessly claim victory in this contest. Lin Mo remained silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Should Chen Yu indeed show the video to Jiang Wanli, even if he managed to talk his way out of it, it would likely become a lingering threat in the future. With matters reaching this point, he had no choice but to take a bold stand. Lin Mo had long been aware of Chen Yu's pronounced Oedipus complex, exacerbated by the fact that his mother indulged him excessively, leading to some rather excessive behaviors in daily life. Although they have not truly crossed the line, their intimate gestures are sufficient to lead them towards ruin. This is a scandal involving the nation's wealthiest family and will be magnified infinitely. You have a penchant for clandestine recordings, do you not? Fortunately, I possess some videos as well. Lin Mo transferred the footage from the system to her phone and then presented it before Chen Yu. Chapter 74. I never expected your mother to be so sensually beautiful. Chen Yu's expression shifted slightly. Lin Mo's calm demeanor irritated him. With a sense of curiosity, he clicked on the video. Soon, Chen Yu's composure shattered. By the end, his face was contorted with rage, reminiscent of a ferocious beast ready to strike. You're courting death. Chen Yu erupted, rising abruptly, his gaze ferocious as he fixed it on Lin Mo. If looks could kill, Lin Mo would have been obliterated on the spot. I never expected your mother to be so sensually beautiful, Lin Mo remarked, reclining in his seat with a grin. The video's content was not particularly scandalous. It merely showcased Chen Yu's intimate interactions with his mother, embraces, and even kisses, irrespective of the setting. Although it did not cross any explicit boundaries, it was undoubtedly more provocative and impactful than Lin Mo's escapade with Shen Qingwei in the car. Furthermore, Lin Mo's words were devoid of any semblance of politeness. Chen Yu's mother was indeed regal and stunning, given that her husband was a billionaire. It was only natural that her beauty and poise would be exceptional. I command you to delete the video now, or you will face dire consequences. Chen Yu seethed, trembling with fury, completely shedding his earlier nonchalance. In his eyes, his mother represented perfection incarnate. Lin Mo's clandestine recording felt like a sacrilege against her. Madam of the wealthiest, I assume you wouldn't want your relationship with your son to be public knowledge, would you? Lin Mo teased, crossing his legs and gazing at Chen Yu with amusement. For reasons unknown, he found himself intrigued by the beautiful matron. What do you intend to do with my mother? Chen Yu, flustered, was appalled that Lin Mo had set his sights on her. Should matters escalate further, he would not hesitate to eliminate this individual. Think. Lin Mo crossed his arms, adopting a defiant posture. Initially, he believed that Chen Yu, with his impeccable family background and cultivated demeanor, was beyond reproach. At that time, Lin Mo was merely grateful for acquiring the system and for having met Jiang Wanli first. Had Jiang Wanli not fallen for him initially, the outcome might have been quite different. But now, observing Chen Yu's inability to maintain his composure, it was evident that his faade was crumbling. This illustrated the irreplaceable position of his mother in Chen Yu's heart. In this light, everything became clear. Enraged, Chen Yu lunged forward, seizing Lin Mo's shirt and raising his fist as if to strike. In that moment, he resembled a street thug. In a fight, you're no match for me. Lin Mo taunted with a smile. With his proficiency in B-grade combat skills, even a professional fighter would struggle against him. A pampered rich heir, no matter how whimsically he practiced some form of martial arts, would merely be playing at it. Are you trying to provoke me? Chen Yu suddenly regained his composure. Lin Mo's deliberate mention of his mother had thrown him off balance. Throughout his life, he had never lost his composure to this extent. It was this very incident that provided Chen Yu with a renewed perspective on Lin Mo. How was this young man's mentality so formidable? I speak only the truth. Lin Mo remained unfazed, confident that he could counter Chen Yu's strike in an instant. Do not claim that I am denying you an opportunity. If you are a man, let us engage in a fair contest in the arena. Chen Yu's gaze was filled with provocation as he released Lin Mo. Although he was not a professional fighter, he had trained under a skilled coach since childhood, making him more than a match for an average athlete. Lin Mo nearly chuckled at the prospect. Could it be true? He had long harbored disdain for this arrogant scion of wealth, and now he was being offered a chance to unleash his frustrations upon him? Are you afraid? Chen Yu mocked upon seeing Lin Mo's hesitation. He had thoroughly investigated Lin Mo's background. Realizing that his recent promotion to creative director was merely due to his association with Shen Qinghua. In terms of combat prowess, Lin Mo was merely an average young man, slightly above the norm. Chen Yu was confident of his victory in this duel. What if you lose? Lin Mo inquired with a sly smile. A mere beating would not suffice. He sought something of greater value. What do you desire? Chen Yu generously offered Lin Mo the opportunity to state his terms, brimming with self-assurance. If you lose, your mother Ning Shuang must apologize to me. How does that sound? Lin Mo proposed, shocking Chen Yu with his audacity. Ning Shuang was none other than Chen Yu's mother, and the wife of the nation's richest man. Chen Yu's anger flared immediately, his fist cracking with tension. However, he seemed to perceive Lin Mo's subtle maneuver and responded with a cold smirk. You are merely seeking to provoke me to avoid the fight. Very well, I accept. This duel was a matter of masculine respect. Logically, Lin Mo should have had no hesitation. Yet, he was now reluctant to confront the challenge directly. The only explanation for this was his cowardice. Thus, Chen Yu, buoyed by his unwavering confidence, agreed without reservation. Lin Mo's smile grew ever brighter. He had to acknowledge one truth. He had inherited the boldness of Wei Wu. He found himself drawn to the allure of mature and captivating women. Young girls lacked the depth that comes with the passage of time. Wait a minute. Why should my mother apologize? Chen Yu finally realized the implication, his confusion evident. From the outset, he did not believe he had committed any wrongdoing. Their exchanges had been equitable. Do not presume I am unaware of the immense pressure you have recently exerted on Aunt Songshi, making your mother's apology entirely justified, Lin Mo retorted, glaring at Chen Yu. To alter Songshi's stance, Chen Yu had employed his family's connections and influence to compel her into submission. Should Songshi endorse a business marriage, Lin Mo would find himself utterly isolated. Thus, the fundamental reason Lin Mo demanded Ning Shuang's apology was clear. You have caused my mother-in-law distress. So it is only fair that I demand the same from yours. You. Chen Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to counter the undeniable truth. Indeed, in their pursuit of Jiang Wanli, the Chen family had relentlessly pressured Songshi. Unfortunately, Songshi's temperament was not as gentle as it appeared. She remained resolute and unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. What if you lose? Chen Yu, exasperated yet smiling, countered with a question. After all, he was certain of his victory. What consequences were there to fear? Would it not suffice to allow you a good beating? Lin Mo shrugged, wearing an expression of innocence. It was Chen Yu who had proposed the idea of stepping into the ring. There was no coercion to place a wager. Very well, I shall ensure you beg for mercy. Chen Yu gazed at Lin Mo's face, clenching his teeth in frustration. It was the first time someone had managed to breach his defenses. You may choose the time and place, as long as it is a fair fight. But to ensure equity, I shall bring a few friends to witness. Lin Mo rose and departed without a word. A man devoid of reason can be a terrifying entity. While he was untroubled by the prospect of defeat, he was concerned about Chen Yu's inability to handle failure. A cornered dog may leap the wall, and even a frightened rabbit can bite. Should Chen Yu abandon the principles of fair play, Lin Mo could find himself in peril. I will send you the location shortly. The fight is set for 8 this evening, Chen Yu said, watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, his voice low and resolute. Chapter 75. Is the theme of the competition my wealthy father? Chen Yu's desire to pummel Lin Mo had reached an unbearable urgency. To prevent this fellow from having second thoughts, a swift resolution was imperative. Lin Mo casually gestured and departed without a backward glance. Upon returning to the company, Ning Yin had successfully passed her interview. In consideration of this connection, Shen Qingwei personally took on the role of interviewer. Gaining entry into the company through her meant that no one would dare to bully Ning Yin. This, in a way, afforded Lin Mo a measure of respect. Since Ning Yin would not start her position until the following day, she returned home directly. Meanwhile, Lin Mo quickly received a message from Chen Yu, detailing the location of a boxing gym. Even though stepping into the ring and engaging in combat could be deemed illegal, this was a discreet underground boxing venue. Lin Mo called Zhang Yang to express his intentions. As for Su Wenjun, after his previous injury, he was advised against going. Upon learning the specifics, Zhang Yang readily agreed without hesitation. Such is the bond of good brothers, founded on unwavering trust and support. Given the impending fight that evening, Lin Mo opted to take a half-day off to rest. Upon returning home, Ning Yin, having passed the interview, began to shower him with affection. After all, she would have protection in the company now. Employing a massage technique she had seemingly learned from somewhere, She insisted on using Lin Mo as her subject for experimentation. "Dear guest, how's the pressure?" Ningyan inquired patiently while straddling Lin Mo's back, massaging him, regardless of how many times he saw it. Lin Mo's well-defined muscles were indeed impressive. "Put your full strength into it," he encouraged, lying on the bed in his basketball shorts, relishing this fleeting moment of comfort. Typically, it was he who pampered her. "Wow, it was actually President Shen herself who conducted your interview today? I was incredibly nervous at that moment," Ningyan remarked softly, testing the waters as she continued her massage. Though she was uncertain of the nature of Shen Qingyue's relationship with Lin Mo, her smooth passage through the interview undoubtedly suggested some form of favoritism. "Just avoid causing trouble in the company from now on," Lin Mo cautioned, feeling Ningyan's carefree attitude. "The workplace is vastly different from school. Scheming and rivalry are commonplace. Making enemies frequently would bring trouble for everyone." With a playful pout, Ningyan teasingly pinched Lin Mo. After dinner, Lin Mo drove to meet Zhang Yang and the others, anticipating potential conflict. Zhang Yang had brought along a dozen or so brothers for support. "Rest assured, I merely need you to cheer me on," Lin Mo remarked, observing the eager expressions on their faces. As long as there were people present, Qinyu would not act foolishly. In a society governed by law, would he dare to commit murder or arson? In the Dongyao district, at the Black Dragon Underground Boxing Gym, a venue not open to the public, enthusiasts typically trained here. Occasionally, illicit boxing matches would take place, saturating the atmosphere with a sense of brutality. Upon their arrival, Lin Mo and his companions found Qinyu and his crew already waiting. "I'm surprised you didn't tee back out at the last moment," Qinyu said, his gaze towards Lin Mo filled with provocation. Setting aside other matters, he at least exhibited the courage befitting a man. "Are you unaware of my wealthy father?" Lin Mo retorted sharply. A pampered scion of privilege, should he sustain injuries that leave him battered and bruised, the news would undoubtedly make headlines. "This matter is solely between us." Qinyu harbored no desire to rely on familial connections. Throughout his life, the name Chen Xinchang had loomed over him, and he yearned for independence. Regrettably, such a formidable legacy was inescapable. "Let's get started quickly. I have plans to join my friends for late-night snacks," Lin Mo urged, twisting his neck in anticipation. Qinyu couldn't help but be amused by Lin Mo's confidence, and he too was eager to deliver a sound thrashing to this arrogant individual. Originally, Jiang Wanli had been his woman, only to be usurped by Lin Mo. As a man, the anger he felt was palpable. "By the way, I have won first place in amateur free fighting competitions," Qinyu declared as he shed his shirt, donning professional fighting shorts. His well-defined muscles added an edge of intensity to the appearance of this wealthy heir. It was clear he was not jesting. "Is the theme of this match my wealthy father?" Lin Mo retorted, removing his own t-shirt to reveal his robust physique. Had it not been for the B-level combat skills bestowed by the system, he might not have stood a chance against Qinyu. But alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Upon seeing Lin Mo's muscular frame brimming with strength, Qinyu felt a jolt of realization. This braggart had the means to back up his bravado. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to triumph. A seemingly professional referee approached, for even in an underground boxing arena, rules existed. The referee briefly outlined the regulations, essentially free fighting, with only a few vital areas prohibited from attack, and not many restrictions beyond that. "Let the match begin." Qinyu cracked his knuckles, his eyes filled with fierce determination. "Hold on. Let's clarify that this is a voluntary exhibition match between us. Don't come crying to your father if you lose," Lin Mo interjected, raising a hand for emphasis. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still the son of Chen Xinchang. Should he inflict a lifelong disability upon him, the nation's wealthiest man would not take it lightly. To offend such a significant figure for a fleeting moment of satisfaction would be unwise. Today's confrontation was solely about the dignity of two men, no matter who lost. Retaliation post-match would be strictly forbidden, lest the heavens unleash their wrath. Qinyu, resolute, affirmed this stance. Lin Mo's hesitance before the match was indicative of a waning spirit. "What constitutes a loss?" Lin Mo grinned, his gaze suddenly fierce. "Until one side begs for mercy," Qinyu replied coldly, seizing the opportunity. He was not about to let Lin Mo escape easily. The theft of Jiang Wanli was akin to a betrayal of the deepest kind, one that could not be forgiven. With that, upon receiving Lin Mo's assent, Qinyu lunged forward, driving a knee strike directly toward Lin Mo's face. This was far from a friendly match. It was a fight to the finish. With that in mind, Lin Mo had no intention of holding back. He swiftly sidestepped Qin Yu's powerful assault and simultaneously executed a sweeping kick. Qin Yu's flamboyant assault was rife with vulnerabilities, leaving him utterly unprepared and resulting in his abrupt fall to the ground. Lin Mo seized the opportunity, swiftly advancing to secure him in a hold. The art of combat, fundamentally a synthesis of various fighting techniques, encompasses a multitude of ground maneuvers. What? Are you begging for mercy? Lin Mo tightened his grip around Qin Yu's neck, entwining his legs to prevent any attempt at rolling or escaping. This maneuver is technically referred to as a guillotine choke. Unless there exists a significant disparity in strength, there is virtually no chance of breaking free. Qin Yu's face flushed crimson as he struggled to breathe, rendered incapable of uttering a word. Those who accompanied Qin Yu were left in sheer astonishment. Was the battle truly over after just one exchange? However, given Qin Yu's stature, it was evident he was not accompanied by mere ruffians. Most of them were indeed professionals. Consequently, the referee rushed forward to intervene. Sir, you have committed a foul. Chapter 76. Next time you drink this much, you are forbidden to sleep in bed. Violation. Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo felt a moment of bewilderment. While a chokehold can indeed be perilous, it does not fall within the realm of prohibited attacks. Even Zhang Yang and others began to voice their discontent from the sidelines. It is not shameful to be outmatched. What is truly distasteful is the sudden double standard. This match was a standing bout of free fighting, devoid of ground techniques, and absolutely forbidding attacks on an opponent once they are down. The referee hastily clarified the rules. At this point, Lin Mo experienced a sudden epiphany and released the nearly suffocating Qin Yu. To be honest, winning in such a manner would be rather unfulfilling. The true purpose of his presence here today was to gradually teach this fellow a lesson. Qin Yu gasped for air, a mix of astonishment and joy washing over him. He was astonished that he had nearly succumbed to asphyxiation and faced imminent defeat, yet elated that he could now retaliate. No one could have anticipated that Lin Mo was proficient in ground locking techniques. Fortunately, the competition was initially designated as free fighting, which felt like fate. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo raised his hand and beckoned to Qin Yu. After their earlier probing exchanges, he had gauged the level of this so-called amateur free fighting champion. There was some skill, yet it was limited. After all, how could others give their all when Qin Xinchang's son was competing? In a real fight, they might not even be able to best Zhang Yang. Once Qin Yu's breathing steadied, he launched another offensive. The earlier setback was due to his own carelessness, exposing vulnerabilities right from the start, compounded by Lin Mo's exceptional ground skills. As long as he remained steadfast, victory would be within his grasp. Just as everyone assumed the true battle was about to commence, they soon realized this was merely their own wishful thinking. Lin Mo began his counterattack with light and agile steps. Left hook, right hook, jabs, stabs. An explosive combination of punches, reminiscent of a professional athlete, unfolded before them. Qin Yu was utterly befuddled, as the speed of Lin Mo's strikes left him with little choice but to instinctively defend himself. Bang! The forceful blow sent Qin Yu staggering back as if he were intoxicated, taking 3 or 4 unsteady steps before he could regain his balance. Another heavy punch from Lin Mo struck. Bang! Qin Yu's jaw took a brutal hit, blood splattering forth. A flicker of despair crossed his eyes as he collapsed heavily to the ground. In just one round of assault, he found himself utterly incapable of resistance. The fighting prowess of the two was not even in the same league. So, are you going to beg for mercy? Lin Mo looked down from his elevated position at the fallen Qin Yu. According to the rules, a plea for mercy would signal the end. Otherwise, the fight would continue. Of course, Lin Mo refrained from delivering a finishing blow not out of a sense of martial ethics, but because free fighting prohibits pursuing an opponent once they are down. Qin Yu now found himself in a quandary. To plead for mercy would strip him of all dignity as a man. Yet, should he stubbornly endure, he risked being rendered a vegetable. Rising would still be a humiliation. Lin Mo provocatively beckoned Qin Yu with a finger. According to the rules, there was no way to strike him now. We concede. A bespectacled man hastily approached from the audience, taking on the role of a mouthpiece for Qin Yu. At this juncture, any further attempts at bravado seemed futile. The combat prowess of the two was evidently not on the same plane. Qin Yu, a man of stature, could not afford the disgrace of begging for mercy. Consequently, those present felt compelled to alleviate their boss's plight. Are we to breach the rules? Lin Mo inquired with a smile, glancing at the referee. To beg for mercy was tantamount to defeat, a stipulation set forth by Qin Yu. Was it now that he found himself unable to concede? When a contestant loses their fighting spirit, it is implicitly recognized as a loss. The referee, clearly aligned with Qin Yu, earnestly explained that even if Qin Yu were to rise again, it would merely result in enduring a few more blows. Yet, he remained oblivious to Lin Mo's true identity, unaware of the latter's fervent desire to strike the scion of a wealthy family, an act bordering on recklessness. Observing Chinyu, battered and bruised, Lin Mo contemplated the possibility that further violence could lead to dire consequences, and thus he relented. He crouched down, speaking in a tone audible to both. As per our agreement, you must have Aunt Ning come to apologize to me, rather than imparting a lesson to Chinyu. Lin Mo was far more inclined to engage with the enchanting woman he had yet to meet but who had left a favorable impression on him. You seek your own demise. Chinyu, despite being incapacitated, remained defiant. He had never anticipated such a loss when placing his bet. The thought of having his mother seek an apology from Lin Mo was utterly out of the question. Hurry to the hospital. It would be unfortunate if your wealthy father sought retribution against me. Lin Mo chimed with a radiant smile, striking at the heart of Chinyu's pride. He repeatedly mentioned Chen Xinchang, knowing well that the young heiress' greatest support lay in his father, and out of a sense of masculine pride. Chinyu would be loath to seek paternal assistance. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Chinyu found himself powerless against Lin Mo. Indeed, he could call upon his father to resolve this troublesome matter, yet in the arena of manhood, he had undeniably lost. Let us go for a late-night feast, Lin Mo announced as he rose, directing his voice toward Zhang Yang and the others in the audience. This battle had been a resounding triumph for him. Zhang Yang and his companions joined in the raucous cheer, their camaraderie swelling with pride. The figure sprawled on the ground was no ordinary individual, but the son of a real estate magnate and the richest man in the nation. This occurrence was nothing short of surreal. Nevertheless, it must be said that Lin Mo's combat skills were indeed remarkable. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of a begrudging Chinyu and his companions, Lin Mo and his entourage departed, engaged in light-hearted banter. He had emerged from the arena with barely a bead of sweat. The humiliation and resentment weighed heavily upon Chinyu, compounded further by Lin Mo's audacious act of stealing Jiang Wanli's affections. He was uncertain how much longer his spirit could withstand the pressure before it shattered. To celebrate and express gratitude towards his brothers for their support, Lin Mo treated Zhang Yang and the others to a lavish feast. When he returned home, somewhat inebriated from the evening's festivities, it was already past midnight. The following day, as Lin Mo awakened, he found Ning Yin sprawled across him in a disheveled state. Aren't you getting up? Don't you realize today is your first day on the job? Lin Mo remarked, playfully slapping her pert backside. Ning Yin opened her eyes, confusion etched upon her face. Having returned home reeking of alcohol the previous night, Lin Mo had inadvertently deprived her of a restful slumber. Next time you drink so much, you're not allowed to go to bed, Ning Yin said, pouting with an expression akin to a disgruntled young wife. Sister, you're not even my girlfriend. You're overstepping, Lin Mo retorted, pinching Ning Yin's cheek with a hint of annoyance. This girl always spoke as if she were his girlfriend. Reflecting back, it must have been from their childhood games of house, where she had immersed herself too deeply into the role. Ning Yin placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of righteous indignation. Lin Mo, uninterested in her theatrics, got out of bed and headed straight for the bathroom. Once he purchased a house, he would no longer have to share a bed with this girl every night. Unlike his usual solitary commute, today Lin Mo drove with Ning Yin by his side. Upon arriving at the breakfast shop and standing in line, he suddenly received a message. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was from Jiang Wanli. A warm smile spread across his face as he opened the message. Big bad guy. What are you up to? Chapter 77. Chinyu's mother Lin Mo raised her phone and captured a photograph of the long queue. Sharing the mundane is a testament of love. Only Jiang Wanli could evoke that exhilarating sensation in the heart. Today, I am to participate in a piano competition. Could you come and cheer for me? Jiang Wanli continued to send messages. As a daughter of a prominent family, her studies were equally intricate, encompassing social etiquette and the arts. Of course, I must witness my darling claim first place. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo agreed. Her current job was uncomplicated and relaxed. Taking leave merely required informing Xinqingwe. Chatting with your girlfriend, and you look so sweetly amused, Ning Yin remarked with a hint of sarcasm from the side. I haven't seen any girl who could capture my cousin's attention like this. You really meddle too much, Lin Mo retorted, pinching Ning Yin's delicate face. By the way, isn't your aunt's birthday this weekend? Aren't you bringing your girlfriend home to make her happy? Ning Yin freed herself from Lin Mo's grasp, smiling as she reminded him. She had heard from her cousin that this girlfriend was still relatively new to their relationship, and with her stunning beauty, she likely posed quite a challenge. Thus, Ning Yin entertained the notion that her cousin would not bring her home, relishing in the thought. Noticing Ning Yin's speculations, Lin Mo merely smiled and replied, "Rest assured, when we drive back, the passenger seat is reserved for her. If the back seat is filled with things, you can take your own ride." After all, his mother was also Ning Yan's aunt. For such an occasion, which was not too far away, it was certain that Ning Yin would return to celebrate. "As long as you can bring your girlfriend home, I would even sit in the trunk," Ning Yin declared contentedly. To be honest, she was eager to meet Jiang Wanli. While her cousin had his charms, this girl was extraordinarily beautiful. When they finally met, she hoped to see if her brother had indeed snagged a gem or if he had overlooked any flaws. Understanding that Ning Yin was merely daydreaming, Lin Mo chose not to engage further. At such times, it was better to enjoy a breakfast that would uplift his spirits. After finishing breakfast, he also brought a portion for Shen Qingwei. With Ning Yin starting her job today, Lin Mo, as her cousin, felt compelled to look after her. Once Ning Yin completed her onboarding, he arranged for her to join the creative department before he took leave to attend Jiang Wanli's piano competition. The competitors in this piano contest hailed from all universities in Guining, and the level of competition was, without a doubt, fierce. Upon arriving at Guining University, Lin Mo found Jiang Wanli already waiting. The girl donned a light-colored floral dress, her subtle makeup unable to conceal the radiant smile that felt like a breath of spring. Just her presence was like a captivating painting. As the gentle breeze rustled her dress, the blossoms seemed to transport one to a sea of spring flowers. Intoxicating in its beauty. "You look stunning today," Lin Mo approached and gently took Jiang Wanli's hand. Being college students, overly intimate gestures at the school entrance could negatively impact the girl's reputation. "Would it interfere with your work?" Jiang Wanli tilted her head, smiling sweetly as she inquired. On a weekday, asking her boyfriend to spare some time to accompany her seemed rather impolite. "Work exists to sustain life, and without you, I find it impossible to live." Lin Mo chuckled playfully, leaning closer. Such a tease. Jiang Wanli playfully punched Lin Mo, though the force was more akin to flirtation. At that moment, Lin Mo caught sight of a familiar figure, Han Yu. It was only after seeing Shun Ming's information that he realized these two were cousins. No wonder. They were cut from the same cloth. Driven by the caution stemming from the previous incident of framing, Lin Mo once again pulled up Han Yu's information. Name, Han Yu, age 22, trust level 0, criminal history, involved with several university professors, worsening venereal disease. Family business linked to organized crime. Current intent, to supply new types of pills to the family's entertainment venues. Upon reading this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. It was no surprise that Shen Ming had enlisted Han Yu's help. This seemingly harmless student council president was engaged in illicit activities behind the scenes. Han Yu's family business was linked to crime, and he was entangled with drugs. This revealed much about the nature of his family. Lin Mo found some useful clues and videos in the system and sent them to Chen Guorong. Previously, he had learned from the system that Chen Guorong was investigating a drug trafficking ring, and perhaps this information would align perfectly. "Let us go." Jiang Wanli glanced at the time and smiled gently. The piano competition is at the convention center. Every university in Guining City has participants. However, Lin Mo was confident that his girl would emerge victorious, despite his complete lack of knowledge about the piano. The couple drove to the convention center, where many university students had already gathered. This piano competition was sponsored by an international piano brand and held significant influence within the industry. In the convention center's lounge, "What? It's already the finals?" Lin Mo asked in disbelief. He had never imagined they were at the final stage. Jiang Wanli had stood out among all the students at Guining University, representing her school in the ultimate contest. "Yes. Otherwise, how could I win first place right in front of you?" Jiang Wanli replied, brimming with confidence. "As a reward, I'll take you out for a delicious meal at noon." Seeing this, Lin Mo pulled the girl closer and planted a kiss on her enticing lips. Jiang Wanli nodded, burying her little head in Lin Mo's embrace. After resting for about 10 minutes, the two proceeded to the performance hall. Only 4 contestants made it to the finals, 2 males and 2 females. They were required to take turns performing piano pieces, with the final results determined by the scores of a panel of judges. Lin Mo, being an outsider to the world of piano, found more pleasure in admiring Jiang Wanli than in appreciating the performances on stage. The competition was fierce. Jiang Wanli listened intently, unaware that Lin Mo was admiring her profile. She possessed ample confidence, but would never underestimate her rivals. Those who advance to the finals possess a remarkably high level of piano proficiency. At last, it was Jiang Wanli's turn to take the stage. Lin Mo, invigorated, applauded for her. As the girl ascended the platform, her ethereal beauty and grace instantly captivated the audience, making her the center of attention even before she began to play. Meanwhile, the incident in which Chun Yu was left bruised and battered could not be concealed. Upon learning of this from afar, Chen Xinchang was filled with righteous fury. What era was it to still resolve disputes through physical combat? Moreover, as his sole heir, any harm to his vital parts could spell the end of the Chen lineage. Although Chen Yu insisted that this was merely a contest of masculinity, devoid of any subsequent vendetta, a father's instinct to protect his son rendered Chen Xinchang indifferent to such verbal assurances. Coincidentally, on this day, Chen Yu's mother, Ning Shuang, arrived in Guining City from the capital. As a mother, she felt compelled to seek an explanation for her son. She procured Lin Mo's phone number and made a direct call. Chapter 78. The wife of the nation's wealthiest man at the exhibition center. Amidst the atmosphere of the piano competition, Lin Mo was filming Jiang Wanli when an unexpected call startled him. The unfamiliar number prompted him to terminate the call immediately. In an effort to maintain tranquility, he activated silent mode. Initially assuming it to be a nuisance call, he was surprised when the call came through again. Paying it no mind, he continued to film Jiang Wanli, captivated by the girl's elegant and poised piano performance. The entire scene was ethereal and exquisite. Not only the judges but even the audience became entranced by the beauty of the moment. The notes flowing from Jiang Wanli's delicate fingers seemed to weave together the most enchanting melody in existence. Meanwhile, Ning Shuang, witnessing Lin Mo's disregard for the call, was quite vexed. Did this fellow truly believe that avoidance would resolve the matter? She even doubted whether she had dialed the wrong number. However, upon repeated verification, it was confirmed that she had not erred. It wasn't until Jiang Wanli concluded her performance, with thunderous applause resonating throughout the hall, that Lin Mo continued to ignore the persistent unknown number. Undoubtedly, the girl had emerged victorious, claiming first place in the piano competition. Lin Mo had pre-ordered flowers and, as Jiang Wanli descended the stage, he briskly approached to present them. Congratulations, my dear, you truly deserve it. Although lacking in musical knowledge, he could at least appreciate the visual feast. Thank you, Jiang Wanli exclaimed, cradling the flowers, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. More than the accolade, she longed for Lin Mo's praise. Let us go celebrate with some delicious food. Lin Mo took the girl's soft, fair hand, and together they left the venue, unabashedly ignoring the envious gazes around them. If looks could wound, Lin Mo would surely be left in tatters. Once outside the concert hall, Ning Shuang's call came through yet again. By this time, Lin Mo had deactivated silent mode, allowing him to hear the persistent ringing. A number repeatedly dialing was a clear indication that it was not a mistake. Even if it were a telemarketer, their tenacity was remarkable. Lin Mo had begun to piece together the situation, after having dealt a blow to Chen Yu, the nation's most formidable second-generation wealthy heir. It was unlikely that the family would let the matter rest. Hello, who is this? With Jiang Wanli occupied taking photos with the audience, Lin Mo seized the opportunity to answer the call. I am Chen Yu's mother. I need to speak with you. The voice on the other end was direct and assertive. It was evident that Ning Shuang's demeanor was formidable. As the wife of the nation's richest man, she was not to be trifled with. Hello, ma'am. How may I assist you? Lin Mo replied politely, feigning innocence, fully aware of the nature of the call. Chen Yu's predicament was entirely of his own making. Stop playing the fool with me, Ning Shuang retorted coldly. Although her son had informed Lin Mo that the confrontation was a consensual friendly match, with no one held accountable. The law does not operate like a child's game. Such injuries could easily constitute a charge of intentional harm. Of course, this was contingent upon proving that it was a brawl, accompanied by intent to injure. Should this altercation be redefined as a boxing match, there would be no need for medical compensation. I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you're implying, ma'am. Lin Mo continued to disregard Ning Shuang's accusations. Wealthy individuals are particularly concerned with their reputation. It is simply unacceptable to demand medical expenses because one's son has been assaulted. My son is currently hospitalized, having received 8 stitches on his brow and suffering from a concussion. Believe me, I could ensure you spend a few years behind bars. Ning Shuang was seething with rage. She could not fathom Lin Mo's unflappable demeanor. This was a provocation, not just to her, but to the entire Chen family. Lin Mo smirked, feeling the intensity of her anger even through the phone. Ah, you mean that, do you? While I had previously stated my position, let us consider it as mere hot air. However, rest assured, Auntie, I shall allocate the medical expenses according to the degree of responsibility involved. Lin Mo feigned realization. But his words nearly sent Ning Shuang into a fit of fury. What was their status? To call merely for such trivial medical fees? I demand that you come to the hospital immediately to apologize to my son. Beep. Before Ning Shuang could finish her sentence, Lin Mo abruptly hung up. After all, Jiang Wanli was already preoccupied. The matter of her son being beaten was trivial compared to their intimate world together. He then activated the silent mode once more. On the other end, Ning Shuang stared at the screen of her phone in disbelief. After all these years, she had never encountered such blatant rudeness. The more he acted this way, the more she felt indignant for her son. In Ning Shuang's eyes, Lin Mo was nothing short of a scoundrel. I wonder how long he thinks he can evade this. Ning Shuang slammed her phone onto the table, her unprecedented fury clouding her judgment. While Chen Yu lay in the hospital, Lin Mo behaved like an innocent bystander. As a mother, she had never endured such humiliation. However, being a resilient woman who had weathered many storms, she quickly regained her composure. First and foremost, she needed to support her son through this ordeal, and she would personally seek retribution from Lin Mo afterward. It would be futile to lash out without knowing where to find him. Noon arrived. Lin Mo drove Jiang Wanli to enjoy a lavish seafood feast. Although such fare was commonplace for girls, celebrating an award with someone one cherishes transformed the experience entirely. After their meal, they indulged in tender moments together. With afternoon classes looming, Lin Mo returned Jiang Wanli to school. In the afternoon, Lin Mo discovered that Ning Shuang had added him as a friend on social media using his phone number. It was a confrontation he would have to face eventually, and he was intrigued by this alluring woman. Thus, he accepted her request. Although he had seen Ning Shuang through past interactions with Chen Yu and Chen Xinchang, he was still captivated upon encountering her in his social circle. Unlike the youthful vibrancy of Jiang Wanli or the graceful elegance of Song Shi, Ning Shuang exuded an intoxicating sensuality. Ding! At that moment, Ning Shuang sent a message. Let's arrange a meeting place to discuss matters in person. Without seeing Lin Mo, it would be impossible to clarify things. Ning Shuang's insistence on meeting Lin Mo stemmed not only from a desire for justice for her son, but also from a deeper, more intricate motive. Lin Mo had intercepted Jiang Wanli, causing Chen Yu to lose his most cherished girl. The consequence of this matter has significantly influenced the connection between two formidable business empires. Thus, Ning Shuang intends to leverage the incident involving Lin Mo and Chen Yu to her advantage, persuading Lin Mo to withdraw from a tumult that never rightfully belonged to him. Very well. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and readily agreed. There was indeed a wager associated with stepping into the arena against Chen Yu, should he lose. His mother would be compelled to apologize. Now that Ning Shuang has approached him, it is fortuitous for his intentions. You shall determine the venue. Ning Shuang expressed her sincerity. For if she were to choose, she might worry that Lin Mo would hesitate to honor the agreement. The vengeance of the affluent is not to be taken lightly. Lin Mo did not hasten to respond. Instead, he reserved a room on his mobile device. Subsequently, he sent the details to Ning Shuang, room 607 at the Wanxi Grand Hotel. Chapter 79. Aunt Ning, I did not anticipate your exquisite beauty. Hotel? Ning Shuang expressed her confusion. Although some business collaborations indeed occur within the confines of hotels, it seemed rather inappropriate for Lin Mo, a solitary man, to venture into such an establishment with her. Is there a problem? Lin Mo offered no further explanation, recognizing this was Ning Shuang's singular opportunity. This woman was exceedingly assertive, and it was imperative to temper her fervor. Ignoring my counsel would lead to a fruitless discussion. Very well, I shall see you shortly. Ning Shuang approached her tasks with formidable decisiveness. Even if the meeting was at a hotel, it was of little consequence. Lin Mo understood that this meeting was essential and proceeded to drive there. 20 minutes later, at the Wanxi Grand Hotel, room 607. Lin Mo was unaware of Ning Shuang's origins, but she claimed to be in Guining City, thus he simply had to wait. Truth be told, the encounter with Ning Shuang felt exceedingly rushed, leaving Lin Mo in a state of disarray. 10 minutes passed. A gentle knock resonated. Lin Mo rose and ambled towards the door. As he opened it, the long-awaited Ning Shuang finally graced his presence. A look of awe flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Before him stood a poised and captivating woman. Her eyes sparkled like gems, her complexion reminiscent of peach blossoms. The burgundy gown she wore accentuated her flawless curves, while her delicate, jade-like legs, enhanced by black stockings and heels, elevated her allure to its zenith. Gazing at Ning Shuang's striking makeup, Lin Mo found himself momentarily entranced. She was perhaps the most alluring woman he had ever encountered, embodying the quintessence of femininity. Mature and elegant, she exuded an intoxicating charm. Lin Mo had never anticipated that Ning Shuang would present herself in such a sensual manner for their negotiation. "Aunt Ning, I did not foresee your beauty," he remarked with a smile, offering her a compliment. Although she might slightly pale in comparison to Song Shi, she was undoubtedly a perfect mature woman. Song Shi, being Jiang Wanli's mother and his mother-in-law, naturally instilled a sense of reverence in Lin Mo. In contrast, Ning Shuang's identity did not hinder Lin Mo. Instead, it ignited a fervent desire for conquest within him. This irresistibly seductive woman was Chen Yu's mother. Ning Shuang showed no reaction to Lin Mo's praise. "Please, come in," she said coolly. Lin Mo smiled gently, inviting her into the room. Ning Shuang, with an air of aloofness, gracefully approached the sofa and sat down, all the while displaying no intention of engaging Lin Mo in an equal dialogue. Lin Mo remained unperturbed by her demeanor and focused on retrieving her information. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to achieving victory in every conflict. Name: Ning Shuang. Age: 41. Trust level: 0. Personal privacy: aware of Guiyang municipal government planning policies, preparing to accumulate a substantial amount of land in anticipation of appreciation. Complies with her son's wishes, though she does not favor this mode of mother-son interaction. Exhibits a strong inclination for subtitles. Recently grappling with the decision to purchase small toys online. Current intent: aiming to restore her son's dignity while concurrently addressing the issues surrounding Jiang Wanli. Upon reviewing Ning Shuang's basic information, Lin Mo could not help but click his tongue. At 41, she appeared to be merely in her 30s. Is it the result of affluence and self-care, or is she simply naturally beautiful? However, these concerns are trivial. Within Ning Shuang's privacy lies the most valuable information Lin Mo has thus far discovered. A true testament to being the wife of real estate magnate Chen Xinchang. She consistently possesses foresight into government planning, thus seizing the initiative. The connections and networks of the wealthy are indeed formidable. Consider the value of a deserted plot of land that no one desires. If this area were to be designated as a development zone, it could potentially transform into a hospital or school in the future. The profits from such a venture are beyond imagination. Thus, Lin Mo must delve deeper into this matter. It is an opportunity that cannot be overlooked. Additionally, it is surprising that Ning Shuang is involved in that particular circle and harbors a penchant for passive acceptance. Naturally, she does not favor interactions akin to those with Chen Yu, which contradicts her inner sentiments. Suddenly inspired, Lin Mo placed an order for some peculiar trinkets on his phone. "Now, how do we resolve the issue concerning my son?" Ning Shuang crossed her legs, speaking in a detached tone. In this dialogue, she firmly maintained the upper hand. Yet, this was merely a manifestation of her own misguided notions. "By the way, Aunt Ning still owes me an apology," Lin Mo remarked with a smile. Chen Yu had entered the arena with him under a wager. Should Chen Yu lose, his mother Ning Shuang would be obliged to apologize. What? Ning Shuang furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed. Lin Mo, however, patiently elucidated the backstory. Childish. After hearing Lin Mo's account, Ning Shuang merely scoffed derisively. Applying pressure to Song, she was merely standard practice. Everything in business is intrinsically linked to money. Lin Mo's interception of Jiang Wanli effectively disrupted the operations of two commercial empires, and the more severe repercussions had yet to be addressed. Childish. Then let me show you something less frivolous. With a smile, Lin Mo stepped forward, retrieving a video from Ning Shuang's past. The content was not particularly scandalous, merely depicting her daily life with Chen Yu. While it might be deemed conservative for a young couple, it felt rather inappropriate in the context of a mother-son relationship. Though Ning Shuang did not favor this mode of interaction, her indulgence toward her son led her to tacitly accept such daily exchanges. Uncertain of Lin Mo's intentions, she initially dismissed the video. However, upon viewing it, her demeanor changed dramatically. This was a small secret shared between her and Chen Yu, unknown even to Chen Xinchang. Where on earth did Lin Mo acquire this video? From a certain perspective, I can empathize with Chen Yu. Lin Mo put away his phone and smiled warmly at Ning Shuang. His negotiation with this woman was not aimed at compensating Chen Yu's medical expenses, nor was it a concession regarding Jiang Wanli's matter. From the very beginning, his interest lay solely in this alluring and captivating woman. "Where did you obtain the video?" Ning Shuang asked, her face flushed with indignation. From the footage, it was evident that it was recorded in their own home. Being secretly filmed in the sanctity of their private space felt like a profound humiliation. It is well known that videos cannot be doctored. As long as they are authentic, they suffice. It seemed the lady had failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Lin Mo stretched lazily, relishing the effect he had created. For ordinary individuals, this video held little significance. However, for the nation's wealthiest business empire, it represented a colossal scandal. If the video were to leak, the repercussions could range from tarnished reputations to severe blows to the Chun family's business interests. Even the typically assertive Ning Shuang appeared at a loss on how to respond. I command you to delete this video. She suddenly remembered that secretly recording private moments was illegal, and her demeanor shifted to one of defiance. With a little maneuvering, she could potentially have Lin Mo arrested. You always adopt such a condescending tone. It's truly infuriating, Lin Mo remarked, and to Ning Shuang's astonishment, he indeed deleted that very video. Chapter 80. The way Ning Shuang likes it. Upon witnessing Lin Mo actually delete the video, Ning Shuang was utterly astonished. How could this impudent individual suddenly become so obedient? At the core, everyone harbors a fear of legal repercussions, and Lin Mo is no exception. However, before Ning Shuang could even exhale a sigh of relief, Lin Mo, with a mischievous grin, produced yet another video. This was not merely a play on words. Rather, the system contained more than one video. Essentially, he was toying with Ning Shuang, striving to destabilize her composure. Ning Shuang trembled with rage as she realized the situation. The feeling of being caught off guard, with no means of resistance, was truly dreadful. What on earth do you intend to do? Exhausted by this sense of subjugation, she exclaimed in frustration. She had initially hoped to leverage Lin Mo against Chun Yu to compel him to relinquish Jiang Wanli, believing she could seize control of the situation. Her life had always been characterized by a dominant stance. It was her norm. Now, however, the dynamics had entirely shifted. I merely perceive that Annie dotes on Chun Yu excessively. From your gaze, it's apparent that you do not genuinely enjoy this manner of interaction, do you? Lin Mo seated himself beside Ning Shuang and commenced his performance. Ning Shuang cast a surprised glance at him, taken aback that her innermost thoughts had been so thoroughly discerned. Indeed, her indulgence towards Chun Yu stemmed solely from a mother's affection. While Chen Xinchang might be a master at earning money, he was also a relic of the past, lacking in the nuances of charm and romance. It seems I was correct. If so, why doesn't Annie assertively put an end to this behavior? Lin Mo, observing Ning Shuang's demeanor aligning closely with the information provided by the system, recognized that he was onto something. I have reiterated this countless times, yet he remains unresponsive. Ning Shuang instinctively began to explain. Even she was oblivious to the fact that she was engaging with Lin Mo over such matters. A child who cannot detach from their mother never truly matures. Thus, Chun Yu's emotional state is more fragile than you might presume, Lin Mo remarked with a smile. On ordinary days, Chun Yu's vulnerabilities might not be apparent. However, when faced with adversity and reaching the limits of his emotional endurance, he would ultimately shatter. Lin Mo had already discerned this. Of course, he did not wish for Chun Yu to improve. Rather, this knowledge served merely as a bargaining chip in their conversation. Ning Shuang fell into contemplative silence, finding merit in Lin Mo's assertions. It appeared time was ripe to terminate this distorted relationship. Fortunately, she had maintained her boundaries. Otherwise, she would have only found herself ensnared deeper. Moreover, I have come to understand what life Annie truly yearns for. With the moment ripe for revelation, Lin Mo boldly ventured forth. Only by peeling away that layer of pretense could one achieve greater efficacy. Cease with the theatrics, Ning Shuang admonished. The discussion regarding Chun Yu arose from the validity in Lin Mo's words. Coupled with the unexpected emergence of the video, she felt somewhat disoriented. Now Lin Mo audaciously claimed to comprehend her. What a laughable assertion. Please, Annie, hold your rebuttal for a moment, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Shrugging lightly before leaning in to whisper softly in Ning Shuang's ear, he divulged all the private information he had gleaned from the system. Every detail had been meticulously laid bare. By the end, Ning Shuang felt as though she were lost in a dream. She had the distinct impression that Lin Mo understood her innermost thoughts better than she did herself. In the intricate web of rules that governed the aristocracy, many things were simply unattainable. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Startled, Ning Shuang wondered if Lin Mo had invited someone else. As a man and a woman alone in a hotel, could they be falling into a trap? It was well known that the media could easily twist the narrative. If it were reported that Chen Xinchang's wife was seen with a young man in a hotel, regardless of the truth, it would become sensational news. Auntie, don't be anxious. It's just the takeout I ordered, Lin Mo quickly reassured her, sensing her unease. He rose and walked to the door, revealing a delivery boy who promptly left after handing over the order. Lin Mo returned to Ning Shuang, holding a takeout bag. "Annie, this is for you. Open it and see." He handed her the bag and settled down beside her to watch the unfolding scene. "What is it?" Ning Shuang furrowed her brow, completely out of sync with Lin Mo's rhythm. From the moment she entered the room, it felt as though she were being led by the nose. She had to admit that her son, Chinyu, was no match for Lin Mo. This young man exuded an inexplicable confidence and a composed demeanor that suggested he had everything under control. "You'll find out if you just open it," Lin Mo urged with a smile. Curiosity piqued, Ning Shuang decided to unveil the contents of the bag. In the next moment, she was left speechless. Inside were all the items she had longed to purchase but had hesitated to order online. Could this fellow truly see through her heart? This attempt to brush things aside was underestimating her, wasn't he it? Suddenly, Ning Shuang regained her cool demeanor and forcefully pushed the items away. Even if Lin Mo could penetrate her thoughts, so what? The air had been cleared, it was no big deal. "What does Annie wish to do?" Lin Mo said, raising his hands in a gesture of neutrality. "If you strike Chinyu, the worst that happens is a compensation for medical expenses. As for Jiang Wanli's matter, let us not discuss it. Delete all the videos you have," Ning Shuang replied coldly. She would not find peace until this leverage was eradicated. With this hold over her, Lin Mo had rendered her powerless. "Not a problem," Lin Mo replied readily, then added, "However, I do have a request." Chapter 81. Ning Shuang's compromise. What request? Upon hearing Lin Mo's demand, Ning Shuang unexpectedly felt a sense of relief. With the upper hand in their negotiations, she was certain to reap benefits. After all, her financial resources were more than sufficient to meet the majority of Lin Mo's requests. Resolving the matter with money would be even simpler. Her family was not lacking in wealth. "Fulfill any one of my demands, and I shall delete all the videos. Should you renege, let the heavens strike you down," Lin Mo declared, raising his hand with a serious expression. Having finally seized Ning Shuang's dark past, he knew he had to act decisively to avoid losing out. "Absolutely not," Ning Shuang replied coldly, without a moment's hesitation. Such thoughts had crossed her mind intermittently, yet they remained mere fanciful notions. In the confines of her private life, she had never accomplished such things. It was inconceivable that she could do so before Lin Mo. This was non-negotiable. "Then there is nothing to discuss," Lin Mo said decisively as he stood up, ready to leave. The weight of his leverage was entirely contingent upon Ning Shuang's willingness to compromise. If he continued to yield, the value of his bargaining power would only diminish. This mindset was crucial in negotiations, and it was the greatest weapon Lin Mo possessed after acquiring the privacy system. Applicable to anyone. "Do not leave. Delete the videos immediately," Ning Shuang exclaimed, her voice icy. The thought of Lin Mo possessing such clandestine footage filled her with dread. From that day forth, she would be unable to sleep soundly. If the videos were ever uploaded online, the ensuing public scrutiny would be unbearable. Thus, Ning Shuang was genuinely anxious. Resolving the video matter was of utmost importance. "Do not bring that tone from work into this setting. I am not your subordinate," Lin Mo retorted with a dismissive smile, unperturbed by her demeanor. Ning Shuang, a career-driven woman, was accustomed to commanding her employees, often speaking in a tone of authority that many found irksome. However, their relationship was not one of hierarchy, and at this moment, Lin Mo held the reins. Watching this proud and aloof woman lose her composure, Lin Mo felt a sense of satisfaction at her helplessness. This woman was, after all, Chinyu's mother, and the desire for retribution began to stir within him. "Then I shall call the police," Ning Shuang asserted, pulling out her phone as if to make the call. Lin Mo's act of secretly recording was an invasion of privacy. Should she report it, the police would indeed see the footage, but while it might attract moral condemnation, it was not a criminal offense. Once the police seized the videos, they would not be leaked, and crucially, Lin Mo would face detention for breaching privacy laws. This was the foundation of Ning Shuang's resolve. This can be sent with a single click. In just 1 second, numerous forums could receive these videos. "Shall we wager on whose fingers are faster?" Lin Mo threatened, producing his phone. He was unafraid of the police. The videos were stored within the system, beyond their reach. As for his confrontation with Chinyu, he could merely compensate for the medical expenses. For Chinyu, the medical expenses have become a source of humiliation and distress. Ning Shuang was taken aback and hastily ended the call. The accusation of secretly filming was not trivial. She dared not take such a risk. In this digital age, information can spread across the internet in an instant. Once it circulated, no amount of money could erase all the videos that had been disseminated. Do not overstep your bounds. Ning Shuang glared at Lin Mo, feeling impotent. From confronting him to easily compelling him to withdraw from the contest for Jiang Wanli. She had never felt so humiliated in her life. Not only was her privacy exposed, but there were also videos of her and her son in circulation. The world around her felt shrouded in darkness. Why must you be so obstinate? If you desire a certain life, simply pursue it, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. Then leisurely approached the table. He was well aware of what he had ordered for takeout. Ning Shuang maintained a stern expression, her eyes instinctively glancing at the food. Her thoughts slightly unsettled. Lin Mo remained silent, merely observing her. Ning Shuang kept her silence, refraining from any action. The restraint of a wealthy matron, burdened by various constraints, left her in a state of inner turmoil. After a few minutes of waiting, Lin Mo grew impatient and prepared to leave. Please, do not go yet, Ning Shuang hurriedly interjected. Before arriving, she had never anticipated that the young Lin Mo would possess such psychological prowess. In this internal struggle, she felt utterly defeated, having never seized a semblance of initiative. It was this commanding presence that offered her a fresh perspective on Lin Mo, a demeanor that even many elite business figures might lack. Once he had set his sights on a goal, he would not yield in the slightest. Such tenacity was a rare sight in the business realm. I would never coerce anyone into doing what they do not wish to do. This applies to both life and work, Lin Mo remarked, taken aback, then smiled lightly. Stop rambling, Ning Shuang retorted, her brows furrowing in frustration. In this moment, the key issue was not how to refuse, but rather the anger that consumed her. The formidable woman, often gracing financial magazines, who had come to confront Lin Mo, had entirely forgotten her original intent. Moments later, Ning Shuang's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 82. Mother, why does your voice sound a bit strange? The shrill ring of the phone pierced the silence of the room. Ning Shuang attempted to answer the call, but found herself utterly unable to do so. Observing her struggle, Lin Mo kindly stepped forward to retrieve the phone. The caller ID revealed it was her son, Chinyu. A smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips as he gestured for Ning Shuang to remain silent before activating the speakerphone. Hello, Mom, where have you been? Chinyu's voice emerged from the other end, tinged with a hint of petulance, a stark contrast to his usual tone. At that moment, he was lying in a hospital bed, feeling somewhat aggrieved by the absence of his most important mother. I'm out handling some matters. I will return shortly. You should rest well, Ning Shuang replied, elongating her neck in an attempt to sound calm. Mom, why does your voice sound a bit off? Chinyu inquired, puzzled. Ning Shuang's body was taut with tension, her words betraying her unease. It's nothing. My throat is just a bit uncomfortable, she replied dismissively, wishing fervently to end the call. However, Chinyu, evidently reluctant to part with his mother, continued to engage in casual conversation. Mom, I had already agreed to face Lin Mo in the ring, so there's no need for you to confront him. Chinyu suddenly diverted the topic, his tone revealing a hint of guilt. The contest was his initiative, a challenge he had proposed himself. Having lost, he felt a sense of embarrassment at the prospect of his parents seeking retribution. More importantly, Chinyu was apprehensive about Lin Mo having somehow acquired their personal videos. This concern weighed heavily on him, as a mother's reputation outweighed all else. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. This wealthy young man possessed a modicum of awareness. Yet, Lin Mo understood that Chinyu's embarrassment was compounded by the leverage he held with the videos. Rest assured, my dear, your mother is a reasonable person and will not act recklessly, Ning Shuang said, her cheeks flushing slightly as a tinge of guilt crept in. She had indeed confronted him, and the situation had taken a dramatic turn. At that moment, a wave of confusion washed over her. Where was she? Who was she? What was she doing? These thoughts sent her mind into a tailspin, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. Ultimately, the negotiation had yielded no favorable outcome. She felt entirely led by Lin Mo. As a formidable businesswoman, this defeat instilled within her a profound sense of frustration. Time passed before Chinyu reluctantly ended the call, leaving Ning Shuang exhaling a sigh of relief, feeling utterly drained. Annie, life is long, and many things require courageous attempts. Why not live for yourself? Lin Mo, noticing Ning Shuang's wandering thoughts, seized the moment to offer his counsel. In such times, a resonance of the spirit was essential. Perhaps it would be better to refrain from this. Ning Shuang hesitated and declined. Even she was unaware of her momentary indecision. Lin Mo, equipped with a system, discerned that this woman was disingenuous. Yet, All of this was mere pretense in the face of the privacy system, fragile masks that could be easily shattered. In the Dongout district, within a lavish villa, it was nearly certain that Jiang Tianhua was attempting to curry favor with Chen Xinchang. The man clad in a suit held a substantial stack of documents, his expression grave. Among the files were photographs of Lin Mo, as well as candid shots of Jiang Tianhua meeting Chen Xinchang in private. This implied that Jiang Tianhua had not acknowledged Lin Mo as his future son-in-law. Xin Ming reclined on the sofa, exhaling wisps of smoke. The indignation from Lin Mo's previous confrontation had yet to dissipate, and now even his father, a figure of considerable stature, had been struck by Lin Mo in a place like Blue Bay. This was a disgrace for both father and son, a blemish on their reputation that demanded rectification. However, Xin Ming understood better than anyone the significance of Jiang Tianhua. Consequently, upon discovering that Jiang Yuan was Jiang Tianhua's daughter, he refrained from seeking revenge on Lin Mo. Nevertheless, upon investigation, it became evident that Lin Mo and Jiang Yuan had met for the first time at the Venus Bar, completely unfamiliar with one another. In other words, Lin Mo had not ascended the illustrious tree that was Jiang Tianhua. Ironically, Xin Ming's continued retaliation against Lin Mo resulted in his own overnight detainment. This time, when Xin Shanhai was struck by Lin Mo, it was Jiang Tianhua who intervened to resolve the matter. Thus, he could only suffer in silence. Following further inquiry, a turning point emerged. Jiang Tianhua was indeed trying to establish rapport with Chen Xinchang, and Xin Ming, well versed in the affairs of high society, became increasingly convinced after uncovering details about Qian Yu's situation. The son of the nation's wealthiest individual had taken an interest in Jiang Wanli. Despite the tacit understanding reached between Jiang Tianhua and Chen Xinchang, the intelligence we gathered indicated that Lin Mo remained exceedingly close to Jiang Wanli. The man in the suit continued, this presents a splendid opportunity to align with Chen Xinchang. Xin Ming, cigar in mouth, suddenly found his spirits lifted. Chapter 83, Aunt. You look truly beautiful today. Despite Xin Ming's reputation as a prominent heir, the trivialities of the entertainment industry are held in contempt by the financial sector. No matter how glamorous a star may appear, they are merely trivial playthings. Thus, even when someone as influential as Xin Shanhai was publicly struck by Lin Mo, it was merely brushed aside out of respect for Jiang Tianhua. This illustrates the vast disparity in power between the two parties, a gap almost beyond description. However, an opportunity has now arisen. Investigations reveal that Jiang Wanli, whom Lin Mo has taken, is likely to be the betrothed of Chen Xinchang's son, Chen Yu. Should Xin Ming assist Chen Xinchang in resolving this dilemma, the gratitude he would receive would far exceed any monetary value. It would not only leave Chen Xinchang indebted to him, but also provide a means of revenge against Lin Mo, a perfect case of achieving two objectives with one action. Young Master Xin, what are your plans? Inquired a man in a suit, his curiosity piqued. It was evident that Xin Ming was preparing to take action against Lin Mo. It's quite simple. I merely need to convey my intentions to Chen Xinchang, Xin Ming replied, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Fully confident in his control of the situation, he was well aware that dealing with Lin Mo was a straightforward affair. The only hindrance had been Jiang Tianhua's intimidation. Yet, with Chen Xinchang as his backing, even if Jiang Tianhua sought to protect his daughter, he could not extend the same protection to Lin Mo. I shall contact Chen Xinchang immediately. The suited man nodded in understanding. No need. I will handle it personally. Xin Ming waved his hand, believing that his personal approach would convey greater sincerity. Given the power of the Xin family, arranging a meeting with Chen Xinchang was entirely feasible. At the Wansi Grand Hotel, room 607. Before meeting the aunt, I had presumed you would be as aloof as portrayed in the magazine, yet I find you quite amiable. Lin Mo remarked, stretching leisurely. Be quiet. Ning Shuang admonished, though her tone lacked conviction, revealing a hint of fragility behind her bold facade. Lin Mo had meticulously planned this encounter, focusing on the psychological aspect. He understood that he was aiding Ning Shuang in fulfilling her dreams. As long as those dreams remained unfulfilled, their story would continue to unfold. Thus, moderation was essential. Aunt, I have matters to attend to, so please take your time to rest, Lin Mo said with casual elegance as he chose to depart. Fully aware that his ace lay in the system that allowed him to control the pace of the interaction. Through the system's insights, he could discern the needs of others at any given moment. While advancing further could yield rewards, it also bore significant risks. Upon hearing his words, Ning Shuang first sighed in relief, yet for reasons unknown, a sense of emptiness enveloped her heart. Though Ning Shuang possessed a captivating allure, she was not indispensable to Lin Mo. he was not lacking in female companionship. What made her valuable was the wealth of information she possessed. Continued engagement was essential to seize the initiative. Once Lin Mo departed, an eerie silence filled the room. Ning Shuang reclined on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Lost in thought, a tumult of emotions surged within her: regret, confusion, and a bittersweet nostalgia. In any case, the progression of events had taken her completely by surprise. A few minutes later, almost as if under a spell, Ning Shuang slowly rose, as though an invisible force was compelling her to approach the desk. Friday morning. After escorting Ning Yen to the company, Lin Mo drove alone to the city. He had arranged to meet Song Shi to discuss some business matters. Currently, as the largest client of Tianheng Company, Song Shi was someone even Shen Qingyue had to treat with utmost respect, akin to a deity of wealth. In a quaint CAF. In a private room, Lin Mo beamed as he complimented Song Shi, who had been waiting for him. Dressed in a black ankle-length skirt paired with a shawl, she exuded elegance and grace. Her enchanting figure radiated an irresistible charm, rendering her a captivating sight, akin to a beautifully painted canvas. "Oh, you flatter me." Song Shi feigned a stern glare at Lin Mo, yet the smile in her eyes betrayed her amusement. Who wouldn't appreciate such heartfelt praise? "You mentioned you had business matters to discuss with me?" Lin Mo inquired, glancing at the coffee that had been prepared to his liking. Song Shi was the most considerate woman. She must have brought good news. "Although we are not lacking in finances, it would do for Wanli to follow you and live in simplicity," Song Shi said softly. "Material conditions are applicable to all social strata. If one merely exists to meet basic needs, what is the purpose of life?" Jiang Wanli, having been raised in comfort, would certainly not want to see her suffer. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, though he pondered that no matter how hard he tried, he could never match Chen Yu's vast fortune. In this world, mere effort is insufficient. "I plan to invest in you." Song Shi gracefully lifted her cup and took a delicate sip, her expression turning serious. "Invest in me?" Lin Mo was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. At this stage, he was merely an employee of Tianheng Company. Even if someone supported him in entrepreneurship, he doubted he was cut out for business ventures. Making money isn't as difficult as you might think. It's merely that everyone's platform and starting point vary. As long as one has connections and capital, even a novice can earn, and that's what I will facilitate, Song Shi explained with a smile. Wealthy individuals merely accumulate capital and networking. It does not necessarily mean they are adept at generating income. Ordinary people often lack the means and startup funds, making it challenging to succeed. However, Song Shi was now offering those very conditions. Realizing the gravity of her offer, Lin Mo, with a profoundly touched expression, asked, "Auntie, how can I repay you?" Chapter 84. Assisting Song Shi with a massage. Thus far, in Lin Mo's eyes, Song Shi has epitomized the ideal mother-in-law. In both her professional and personal life, she has achieved an impeccable standard. Even as a man, Lin Mo finds himself moved by her unwavering dedication. This gesture is akin to bestowing a monetary gift upon oneself. However, do not rush to be touched. I am also contemplating the future of Wanli. Song Shi smiled warmly, wishing to alleviate any sense of indebtedness Lin Mo might harbor. He remained silent, recognizing her intent to spare his pride. With such inherent advantages and your intelligence, earning a livelihood will pose no challenge, and you shall find yourself emboldened in due course, Song Shi continued. Though Jiang Wanli is presently enraptured by love, fearlessly pursuing her affections, this is Lin Mo's greatest asset. Ultimately, the reality of society prevails. Should Jiang Wanli end up marrying an inconsequential individual, it would become a source of ridicule within the business community. Therefore, while Lin Mo need not aspire to the ranks of the affluent, at the very least, he must ensure a life free from financial worry. "Auntie, I must take action. Otherwise, I shall feel uneasy," Lin Mo declared, rising to rub his hands together. The sacrifices made by Song Shi are nothing short of remarkable, rivaling those of a biological mother. "Treat Wanli well, and that will suffice for me," Song Shi replied, shaking her head. If every act of generosity were seen as a transaction, she would steadfastly champion the notion of commercial unions. It is precisely because of emotions that we become entangled in such matters. While it appears to be for Lin Mo's benefit, ultimately, her thoughts revolve around her daughter's happiness, a sentiment that feels entirely natural to her as a mother. "Auntie, I noticed you haven't been massaging your neck lately. Has your cervical spondylosis improved?" Lin Mo inquired, his keen observation complemented by the system's assistance, rendering his words quite impactful. Song Shi paused, then nodded with a smile. After Lin Mo had assisted with her massage previously, he gifted her a massager. For the past few days, She had taken a moment before sleep to use it. In truth, cervical spondylosis can be alleviated by merely being mindful of one's posture and habits, and coupled with massage to enhance blood circulation, the results are indeed immediate. Since I have some free time today, allow me to massage your shoulders, Lin Mo offered eagerly. With such attentive care from Song-shi, he felt compelled to reciprocate. As his means of repayment were limited to actions rather than finances, cooking and massage became his contributions. You are too kind, Song-shi replied, her initial embarrassment fading as she nodded naturally. Yet, the thought of the massager lingered in her mind, leaving her with an odd feeling. The morning sun shone warmly and languidly. As it streamed through the glass window and enveloped Song-shi, it cast a gentle glow. While massaging her, Lin Mo took a moment to appreciate the serene beauty of the scene. Song-shi, with her eyes gently closed, reveled in this fleeting yet exquisite moment. Thanks to the system's rewards and Lin Mo's attentiveness, this endeavor proved to be quite successful. By the end, Song-shi was nearly lulled to sleep. During this time, Song-shi elaborated on the investment in Lin Mo, detailing how to negotiate collaborations and navigate operations, almost providing a step-by-step tutorial. Ultimately, Lin Mo concluded that Song-shi was feeding him knowledge. This method of earning money is so easy that even a dog could accomplish it. With this thought in mind, the massage became even more vigorous. Half an hour passed, and feeling much more at ease, Song-shi lazily stretched and bestowed a gentle smile upon Lin Mo. Ding. Song-shi's trust level has risen to 70. Lin Mo smiled in return, feeling that the massage was indeed worthwhile. Of course, the enhancement of trust was not solely due to the massage, it was also a culmination of various details from their days spent together. When she twisted her ankle while hiking, it was Lin Mo who carried Song-shi down the mountain and ensured she received care at the hospital. A series of gestures had coalesced into a profound sense of appreciation. Trust level exceeds 70, you may proceed to draw a lottery. Let us draw. Lin Mo immediately chose to participate in the lottery. Congratulations, you have obtained B-level driving skills. Lin Mo was taken aback, thinking that it was somewhat useful. He already knew how to drive, having received praise from Shen Qingyue for his skills, which were at least at a C level. Thus, acquiring this skill enhancement would elevate his capabilities. With professional-grade driving skills, he would be able to compete with professional racers. Although it might not be utilized in everyday life, it would certainly enhance driving safety. That evening, they were headed to Auntie's house for dinner, and Wanli had the day off as well. Song-shi adjusted her skirt and smiled softly. In that short hour, she felt fulfilled, basking in a languorous moment tinged with happiness. I'll drop Annie off and buy some groceries. Lin Mo volunteered, eager to provide impeccable service. As for that troublesome job, it mattered little whether he attended or not. Accompanying a significant client like Song-shi, Shen Qingyue had no objections. Rather, she was concerned that Lin Mo might falter in his duties. Let us go? Song-shi clearly understood that Lin Mo's attendance at work had become less significant. The projects she had mentioned were substantial enough that securing even one could sustain a worker's efforts for a lifetime. This CAF belonged to a friend of Song-shi's, and she had driven there. Lin Mo advised her not to drive after relaxing her shoulders and neck, so they had to park the car there first. Although she would be riding in Lin Mo's vehicle, this large SUV was also borrowed from Song-shi. However, the return date had never been discussed. It was these repeated acts of generosity that had steadily increased Lin Mo's fondness for Song-shi. How long have you had your driver's license? Song-shi inquired with a smile while seated in the passenger seat. Lin Mo had always driven during their camping trips, demonstrating a steady hand, unlike a novice. It was quite normal for a young man who had graduated 2 years prior to not afford a car. I began learning to drive right after the college entrance examination. Lin Mo replied while expertly pressing the accelerator to start the vehicle. Unfortunately, despite holding a license for many years, he had seldom had the opportunity to drive. Driving is an art that requires a natural talent. Some may never master it, becoming mere road hazards. Clearly, Lin Mo exhibited remarkable aptitude behind the wheel. Moreover, after receiving the system reward, he had now attained a professional driving standard. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, relishing the slow passage of time. Suddenly, the wail of sirens pierced the air. An unexpected scene of a police chase unfolded before them. A multitude of police vehicles, numbering over a dozen, encircled a sleek black sports car from all directions. This scene was one that Lin Mo had only witnessed in films. Regrettably, despite their numerical superiority, the police cars were outmatched in performance, utterly toyed with by the agile black sports car throughout the pursuit. As he watched the high-performance vehicle speed past him, Lin Mo swiftly utilized his system to scan the driver. Instantly, an information panel appeared before him. Name McGill, age 55, trust level 0, personal privacy, international criminal, wanted by multiple countries, with a bounty of $1 million, current intent, identity exposed. Seeking an opportunity to escape. Lin Mo was taken aback by the fleeting glimpse of the enigmatic foreigner. Goodness, he was an international criminal, initially reluctant to involve himself. The temptation of that $1 million stirred something within him. Although Song Shi had agreed to assist him in earning money, he was acutely aware of the implications of relying on others, which felt akin to living off handouts. However, with the system at his disposal, he possessed a distinct advantage. Lin Mo resolved to take a daring leap. Auntie, allow me to take you on an exhilarating adventure. Chapter 85. What on earth, brother-in-law? Lin Mo inhaled deeply, then sharply turned the steering wheel to the left. The sudden force against his back left Song Shihua pale with shock. Nevertheless, she refrained from screaming, maintaining an innate elegance. Lin Mo had no time for explanations as he pressed the accelerator, fervently pursuing the black supercar. Auntie, please provide real-time updates on our location. He commanded his phone using voice activation, dialing Chun Guorong. As the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division in Guining City, Chun Guorong was inevitably involved in this chase. His role was to monitor the movements of the rogue vehicle in real time. Before Song Shihua could fully process the situation, the call was connected. Lin Mo, my brother. There's an urgent matter here. We'll talk later, Chun Guorong briefly stated before attempting to hang up. Just as he was about to disconnect, Song Shihua interjected. Officer Chun, right? Lin Mo is currently pursuing the criminal. We're heading towards Shishan Highway. The notes on her phone revealed Chun Guorong's identity. After being wrongfully accused previously, she had encountered this officer at the police station. Please, do not hang up. Let us maintain communication. Chun Guorong paused for a moment, then quickly responded. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Mo could be of assistance. At that moment, he sat inside one of the police cars. Observing Song Shihua's impressive execution capabilities, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief. The immediate priority was to keep a close watch on the criminal's movements. Shishan Highway lay on the outskirts, characterized by treacherous terrain and sharp bends. Once the criminal entered that area, the difficulty of apprehension would escalate dramatically. Fortunately, with the enhanced driving skills rewarded by the system and the formidable performance of the G-Class, Lin Mo managed to maintain a close distance to the vehicle ahead. However, catching up proved challenging. Vehicles traveling at such high speeds are difficult to force to a halt. Thus, a thrilling chase ensued. Coincidentally, Shishan Highway was hosting a car race that day. Although not professional drivers, a multitude of racing enthusiasts from Guining City had gathered. The mountain circuit was alive with fashionable young people, cheering and yelling. The usually tranquil mountain road was bustling with activity as the annual car race unfolded. Amateur racers from Guining City were competing fiercely. Just before entering a large bend in the mountain road, Jiang Yuan unexpectedly appeared on the scene. Unlike her sister, who reveled in adrenaline-fueled heroism, she too shared a passion for extreme sports such as racing and bungee jumping. Naturally, she would not miss such an event. Along with several friends from her dormitory, they had all come together. With a flexible university schedule, absences were common. Avid about live broadcasting, Jiang Yuan had already set her phone on a stand, providing live commentary. With her stunning beauty and captivating presence, her fanbase was predominantly male, regardless of the live content. They simply desired to see Jiang Yuan on screen. Goddess, could you flip the camera around, please? Who cares about the broken race cars? However, in the face of Jiang Yuan's live broadcast, fans began to voice their frustrations. What they yearned to witness were Jiang Yuan's long, fair legs, her captivating grace, and her stunning beauty that left even other female celebrities feeling inferior. What allure do these race car drivers possess? Unperturbed, Jiang Yuan seemed solely focused on her own enjoyment. She neither relied on live streaming for income nor accepted any donations, showing no inclination to compromise for her fans. Ahem, today, Yuan brings you this thrilling live racing event. What you are witnessing is the scene of the Shishan Highway race, and approaching this turn is, wait, what? My brother-in-law? Jiang Yuan cleared her throat and began her earnest commentary. Then, through the camera focusing on the large screen, she spotted Lin Mo. And in the passenger seat was her mother. Jiang Yuan was taken aback. What was happening? She had not heard that her mother and Lin Mo were participating in the race. Goddess, where did your brother-in-law come from, huh? The passenger seat already has a girlfriend. Is that girl your sister? What? You have a sister? the live chat erupted. Jiang Yuan's fanbase was predominantly comprised of those enamored by her beauty. While her loyal fans were well informed about her situation, many viewers today had stumbled into her live stream from trending local events, making it their first experience watching Jiang Yuan. I'm not lying. The one driving that Benz is indeed my brother-in-law, and beside him is my mother, Jiang Yuan said, slightly bewildered. Despite the speed of the car, the large screen provided a clear view. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's declaration, the live chat exploded with comments. Some remarked on the brother-in-law's wealth, capable of driving a luxury G-Class, while others commented on how beautiful her mother looked, not resembling an older woman at all. Jiang Yuan had no time to engage. She was solely focused on unraveling the unfolding mystery. At that moment, the sound of sirens echoed from the distance. A dozen police cars sped up the mountain. The crowd on site, as well as the viewers in the live stream, quickly grasped the situation. The camera on site captured the two racing cars in pursuit. Originally, this was an amateur event, yet the professional driving skills of these two cars overshadowed all the participants present. Who were these two extraordinary drivers? Professional racers were prohibited from competing. Witnessing those two cars continuously overtake others, the audience was left in astonishment. Lin Mo utilized his driving skills to the fullest, closely tailing the car ahead. Song Shi, initially tense, gradually adapted, maintaining communication with Chun Guorong throughout. Thanks to real-time communication, the police kept track of the international criminals' movements. For safety reasons, the entire Shishan highway had been sealed off by law enforcement. In other words, even if they couldn't catch up on the road, McGill would not be able to escape. Damn it. McGill glanced in the rearview mirror, feeling the pressure mount. Those leisurely police cars were easy for him to toy with. But suddenly, a car emerged from nowhere, altering the dynamics of the chase. What he thought was merely a fleeting whim of a racing enthusiast had transformed into an unyielding shadow. The police have cordoned off all mountain roads. Please ensure your safety. Song Shi urgently reminded. Experiencing a chase scene reminiscent of the movies for the first time, she found herself astonished by Lin Mo's driving prowess. How could someone so young possess such remarkable skills? A genius, truly a genius. Auntie, do not worry. I shall not act recklessly, for your safety is paramount. Lin Mo reassured her while navigating the vehicle with deft precision. Thus far, he remained entirely in control, and the real-world experience had elevated his understanding of driving to new heights. Moreover, ahead lay a bounty worth $1 million, a staggering sum for Lin Mo in the present day. Song Shi refrained from saying much more. After adjusting her seatbelt, she settled in with a serene smile, exclaiming, Auntie, let us embrace this adventure together. Chapter 86. The most beautiful mother. From the very moment Lin Mo began his pursuit, Song Shi expressed no reservations whatsoever. Even when Lin Mo mentioned maintaining communication with Chun Guorong, she complied without hesitation. The journey was fraught with peril. Despite her heart being in her throat, Song Shi never once faulted Lin Mo. She had a profound understanding of this young man, knowing he would never engage in senseless folly. Auntie, hold on tight, Lin Mo said, feeling a flicker of gratitude for Song Shi's empathetic nature, which was perhaps the most comforting sensation in the world. He pressed down on the accelerator and surged forward. One must see things through to the end. He could not allow Song Shi to have been frightened in vain. The mountain road was blocked by various racing cars, compelling McGill to make a decisive turn off the path. Initially, Lin Mo struggled to catch up, but as they entered the rugged terrain, the capabilities of the G-Class vehicle were finally unleashed. In no time, he closed the gap on the sports car. McGill, cursing under his breath, abandoned his vehicle and fled. Auntie, wait here. The police will arrive shortly, Lin Mo instructed Song Shi before racing after McGill. $1 million was worth the risk. Moreover, McGill was no match for Lin Mo, who possessed professional fighting skills, especially at his middle age. The sides of the mountain road were thick with thorny bushes. McGill hadn't run far before he found himself out of breath. Why are you chasing me? You're not a cop, are you? He shouted, turning back to see Lin Mo approaching with an air of calm authority. Had it not been for Lin Mo's relentless pursuit, he would have slipped away. You speak Mandarin quite well, Lin Mo complimented with a smile. Though his accent was heavy, his pronunciation was relatively standard. $1 million could afford me a wife, children, a car, and a house. Lin Mo grinned, gazing at this walking embodiment of $1 million. For an ordinary person, such wealth could ensure a lifetime of comfort. Yet for the majority, earning $1 million was merely a distant dream. Let me go, and I'll give you $2 million. Upon faintly hearing the distant wail of police sirens, McGill made a swift decision. For the sake of money, this can be arranged. I cannot accept dirty money. Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. As an international criminal, McGill's funds were undoubtedly tainted. Accepting such money could entangle him as an accomplice. McGill fell silent. He did not believe he could overpower the young man before him, yet his expression remained eerily calm. Do you know why there's a bounty on my head? Realizing escape was futile, McGill began to engage Lin Mo in conversation. Lin Mo paused, quickly searching for information within the system. Astonishingly, McGill was a terrorist, frequently orchestrating bombings. Such a dangerous individual made the $1 million bounty seem utterly insufficient. Do you believe the police will release me before tomorrow? McGill said with a confident grin. For safety, he installed 2 bombs in every new city he entered, one large, one small, both set to a timer. If one feels secure, one may cancel the explosion on the eve of departure. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, this could serve as leverage in negotiations with the police. The initial detonation would serve as proof that the threat is genuine, thereby applying pressure on law enforcement. This tactic has proven effective time and again. Lin Mo finally discerned the location where the bomb was concealed within McGill's memories. It merely required the expertise of a professional bomb disposal team to resolve the issue. Your bombs shall become silent. Lin Mo beamed, effectively extinguishing McGill's hopes. This strategy is indeed foolproof, yet it holds no significance in the face of the system. As the wail of sirens drew near, a multitude of fully armed police officers assembled. A bomb threat is no trivial matter. The onlookers quickly gathered. For it is in the nature of the Chinese people to seek spectacle, particularly when it pertains to thrilling pursuits that pique their curiosity. Jiang Yuan, concerned for her mother and Lin Mo, dashed to the forefront. Soon, she spotted Song Shi beside a vehicle, her expression fraught with worry. Mom, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Her mother was not one to seek out such commotion, and with so many police cars present, it was evident something was amiss. Furthermore, with Lin Mo missing, could it be that her seemingly perfect brother-in-law had committed a crime? Why are you here instead of at school? Song Shi admonished upon noticing Jiang Yuan still live streaming. Though she typically did not impose rigid educational demands, it was Friday, and school was still in session. Well, is that really my young mom, the streamer? She is not merely young. She is simply divine. The most beautiful mother. I, Chao Mingda, must follow her. Upon seeing Song Shi, the live stream chat erupted with excitement. The striking contrast of such a poised and mature beauty being Jiang Yuan's mother was nothing short of enchanting. Had Jiang Yuan not disabled the gifting feature from the outset, it was likely that a horde of enthusiastic viewers would have indulged recklessly. Where's my brother-in-law? Jiang Yuan scanned the area, finding no sign of Lin Mo. She had certainly not misidentified him on the large screen. Although it was not her first time referring to Lin Mo as her brother-in-law, it still felt surreal to Song Shi. However, considering Jiang Yuan's initial encounter with Lin Mo in a heroic rescue, it was understandable that she would be left with a lasting impression. Even from a maternal perspective, Song Shi entertained the possibility that Jiang Yuan had developed feelings for Lin Mo. Just as she was about to elaborate, she saw Lin Mo emerging from the nearby bushes, accompanied by a middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes. There were no signs of struggle. It was all remarkably harmonious, though the dejection on McGill's face was unmistakable. Dozens of fully armed officers swiftly apprehended McGill. Lin Mo, my brother, I truly thank you for this. McGill is a notorious international criminal. Chen Guorong, relieved to see Lin Mo unharmed, approached and embraced him warmly. Ding, Chen Guorong's trust in you has risen to 68. Such international criminals wield significant influence. Should they escape in Guiyang City, they would undoubtedly be burdened with the stigma of negligence. Officer Chen, let us not be hasty. There are more pressing matters at hand. Lin Mo hastily gestured, directing attention towards McGill. This individual had cunningly installed 2 timed explosives, one large and one small, beneath the electrical box of a residence at No. 38, Chi Feng Road, as well as in the men's restroom on the 4th floor of the South City department store in the colorful district. This was McGill's ace in the hole, yet he found himself at a loss before the system. It was Lin Mo's discovery of these devices that forced this self-assured international criminal to bow his head in defeat. Upon hearing about the time bombs, Chen Guorong and the others immediately grew tense. Fear not, time is still ample. We shall dispatch bomb disposal experts to the scene. Lin Mo signaled for calm among the crowd, then scratched his head and, with a bashful smile, inquired, by the way, having assisted in apprehending an international criminal. Is there any reward? Chapter 87. Let us stay at home tonight. Lin Mo observed in the system that McGill had placed a bounty of $1 million. Whether this amount was legitimate depended on the police's assessment. Chun Guorong first arranged for professionals to defuse the bomb before turning to Lin Mo with a smile, saying, "This fellow is an expert in sabotage, and the reward stands at $1 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being a hero didn't hold much practical value, but a bounty was indeed tangible currency. Rest assured, this reward comes from various countries and is tax-free, Chun Guorong assured him, confidently promising to handle the bounty. Song Shi, noticing that Lin Mo was motivated by the reward, couldn't help but smile. It was evident that his determination to earn money in order to be with Jiang Wanli had reached somewhat exaggerated heights. Meanwhile, all these exchanges were quietly broadcasted by Jiang Yuan. "This is your brother-in-law, truly extraordinary. Single-handedly capturing an international criminal, so impressive. But your mother beside him is even more beautiful." In the live stream, discussions erupted. They had witnessed this thrilling chase akin to an action blockbuster. "Lin Mo, my brother, we will escort McGill back for the necessary formalities. And we might need your cooperation for a statement," Chun Guorong explained as he approached Lin Mo. It was imperative to follow the proper procedures. Subsequently, Chun Guorong glanced at Song Shi and Jiang Yuan, smiled at Lin Mo, and departed. Once the police left, a throng of young people immediately surrounded Lin Mo. His driving skills were nothing short of professional. Many car enthusiasts were instantly captivated and extended invitations to him. Lin Mo could only decline one by one, as he had no intention of pursuing a racing career. After a brief exchange, he drove away with Song Shi and Jiang Yuan. On the road, Lin Mo endeavored to maintain a steady driving pace, even taking the initiative to apologize to Song Shi. "Auntie, I was too impulsive earlier and I frightened you. No matter how skilled one is, reckless driving is extremely perilous. Even seasoned professionals can encounter accidents. No one can guarantee their safety. Let us be more cautious in the future. While heroism is commendable, personal safety must come first." Song Shi, understanding and empathetic, merely smiled and shook her head. The recent chase had undoubtedly provided her with a thrilling experience. "Just remember to be careful next time. Brother-in-law, I didn't realize you were such an incredible driver." Jiang Yuan chimed in from the back, her admiration for Lin Mo elevating to new heights. Lin Mo affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair before heading straight to a gas station. While exhilarating, racing consumed fuel at an astonishing rate. After refueling, Lin Mo drove to the local market. Today, Jiang Wanli had the day off, making it a perfect opportunity to share a meal together. As for Jiang Tianhua, he had not returned since the argument with Song Shi. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Mo drove to Guining University to pick up Jiang Wanli for the holiday. While waiting, he received a call from Chun Guorong, who informed him that the two-timed bombs had been successfully disarmed without causing any casualties. Additionally, the $1 million bounty has been applied for, but it will take some time for approval. One could discern a hint of excitement in Chun Guorong's voice. Solving such an international case is indeed a significant accomplishment. The installation of a timed bomb, when viewed from a broader perspective, constitutes an act of terrorism. Lin Mo hung up the phone, feeling a sense of relief. Even a timed bomb could pose great danger if confronted with external forces. Before long, Jiang Wanli made her appearance. Lin Mo, accustomed to the routine, stepped out of the car, first embracing the girl warmly, then gallantly opening the passenger door for her. Finally, he departed with an effortless charm, amidst a crowd of envious gazes. That evening, in the blossoming flower district, under Lin Mo's patient guidance and assistance, Song Shi, assuming the role of chef, prepared an extravagant feast. The group dined joyously together. "By the way, Lin Mo, you mentioned that your in-law's birthday is this weekend. Is it tomorrow?" Song Shi inquired with a smile, recalling Lin Mo's earlier words. After returning from a camping trip last week, Lin Mo had mentioned that his mother's birthday was this weekend and that he would take Jiang Wanli to meet his parents. Consequently, Song Shi had prepared gifts in advance. "Yes, I have already informed Wanli. We plan to set off in the morning, and it's less than a 2-hour drive to my home," Lin Mo explained with a smile. Meeting one's parents while bringing a girlfriend can indeed be a source of nervousness. Jiang Wanli felt similarly. Still in university, she suddenly found herself about to meet her future mother-in-law. It was both astonishing and nerve-wracking. However, reflecting on the fact that, without Lin Mo, she might have been engaged to a suitor at this age, she felt fortunate to have encountered the right person. "Just remember to bring the gifts." Song, she said with a gentle smile. Lin Mo's initial visit to her home was primarily for the purpose of expressing gratitude, not truly a meeting of parents. As time passed, they gradually became familiar with one another. Conversely, Jiang Wanli visiting Lin Mo's family to meet his parents marked a formal introduction, necessitating a good impression. As Song Shi, the mother, could not be present, she could only ensure that ample gifts were prepared. After all, it is said that one cannot be faulted for being overly generous. All right, Lin Mo conceded, realizing he could not refuse. To facilitate an early start tomorrow, I'll stay at your home tonight. Song Shi remarked with a knowing smile. Next week would be Jiang Wanli's uncle's birthday, and she planned to bring Lin Mo to her grandparents' house. If the young couple was unaccustomed to sharing a living space, it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Of course, Song Shi did not intend for them to hasten their relationship, yet having recognized Lin Mo as her future son-in-law, she was willing to overlook such concerns. Isn't this rather inconvenient? Lin Mo scratched his head, stealing a glance at Jiang Wanli. He noticed the girl's cheeks flushing, her nervousness rendering her speechless. Brother-in-law, we have plenty of rooms at home, so you need not worry, Jiang Yuan said innocently, mistakenly believing Lin Mo was concerned about sleeping arrangements. This villa was 2 stories high, boasting 8 rooms in total. Lin Mo smiled, finding the little girl's innocence endearing. Rest assured, all essentials are provided. Song Shi continued with a smile. It was only by offering Lin Mo an easy way out that she could persuade him to agree. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanli remained silent. Her cheeks still flushed. Despite spending a night together while camping, Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli did not advance their relationship beyond its current state. It felt somewhat peculiar to continue sleeping in separate rooms at home. Nevertheless, Lin Mo courteously declined initially, but ultimately acquiesced. Being allowed to stay overnight at his girlfriend's home marked a significant milestone. However, he was also aware that he would soon meet Jiang Wanli's grandparents, which he regarded as merely a rehearsal, especially considering that Song Shi had plans to invest in him. It seemed that this future mother-in-law truly regarded him as her son-in-law. After dinner, Jiang Yuan engrossed herself in her phone. Observing Jiang Wanli assisting with the cleaning, Song Shi hastily interjected, expressing her disdain. Do not linger here. Take Lin Mo to the room and see what is still needed. Chapter 88. Accompanying Aunt to the fair? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Wanli felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had always been a person unafraid to love and hate, and her interactions with Lin Mo were enjoyable and harmonious. Every intimate gesture proceeded in an orderly manner. However, such matters should not be brought to light by her mother. What are you hesitating for? Song Shi urged, oblivious to her daughter's inner turmoil. Jiang Wanli pouted slightly, then turned to seek out Lin Mo. Soon, they arrived at the room. Despite having been unoccupied for several days, it was well equipped, with air conditioning, bedding, and furniture in abundance. Jiang Wanli rummaged through the wardrobe for a blanket and awkwardly began to make the bed. As a privileged second-generation heiress, she was not accustomed to such tasks. Lin Mo stepped forward and embraced her from behind. No need to make the bed. After Aunt and the others fall asleep tonight, I can just come to your room. Staying overnight was certainly not as simple as merely sleeping for a night. Even if they did not achieve any substantial progress in their relationship, Lin Mo was determined to share the bed with Jiang Wanli. At the very least, he had gleaned this from Song Shi's words. No, you mischievous rascal. You won't behave while sleeping. Jiang Wanli's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she playfully struggled. If I could close my eyes beside a fairy, how would that differ from the monkey trying to take the peaches from the 7 fairies? Lin Mo chuckled and gently pinched her delicate chin. The entire room was suffused with delightful energy. Brother-in-law, can you? Just then, Jiang Yuan rushed in, interrupting at the most inopportune moment. Before she could finish her sentence, she was met with the sight of their affectionate display, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one of awkwardness. Jiang Wanli quickly regained her composure, blushing furiously as she pushed Lin Mo away, turning to feign resuming her task of making the bed. Lin Mo, however, was unabashed as he turned to Jiang Yuan with a smile. What's the matter, Yuan? Brother-in-law, can you play a game with me? Jiang Yuan looked at Lin Mo with eager anticipation. She was struggling to pass a level in a racing game and naturally sought him out, recalling his impressive driving skills from earlier. Sure, but I'm not that great at games, Lin Mo replied, noticing Jiang Wanli's flushed ears. After exchanging a brief greeting with her, he left the room with Jiang Yuan. In the living room, Jiang Yuan exclaimed, yes, I finally passed the level. She clung to Lin Mo's arm, celebrating her victory with exuberance. Lin Mo's modest claim of being an average player was clearly an understatement. With his understanding of racing, he swiftly helped her conquer the most challenging level. All right, now you can play by yourself and don't come asking me again, Lin Mo said gently. Handing her back the phone, he gazed at the flawless profile of the young girl, marveling at the wonders of life. Though Jiang Yuan and Jiang Wanli were identical twin sisters, sharing striking physical attributes and charm, their personalities revealed subtle differences in their interactions. Sensing Lin Mo's lingering gaze, Jiang Yuan boldly lifted her head to meet his eyes. "Brother-in-law, what are you looking at?" she teased, her laughter unembarrassed. "I wish to take a closer look, lest I be unable to distinguish between you and your sister." Lin Mo was taken aback and hastily explained. Imagine if the two sisters were together, dressed alike and silent. It would indeed be challenging to discern them quickly. Lin Mo recalled some humorous anecdotes from the internet, pondering why distinction was even necessary. Why not establish a secret code instead? Jiang Yuan blinked her large eyes and uttered something astonishing. "What?" Lin Mo was taken aback. "Let us use the number 18. If you say 18 and I respond with past, that would mean any other response is from my sister," Jiang Yuan said with a mischievous grin. The number 18 was merely a reference to their recent racing score, evidently improvised. Lin Mo chuckled, finding the little girl's exuberance delightful. Thus, they forged this little secret. "Amuse yourself. I shall take a stroll," Lin Mo remarked, feeling somewhat stifled indoors and desiring fresh air. This villa, nestled within a 10-mile floral expanse, was not just a two-story standalone structure, but encompassed lush lawns and gardens, resembling a grand estate. For an ordinary person to purchase a home here would be as improbable as winning the lottery. Jiang Yuan nodded and swiftly immersed herself in her game. Lin Mo wandered aimlessly through the living room, not noticing Songshi's absence, and meandered outside. Before long, the sound of splashing water reached his ears. Startled, Lin Mo suddenly realized something and instinctively hid. He peered out into the night, discovering a clear swimming pool on the expansive grounds beside the villa. Songshi, with her graceful figure, had donned a relatively modest swimsuit and was swimming effortlessly in the water. Although her attire was quite conventional, it still captivated the eye when worn by her. For the trio of mother and daughters, the notion that clothing defines elegance was entirely irrelevant. Any simple garment on them exuded an air of sophistication. Thus, one should not hastily trust in celebrity fashion brands. What looks exquisite on them may appear as commonplace on others. Songshi had mentioned that aside from her visits to the gym, she often swims at home. This pool, equipped with heating, allowed for a warm soak even in winter. Lin Mo was utterly mesmerized, oblivious to the impropriety of his actions. However, Songshi's elegant and refined demeanor evoked no untoward thoughts. At that moment, it felt akin to admiring a masterpiece of art. Suddenly, Lin Mo's phone rang, startling him. He quickly answered and stepped out from the shadows. It was his mother, Ningjing, calling. "All right, I shall prepare a surprise for you tomorrow," he said before ending the call. Upon seeing Lin Mo, Songshi appeared slightly surprised. Yet, considering she was at home in a modest swimsuit and was now a mature woman, she felt no embarrassment. "Auntie, you truly know how to indulge," Lin Mo remarked, breaking the awkward silence. "Wealthy individuals can construct pools at home, a luxury ordinary people scarcely dare to dream of. It's too hot. I consider it exercise." Songshi elegantly ascended the steps, water droplets cascading down her flawless curves. She picked up a bath towel from the adjacent table, gently drying her damp hair. "It is no wonder that the aunt possesses such an enviable figure," Lin Mo praised earnestly. "Enough with the compliments for the aunt. What about yourself? Aren't you the one with 8-pack abs, charming countless young girls?" Songshi chuckled, vowing that this was certainly not a mere exchange of flattery. During their last camping trip, she had personally verified his impressive physique. It was undeniably genuine. Lin Mo scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond. "How about accompanying the aunt for a swim?" Songshi elegantly tilted her long, fair neck and took a sip of water, suddenly extending the invitation. Last time, she had accompanied Lin Mo to swim in the lake. It was time for a role reversal. I couldn't ask for more. Lin Mo beamed at her suggestion. Chapter 89, Cousin-in-law, look at how he bullies me. What does it mean to desire the unattainable? Songshi shot Lin Mo a disapproving glance. Such remarks were rather inappropriate. It sounded as if one were teetering on the edge of temptation. Ahem, I meant to say that given the sweltering heat, a dip in the water is quite desirable. Is it not? Lin Mo felt a twinge of guilt, realizing she had misspoken. Nevertheless, which man in this world could truly refuse such an invitation? Thus, To avoid further missteps, she chose to bypass the topic entirely and plunged into the water. Meanwhile, Songshi, having just swum for a while, now sat on the steps by the pool, observing Lin Mo as she swam. Since receiving the rewards from the system, Lin Mo had not only enhanced her combat skills, but her physical capabilities had also undergone a remarkable transformation. With one breath, she could swim around the pool a dozen times. Such extraordinary stamina left Songshi utterly astonished. When you have the time, you should teach Wanli how to swim. It's quite absurd for someone her age to be unable to do so. Songshi remarked with a smile after swimming a lap. Knowing how to swim is an invaluable skill, sometimes even a matter of life and death. With summer vacation approaching for her two daughters, Songshi planned to take them to the seaside. If they couldn't swim, then their time at the beach would be wasted on merely sunbathing and playing in the sand. I'll mention it to her, Lin Mo nodded, envisioning the image of Jiang Wanli in a swimsuit. Although it was hard to imagine, it would undoubtedly be a sight to behold. Compared to the constraints of swimming with Songshi, swimming with Jiang Wanli would truly be a delightful experience. It seemed necessary to quickly persuade the girl. After swimming, Lin Mo suddenly realized with dismay that she had no change of underwear, and since she would be spending the night here, going without was out of the question. Sensing Lin Mo's predicament, Songshi kindly ordered a few new pairs online and even bought her several outfits. Such thoughtfulness elevated Songshi's status in Lin Mo's heart. What could be better than a considerate mother-in-law? As they were set to return to their hometown the next day to celebrate her mother's birthday, it was imperative to retire early that evening. After finishing their showers, both Songshi and Jiang Yu returned to their rooms. Songshi encouraged Lin Mo to stay, not forcing him to engage in anything with Jiang Wanli, but rather demonstrating a supportive attitude. After all, if the mother-in-law had permitted an overnight stay, what obstacle could possibly stand in the way of their union? After lying in the room for a few minutes, Lin Mo tossed and turned. Ultimately, he resolved to sneak into Jiang Wanli's room. Even if he couldn't make a significant advance, he could at least fall asleep holding the girl. Creak. As expected, Jiang Wanli's door was unlocked. Lin Mo easily twisted the doorknob and entered. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Wanli exclaimed, seeing Lin Mo sneak in like a thief, her tone laced with annoyance. Lin Mo, however, was undeterred, boldly taking a seat at the edge of her bed. "Tomorrow we're going to my house, according to our customs. When bringing a girl home, one must stay overnight. If we don't practice a little beforehand, my mom might think I've paid for companionship to satisfy her expectations." Lin Mo explained with confidence. Although it may seem somewhat exaggerated, the essence of the matter holds true. Not long ago, my mother arranged a blind date, and now, it has hardly been a while before she brought home such a stunning prospective daughter-in-law, leaving anyone who sees her with a sense of disbelief. The only way to silence the older generation is to share a bed, which, in traditional thought, signifies mutual commitment. What is there to practice, after all? Jiang Wanli's fair face flushed, her delicate hands fidgeting, for despite her naivety in matters of the heart, she was not foolish and understood the dynamics between men and women. However, to be fair, she was not yet mentally prepared. Rest assured, in such a momentous occasion, we must choose a day of significance to consummate it. Lin Mo gently remarked as he drew Jiang Wanli closer. If this step were taken merely on a whim, it would feel rather hasty. He was indifferent, but it was, after all, the girl's first time. Jiang Wanli nodded, and then placed a gentle kiss on Lin Mo's face. To love is to exercise restraint. Let us get some rest, Lin Mo said softly, lifting the girl into his arms. "Ah," Jiang Wanli gasped, quickly wrapping her arms around Lin Mo's neck. He had done this deliberately the last time they camped in a tent, but she wondered if this time it would disturb Songshi. The following day, Lin Mo was awakened early by Songshi. A lavish breakfast awaited them. Even when Lin Mo emerged from Jiang Wanli's room, Songshi showed no surprise. At the dining table, she persistently advised Jiang Wanli on what to be mindful of when visiting Lin Mo's family. The etiquette of affluent families is not merely superficial. Making a good impression during their first meeting is essential. After breakfast, Lin Mo set off with Jiang Wanli, but their journey did not involve just the two of them. They were also to pick up Ning Yan. It was her aunt's birthday, and naturally, she had to attend. When Ning Yan saw the real Jiang Wanli, she was utterly astonished. The girl was even more breathtaking than in her photographs, possessing an almost surreal beauty. "What are you dawdling for? Call her sister-in-law," Lin Mo teased as he playfully tapped Ning Yan on the head. Jiang Wanli's cheeks flushed with happiness. "Hee, sister-in-law, you are the most beautiful girl in the world," Ning Yan exclaimed with a grin. In truth, Ning Yan herself was a striking beauty, and her high praise for Jiang Wanli only underscored the latter's extraordinary allure. "Hello. It's not that exaggerated," Jiang Wanli replied with a smile. The friendship between girls often blossoms unexpectedly. After exchanging a few words, they felt as if they had known each other for ages. Of course, Ning Yin's affable nature played a significant role. Being around her was devoid of any pressure. "Brother, there's no room to sit," Ning Yin exclaimed as she opened the back door of the car, taken aback by the sight before her. The entire back seat was piled high with gifts. It was needless to say that the trunk was also undoubtedly filled to the brim. "Shall I call a cab for you?" Lin Mo jested. For him, the primary purpose of this outing was to introduce Jiang Wanli to his parents. While these gifts were merely supplementary, as for Ning Yin, she was not of utmost importance in this particular endeavor. "Cousin, look at how he is bullying me." Ning Yin proactively sought assistance from Jiang Wanli, believing that girls should support one another. "All right, just pass me a few for the passenger seat. Let us squeeze them in." Jiang Wanli replied with a smile. As she spoke, she reached out to gather several gift bags closer to her. Observing Ning Yin nestled among the piles of presents, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle, and then he resumed driving home. In Nanshan County, on the ring road, Lin Mo took out his phone and called his mother. "Dear Mom, we'll be home in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourselves mentally, along with Dad." Chapter 90. Bringing Jiang Wanli home. What Lin Mo referred to as psychological preparation undoubtedly pertained to Jiang Wanli. With such an exquisite daughter-in-law, it felt like a dream. Moreover, Jiang Wanli hailed from a prestigious family, possessing wealth that could last several lifetimes. It was beyond what any parent could imagine. Lin Mo himself felt as if he were in a reverie. Had they not mistakenly approached the wrong table back then, perhaps they would never have encountered this fateful connection. Everything seemed preordained. "You're not really bringing your sister home, are you?" His mother, Ning Jing, quipped. Although her son had always attracted women, marriage was an entirely different matter. Otherwise, she wouldn't frequently arrange blind dates for him. "We'll meet in 10 minutes, Lin Mo replied, too weary to elaborate. He had informed his mother that he would be bringing a girlfriend home, but refrained from saying much more. To his parents, simply introducing a girlfriend was a monumental event that would excite relatives and friends alike. Thus, while the household appeared to consist solely of his parents, in reality, a multitude of aunts and uncles had gathered. "I'm feeling a bit nervous," Jiang Wanli admitted, turning to gaze at Lin Mo, who was driving. Initially somewhat relaxed, she now felt a wave of anxiety upon hearing their earlier exchange. Meeting the future mother-in-law was inherently a daunting task for any young woman. "Don't worry. My mom has a pleasant disposition and won't make you uncomfortable," Lin Mo reassured her with a nod. His mother was a music teacher at a secondary school. Enjoying a relaxed and flexible job, teachers typically possessed a great deal of patience. His father, Lin Chongshan, was a minor official in the county government, living a modest yet sufficient life. As they entered the county town, Lin Mo navigated his way effortlessly into a residential complex. The community appeared somewhat aged, being the housing provided by his father's workplace. Upon entering, the security guard immediately stood at attention. Though he may not have known the exact worth of the gleaming vehicle, he recognized it as the domain of the affluent. "Uncle Li, how have you ended up as a security guard?" Lin Mo inquired, lowering the car window with a smile. Uncle Li was a friend of his father's, who had once worked in a factory but had seemingly been laid off. Fortunately, his wife was a government employee, allowing them to reside in this staff housing. "Lin Mo, my boy, it seems you struck it rich," Uncle Li exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Lin Mo. If memory served him correctly, Lin Mo had graduated less than 2 years ago. What truly astonished him, however, was the ethereal beauty seated in the passenger seat. "Here, have a smoke," Lin Mo offered, pulling out a cigarette for Uncle Li. "Look at you, smoking the good stuff now." Uncle Li chuckled, eagerly accepting the cigarette. Maintaining warmth and camaraderie with someone who had ascended the social ladder was a testament to one's character. "All right, I must head back now. My mom and the others are likely waiting anxiously." Lin Mo waved as he drove into the complex. Aware of Lin Mo's return, Ning Jing and the family had been waiting downstairs. Consequently, as the Mercedes appeared, it became the center of attention. "Ning Jing, has your son Lin Mo acquired a Mercedes? That must be worth hundreds of thousands," exclaimed a relative. "This is a G-Class. The cheapest model costs over $1 million. As anticipated, relatives are invariably most concerned with whether you have made a fortune. The impact of this luxury vehicle is simply astounding. It embodies a dual anxiety, the fear of relatives suffering and the dread of them acquiring a Land Rover. Upon arrival, Lin Mo parked the car and was somewhat taken aback by the scene before him. It was not just Jiang Wanli's presence that made him feel slightly anxious. He was surprised by the atmosphere. However, since acquiring the system, his social skills had undergone a remarkable transformation, allowing him to converse effortlessly even with the wealthiest individuals in the nation. He promptly exited the vehicle to open the door for Jiang Wanli. Meanwhile, Ning Yin stepped out on her own accord. Come, let me introduce you. This is my mother, and this is my father. Next to me is Jiang Wanli, my girlfriend. Lin Mo offered a shy smile and briefly introduced his parents. The other relatives and friends could wait for later. Ning Yin also presented a birthday gift to her aunt, remarking that her cousin had found himself a lovely fairy as a girlfriend. The entire gathering was filled with warmth and joy. Ning Jing exchanged a glance with her husband, Lin Choshan, both taken aback. Their carefree son had returned home with a beautiful girlfriend in a Mercedes? This is truly astonishing. Hello, aunt. Hello, uncle. Jiang Wanli greeted them with a sweet smile, striving to appear at ease, though she was actually quite nervous. Fortunately, Ning Jing, her future mother-in-law, seemed affable and easy to get along with. Although her future father-in-law bore a serious demeanor, there was no sense of hostility. The initial impression was quite favorable. Come in quickly and have a seat, Ning Jing said, her smile stretching from ear to ear as she eagerly took Jiang Wanli's hand and led her upstairs. The aunts and uncles followed closely behind. Their curiosity piqued about how the couple had met. The primary demographic for such gossip were those with idle time on their hands. What are you staring at? Help carry some things. Lin Mo called out to Ning Yin, pulling her back. He couldn't possibly manage all these gifts alone. Ning Yin was understandably reluctant. She had come home to help celebrate her aunt's birthday, not to act as labor. There are gifts for you as well. Would you like to take them? Lin Mo chuckled. The gifts prepared by Song she had been thoughtfully considered for the number of relatives and friends present. Essentially, everyone would receive a share. Upon hearing this, Ning Yin immediately brightened and began to help. After Lin Mo and Ning Yin transported the gifts upstairs in batches, they were met with a rather overwhelming sight in the living room. Relatives, led by Ning Jing, had encircled Jiang Wanli, bombarding her with a flurry of questions. Jiang Wanli merely smiled politely, responding to each inquiry. She had never encountered such enthusiasm before. Seeing this, Lin Mo stepped forward and declared in a booming voice, "It's her first time here. Let us not conduct an interrogation." After saying this, he took the girl by the hand, attempting to lead her away. Ning Jing, however, chimed in cheerfully, "Wanli, would you like to eat? And we'll cook for you." Ning Jing was exceedingly confident in her culinary skills. This future daughter-in-law was as beautiful as a celestial being. Even the female celebrities on television pale in comparison to her by a significant margin. It is truly a case of growing fondness with each glance. Surely, her son must have saved the galaxy in a past life. "Auntie, could you possibly teach me how to cook?" Jiang Wanli promptly rose, wishing to evade the barrage of questions, rather than being surrounded. She preferred to spend time alone with her future mother-in-law. Ning Jing had no objections. She cheerfully took the girl's hand and led her into the kitchen. "Lin Mo, come here for a moment." Aunt Lin Skin called from the sofa, beckoning Lin Mo with a wave. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, making her way over. It was not her first visit to the family, so she felt no trepidation regarding the relentless inquiries from relatives. Aunt Lin Xian glanced around at the others before discreetly casting a glance toward the kitchen. Then, in a hushed tone, she asked, "This girl isn't someone you hired, is she?" Chapter 91. Surely this bracelet must be quite expensive. Firstly, Jiang Wanli's beauty seems almost unreal. Secondly, Lin Mo's financial situation could hardly afford a luxury car worth millions. Together, these factors create an impression of a mere performance. The other relatives nodded in agreement. This was their initial reaction, devoid of any courtesy. "Aunt, do tell me, where might one find such a stunning girlfriend for rent?" Lin Mo retorted with a bemused smile. The notion of renting a girl like Jiang Wanli was indeed laughable. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly comprehended the absurdity. Indeed, such a beautiful girl would never lack for money, nor would she ever be for hire. At that moment, Jiang Wanli peeked her head out from the kitchen. "Lin Mo, why don't you distribute the gifts to the elders?" Although the number of relatives was considerable, the quantity of gifts prepared by Song she was even more astonishing. There would certainly be enough for everyone. Lin Mo nodded, seizing the opportunity to divert attention. Just as he was about to distribute the gifts, two more individuals entered through the door. Upon seeing them, Lin Mo's smile momentarily faltered. If there was anyone among the relatives to whom he felt most indifferent, it was this aunt. A quintessential snob, had it not been for the ties of blood, they would have long ceased to interact. "Dear sister, What took you so long to arrive? Ning Jing emerged from the kitchen, smiling. After all, it was her birthday, and her son had brought home a beautiful girlfriend. There was no reason to wear a frown. I heard Lin Mo brought a girlfriend home, so I rushed out to buy a gift, Aunt Lin Shufan said, carrying several bags, the contents of which remained a mystery. Since her eldest daughter married a wealthy husband 2 years ago, she had become insufferably boastful. Much to Lin Mo's chagrin, Lin Mo forced a smile. His parents had stable jobs, and their financial situation was decent during his childhood. However, Aunt Lin's husband had a penchant for gambling and was a heavy drinker, which meant he contributed little financially. Gradually, Aunt Lin developed a rather sardonic demeanor. Now that she had a wealthy son-in-law, a touch of arrogance was to be expected. Wanli, come here for a moment. Lin Mo beckoned to Jiang Wanli. Basic pleasantries were essential. With impeccable upbringing, Jiang Wanli promptly approached to greet the relatives. What a truly radiant young lady, Aunt Lin Shufan exclaimed. Taken aback by Jiang Wanli's beauty. What extraordinary luck Lin Mo must have to attract such a stunning girlfriend. After a brief exchange, Ning Jing led Jiang Wanli back to the kitchen. It was evident that navigating the nuances of familial obligations was far more challenging than cooking. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo began distributing the numerous gifts to his relatives. Aunt, this bracelet is a gift from Wanli to you. Selecting a bag, he smiled as he recognized its contents. The gifts, all procured by Song Shi, included an array of bracelets, watches, necklaces, and jade pendants. The aunt he referred to was none other than Ning Yan's mother, Ning Lu. Since Ning Yan's father was a son-in-law, she bore her mother's surname. Among these relatives, this aunt shared the closest bond with Lin Mo. The first gift naturally went to Aunt Ning Lu. The child truly has a thoughtful heart. Upon receiving the present, Ning Lu beamed with happiness. It was her niece's first visit to the home, and she brought a gift, indeed a considerate gesture. However, tradition dictates that gifts should be reciprocated, and Ning Lu certainly began to ponder how she might return the favor. Thus, she unwrapped the gift box. A translucent jade bracelet emerged, captivating the attention of all present. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. To present such a precious item on a first visit? Surely, this bracelet must be quite valuable. Aunt Lin, observing the scene, could not help but interject with a hint of sarcasm. It was well known that the world of jade is intricate. For a young lady to gift jade to her aunt on her first visit might very well indicate a counterfeit piece. Simply put, she could not bear to see others prosper. Although she arrived late, she was aware that Lin Mo had returned in a luxury car worth millions, which stirred feelings of discontent within her. Upon hearing Aunt Lin's remarks, other relatives also cast puzzled glances. Indeed, jade is not inexpensive, yet if it were a replica or artificially made, its value could be drastically different. Perhaps a jade bracelet priced at over 100,000 could actually cost merely $20. A small gift carries significant sentiment. I would be delighted even if it were made of plastic. Sensing Lin Shufan's criticisms, Ning Lu merely smiled gently. When Lin Shufan's son-in-law first visited, he came empty-handed. What did that imply? Wealthy individuals often display aloofness, essentially establishing a hierarchy. Marrying into wealth can lead to enduring much disdain. Isn't Sister Huang one employed at a jade shop? She must have frequently gifted you jade. You surely understand. Could you assist in appraising this? Ning Yan interjected at the right moment. Although she was unaware of Jiang Wanli's family circumstances, she had seen the gifts upon her arrival, all of which were from top-tier brands. According to her cousin, that luxury vehicle was indeed from Jiang Wanli's family. In any case, Ning Yan was fully justified in believing Jiang Wanli to be a child of privilege. There was no need to scrutinize a child's sincere gesture too harshly. Lin Chongshan quickly intervened, deeming the situation inappropriate regardless of its authenticity. Jiang Wanli appeared quite young. It was likely she had yet to enter the workforce. Under such circumstances, offering a modest gift was entirely acceptable. If any flaws were present, they could easily be rectified. Ning Yan spoke with an underlying implication. The Huang one she mentioned was Lin Shufan's younger daughter. Although she worked at a jade shop, she had never gifted relatives anything of significance. Lin Shufan's expression turned awkward, rendering her somewhat speechless. Let me take a look. With no other option, she reluctantly began the appraisal. It must be said, even for someone like her, an outsider, the staff at the jade shop would be only marginally more knowledgeable. The jade industry is far more complex than one might imagine. All eyes turned to Lin Shufan, filled with anticipation. After a prolonged period of exaggerated examination, Lin Shufan finally ventured, I suspect this bracelet could be worth several thousand. She undersold its value, fearing the consequences of a misjudgment. Let us settle on a few thousand, allowing both parties an exit. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a purchase receipt slipped out of the box. Lin Shufan, quick-witted, promptly picked it up. She was then astounded by the string of numbers. 130,000? Lin Shufan was taken aback and counted again. Indeed, it was a 6-digit figure. The relatives exchanged glances, equally astonished. The little aunt gifting her boyfriend such a lavish amount? This was undeniably surreal. Lin Shufan, unwilling to yield, perceived the act of placing the receipt within the gift as a method of deception. Yet, aside from the receipt, there were additional proofs and an official appraisal from the prestigious brand. It seemed excessive to fabricate an entire set. Gradually regaining her composure from the shock, Lin Shufan forced a strained smile and, looking at Lin Mo, unabashedly remarked, "Lin Mo, surely Annie has a gift as well?" Chapter 92. The heartless gift of Song Shiho. The value of the jade bracelet is genuine, though it may warrant a momentary shock. However, when weighed against the tangible benefits, Lin Shufan immediately grasps the pros and cons. If one cannot procure a bargain, it is tantamount to incurring a loss. Before Lin Mo could respond, Ninglu spoke up. "Lin Mo, please return it to Wanli. It is far too extravagant for Ani to accept." Upon their first meeting, receiving a gift worth over 100,000 was met with astonishment and delight, yet her first instinct was to adhere to the principle of no free gifts. The contrasting values between Auntie and the elder aunt became starkly apparent. "Auntie, you should keep it. Returning the gift would imply dissatisfaction with this daughter-in-law." Lin Mo remarked with a smile. He anticipated that Song Shi would be generous, yet he never imagined such an extravagant display. It was evident that other gifts would not be of meager value either. One could only say that wealth breeds caprice. Well, Ninglu hesitated. Accepting it felt excessive, yet declining it brought a hint of regret. "It's fine. Everyone present today has received gifts." To alleviate Ani's concerns and justify the acceptance, Lin Mo quickly distributed the remaining gifts. Watches, bags, everything one could desire. The only commonality among them was their considerable expense. One watch, priced at 360,000, was promptly gifted to his father. Even the notoriously acerbic Lin Shufan beamed with joy over a gold necklace, continuously praising Lin Mo's good fortune and extolling Jiang Wanli to the heavens. "Son, come here for a moment." Lin Chongshan, his father, approached from the adjacent room, casting a knowing glance toward Lin Mo on the sofa. "Dad, why the long face?" Lin Mo stepped forward, teasingly inquiring. During the marriage talks, he had been eager to bring home a girlfriend at once. Now that Jiang Wanli was present, what could possibly trouble him? If he found even such a perfect girl unsatisfactory, Lin Mo would surely deem the world irredeemable. With that thought, he glanced at his father's information. Name, Lin Chongshan. Age, 46. Trust level, 100. Personal privacy. Save 30,000 as secret funds for a future daughter-in-law. Current intention. The received gift is too lavish. Unsure how to reciprocate upon seeing the 100 trust level, Lin Mo felt a swell of emotion. Is this what paternal love feels like? A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Though often taciturn, it remains unconditional. Trust level exceeds 70. Lottery available. Draw, Lin Mo said without hesitation. Initiating the lottery. Congratulations, you have obtained A-level culinary skills. Lin Mo smiled. This skill would indeed prove beneficial. Mastering world-class culinary techniques would leave even chefs from 5-star establishments in awe. In the future, he could take pride in showcasing his abilities before Song Shi. "You say this young lady has gifted us such an opulent present. What shall we offer in return?" Lin Shoshan gazed at his son, a look of perplexity on his face. According to the customs of Nanshan County, when a girl visits for the first time, her parents traditionally provide a red envelope. If unsatisfied, the amount is reduced. If pleased, a grand sum is bestowed. At present, Jiang Wanli has graciously bestowed a significant gift upon them, and it is only natural that a return gesture is expected. The pressing concern lies in ensuring that the reciprocation does not seem meager. After all, the combined savings of the elderly couple fall short of even the price of this watch. It suffices to convey heartfelt intentions. There is no need for excessive formality. Lin Mo, initially thinking it a trivial matter, quickly offered words of comfort, asserting that exchanging monetary value for monetary value would render the gesture utterly devoid of significance. Jiang Wanli is not financially constrained. What she truly values is the attitude of the elderly couple. As a young woman visiting their home for the first time, she undoubtedly seeks their approval. However, Lin Chongshan, shaking his head, harbored reservations, fearing that a paltry return gift could jeopardize his son's future. Let it be in the manner that pleases you most regarding your daughter-in-law, he concluded. Lin Mo, with a warm smile, wrapped his arm around his father's shoulder, reassured him that even without gifts, Jiang Wanli's admirable qualities would undoubtedly delight them. Let things unfold naturally, without the constraints of rigid expectations. Lin Chongshan nodded, though somewhat perplexed. As Ning Jing had already begun serving dishes at the table. Let us eat first, Lin Mo suggested, rushing to assist. Once all the dishes were on the table, they realized it was insufficient to accommodate everyone. Friends and family were plentiful. Reluctantly, Lin Mo fetched another table and a large wooden board to create a spacious dining setting. With over 20 people seated, they strategically left the center for Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli. Such a diligent sweetheart. Lin Mo teased as he guided Jiang Wanli to her seat. A pampered daughter of wealth. Yet here you are, helping in the kitchen. What a delightful surprise. Jiang Wanli rolled her eyes playfully but remained silent, knowing she needed to make a good impression on her future mother-in-law. Besides, she preferred the company of the amiable Ning Jing to being scrutinized by distant relatives. Let us eat first, no interrogations allowed. Lin Mo interjected, interrupting the relatives' barrage of questions. Today is my mother's birthday, and that is our priority. After we are well fed, we can indulge in idle chatter. Laughter erupted among the guests, their spirits lifted by the precious gift they had received from Jiang Wanli, which had endeared her to them immensely. Consequently, as they began to eat, Jiang Wanli's bowl was soon filled with chicken and duck legs. In our tradition, only children are entitled to such delicacies, Lin Mo whispered. Reminiscing about the last time he had enjoyed chicken legs at such an occasion, which must have been over a decade ago, in Nanshan County. Such treats were reserved for the young. Jiang Wanli beamed with joy, unabashedly taking a bite out of her chicken leg. Since Wanli has come all this way, let her stay and enjoy for a few more days, Ning Jing chimed in, determined to create a welcoming atmosphere as a future mother-in-law. The harmony between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law has always been a significant concern. It is only through fostering a good relationship that a family can thrive in unity. Aunt Ning Lu offered a gentle smile and concurred. Do not be misled by the modest size of our county. It boasts numerous historical landmarks. Their impression of Jiang Wanli was unequivocally perfect. Her appearance was so striking that it seemed almost otherworldly. Moreover, her manners and etiquette were equally impeccable. Even more astonishing was the fact that the young lady, upon her first visit to the family home, had thoughtfully prepared gifts for everyone. Not only did she bring presents, but they were all luxurious items from esteemed brands. If Lin Mo could attract such a celestial partner, he must have saved the world in his past life. Mother, Wanli is still in university. She hasn't even started her summer break yet. Lin Mo scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he explained. Although he was only slightly older than Jiang Wanli, he felt an uncanny sense of being an old bull courting tender grass. The topic of marriage seemed rather premature at this stage. Well, today is Saturday. Surely it would be acceptable for her to stay the night? Ning Jing, unaware of any impropriety, offered her suggestion from a mother's perspective. Chapter 93. What are your thoughts on your future mother-in-law? In Nanshan County, if one does not spend a night at home with their girlfriend, it often feels rather odd. Traditionally, meeting one's parents is regarded as a significant step. After such a meeting, the relationship is generally considered solidified. Therefore, upon learning that her son intended to bring his girlfriend home, Ning Jing promptly prepared Lin Mo's room. Jiang Wanli, her cheeks flushed, quietly acquiesced. While at home, she had already shared a bed with Lin Mo. Although they had yet to engage in anything intimate, their relationship was undoubtedly deepening. Ning Jing felt immense joy upon Jiang Wanli's agreement. In her heart, she already regarded her as a future daughter-in-law. In fact, Ning Jing was so elated that she forgot it was her own birthday, with Jiang Wanli ultimately bringing out the birthday cake. During the wish-making segment, Ning Jing hastily skipped over it, her sole desire being for her son to establish a family soon. With the enchanting Jiang Wanli before her, there seemed little need for further wishes. After enjoying the cake, the family engaged in pleasant conversation. Perhaps due to receiving gifts, the relatives were not overly critical, and their tone softened considerably, as if speaking loudly to Jiang Wanli would be an affront. Seizing a moment of respite, Lin Mo discreetly reviewed his family's information, not for any other reason than to seek rewards. First and foremost was his mother. Name, Ning Jing. Age, 45 years. Trust level, 100. Personal savings, 200,000. Designated for Lin Mo's bride price, current intent, to care for and entertain Jiang Wanli. Seeing the 100 trust level, Lin Mo was not at all surprised. The individuals who love you most in this world are, without a doubt, your parents. Trust level exceeding 70 allows for a lottery draw. Draw. Congratulations on achieving grade of physical fitness. Lin Mo was taken aback. What kind of reward is this? Suddenly, he felt a conspicuous transformation within his body. Even his breathing had become elongated. An A-level designation signifies the pinnacle of excellence in the world. As for physical prowess, it conveys an extraordinary and almost monstrous level of strength. It was revealed that Lin Mo possessed B-level combat skills, which naturally corresponded to a matching level of physical capability. And now, his physical abilities had ascended once more. However, among the relatives present, only one person had a trust level exceeding 70, and that was his aunt Ning Lu, with a trust level of 79. Clearly, those who seemed close were not held in as high regard in their hearts as one might imagine. The trust lottery with his aunt resulted in the acquisition of B-level medical skills. In other words, he was now a professional physician. Furthermore, due to the nature of the system reward, it was not confined to a specific discipline, but rather encompassed a comprehensive range of medical expertise, making him a rarity on a global scale. That evening, the relatives enjoyed a meal together at home before gradually departing. To alleviate the awkwardness of staying at home, Lin Mo took Jiang Wan out for a stroll. Although the nighttime scenery of the small county could not compare to that of a bustling metropolis, it possessed its own unique charm. They returned home shortly after 10. Ning Jing meticulously prepared everything for the girl, from toiletries to fresh clothing. Although Lin Chongshan was not adept at expressing himself, he diligently assisted from the sidelines. The elderly couple had certainly invested much effort for their future daughter-in-law. "Dad, Mom, you've worked hard all day. You should rest early," Lin Mo suggested proactively. However, this only heightened Jiang Wanli's anxiety. As long as they maintained their usual intimacy, there should be no issues at all. "All right, we'll go rest," Ning Jing replied, her smile unwavering throughout the day. Escorting Jiang Wanli to their son's room filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment, reflecting the traditional values of the older generation. After finally seeing off the elderly couple, Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli had the opportunity to bathe. Inside the room, Jiang Wanli sat on the edge of the bed, her delicate hands nervously fidgeting. Despite this not being her first time alone with Lin Mo, the setting was different. After all, it was her future in-law's home, and any noise could easily be heard by the neighbors. This thought caused her cheeks to flush slightly. Lin Mo noticed her unease and smiled as he approached, sitting beside her. "Though our home may lack certain comforts, my embrace remains equally warm." With a broad smile, he gently pulled Jiang Wanli into his arms. The girl, feeling somewhat dazed, found herself swept away. Fortunately, Lin Mo maintained his composure. Recognizing her lingering nervousness and that she was not entirely prepared, he restrained himself at a critical moment. Indeed, love embodies restraint. This sentiment rings true. Had it been Shin Qingyue or others, not even the heavens could have halted Lin Mo's desires. The following morning, Ning Jing knocked on the door, declaring that breakfast was ready. Though her gaze kept drifting toward the room, the atmosphere resembled that of newlyweds on their wedding night. Lin Mo discerned his mother's intentions and felt a twinge of embarrassment. They had met the parents, yet he and Jiang Wanli had yet to cross that final threshold in their relationship. However, this was not due to any lack of affection on the girl's part. Rather, their progression had been remarkably swift. They had known each other for barely a month, during which an abundance of events had transpired, lending a dreamlike quality to their recollections. After breakfast, Lin Mo took Jiang Wanli out to enjoy the day. Nanshan County, steeped in historical and cultural richness, boasted ancient temples over 1,000 years old, worthy of exploration. Lin Mo was in high spirits. Having resolved the pressing issue of marriage, he no longer needed to worry about his mother's incessant calls. After lunch and a brief chat with his parents, he planned to escort Jiang Wanli back to Gue City. She still had a week until summer vacation. Otherwise, she could have stayed longer. After all, Lin Mo's current class was flexible, allowing for spontaneous attendance. Having learned the previous day that Jiang Wanli would be departing today, the aunts and uncles had once again gathered. This time, they brought gifts, local specialties, and various small tokens of affection. Aunt Ning Lu even presented Jiang Wanli with a pair of exquisitely crafted silver bracelets. Although their value paled in comparison to the jade bangles, they represented heartfelt sentiments. Ning Jing and Lin Chongshan, in a straightforward manner, stuffed several tens of thousands in cash into a red envelope. According to local customs, if parents are pleased with their son's girlfriend, they present a substantial red envelope. Typically, these amounts range from hundreds to thousands. The act of presenting tens of thousands at once serves as a testament to the satisfaction of the elderly couple. Lin Mo explained the tradition to Jiang Wanli, which delighted the girl immensely. Eventually, after escorting the cars out of the community, they considered the matter settled. Ning Jing, you shall enjoy a life of luxury from now on. Indeed, my son has achieved success and found a young, beautiful, and wealthy girlfriend. Perhaps Wanli could introduce a friend for my useless son as well. Haha, your son with a middle school education should probably refrain from such hopes. As they watched the cars speed away, the relatives engaged in lively conversation, while only Ning Jing and her husband smiled with genuine happiness. Meanwhile, on the ring road, Lin Mo, listening to music while driving, felt as if a gentle March breeze enveloped him. He turned his head to glance at the girl, who was joyfully examining the small gifts, and asked with a smile, "What do you think of your future mother-in-law?" Chapter 94. Stay over tonight. What appeared to be a simple birthday gathering, in reality, carried the weighty significance of meeting the parents. For young couples, this moment was profoundly consequential. Who could say whether marriage would follow? Jiang Wanli, her cheeks flushed, murmured softly. The term future mother-in-law bore considerable emotional weight for her. As a freshman, to suddenly be meeting her boyfriend's parents was overwhelming, especially with her own mother as support. Everything unfolded so swiftly that her mindset struggled to keep pace. You can't back out. Aunt Song, she is on my side. Lin Mo laughed heartily, aware that the situation was somewhat hurried, yet confident that time would reveal all truths. Humph. Jiang Wanli huffed, elegantly turning her gaze toward the window. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled. The outskirts of Nanshan County were as picturesque as a traditional landscape painting. Lin Mo, sensing the girl's delight, found a suitable spot to park. Being with his beloved and capturing all the beauty through photography was, in itself, a profound joy. Come, let me take a few pictures of the most beautiful fairy, Lin Mo said with a smile, retrieving his phone. Jiang Wanli's enchanting smile transformed her crescent-shaped eyes, and the thrill of having her spontaneous desire understood and acted upon was utterly delightful. It felt as though her affection for Lin Mo had blossomed from this very sentiment. This boy understood her completely. Click, click. Employing the photography skills bestowed by the system, Lin Mo captured a series of images of Jiang Wanli. The stunning landscape served as the backdrop for the girl, with each shot emerging as a work of art. Alas, Lin Mo sighed as he reviewed the results. What's wrong? Jiang Wanli inquired, somewhat surprised. It's just a photo, why the sighing? The model is too beautiful. My photographic skills pale in comparison, he replied. His feigned melancholy nearly provoking laughter from Jiang Wanli. She playfully punched Lin Mo before snatching the phone to review the photographs. Your photography skills are truly commendable. All right. Let us look at them more leisurely in the car, Lin Mo said, taking a swift step forward and lifting Jiang Wanli into his arms. Are you crazy? Jiang Wanli exclaimed, startled and slightly embarrassed. Unfazed, Lin Mo placed her in the passenger seat and then proceeded to drive back. What about Sister Ning Yin? Jiang Wanli suddenly realized that Ning Yin had not returned with them. Although Ning Yin referred to her as sister-in-law, it was also fitting to call her sister, given their age difference. Much like addressing her future mother-in-law as aunt before marriage. She has some matters to attend to and will take a bus up in a few days, Lin Mo explained casually. The girl just graduated and is submitting her resume. She still has some trivial formalities to complete at school. As they entered the city around 5 o'clock, Jiang Wanli suggested, let us have dinner at home tonight. I learned a signature dish from Aunt. Her time spent with Ning Jing had not only revealed the warmth of her future mother-in-law, but had also enriched her culinary skills. A woman's patience surpasses that of a man. Under the meticulous guidance of Ning Jing, Jiang Wanli, a novice in culinary arts, began to feel a sense of competence. Haha. Do you have any dishes you're not adept at? Lin Mo chuckled heartily. However, Jiang Wanli was entirely unfamiliar with cooking and had no signature dishes to speak of. Humph. I shall prove my abilities, Jiang Wanli retorted defiantly. Lin Mo smiled slightly and drove towards the market, having acquired an A-level culinary skill, intending to impress Song Shi while also giving Jiang Wanli a lesson in humility. Upon learning that Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli were returning, Song Shi was just about to tie on her apron to showcase her culinary prowess when Lin Mo swiftly took the apron from her. As for Jiang Wanli's so-called signature dish, Lin Mo merely smiled and dismissed it. Once Lin Mo entered the kitchen, Song Shi eagerly pulled Jiang Wanli into the living room. It was essential to have a thorough discussion with her daughter before meeting her future mother-in-law. How did it go? Was everything smooth? Song Shi inquired, noticing the joy radiating from her daughter. As a victim of a commercial marriage, She had sacrificed everything to ensure her daughter's happiness. It appeared that Jiang Wanli genuinely felt a sense of joy. The future mother-in-law. I mean, the aunt is very kind, and we got along splendidly. She even taught me how to cook. I'll make something for Mom to taste another day. Jiang Wanli blushed, nearly making a slip of tongue. The term future mother-in-law was something Lin Mo would jokingly use. She nodded, her face alight with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, showcasing his A-level culinary skills, began to create culinary delights in the kitchen. In no time, delightful aromas wafted through the air. Wow, brother-in-law, what are you cooking? It smells amazing. Zhang Yuan, unexpectedly appearing from nowhere, startled Lin Mo. You sneaky girl, Lin Mo exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden presence of the spirited Zhang Yuan, who contrasted sharply with Jiang Wanli's serene demeanor. Hello everyone. Today Yuan is a food blogger, Zhang Yuan announced, holding her phone and leaning against Lin Mo, ready to commence a live broadcast. With her captivating beauty, she had garnered a substantial following, and after a few previous live streams featuring her sister and mother, her fan count had skyrocketed overnight, reaching over 1 million followers. Ironically, while many other streamers relied on borderline antics, competitions for gifts, or advertisements for income, Zhang Yuan had never profited from her fans. Instead, she frequently organized extravagant giveaways, with prizes that were exorbitantly priced, attracting many followers solely for the perks. Isn't that your brother-in-law? He captured an international criminal during that highway chase. He was absolutely dashing. Comments flooded the live stream. The previous highway chase incident in Guizhou had sparked considerable local interest, with Lin Mo's heroic image even making the news. Brother-in-law, say hello to everyone. Zhang Yuan urged as the audience immediately recognized Lin Mo. He wore a look of exasperation, feeling as though he was being compelled into the spotlight. Possessing a privacy system, he prefers to remain out of the public eye. Goddess, your kitchen is larger than my living room. It's even bigger than my own. May I glimpse your living room? What living room? Let us take a look at Mom instead. During the last camping trip, coupled with some reckless driving, she became the center of attention in the live stream. The title of the most beautiful mother spread like wildfire. Many of the fans who tuned in were drawn by Shi. At that moment, Shi returned from outside. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan holding up her phone to broadcast live, she remarked with annoyance, all you do is enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Hurry and set the table. With that, she snatched the phone away and ended the live stream. The audience, caught off guard, could only catch a fleeting glimpse before the broadcast abruptly ceased, prompting a chorus of lamentation. Zhang Yuan left the kitchen with a frown, aware that under normal circumstances, she wouldn't dare to express her displeasure towards her mother. Shi approached Lin Mo with a graceful smile and said, why not stay over tonight? Chapter 95 Andy, have you heard of the spa? After a trip to Nanshan County, Jiang Wanli shared countless delightful experiences with Shi. Essentially, these were merely daily occurrences. However, the joy radiating from her daughter made Shi feel it was all worthwhile. All of this was brought about by Lin Mo seizing the opportunity. She gradually encouraged Lin Mo to become accustomed to living in their home. Lin Mo sensed Shi's intentions but feigned contemplation. To reside in this villa alongside 3 beautiful women was the dream of countless men. You work nearby and can teach Annie how to cook, making it convenient for you to stay over any time. Shi, believing Lin Mo might feel awkward, hastily clarified her point. Above all, she aimed to allow the 2 young individuals to grow closer together. As a mother, her efforts were indeed heartfelt. Very well, Lin Mo nodded, unable to conjure a reason for refusal. After all, he had yet to purchase a house and felt no urgency. At least, he could wait until the $100,000 bounty was settled before making any decisions. Upon hearing Lin Mo's agreement, Shi's face lit up with joy. Even she was unaware that Lin Mo's presence brought her happiness. As Lin Mo continued to cook, he swiftly entered the culinary zone. Shi, watching from the side, could not resist complimenting. How is it that your cooking skills seem to have improved once more? She had witnessed at least 2 distinct advancements in his culinary prowess. Could it be that he had deliberately downplayed his abilities previously to spare her feelings? Since Andy is improving so swiftly, I must elevate my skills, otherwise. It would be embarrassing if the student surpassed the teacher. Lin Mo laughed heartily. If Shi were to discover that his culinary skills were acquired effortlessly, she might be quite vexed. Then you must keep up the good work. Auntie will soon surpass you, she said with a smile. Though she spoke lightheartedly, deep down, she hoped to continually seek Lin Mo's guidance in the culinary arts. Anticipating something consistently is, after all, a kind of beauty, employing his latest culinary techniques. Lin Mo prepared a grand feast, which included the signature dish Jiang Wanli had expressed a desire to make. In the presence of the system, no secrets remained. After tasting Lin Mo's cooking, she would never dare to mention stepping into the kitchen again. After the meal and tidying up, Songshi announced her intention to go swimming. Lin Mo initially planned to accompany her, but upon hearing that Song, she would be heading to the beach during summer vacation. He decided to first teach Jiang Wanli and her sister how to swim, preparing for the future. At the swimming pool, Jiang Wanli remarked shyly, "Mom, your swimsuit style is rather outdated, isn't it?" Although Songshi was not a traditionalist, the swimsuit was quite plain. It covered her completely, hardly resembling swimwear at all. "What? Do you wish to wear a bikini instead?" Songshi retorted playfully. Since both her daughters were inexperienced swimmers, the pool was her private domain. This swimsuit was hers as well. "I think it looks lovely," Jiang Yuan quickly chimed in, showering her mother with compliments. Conservatism is not a pejorative, rather. It exudes a sense of dignity, and combined with her tender age, it presents a unique charm. Flatterer. Jiang Wanli shot her sister a glare. Lin Mo, serving as the assistant coach, merely smiled and watched the spectacle unfold, more accurately, the beautiful scenery. The sight of the three of them clad in swimsuits by the pool was simply enchanting. "Lin Mo, you teach Wanli, and I'll instruct Yuan." Songshi decisively allocated the tasks. One-on-one instruction would yield the greatest efficiency. "All right." Lin Mo nodded, stepping forward to take Jiang Wanli into the water. "Slow down." The girl's face was a mask of anxiety, recalling unpleasant memories of nearly drowning in a swimming pool during her childhood. Meanwhile, Songshi guided Jiang Yuan into the water beside them. The swimming pool was not solely a deep end. It ranged from 1.2 to 1.8 meters in depth. Although the three women were tall, the 1.8-meter zone could still engulf them. Thus, they practiced in the shallow end. "Imagine yourself as a frog." Lin Mo extended his hand, gently clasping the girl's small hand. Only her legs could propel her forward. "You're the frog," Jiang Wanli retorted, despite her words. Those long, fair legs began to kick rhythmically. Believing the girl possessed considerable talent, Lin Mo released her hands. Suddenly, with a splash, Jiang Wanli dove headfirst into the water. Gulping down a mouthful that left her gasping and tearful, Lin Mo burst into laughter at the sight. To learn how to swim, it's essential to take a few mouthfuls of water, he thought, finding no embarrassment in her predicament. "Mom, Lin Mo did that on purpose." Jiang Wanli, feeling aggrieved, landed a couple of playful punches on Lin Mo before looking towards Songshi. Clearly, she felt helpless against him. Songshi did not respond, but instead pointed to the frowning Jiang Yuan. The latter's swimming prowess was hardly superior. After swallowing a few more mouthfuls of water, the sisters had had enough. "After all, we don't live by the sea. We could always wear life jackets and floaties when we go on vacation." Grumbling, they both climbed out of the water. The expansive pool was left with only Lin Mo and Songshi. "Don't mind them. Keep swimming with your aunt." Songshi shook her head, having given up on teaching. Lin Mo shrugged, as if resigned to the situation. The two continued to swim and laugh. After several laps, Songshi decided to rest at the pool's edge. "Last time, I mentioned investing in you. Several projects are already in place. You'll start running the business tomorrow. I'll send you the specifics," she said elegantly, sitting on the steps and suddenly smiling. Delicate droplets of water cascaded down her fair skin, resembling a blooming lotus. Lin Mo felt a surge of emotion and quickly swam over. "Don't feel pressured. Just act normally, and you'll earn money," Songshi replied with a radiant smile. With startup capital, connections, and projects in place, making money would be exceedingly simple. This approach, akin to being spoon-fed, was something any reasonable person could manage. "You must be the best aunt in the world." Lin Mo was deeply moved and shifted the conversation. "Annie, have you ever heard of a spa treatment?" Songshi, who had tirelessly offered her support, certainly deserved some form of reciprocation. The skills Lin Mo had acquired from the system, culinary arts, medicine, massage, and photography, were all coming into play. As it happened, spa therapy was indeed a form of massage. In essence, it involved massage in water. "I am familiar with spa treatments, but I have never encountered a spa conducted in water," Songshi replied with a hint of curiosity. She had visited several reputable spa establishments, primarily focused on skin and facial care. Moreover, she understood that Lin Mo was eager to do something in return for her kindness. To alleviate any undue pressure on the young person, Songshi was typically inclined to accept such gestures. "So, would you like to proceed with this now, Annie?" Lin Mo inquired with a smile. Chapter 96. The moonlight tonight is truly radiant. Are you not weary? Song Shi inquired, rather than declining. The drive back from Nan County took 2 hours, followed by a visit to the market for groceries, culminating in a lavish spread of dishes, an endeavor that required considerable stamina. Just moments ago, Lin Mo had swum numerous laps. Does this fellow ever tire? Not at all. After all, and he shows me such kindness, Lin Mo replied, grinning, offering no further explanation. With the rewards from the system, his physical prowess had reached a world-class level. He was confident that he could compete for the championship in a marathon against the best in the world. Song Shi cast a smiling glance at Lin Mo. Choosing to say no more, Lin Mo stepped closer, causing ripples in the water. The moonlight tonight was exceptionally gentle. Immersed in the water, Song Shi felt entirely at ease. Her eyes half closed as she asked, at such a young age, where did you learn your massage techniques? Previously, Lin Mo had mentioned helping his mother with her cervical spine. Yet Song Shi distinctly sensed that his techniques were remarkably professional, far from something casually learned. It's just something I've fiddled with, Lin Mo laughed, deflecting the question. After all, explaining the origin of his massage skills was quite impossible. To an ordinary person, the existence of the system was akin to encountering a ghost. What was the point of pondering such matters? Song Shi rested her head on his arm, revealing her flawless profile. The bright moonlight cascaded upon her face, creating a halo of light. The gentle undulations of the water added to her breathtaking beauty. Although Lin Mo admired Song Shi's allure, he maintained decorum. The current favorable circumstances largely thrived due to her influence, whether in company projects or private investments. She was indispensable. She even fervently supported his relationship with Jiang Wanli. The thought of jeopardizing such a vital connection due to fleeting desires was unbearable. It was apparent to Lin Mo that Song Shi held affection for him, though it was not of a romantic nature, a distinction he was keenly aware of. All right. You must be tired too. It's time for you to rest. Song Shi elegantly rose, her profile still turned towards Lin Mo. Sure, I'll help Annie next time. Lin Mo stretched lazily, smiling. Such a casual continuation of their arrangement slipped from his lips effortlessly. Even Song Shi nodded in agreement, finding nothing amiss. Having spent the night here before, Lin Mo navigated the routine of washing up with ease upon returning to Jiang Wanli's room. The tender intimacy of young couples had become part of their nightly ritual, though the final step awaited the girl's readiness. The following day, after breakfast, Lin Mo drove the 2 sisters to school. It was the last week before summer break. Lin Mo then made a quick visit to the company. Under the pretext of delivering breakfast, and engaged in a set of calisthenics with Xin Xinhua. Afterward, he drove out, for unlike earning a salary at Tianning Company, Lin Mo now had profitable projects, all thanks to Song Shi's groundwork. The initial collaboration was scheduled for 10 in the morning. The counterpart was a pharmaceutical company, and the essence of the partnership was to supply them with a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs. These herbs were cultivated in a manually tended facility provided by Song Shi. Lin Mo's task was to engage directly in discussions regarding the collaboration. It could be said that merely following through with the process would yield profits. This is precisely why the affluent continue to accumulate wealth, not because their strategic thinking surpasses that of the average individual, but rather due to their substantial resources and formidable networks. In the Xixia district, at the convenient pharmaceutical company, Lin Mo encountered the project leader in one of the offices. She was a woman in her 30s, with short hair and a subtle makeup, exuding a sense of professionalism. Hello, Mr. Lin, please have a seat. Upon seeing Lin Mo, the short-haired woman greeted him warmly. The essence of such collaboration is mutual benefit, thus the atmosphere is generally cordial. Hello, Ms. Tang, Lin Mo replied with a smile, nodding as he accessed her information. Name, Tang Li, age, 29, trust level, 50, personal privacy, has repeatedly enriched herself through procurement dealings, current intent, seeing Lin Mo's youth, aims to maximize profit. Lin Mo chuckled inwardly, pondering whether she was judging him merely by his appearance. Who decreed that the young are easily taken advantage of? To speak candidly, our budget for this herb procurement project is only 20 million. Tang Li smiled slightly and responded with ease. Although Lin Mo was a young and handsome man, in business, profit reigns supreme. The total profit remains constant. Thus, the essence of negotiating a partnership lies in seizing profits. If the counterpart earns less, then one stands to gain more. Wasn't the initial figure set at 40 million? Lin Mo countered. To suddenly slash the order by 20 million, did this woman truly perceive him as a naive novice? Herbs are seasonal. During summer, the high temperatures render large-scale storage impractical. Therefore, we are initially considering procuring 20 million. Tang Li elucidated with a smile. This tactic is infallible against inexperienced newcomers. By compressing the transaction amount, she sought to gain the upper hand. The remaining 20 million would serve as leverage, allowing for greater concessions later, thereby maximizing profits. If one fails to perceive this strategy, they might end up feeling grateful in the end. Lin Mo shook his head. He was well acquainted with this maneuver. He had employed it previously when securing land for the company. Initially planning to acquire 2 plots, he feigned interest in only one, and the latter plot ended up as a vital bargaining chip. Does your company know that Ms. Tang has unilaterally have the order? Lin Mo crossed his arms, gazing at her with a smile. Even without a privacy system, he could see through her intentions. Moreover, as this collaboration was arranged by Song Shi, it was unlikely that the counterpart would casually reduce the order. This project falls under my purview, but Tang Li appeared slightly taken aback. Though she quickly regained her composure, Lin Mo, this young man, seemed to possess a greater acuity than she had anticipated. Just as she was about to take the initiative, utilizing the remaining 20 million as leverage, Lin Mo suddenly rose to his feet. I apologize, but I must seek collaboration with other companies. Chapter 97. Taking Song Shi to the amusement park collaboration is inherently a win-win situation, yet Tang Li seeks to maximize her profits, leaving Lin Mo with no choice but to decisively depart. The demand for such medicinal herbs in the market is substantial. Even without the convenience pharmaceutical company, Lin Mo could swiftly find a partner without relying on Song Shi. Wait a moment, Tang Li urged, her frustration evident. This individual was clearly unpredictable, departing at will. Should this collaboration fail, not only would she forfeit her commission, but she might also face scrutiny regarding her capabilities at the company. Lin Mo turned back, offering only a smile without uttering a word. He had no intention of broaching the subject of agreeing to the 40 million procurement amount, as that would place him in a passive position. After all, this figure had been established from the outset. 40 million was not impossible to request. However, the procurement price would require negotiation. Tang Li, with an unflinching demeanor, declared, regardless of how assertive Lin Mo appears, he's merely a novice. I won't press the issue. We can proceed at market price, Lin Mo replied generously. It was exceedingly difficult to gain an advantage over such seasoned veterans. Securing the first collaboration at market price would be deemed a success. The 40 million procurement amount, barring any returns to Song Shi, would yield at least 200,000 in commission. Mr. Lin is well aware that summer is not suitable for bulk stockpiling. Thus a slightly lower price than market value is reasonable. Tang Li looked at Lin Mo with a troubled expression, her words laden with apology, as if she had suffered significant loss. The essence of business negotiations is to profit for one's own side, and in this regard, Tang Li's approach was exemplary. A company's procurement officer is hardly simplistic. No problem. We can wait for the appropriate season to procure. We cannot allow your company to take risks, Lin Mo decisively stated, turning to leave. His nearly instantaneous decision left Tang Li in a state of shock. How could she not perceive this as a strategic retreat? Such seemingly simple responses had countered every one of her moves. This young man was unexpectedly astute. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Tang Li was at a loss for words. She had never encountered someone so impervious to persuasion. He offered no room for negotiation, and his willingness to walk away was utterly exasperating. Miss Tang, if you cannot present sincerity, I believe there is no need to continue. Lin Mo bluntly revealed his position. It is only natural to seek benefits for oneself. To regard him as a novice would be an insult. I apologize for my previous behavior. If 40 million can be procured at market price, let us proceed with the contract. After experiencing 2 setbacks, Tang Li no longer dared to underestimate Lin Mo. Rather than risk losing the order, it was wiser to complete the collaboration diligently. Miss Tang, your experience is invaluable. I will heed your guidance. Lin Mo replied with a shy smile, resembling a novice eager to learn. Unfortunately, in the face of the system, all of Tang Li's subtle schemes proved futile. As long as one can comprehend the needs of others and perceive their thoughts, one can become the most formidable salesperson. A mere encounter lasting a few minutes culminated in a successful collaboration. While Lin Mo's system undeniably played a crucial role, it was ultimately Song Shi who laid the groundwork for everything. If such a project were entrusted to an ordinary salesperson, it would merely serve as a task for the company. The cooperation was delightful. Lin Mo shook hands with Tang Li and promptly departed, leaving Tang Li momentarily stunned, unable to regain her composure. Today, she had received a lesson from a young man. After effortlessly securing his first project, Lin Mo continued his endeavors without pause, completing 3 projects in a single day. The following day, Lin Mo arranged to meet with Songshi. This esteemed mother-in-law had gone to great lengths to assist him in generating revenue. Utilizing substantial financial resources and connections, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. However, his method of thanking Songshi could not be mundane, as she was not lacking in material possessions. From teaching cooking to massage camping, the essence remained unchanged, to bring joy to this otherwise monotonous mother-in-law. Thus, Lin Mo chose the amusement park as the venue for their meeting, Starlight Amusement Park. Upon arriving, Songshi's initial reaction was one of bewilderment, as she wondered if she had come to the wrong place. Today, she had simply tied her long hair back, donned a pair of sunglasses, and sported a white t-shirt with cropped jeans, exuding a youthful vibrancy. To an outsider, she could easily be mistaken for a university student. "Auntie, today you look like a college student," Lin Mo exclaimed with a playful grin. Even in such a casual outfit, Songshi radiated an impeccable sophistication. It seemed as if it was not the clothing that accentuated her figure, but rather her demeanor that enriched the attire. Flattery aside, why are we discussing work in an amusement park? Songshi inquired with a playful smile. "Auntie, today we shall not talk about work," Lin Mo replied with a smile, leaving her perplexed. Earlier on the phone, he had mentioned securing 3 projects and wished to discuss the details, yet upon arrival, he declared they would not be discussing work. "Do you remember what I said before? It's important for Auntie to feel joy as well," Lin Mo said warmly, affirming his intention. During their previous camping trip, he had expressed that not only should Jiangwan be carefree and happy, but Songshi should also experience joy. "Auntie is quite happy," Songshi replied with a hint of exasperation. Ever since witnessing her daughter's happiness, she herself had felt a renewed sense of joy, experiencing bliss in activities like cooking and fishing that she had never encountered before. "That's not enough," Lin Mo declared, as if performing magic, producing 2 tickets to the amusement park. "Today, the 2 of us shall revel here." Songshi was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard. As a woman of a certain age, she felt it was inappropriate to be frolicking at an amusement park. What if someone she knew were to see her? She quickly shook her head. "Auntie, joy is a personal experience. One need not concern themselves with the opinions of others." Perceiving Songshi's unease, Lin Mo promptly offered her reassurance. Bound by the constraints of societal norms, finding joy seemed nearly impossible. Who decreed that an aunt could not visit an amusement park? Furthermore, despite having been a mother for many years, Songshi's age was likely not greater than that of some unmarried women of a considerable age. Moreover, merely judging by her appearance, she could easily pass for a university student. How awkward it would be if she were to encounter an acquaintance. Yet, Songshi remained hesitant, voicing her concerns. "There is nothing embarrassing about it. The amusement park only imposes restrictions on children and the elderly, which has nothing to do with an aunt." Lin Mo dismissed her arguments, taking Songshi's hand and leading her toward the ticket gate. Wait a moment," Songshi stammered, feeling a surge of nervousness. Being led by Lin Mo was a disconcerting adjustment for her. "Aunt, this way no one will suspect you are a university student," Lin Mo exclaimed with hearty laughter. Chapter 98. Is Auntie really suitable for this? Lin Mo implied that the 2 appeared as a young couple. In such a scenario, who would care about the opinions of others? Even if Songshi was stunning and turned heads, the sight of her with a boyfriend would merely elicit some begrudging remarks, like flowers adorning cow dung, a mere outlet for frustration. "What shall we play?" Songshi's cheeks flushed, and she hastily shifted the topic. She understood that today, the amusement park was a must-visit. To be honest, she was rather looking forward to it, though she had been constrained by various rules until now. As for Lin Mo's earlier comment, she dared not counter it. After all, their first trip to the supermarket had led to a misunderstanding with the sales assistant. By now, she had come to accept this peculiar designation. Where there's a will, there's a way, Lin Mo said with an enigmatic smile, pulling Songshi into the amusement park. It was Tuesday, and the crowds were sparse. Upon entering, she was dazzled by the myriad of attractions. As she glanced around, she realized she was suffering from indecision. This newly opened amusement park boasted an astonishing array of activities. "Annie, close your eyes and spin around. Just point at whatever attraction you land on." Noticing Songshi's internal struggle, Lin Mo proposed a whimsical idea. The absence of a clear objective often leads to the most delightful experiences. Songshi, always poised and graceful, found the notion of spinning in front of a crowd rather daunting. Without regard for her hesitation, Lin Mo playfully covered her eyes and gently spun her around. With no choice but to act instinctively, she pointed ahead. That one. Lin Mo focused, and to his surprise, it was the bumper cars. He burst into laughter. This was an entertaining choice, particularly suitable for novices. Yet, Songshi wore an expression of reluctance. Isn't this for children? The greatest purpose in life is to seek joy. One must dare to try. Lin Mo offered little time for her to refuse or contemplate, dragging her to the queue. Before long, they entered. As the cars started, Songshi's initial reserve melted away. She joyfully grasped the steering wheel like a child. Crash it, Lin Mo encouraged, noticing the genuine delight on her face. The essence of bumper cars lay in their name. Only through colliding with others could one find the thrill. Songshi soon discovered the joy, eagerly pursuing the car in front to bump into it. Unfortunately, her relentless pursuit soon drew the ire of another driver. Hey, can you manage your girlfriend? She keeps ramming into our car. A young man with tousled hair shouted at Lin Mo. Given Songshi's beauty, the young man assumed Lin Mo was flaunting his girlfriend. Growing accustomed to being mistaken for Lin Mo's girlfriend, Songshi was nearly desensitized. Fortunately, her current mindset was positive, and she chose not to dwell on trivial matters. Maybe your girlfriend just needs a little practice. If you're so skilled, why not come and crash into us? Lin Mo retorted with a relaxed smile. What's the point of bumper cars if you don't bump into anyone? In response to the misunderstandings surrounding the youth, Lin Mo chose to remain silent. In terms of physique, beauty, and charm, Songshi was by no means inferior to younger girls. In fact, she possessed an enchanting allure all her own. With a hint of melancholy, Songshi shot Lin Mo a glance, but given they were driving, she refrained from further reaction. However, reflecting upon the fact that Lin Mo had brought her to the amusement park today, a peculiar feeling akin to that of a child welled up inside her. The young man with the blonde hair had yet to respond, and just as the girl behind the wheel was about to retort, her gaze fell upon Lin Mo and Songshi. Immediately, she fell silent. Judging solely by appearances, this couple overshadowed them effortlessly. Engaging in further banter would only serve to amplify feelings of defeat. Not wishing to engage in a protracted dispute with the youth, Songshi deftly turned the steering wheel, steering towards another attraction. The bumper cars had ignited a playful spirit within them, and soon they were eager to embark on the next adventure. Once again, they closed their eyes and spun in circles. This time, it was Songshi who took the initiative to spin. The next ride was the carousel. That doesn't seem suitable for someone of your age, does it? Songshi thought, her initial excitement dimming somewhat. The bumper cars were tolerable, as they required some semblance of driving. However, the carousel appeared to be an attraction solely for innocent little girls. No worries, today I shall embrace my inner child. After all, where does joy stem from? Lin Mo countered her thoughts with conviction. If happiness demands we maintain our status, then we shall never find true joy. What is wrong with a carousel? It embodies romance, and there are no stipulations preventing adults from enjoying it. Upon gazing into Lin Mo's sincere eyes, Songshi eventually nodded in agreement. Indeed, she had discovered the essence of joy, though at times, she found herself hesitating. Haha, let us go. Lin Mo laughed heartily, taking Songshi's hand as they set off. Upon arriving at the carousel, Songshi was taken aback. How is this a ride for two? It differed from her expectations of a carousel. Compared to the typical ponies, these horses were tall and robust, designed for two riders. Riding bumper cars while apart posed no issue, but this arrangement was decidedly more intimate, one seated before the other. This is rather suggestive, isn't it? Not to worry. We can sit separately. Lin Mo discerned her discomfort and promptly reassured her. He could hardly imagine how awkward it would be for them to sit so closely together. No, that's unnecessary. With you here, I fear I might fall. Songshi hastily waved her hand, worried that Lin Mo might misinterpret her reluctance as disdain. Moreover, observing the queue of strangers nearby, she thought it would be even more embarrassing to be paired with an unfamiliar man. Lin Mo beamed brightly and nodded eagerly. Soon, it was their turn. He assisted Songshi, helping her to mount the horse in front. In both dramas and reality, it was customary for men to sit behind women while riding. This carousel, seemingly designed for couples, was considerably larger than the usual ones. With no distinct seating on the horse's back, they were inevitably drawn close together. Lin Mo, ever the gentleman, made a conscious effort to maintain a respectful distance, embodying a sense of decorum. Even though Songshi often found herself lost in thought when encountering Lin Mo, she believed that while men may be flirtatious, they must never be vulgar. This subtle gesture did not escape her notice. The more she observed this young man, the more she found herself drawn to him. However, Contrary to her expectations, as the carousel began to spin, Lin Mo discovered just how exhilarating this ride truly was. Unlike a conventional carousel that merely swayed gently up and down, this one mimicked the exhilarating gallop of horses across a vast meadow. The pronounced undulations required the fastening of safety belts. After just a few jolts, Lin Mo lost his balance, lurching forward. Song Shi, too, found herself off-kilter, tilting backward. His sturdy chest collided with her back. No one could have anticipated that a carousel could evoke the sensation of a roller coaster. Lin Mo's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized how close they were to one another. Chapter 99. The Little White Rabbit. Purely white. Lin Mo's heart fluttered, and he found himself overwhelmed. He was acutely aware of the impending situation. As anticipated, he was on the brink of social embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, he began to recite the Heart Sutra silently in his mind. Why is this so? For this person has no self, no others, no sentient beings. Yet, this was merely a futile attempt to silence his inner turmoil. Such is the nature of humanity, yearning yet unfulfilled. The more he sought to distract himself, the more his focus intensified. To Lin Mo's bemusement, a nearby carousel was accompanied by the cheerful melodies of children's songs. Little White Rabbit, pure and white, loves to eat carrots and greens. Lin Mo cursed under his breath, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. The carousel, each time it started, would only come to a halt after a designated period. The rules dictated a 10-minute ride, leaving the next batch of visitors to wait at least that long. Hence, Song Shi, who had never experienced such amusements, transitioned from initial anxiety to a state of sheer enjoyment. The monotony of life craved disruption. In that moment, she even yearned to gallop across vast grasslands, riding under the expanse of blue skies and fluffy clouds, lost in bliss. When the carousel finally came to a stop, Song Shi, who had initially been reluctant, appeared to be left wanting more. Lin Mo, however, suddenly claimed he felt unwell and dashed to the restroom. Upon his return, Song Shi had already shifted her attention to other attractions. Auntie, shall we continue playing? Lin Mo inquired tentatively. She must have sensed the earlier interruption. If she felt embarrassed, they would have to pause. The purpose of their outing was joy, not mere time consumption. Of course, we've only tried 2 rides so far. Song Shi replied with a gentle smile, showing no signs of distress. Lin Mo's earlier reaction had been instinctive, illustrating that those who mistook her for his girlfriend were not entirely mistaken. This was the essence of charm. What woman does not relish sincere compliments? All right, Auntie, you choose. I'm up for it. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. The day's mission was to ensure that Song Shi had the time of her life. Scanning her surroundings, Song Shi suddenly seemed resolute as she pointed towards the bungee jump in the distance, stating, honestly, I've always wanted to try this. Lin Mo's heart raced at the sight. The dizzying height of over 80 meters felt akin to a journey to the gates of the underworld for someone like him, who harbored a fear of heights. Yet, this was a proposal from Song Shi, who had evidently summoned significant courage to voice it. Reluctant to dampen her spirits, Lin Mo steeled himself to agree. Some psychological barriers, he realized, must be confronted. Thus, the two queued to ascend the platform. After the staff secured their harnesses and confirmed everything was in order, they were finally prepared to leap. Lin Mo, I'm a bit scared, Song Shi confessed, glancing down and instantly freezing in trepidation. From below, the height seemed manageable, but from this vantage point, it appeared utterly daunting. For Song Shi, whose life had been as calm as still water for the first half, such exhilarating experiences were entirely foreign. Now, she found herself caught in a web of conflicting emotions, yearning to shatter the monotony of her existence while instinctively feeling trepidation. Auntie, it's all right. Lin Mo endeavored to maintain his composure, possessing a fear of heights. He was even more apprehensive than Song Shi at that moment. He silently cursed the inventor of this game, feeling as though he were at odds with his own heart. Nevertheless, Lin Mo was also confronting his inner demons. After all, it was merely a phobia of heights, a psychological hurdle that could likely be overcome with a single leap. Please hurry, the staff urged impatiently as Lin Mo and Song Shi hesitated. The queue behind them continued to grow. Andy, allow me to demonstrate this step for you. Lin Mo stepped forward, instructing the staff to secure the safety rope. For someone with a fear of heights, this first bungee jump was akin to a hellish trial. Humans are instinctively afraid of heights. It is etched into our very genes. Lin Mo flashed a reassuring smile at Song Shi before leaping into the air. Though he feigned nonchalance, his screams echoed just as loudly as anyone else's. Overcoming a fear of heights is no simple feat. Witnessing Lin Mo's decisive jump instilled a flicker of courage in Songshi. Since she had ascended, she could not retreat at the last moment. While the staff checked her safety rope, she caught sight of Lin Mo below, as he was lowered onto a boat from the artificial lake. She noticed him gesture encouragement towards her, despite the distance. Songshi, you can do it. Bolstered by her own internal pep talk. She closed her eyes and took a step forward. The sudden sensation of weightlessness sent her heart racing. The overwhelming fear enveloping her dissipated in an instant. That courageous leap was the most precious gift Lin Mo had bestowed upon her, awaiting her on the support vessel. Lin Mo smiled as he noticed Songshi's safety rope gradually ceasing its sway. "Auntie, you were truly magnificent," he praised, in contrast to his loud outbursts. Songshi had exhibited a graceful composure. As the staff unfastened her safety rope, they were momentarily taken aback by Lin Mo's address of her as auntie. How could this exquisite and elegant beauty, with skin as fair as snow, possibly be related to the term? Subsequently, they were guided ashore. With her spirits soaring, Songshi felt not only her heart racing post-bungee jump, but also an exhilarating sense of rebirth. Many rules had shackled her like chains. It only took a modicum of courage to unveil a new horizon. This courage was gifted to her by Lin Mo. Thus, she turned to him, ready to express her heartfelt gratitude, only to discover that his complexion had turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his face as though he had just emerged from a grave illness. "What's wrong? Don't frighten Auntie," Songshi exclaimed, her heart racing with concern. Could it be that something had gone awry during the bungee jump? "It's nothing, just a slight case of acrophobia," he reassured her. Lin Mo revealed a smile, albeit somewhat peculiar. Although the intention was to conquer his psychological fears, it was implausible to expect that years of acrophobia could be resolved in an instant. Thus, the brief moment of free fall induced a cold sweat upon him. "You foolish child. Why didn't you mention your fear of heights earlier?" Songshi questioned with a tone full of reproach. If anything were to happen to Lin Mo, she would bear the weight of guilt. "I yearn to transcend my limits as well," Lin Mo replied with a carefree smile. Songshi reached out, gently caressing the chiseled contours of Lin Mo's face. Despite his acrophobia, he accompanied her in bungee jumping and set an example for her. She certainly noticed all of this. The warmth blossoming in her heart was known as profound emotion. Ding! Songshi's trust in you has risen to 73. Chapter 100. My child, when did you steal a snapshot of the auntie? Feeling the warmth radiating from Songshi's fingertips, accompanied by a system notification, Lin Mo instantly felt it was worthwhile. Today, it seemed both of us have made significant gains. Lin Mo beamed brightly, having at least conquered the inner demons associated with his acrophobia. As for Songshi, she appeared completely transformed, having ventured into amusement park rides she had previously shunned, and even daring to experience the thrill of bungee jumping, a stark departure from her usual life trajectory. This endeavor signified a profound shift in her mentality. "Thank you," Songshi said with a radiant smile, nodding earnestly. It became evident that happiness emanates from life and is firmly within one's grasp. Lin Mo simply smiled in response. Choosing not to speak, their understanding transcended words. Following this, Songshi fully indulged in the day's escapades. From soaring through space to exhilarating roller coasters and dizzying swings, she embraced every thrill. Although no longer in her youth and having missed the most beautiful years of adolescence, today, Songshi was undeniably joyful. At noon, Lin Mo and Songshi enjoyed a meal together, discussing work-related matters. To Songshi's astonishment, he had completed his tasks ahead of schedule. He even managed to negotiate an additional point of profit on one project. With this, she resolved to nurture Lin Mo's potential further. Guining University. Cafeteria. How strange it was that her mother would visit an amusement park. Jiang Wanli, savoring her meal while casually scrolling through her phone, suddenly came across a previous post by her mother. The photo featured the attractions of Starry Sky Amusement Park, with a close-up of the bungee jumping activity. As a daughter, Jiang Wanli was quite surprised. Throughout her childhood, her only memories of her mother involved taking them to amusement parks. Typically, Songshi's social engagements revolved around shopping with affluent ladies. Outings to cinemas or amusement parks were unheard of. However, seeing her mother happy brought Jiang Wanli no objections. On the contrary, she hoped her mother would explore and enjoy life more. With summer vacation approaching, she planned to take her mother out for some fun. Jiang Wanli pursed her lips slightly, swallowing her food. With the 2-month holiday imminent, she knew it was time to arrange travel plans. Her father was often busy, hardly seen throughout the year. Traditionally, she would accompany her mother and younger sister on outings. This time, perhaps Lin Mo should join them. Jiang Wanli's cheeks flushed slightly, as her first thought had been of Lin Mo. She touched her fair cheek, feeling a bit warm. Oh no, I can't believe I'm starting to miss him. Lowering her head, she glanced around shyly. The girls in her dorm were engrossed in their meals and videos, oblivious to her. Wanli, are you planning to hang out during the summer break? A short-haired girl suddenly inquired. In just a year of acquaintance, they had become close friends. With summer finally upon them, they were determined to arrange a joyful outing. Honestly, Wanli must be off to enjoy a romantic getaway with her boyfriend, teased one of the girls nearby. Despite having only met a few times, the close relationship between Lin Mo and Jiang Wanli has become somewhat of an open secret. Truth be told, her friends believe that no one is truly worthy of Jiang Wanli. Yet, whenever Lin Mo is mentioned, they don a sweet expression, clearly indicating that Lin Mo possesses exceptional qualities. Don't speak foolishly, Jiang Wanli retorted, her cheeks flushed, lacking the confidence to defend herself. This only elicited hearty laughter from her friends. After having lunch, Lin Mo parted ways with Song Shi. Regardless of whether his work was slow in yielding financial rewards, he remained a part of Tianjin Company. Upon returning to the office, Lin Mo realized he had captured numerous candid photos of Song Shi on his phone. They were, however, taken surreptitiously. At the amusement park, he had noticed Song Shi engrossed in her enjoyment and couldn't resist quietly snapping pictures from the side. A casual glance revealed that each image was breathtakingly beautiful. Her allure was independent of her attire or the backdrop. Obviously, even these unprepared candid shots bore no flaws. It seemed heaven had favored this trio of mother and daughters immensely. Lin Mo selected a few pictures and sent them to Song Shi. Before long, he received a reply. When did you sneakily take photos of Annie? Song Shi's response was inscrutable, revealing neither anger nor irritation. Yet, as the subject of the photographs, she was somewhat astonished. The images exhibited remarkable skill. I feared Annie might feel uncomfortable, so I had to be discreet, Lin Mo promptly replied. Upon their arrival at the amusement park, Song Shi had been rather reserved, but as the day progressed, she became more carefree, and he decided not to consult her beforehand. Next time, take photos openly. Don't act like a paparazzo. In response, Song Shi sent a laughing emoji. Auntie, you don't understand. These candid shots capture the beauty found in life. Lin Mo eloquently elaborated. They continued to chat for a while, agreeing to meet later that evening for a cooking lesson before concluding their conversation. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Guorong called, announcing that the $1 million bounty was ready for collection at the police station. Naturally, Lin Mo was elated upon hearing this news. However, he also realized that, unbeknownst to him, $1 million no longer seemed like an enormous sum. Given the 3 project Song Shi had provided, he could potentially earn several million. The caveat being, he would need to refrain from offering any portion of it to Song Shi. Lin Mo understood that with her substantial support, she would likely not require repayment. Otherwise, such a